This is a tale of a girl yearning for peace, who gradually descends into darkness. A single glimpse opens a kaleidoscope of myriad emotions. What torment have you endured? Uchiha Hanayo, the younger sister of Sasuke and Itachi, confronts a mysterious masked man on the fateful night of her clan's annihilation. In her heart, her parents are her entire world. As she drags her battered body back to Konoha, the only sight that greets her is the lifeless forms of her parents, surrounded by pools of blood. At this moment, the vibrant field of flowers within her heart shatters. Chapter 1. Sasuke's younger sister, Uchiha Hanayo, reporting in Konoha village, within the Uchiha family estate. Brother, will you practice shuriken throwing with me? The young Sasuke pleaded, tugging at Itachi, who was preparing to leave. Itachi smiled warmly, turning to his younger sibling, his umbu attire unmistakable. He gently poked Sasuke's forehead with a finger. Forgive me, Sasuke, perhaps another time. Ugh, Sasuke muttered under his breath, gazing at Itachi's smile. Every time, it's another time. When will that be? Why not accompany little sister instead? Itachi suggested, ruffling Sasuke's hair. Though she may not yet know ninjutsu, she is still our dear sister, and you are a big brother now. Sasuke nodded, casting a glance at the girl behind him, her long black hair cascading past her waist, clad in the blue Uchiha clan attire, standing in the living room watching the two brothers. Her gaze was clear and lively, and upon seeing her like this, warmth flooded Itachi's heart. He approached his sister and bent down. Hanayo, I must leave for a mission. He lightly poked her forehead as well. Okay, be careful on your way, Itachi. Hanayo replied, nodding, her cheeks adorably round as she smiled at him. As Sasuke and Hanayo watched their brother depart, she tugged at Sasuke's sleeve, saying, Sasuke, will you practice with me? Hanayo, you are only 6 years old and don't know any ninjutsu, yet it would be pointless to practice with you, Sasuke replied, sticking out his tongue and making a silly face. Before running off, but you're only a year older than me. Hanayo sighed, feeling a bit dejected. Her two brothers were either busy with umbu missions or practicing fire jutsu by the river, leaving her alone. Sitting on the tatami mat, she felt a pang of loneliness. From the kitchen, Uchiha Makoto emerged, wiping the table before addressing Hanayo. Little Hanayo, how about I join you for some practice later? Hanayo pushed herself up, smiling at her mother. Mom, I'm not bored, I'll go out to play. All right, just remember to come back for dinner before sunset. And Makoto handed her a lunchbox from the kitchen. Take this to your father. Okay. With her mother's approval, Hanayo stepped outside, holding the lunchbox, skipping joyfully towards the Uchiha guard station. After a short walk of about 10 minutes, she gazed at the Uchiha guard station nearby, exclaiming, Dad's workplace is so far. Having grown familiar with the path, she confidently made her way to her father, Uchiha Fugaku's office. Upon reaching the Uchiha clan leader's office, Hanayo gently knocked on the door. Come in. A deep, mature voice resonated from within. Pushing the door open, the petite girl, not even 1.2 meters tall, entered, her long black hair flowing gracefully as she moved. A voice that could melt hearts reached Fugaku's ears. Dad! Fugaku, who had been frowning over documents, brightened instantly at the sound of his daughter's soft voice. No burden of work could compare to the warmth evoked by her calling. My sweet daughter, what brings you here? Mom sent me to bring you lunch. Hanayo handed the lunchbox to Fugaku. He affectionately patted her head, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Would you like to share a meal with your father? Is Dad really asking to eat with Hanayo? She pondered, a hint of hesitation in her voice. Of course. Did those two little rascals, Sasuke and Itachi, bully you? No, remember to tell Dad if anyone bothers you. I'm quite formidable, Fugaku reassured, his hand caressing her chubby cheek, marveling at how his daughter had inherited both his and Makoto's beauty. She was already so adorable as a child. How stunning she would be as she grew. As Fugaku opened the lunchbox, revealing a generous portion of food, he understood Makoto's intention. She had prepared extra so that Hanayo could keep him company during lunch. Watching Hanayo quietly eat beside him, Fugaku felt a warmth in his heart. Sharing a meal with his daughter was a precious joy. Hanayo, you once told me about a dream where you saw a field of flowers. Would you share it with me? Fugaku asked, trying to engage her in conversation. Do you really want to hear it? But it seems Sasuke and Itachi aren't interested. Hanayo replied, her spirits lifting. Absolutely. I wish to hear it. Hanayo believes that every person is born with a field of flowers in their heart, yet the flowers are devoid of color. The flowers are crystal clear, as beautiful as crystal itself. As everyone grows, the field blossoms with vibrant colors, symbolizing their joys and sorrows, marking the onset of maturity. The flowers in that field are stunning, a place free from conflict where everyone understands one another. There, life is filled with happiness and playful laughter. As Hanayo described the enchanting field of flowers that resided in her heart and dreams, Fugako felt a growing heaviness in his chest. The beauty of her vision was so profound that it resonated with his own desires. Yet the Uchiha clan was beset by internal and external strife, and the pressures on Konoha made the entire Uchiha clan tense, especially with rumors of rebellion brewing among the clan members. As the clan leader, Fugako bore the greatest burden. His expression gradually turned serious at times. He felt Hanayo's thoughts were far too advanced for her age. Gently stroking her head, he said, "Hanayo, dear, why don't you go out and play for a while? I have matters to attend to." Hanayo felt a twinge of disappointment, but chose not to persist. She left the Uchiha guard station, quietly retracing her steps home. "Honestly, even Dad doesn't understand me," she muttered softly, kicking a small stone by the roadside. She continued towards the west side of Konoha when suddenly a sharp pain struck her head. Ugh! Hanayo crouched down in agony, feeling as if something within her mind was shattering, and then she lost consciousness in the street. Deep within her psyche, another version of herself emerged, an identical figure. "Who are you?" Hanayo inquired in this inner world, bewildered by the presence of her doppelganger. However, when she reached out to touch it, the figure instantly transformed into a book. This is an immense tome, its cover inscribed with intricate characters and peculiar chakra fluctuations, the Encyclopedia of Ninjutsu. Hanayo murmured, her gaze lingering on the book that towered over her. Filled with bewilderment, as she scrutinized the volume, it unexpectedly emitted a sound, startlingly identical to her own voice. Beep. Host detected. Uchiha Hanayo, Bloodline Limit Sharingan, successfully activated. Chakra Attribute Assessment complete. Yin, Yang, Water, Fire, Earth, Wind, Lightning, all 7 attributes present. Ninjutsu Evaluation. A true genius that... Hanayo was taken aback, the cacophony in her ears rendering comprehension nearly impossible. Then, a beam of light shot from the book, transmitting the operational guide directly to Hanayo's mind. In that instant, Hanayo understood that this book contained the cultivation methods for various ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and forbidden techniques. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Could she, like her brothers, wield dazzling fireball techniques and precise shurikens? In response to her musings, the voice of the book echoed within her mind once more. "Please keep the existence of a ninjutsu book a secret. Do not disclose it to anyone, including your parents. Not even a mom and dad?" Hanayo inquired. "No," the voice replied again, provoking a sense of unease in her, yet she ultimately resolved to comply. "Can I call you little ninja?" Hanayo asked curiously, her gaze still fixed on the entity that bore such resemblance to her. "Call me as you wish," it responded, a hint of indifference in its tone. The sky gradually filled with hues of crimson as Hanayo slowly opened her drowsy eyes. She realized she was not lying on the ground, feeling the tremors of her body and the warmth on her back. Hanayo nuzzled against the familiar scent emanating from behind her, just like being carried by Sasuke. "Itachi." "Hanayo, do you feel any discomfort?" "Not anymore." Itachi, sensing Hanayo's awakening, spoke with a tinge of anxiety. After all, while returning from his mission, he had stumbled upon a crowd encircling a figure lying on the ground. Initially intending to avoid the throng and take a shortcut home, he had caught sight of a girl with long hair sprawled on the ground. Her pale blue attire struck him with familiarity. It was unmistakably his younger sister, Uchiha Hanayo's outfit. With disbelief etched on his face, he approached the center of the gathering, confirming that the girl lying there was indeed his sister. Regardless, Itachi remained rational upon checking her state. He discovered that she was merely asleep, which relieved him. He then lifted Hanayo on his back and made his way home. "Honestly, how could you fall asleep in a place like this?" Itachi pretended to scold her. "That I'm sorry. Itachi, you mustn't fall asleep outside again." "Understood." Hanayo had been so engrossed in her exploration of the ninjutsu encyclopedia within her mind that she had lost track of time. Glancing around, she realized the sun had already set, enveloping the surroundings in darkness. "Oh no!" Hanayo exclaimed, nervously scratching her head. "What's wrong, Hanayo?" Itachi asked, noticing her distress. "Mom said I should return before sunset, but I haven't gone back yet. I might get scolded." Itachi sighed in resignation. "Little sister, just wait. I'll say I encountered you on my way home, and that you accompanied me for a while." "Okay, you're the best, Itachi," Hanayo said, feeling reassured as she nestled against his back, her thoughts racing back to the ninjutsu encyclopedia. In her mind, she realized that whenever she wished to learn a technique from the book, it would emit a glow, allowing her to grasp the principles behind the technique, after which she could practice and master it. Thus, the first technique Hanayo chose to learn was the crank ninjutsu, wind release, wind blade technique capable of transforming wind into a sharp blade that could slice through an enemy's flesh in an instant. However, what set Hanayo apart was her imaginative approach currently. Her chakra reserves were limited, necessitating training. To conserve chakra, she contemplated channeling the wind blade technique through her fingers. Yet this idea would have to wait until tomorrow when she could find a secluded spot to test it. Upon arriving home with Itachi, they successfully concealed the incident of her fainting by the roadside. The next day, Itachi departed early as usual, followed by Sasuke, who left after breakfast to continue his training. Today, however, Hanayo was different. She prepared to venture out with her small bag. "Little Hanayo, where are you off to?" Makoto asked, folding clothes as Hanayo donned her ninja boots by the entrance. "I want to train. It'll catch up to Sasuke." Clearly startled by Hanayo's determination, Uchiha Makoto smiled with pride as she watched her daughter gently close the door behind her. Hanayo sought a secluded spot, leaning against a cliff that remained undisturbed and safe year-round, where she began practicing the crank ninjutsu, wind release, finger version, of wind blade technique. Utilizing the chakra refinement techniques her father had taught her, she gradually began her training, but a subtle pressure of wind began to gather around her index finger, filling Hanayo with joy as she sensed the wind forming. Now for the release. Hanayo directed her finger toward a nearby tree. In an instant, the wind blade shot forth from her hand, swiftly cleaving through the trunk, leaving a gash, yet accompanied by a spray of crimson as blood erupted from her finger. Examining the scratch on her hand, she felt a pang of regret and remarked, "If it's so compressed, will it hurt my finger?" At that moment, she hardly paid attention to the blood oozing from her hand, her focus fixated on the mark left by her ninjutsu. Pleased with the scratch on the tree, Hanayo nodded in satisfaction and resumed her practice of wind release, wind blade technique. However, her training would not end there. She followed a regimen from the ninjutsu encyclopedia, which included splashing in the river, climbing trees, and honing her agility, and by midday, the sun hung high in the sky as Hanayo stood on the cliff, gazing at the distant mountains and the stream below. Her spirits lifted. Yet, relaxation often brings hunger, and a rumble emanated from Hanayo's stomach. "I'm hungry. I could go for a bowl of ramen," she mused, heading toward the bustling streets of Konoha. After more than half an hour, she finally arrived in the village's vibrant district. Having heard of a renowned ramen shop, Ichiraku, she set out to locate it. As she passed a mask shop, a commotion caught her attention that a boy with short golden hair and whisker-like markings on his face rushed past her, laughing heartily and inadvertently knocked her over. "Oops, my bad," Naruto Uzumaki called over his shoulder without a second glance. Dashing into the mask shop, Hanaine gently massaged her petite backside and stood up, somewhat displeased. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself captivated by the boy's eyes, which sparkled like blue sapphires. The youth wore an expectant smile, and Hana followed his gaze to a little boy with golden hair, who was drooling over a fox mask hanging on the wall of a mask shop. Hana also noticed the glances directed at Naruto from passers-by, and she remained in place for a moment to listen. "Look, isn't that the child? How disgusting. I heard it's all because of him that the fourth Hokage died. Did you know?" Observing the cold stares from those around her, Hana felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Why did everyone harbor such animosity towards this boy? The frigid expressions of the villagers instilled in her a sense of strangeness and unfamiliarity with this village. The boy before her was merely a child of her age. Why should he endure such disdain? "You demon fox, If you want it so badly, take it. The shopkeeper yelled, yanking the mask from the wall and hurling it at Naruto. Ah, that hurts. Naruto groaned in pain. Quit loitering around my shop. Take the mask and get lost. The shopkeeper shouted angrily. Many bystanders witnessed this scene, although some felt a twinge of sympathy. They chose to remain passive observers. Hana, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger. She pointed at the onlookers and exclaimed, "What are you all doing? Why are you just watching? Don't you see he's being bullied by an adult?" She rushed forward to help Naruto up. Naruto was taken aback by her words. He looked up at Hana, feeling a whirlwind of emotions, but mostly a sense of injustice. He had never done anything wrong. His pranks were merely attempts to garner attention. Yet, the people around him always regarded him with cold eyes. No matter how resilient his heart, one day it would inevitably shatter. Yes, we are friends. Who are you? Why are you helping that demon fox? Just a kid, don't get involved. Someone immediately tried to pull Hana away, but she spread her arms, standing protectively in front of Naruto. Don't you think this is excessive? Hana angrily swatted away the hand that tried to grasp her. Whose child is this? Is she insane? The offended woman shouted back. Defending a demon fox? Have you lost your mind? Such bad luck? After a brief moment of scolding from the crowd, the commotion caught the attention of some patrolling ninjas. Realizing their moral deficiency, the onlookers dispersed. What's going on? A patrolling ninja approached. Hana remained steadfast, with her arms outstretched, shielding Naruto behind her. What do you want? She asked suspiciously, fearing they might also bully Naruto. We're just checking the situation. If there's nothing else, we'll continue our patrol. Lying on the ground, Naruto blinked his blue eyes, gazing at the girl who stood before him, arms wide open in his defense, on the verge of tears. Once the patrolling ninjas left, Hana turned and extended her delicate, smooth hand towards Naruto. Can you stand? Thank you. Once Naruto was pulled up, he took a closer look at Hana's appearance. Her long, ebony hair cascaded past her waist, adorned with a pink hairband, making her appear like a girl of similar age. Her face was exquisitely delicate, with defined features and a cherubic roundness that exuded vitality. At that moment, a faint fragrance emanated from Hana, leaving Naruto somewhat dazed. Feeling the intensity of Naruto's gaze, Hana grew slightly nervous and gently bent her knees, retrieving the mask that the shopkeeper had thrown at him. With her tender fingers, which bore a small wound, she lightly dusted off the mask and handed it to Naruto. It's not very dirty. Take it. Naruto stood still, gazing at the fox mask Hana offered him, his expression growing increasingly complex. Hana, noticing the turmoil in his eyes, extended her hand again. My name is Uchiha Hana. And you? Naruto lowered his head, still processing the harsh words of the crowd. But suddenly, he felt warmth enveloping his hand. Hana had grasped it, offering him a sweet smile as she tilted her head. I want to go eat at Ichiraku Ramen. Would you like to join me? It's on me. Hana pulled out her small wallet, revealing some money enough to treat Naruto to a bowl of ramen. At the mention of ramen, Naruto's eyes sparkled like gold, and since she was treating him, he eagerly accepted. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I'm 7 years old. Hana, how old are you? I'm a year younger than you. Hee. Naruto rubbed his nose in delight. Uchiha Hana. You'll remember that. Just remember, are you someone who easily forgets names? Hana asked, glancing curiously at Naruto, who was about her height. Of course not. By the way, lead the way. I haven't been here much to eat ramen. Hana pointed towards the fork in the road ahead. Okay. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Thus, Naruto guided Hana to the Ichiraku Ramen shop, lifting the curtain as they entered. He led her to a corner table. Boss, 2 bowls of Ichiraku Ramen, and I want extra chashu. Naruto shouted to the shopkeeper. Hana, what flavor do you want? I'll have chashu too. Hana pondered for a moment, realizing she hadn't eaten ramen many times, so she decided to order the same as Naruto. Typically, she ate at nearby places, but mostly enjoyed her mother Uchiha Mikoto's cooking. Ichiraku Ramen is the best ramen in the world. I eat it every day. Is it really that delicious? Hana asked skeptically, narrowing her eyes at Naruto. And you, eating ramen every day isn't that lacking in nutrition? Faced with Hana's inquiry, Naruto felt a bit embarrassed, as it did seem to be the case. He quickly retorted, ramen comes in many flavors, eating different ones every day is nutritious. Hana looked at him with a disdainful expression. What kind of look is that? Naruto felt flustered under her bright, sparkling gaze. I just think you're making excuses. You should eat something nutritious. All right, I know. Let's just enjoy the ramen now and not dwell on other foods. Oomph. Hana turned her head away, seemingly displeased with Naruto's nonchalance, but too shy to voice it. Before long, the noodles were served. Here comes the pork bone miso chashu ramen. The boss set the two bowls on the table before retreating to the kitchen. The toppings were abundant, even surprising Hana. So much. Seeing Hana's astonished expression, Naruto felt a sense of satisfaction. Want to try the flavor? Especially the chashu. He pointed at the pork slices atop the ramen. Then I'll dig in, Hana said, reaching for her chopsticks, but Naruto stopped her. Wait, huh? Hana tilted her head in confusion, tucking her long black hair behind her ear. Naruto, feeling somewhat bashful under her adorable gaze, finally spoke up. Before you eat the noodles, try the soup first. ITLL, taste even better. I see. Hana nodded, following Naruto's suggestion. She took a spoonful of soup and gently slurped it in her mouth. Instantly, her body stiffened, and she exclaimed in surprise, "It tastes so good." Now I'll dig in too. Naruto began to demonstrate his own method of eating ramen, that he dipped the noodles into the soup and took a sip, while Hwain mimicked his actions. Unbeknownst to them, they had both consumed 2 bowls of noodles. After Hwain settled the bill, she exited the shop alongside Naruto. "That I'm so full. Ichiraka ramen is indeed delicious," Naruto exclaimed, clutching his stomach, which seemed to be quite satisfied. "I wholeheartedly agree," Hwain replied, giving Naruto a thumbs up. "So we're next?" Naruto inquired softly. "I must return to my training." "What about you? Training? What are you training for?" Naruto asked, puzzled. "Just some fundamental skills," Hwain said, gesturing toward the distant hill. "I practice there every day. Climbing up offers a view of the cliff, and I train in the woods beside it." "I see. Do you usually come out for lunch?" Naruto questioned. "Roughly, if I'm training." "Then when are you free?" "I do like to visit and chat," Naruto said with a smile. "Perhaps after 3:30 in the afternoon. I should be done with my training by then. It's too early to head home, so we'll take a moment to rest." "All right, they'll drop by when I can," Naruto replied cheerfully, his facial hair curling with a smile. "Understood. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Hwain waved goodbye to Naruto and began to walk away, but just a few steps later, Naruto called out to her. "Uchiha Hwain." She paused, turning back with a puzzled expression, wondering why Naruto had called her full name so earnestly. Before she could react further, Naruto gave her a thumbs up and asked, "Are we friends?" In that moment, a gentle breeze swept through and a leaf drifted down from the sky, slowly landing in Hwain's palm, which she delicately closed around it. She beamed a radiant smile at Naruto. "Yes, we're friends. Yes, we are indeed friends. This is the flower field I yearn for." A sudden loud bang echoed through the air, leaving an unending fist imprint on the great tree. 2000. With a final shout, Hanayo finally retracted her fist, sweat soaking her Uchiha blue windbreaker and her dark hair. Today's training in martial arts had nearly come to an end, and she slowly removed the weights from her body. Exhausted, she made her way to a nearby tree stump and plopped down, grabbing a water bottle to take a hearty swig. With her training in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and shuriken completed for the day, her chakra levels had significantly improved, sufficient to unleash some formidable jutsu. It had been a week since she met Naruto, and today marked the first day of the month. At this point, Hanayo had already mastered ninjutsu of other elemental types. Although her proficiency was not high and they were merely basic techniques, there was a noticeable enhancement in her chakra usage and control. At the very least, she had perfected the fundamental skills of water walking and tree climbing, which were exceedingly rudimentary. Yet, Hanayo wore a bright smile, thoroughly satisfied. For she had learned her first basic jutsu, the shadow clone technique, from the Encyclopedia of Ninjutsu in her mind. While Hanayo was still resting, she suddenly sensed someone approaching and immediately became alert, grasping a kunai as she gazed into the distance. Upon seeing the figure, she exhaled in relief. "Hanayo." Naruto waved to her from afar. "What brings you here?" Hanayo asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Oh, it's the beginning of the month, and I've been low on money lately, mostly just fishing around the village for food." Didn't he, the third Hokage, leave you some funds?" Hanayo inquired, puzzled. "Sigh. It's a long story," Naruto replied awkwardly, as he had indulged in too many ramen bowls of late, and with his aging house and broken appliances, he had spent quite a bit on repairs. So, Naruto was prepared to gloss over the details. Wow, Hanayo, is this where you train? Naruto surveyed the surroundings, noticing the shattered trees and bloodstains. Of course, this is my secret training ground. Hardly anyone comes here, Hanayo said, hands on her hips, confidently surveying the area. This region, aside from her training spot, was entirely encircled by trees, with only one path leading to a cliff. Standing atop that cliff offers a breathtaking view of the brook below. Truly magnificent. With that, Hanayo stood up and pointed towards the cliff for Naruto to see. Come on, let us go there. What is there? The view is splendid, Hanayo replied, taking her water bottle along. Naruto followed Hanayo to the edge of the cliff, and as she gazed out, he took in the entire scene of Konoha village. It was a sight to behold, and Naruto's expression was filled with longing and anticipation. To him, the scenery resembled a beautiful painting, with Hanayo seemingly merging with the landscape, becoming the ethereal figure within the artwork, graceful and vibrant. As Naruto became entranced by the view, Hanayo sat down on the grass at the cliff's edge, and Naruto joined her. Hanayo, do you know? Know what? I believe there exists a radiant flower field in my heart. Naruto remained silent, gazing at Hanayo, seemingly listening intently. The people dwelling in that flower field understand each other and become sincere friends. In that world filled with vibrant colors, everyone's dreams shine clearly, and each person diligently pursues their aspirations without discrimination or suffering. Whether it be the resilient little grass or the colorful flowers, all can live carefree and peacefully. That is the flower field I yearn for. As Hanayo spoke, she turned to look at Naruto, who appeared somewhat dazed. Do you believe such a flower field exists? After a moment, Naruto nodded and replied, that flower field sounds perfect, but I'm just the infamous Nine-Tails, and everyone looks down on me. I have no parents. Yet, my dream is to earn the acknowledgement of everyone in the village and become Hokage. I want to let those people defeat me. As he spoke, he suddenly froze, realizing he had shared too much, unsure if Hanayo would find his grand aspirations off-putting. He turned away, but to his surprise, Hanayo was resting her chin on her hand, listening earnestly. You don't think that it's just empty talk, do you? Not at all. Living with dreams and aspirations is a beautiful thing. How could it be boring? As long as you put in the effort toward your goal, you will surely realize your dreams. Hanayo praised him, then handed Naruto a kunai engraved with the character for flower. Keep this kunai. Return it to me when you truly become Hokage. Naruto accepted the kunai, astonished. Do you really believe I can become Hokage? Of course, I believe in you, and I will always cheer for you. Hanayo tilted her head with a smile, and a gentle breeze swept through, tousling her long, dark hair into a lovely shape. In that moment, her smile was deeply etched into Naruto's heart. Naruto gazed at Hanayo, captivated. She was his first friend and the first person to recognize him, filling him with excitement. Yet, another question arose in his mind. He realized he had never asked Hanayo about her own dreams or aspirations. So he boldly inquired, Hanayo, while I've been talking about myself, what is your dream? Hanayo, who had been stretching, paused for a moment. Then, after loosening her muscles, gestured for Naruto to lean closer. After noticing her cue, he leaned in toward her. My dream? I hope for a ninja world without war, where everyone can become close friends and together find that flower field in my heart. That is a wonderful dream. Naruto nodded approvingly. By the way, Naruto, you should be attending ninja school now, right? Yes, I'm already enrolled. Do you know Sasuke? Sasuke? Are you talking about Uchiha Sasuke? Naruto pondered for a moment, then recalled a strikingly handsome yet arrogant figure who had garnered the affections of many girls. That guy? I could never forget him. As Naruto spoke, he clenched his fists, seemingly harboring a grudge. Noticing Naruto's reaction, Hanayo was curious. What is wrong with Sasuke? That guy is insufferably arrogant, always wearing a serious expression, and he excels in everything. So many girls have crushes on him, and I don't understand what's so special about him. He is not even half as good-looking as me, and his cold demeanor and arrogance are completely opposite to my personality. Hanayo covered her mouth, chuckling lightly, thinking to herself that Naruto was indeed quite entertaining. Seeing Hanayo's joyful laughter, Naruto asked in confusion, Why are you asking about Sasuke? Because he is my older brother. Naruto froze at this revelation, nearly stumbling over his words. What did you say? Uchiha Sasuke is your brother? Then it dawned on him. Recalling Hanayo's surname, Uchiha Hanayo, that was indeed true. Upon closer inspection, Hanayo was undeniably beautiful, ranking among the most stunning girls. Well, it's settled then. You. Naruto stammered, unable to complete a sentence. But your personality is nothing like Sasuke's. At least you're not cold. Is that so? Hanayo took a sip from her water bottle and offered it to Naruto. Would you like some? Naruto, upon receiving a gentle reminder from Hanin, nodded lightly. Picked up the water bottle, raised it to his lips, and took a few sips without actually touching the opening. Following this, he began to recount to Hanin the amusing incidents he had encountered over the past few years. His stories radiated warmth and positivity, and each time he caught a glimpse of Hanin's uncontrollable laughter, he felt a comforting warmth within his heart. It was as if he had found a true friend who could understand him deeply. Ah, you're just being greedy for ramen, aren't you? How can you blame it on Irika-sensei? Hanin muttered. You don't understand, Irika-sensei bought it, so all the trouble I had with my stomach must be blamed on him. As evening descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, Hanin returned home. Mikoto handed her a dish, cautioning, be careful, it's hot. Once Hanin and Mikoto had prepared the meal, the mother and daughter knelt together, awaiting the return of the boys. Little Hanin, did you make a new friend today? Mikoto inquired. Mom, how did you know? Hanin replied. I went to see where you were training this afternoon and found out, her mother explained. Oh, I see, Hanin nodded, neither confirming nor denying. Mikoto lifted Hanin's hand, frowning slightly as she observed the scars and remarked, Hanin, you're training too hard. You're still growing. Mom, if I don't work hard, how can I catch up to my brothers and find the vibrant flower field in my heart? Seeing her daughter's determination, even Mikoto was momentarily taken aback. Embracing Hanin, Mikoto seemed to transmit an invisible affection that calmed Hanin's spirit significantly. After a while, the first to enter through the door was Sasuke, carrying his backpack and walking toward the entrance. Brother, Hanin called out as she stepped forward. Oh, it's you, Hanin. Sasuke smiled, ruffling her hair. Here, this is a shuriken I brought for you today. Don't overexert yourself in training. Despite being just a year older than Hanin, Sasuke had already begun to embody the role of an elder brother. However, Hanin noticed the wounds on his body and face, a testament to his rigorous training. After tending to his injuries and applying disinfectant, Hanin asked, Brother, would you prefer to shower first or eat? Hanin, please run a bath for me. I'll shower first. All right. As Sasuke went to bathe, the door swung open again, revealing their father, Fugaku Uchiha. Hanin dashed out of the dining room and leaped into Fugaku's embrace. Oh, my little darling. Fugaku, usually stern with his children, finally revealed a tender smile, his affection evident. Dad, you're home a bit late today. I'm sorry, Hanin. I've been quite busy lately, he replied. Well then, let us enjoy the grand meal Mom and I prepared for you. Sure. I'm eager to taste your cooking today, Fugaku said as he entered the dining room. Just as he stepped in, another figure appeared at the door. Itachi, looking fatigued, smiled at Hanin. Little sister, you seem in good spirits today. Have you made progress in your training? Itachi, just wait. I'll definitely surpass you. She declared. All right, little sister, I look forward to it. But, Itachi, could you accompany me to practice shuriken throwing? Sasuke has already gone to the ninja school. Itachi raised his hand slightly and gently tapped Hanin on the forehead. Forgive me, Hanin, perhaps next time. Humph. Hanin pouted. You're just off to have fun with Shursui again. Who says? Suddenly, another young man, about Itachi's age, stepped into view. Hey, Shursui, Hanin exclaimed, taken aback. I apologize for making you laugh, Shursui, Itachi said helplessly. Haha, Hanin is quite adorable, isn't she? Shursui crouched down, pinching Hanin's cheeks with a smile. How about next time, Itachi and I accompany you to practice shuriken throwing? Let us say promise. Hanin extended her hand, eager to make a pinky swear with Shursui. Shursui chuckled, crouched down, and linked pinkies with her, and even Itachi joined in the pact. After Shursui left, the family finally gathered around the dining table. But two individuals remained unusually silent, Fugaku and Itachi. It seemed they were experiencing some sort of disagreement, as they exchanged not a single word upon seeing each other. Hanin and Sasuke exchanged puzzled glances. Hanin tugged at Sasuke's sleeve and whispered curiously, Brother, did Itachi and Dad have a fight? Sasuke shook his head gently, indicating he was unsure. The following day unfolded as usual. After Sasuke, Itachi, and Fugaku departed, Hanin was the last to leave the house, heading out for training. She arrived at the familiar training ground in the forest, prepared to delve into new skills, specifically the ninjutsu encyclopedia. The previous night, she had assigned herself the tasks for the day. Recently, the ninjutsu encyclopedia had become increasingly personable, with witty remarks and banter that were far from the emotionless tone it once was. Hanin internally complained about the name of the technique, 8 Gates, likening it to a turtle. Can't you change the name, little ninja? Stop complaining. Are you going to practice or not? If not, I'll take it away. Of course I will. Why wouldn't I? Hanin murmured, exchanging playful jabs with the small version of herself, who bore an uncanny resemblance. You've trained hard enough recently, and your physical strength is now barely sufficient to learn the 8 Gates, little ninja concluded before withdrawing Hanin from her inner space. Forbidden technique, 8 Gates. Hanin murmured to herself before beginning her training. Unbeknownst to her, the afternoon slipped away, and she had successfully opened the second gate, feeling utterly exhausted. Not only had she mastered the first 2 gates of the 8 Gates, but she had also learned the wind release. Great breakthrough. The results of her efforts were promising, and she planned to learn more advanced ninjutsu the following day. Hanin had realized she possessed the potential to master 5 elemental ninjutsu, filling her with a sense of accomplishment. Before long, Naruto arrived, having skipped class again to chat with Hanin, as he often claimed that the ninja school was dreadfully boring compared to engaging in conversation with her. This is the responsibility of an older brother. As time flowed by, 2 months passed quietly. During this period, Naruto frequently visited this familiar place to converse with Hanin. Their dialogues seemed endless, and they became confidants who could share everything. Naruto would enthusiastically recount amusing tales from school and the embarrassing moments of their teachers, while Hanin, with her chin resting on her hands, listened patiently until he finished before offering her thoughts. Over these 2 months, Hanin made remarkable strides in ninjutsu. Not only had she perfectly mastered multiple levels of the 5 basic elemental techniques, but she had also become adept at the shadow clone technique. Yet, she understood that these skills were not to be displayed carelessly, as they were acquired from Little Ninja, who had warned her that if discovered by the higher-ups in Konoha, she might be subjected to experimentation. Consequently, Hanin approached her training with heightened caution, even secretly practicing advanced ninjutsu in her inner world with Little Ninja. On yet another ordinary day, after ensuring no one was around, Hanin stealthily entered a cave. Inside, the atmosphere crackled with lightning, and the sharp sounds of electric collisions echoed like 1,000 birds singing, piercingly loud. Subsequently, amidst a violent explosion, Hanin staggered out of the cave, breathless. Wow, this is really hard. Hanin gasped. Can you only use it 10 times today? The voice of Little Shin echoed in her mind. 10 times a day at most. Even 1 or 2 times is exhausting. Hwain supported her small legs with both hands, striving to regain her breath. This indicates that your training is insufficient. However, with my assistance, your chakra capacity is indeed significantly greater than that of an average Uchiha ninja, Little Shin proclaimed proudly. Hwain felt helpless at Little Shin's boastfulness. You're quite pleased with yourself, aren't you? Hwain, do not slack off. You still have new ninjutsu to learn, Little Shin urged. What else is there to learn? Hwain exclaimed in near despair. Level ninjutsu. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Little Shin announced. Oh, spare me today, Hwain pleaded. No way. There is still some time left. I will explain the principles to you, Little Shin insisted, beginning to elucidate the principles of this level of ninjutsu. Ultimately, amidst Hwain's lamentations, she complied and learned the new ninjutsu from Little Shin. Upon returning home, her brothers were already waiting. Hwain, did you train again today? Itachi asked with a smile as he emerged from the kitchen. Yes. Hwain nodded in response. Where are Mom and Dad? Hwain inquired curiously. Mom and Dad are going out for an overnight stay tomorrow, and I have a day off. Itachi emphasized the word off. Oh. Hwain looked at Itachi in surprise. At that moment, Sasuke also emerged from a room. So, that means brother will train with us. Sasuke said excitedly. That's wonderful. Hwain exclaimed, jumping with joy. Then, let us meet in the yard at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Itachi said with a smile to his younger siblings. But for now, we must have a good meal first. Hwain, go wash your hands, Itachi said gently. The meal was particularly warm, especially when Itachi, upon seeing Hwain pluck a grain of rice from Sasuke's lips, seemed to have tears welling in his eyes. He deeply felt the emotions of not wanting to lose his loved ones. He resolved to become the obstacle that his younger siblings must surpass. Willing to be hated by them if it meant living together with these 2 cherished individuals in this world. Such was the responsibility of an older brother. Itachi, you seem to be crying. Are you tired from work? Hwain asked with concern, pulling a handkerchief from her pocket and offering it to Itachi. However, at that moment, Itachi revealed his Sharingan and tightly embraced Hwain. Itachi, Hwain softly called. Can I have a hug, brother? Itachi asked gently. I want one too. Sasuke pouted, joining the embrace. All right, all together then. Itachi's voice trembled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. As relations between the Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan began to grow tense, Itachi found himself caught between family and village, facing a difficult choice. Only moments spent with family could provide him with a semblance of warmth. Thus, a night passed. The following morning, while Hwain was still in bed, Sasuke excitedly knocked on her door. Hwain, Uchiha Hwain, wake up. Brother Itachi is taking us to train soon. Hearing Sasuke's voice, Hwain finally opened her sleepy eyes. By the time she was ready, Sasuke and Itachi were already waiting in the yard. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Hwain said. You're so slow, Hwain. Sasuke complained. I'm sorry, Sasuke, Hwain replied apologetically. Once Hwain was ready, Itachi led her and Sasuke to a small grove near the Uchiha district. This was the very place where Itachi practiced shuriken throwing as a child. Upon arrival, Itachi wasted no time, drawing a gleaming shuriken from his waist. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the sharp blade traced a graceful arc through the air, striking the bullseye with pinpoint accuracy. Then, he stepped aside, allowing Sasuke to take his turn. Sasuke gripped his shuriken tightly, his eyes shining with ambition. He understood that to become as powerful a ninja as his brother, he must grow stronger. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, he swiftly threw the shuriken. The sharp blade sliced through the air with a whoosh, hurtling toward its target. Although it did not hit the bullseye as Itachi did, it was close. When it was Hwain's turn, her small frame stood at the throwing line, appearing somewhat out of place. Yet, her eyes held no trace of fear, only determination and resolve. She meticulously observed Sasuke's movements, learning from his stance and control of force. Then, she lifted her hand, firmly grasping the shuriken. With a swift motion, the small shuriken flew forth, tracing an almost miraculous trajectory toward the target. With a soft thud, Hwain's shuriken, just as it was about to miss, was redirected by another shuriken, striking the center of the target with precision. For a 6-year-old, this was nothing short of a miracle. A flicker of surprise crossed Itachi's eyes, quickly transforming into a gentle smile. He recognized that Hwain not only inherited the Uchiha bloodline, but also possessed potential and insight beyond her years, rivaling his own talents. Well done, little sister, Itachi said as he approached and gently ruffled her hair. It seems your training has been quite diligent. Sasuke also came over, gazing at his sister's accomplishment with a hint of astonishment. He had never really paid attention to Hwain's training before. He only knew she practiced daily. But he never expected her shuriken skills to be so impressive. Hwain met Sasuke's surprised gaze with a hint of pride. Sasuke, what do you think? Impressive, right? Very impressive. Sasuke replied, exasperated. The trio continued to practice, throwing shurikens time and again, each time with greater accuracy. The hope of fanning the flames brings warmth to the people. Finally, the day's training came to an end. In the evening, Sasuke, Itachi, and Hwain returned home, with their parents away for the night. It was expected that Hwain would prepare dinner. However, Itachi volunteered to take on the cooking task. Soon, a sumptuous seafood feast was laid before them. Steamed crabs, grilled fish, stir-fried shrimp, and seafood soup. Each dish was crafted with care from carefully selected ingredients. The three gathered around the table, savoring the precious family time. The delightful flavors of the seafood, coupled with her brother's affection, made Hwain feel that this evening was particularly warm and beautiful. After dinner, as the sunset illuminated the yard, Itachi, Sasuke, and Hwain sat on the floor of the courtyard. Itachi gazed thoughtfully at the Uchiha clan's crest and asked Sasuke and Hwain, "Do you know the meaning of the Uchiha clan's symbol?" Hwain and Sasuke exchanged glances, both sensing confusion in each other's eyes. Itachi continued, "To start a fire, one must fan the flames, right? The Uchiha clan's crest is like a fan used to fan flames. Is that so? I understand now," Sasuke smiled, silently noting the significance of the Uchiha crest in his mind. Meanwhile, Hwain softly murmured, "The hope of fanning the flames brings warmth to the people." Upon hearing this, Itachi was momentarily taken aback, looking at Hwain with surprise. Yet, Hwain swiftly changed the subject, saying to Itachi, Brother Sasuke, let us sleep in the courtyard tonight." That night, the two boys and their sister lay in the courtyard, gazing at the starry sky and sharing late-night conversations. Hawaiian expressed her dream of finding a field of flowers in her heart. I already know that. But what about Sasuke's dream? Itachi inquired, turning his attention to Sasuke, who lay in the middle. My dream? Sasuke said, turning to gaze at Itachi with admiration. My dream is to become an outstanding ninja like you, to earn Dad's approval. Itachi gazed thoughtfully at the crescent moon in the sky, softly murmuring, like me? No, you must surpass me. When he turned back, Sasuke and Hanin were already asleep, exhausted from their day's practice with shurikens. However, within her inner world, Hanin was diligently practicing new ninjutsu alongside Shonin, striving to comprehend the principles of these techniques and the nature of chakra transformation. By day, Hanin trained, and by night, she immersed herself in the knowledge of the ninja world, studying the principles of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Upon awakening the next day, Itachi had vanished, leaving Hanin and Sasuke lying in their respective beds. Their mother, Mikoto Uchiha, and father, Fugaku Uchiha, returned home, seemingly awakened by the commotion. Hanin opened her sleepy eyes. Hey, Mom and Dad, where's Itachi? He's gone to work, little Hanin. Come and eat, Sasuke too. Wash up and prepare for breakfast, Mikoto said with a smile. As if nothing had happened, life continued as usual. Hanin had already mastered the shadow clone technique and Chidori. In terms of taijutsu, she had also engaged in physical training and had managed to unlock the fourth gate. However, these abilities were not yet something she could showcase to others. After months of training, Hanin felt she was beginning to catch up to her brother Sasuke. Another afternoon passed, and Hanin concluded her day of training. Despite her long, dark hair being dampened by sweat, it still radiated a natural sheen. Shonin, I've mastered so many levels of ninjutsu, Hanin mused aloud. Indeed, your fire release, great fireball technique is quite proficient, yet its power can still be enhanced, Shonin's voice echoed in her mind, pointing out her shortcomings. I understand. Let's leave the rest for tomorrow, Hanin replied, sitting on a nearby stump and tilting her water bottle, allowing the cool liquid to flow over her lips, soothing her parched throat after a long day of training. Ah, that's refreshing. By the way, Naruto hasn't come around these past few days. Watching the sun dip toward the west, elongating the shadows of herself and the trees, Hanin couldn't help but reminisce about Naruto, who used to chat with her frequently. In the evening, as Hanin returned home, she noticed her house bustling with activity. She cautiously approached to see 3 members of the Uchiha clan standing at her doorstep, vehemently accusing Itachi within the house. Last night, Uchiha Shursui committed suicide by jumping into the river. He left a suicide note, and the Uchiha police force will be investigating this case. A man handed the note to Itachi, stating, the handwriting may have been copied with the Sharingan. After reading it, Itachi glared at the 3 men, his eyes growing increasingly frigid. Are you implying that I am a suspect? I advise you to choose your words carefully. The reason for Itachi's anger was not merely the accusation, but their utter disregard for the contents of Shursui's note. The 3 Uchiha men mocked him. Itachi, you were closest to Shursui, always by his side. Weren't you the one responsible? Uchiha Itachi, you are one of the prime suspects. Come with us to the police force for questioning. Why were you absent during the meeting last night, only for Shursui to meet with tragedy? Have you betrayed us? You are a traitor to the clan, a disgrace to our lineage. Itachi's fists clenched as he scoffed at their narrow-mindedness, filled with contempt for their clan-centric rhetoric. In an instant, he incapacitated all 3. Just as he was about to speak, Fugaku approached from the side. Clan members, you overestimate your strength and underestimate mine. Hence your current predicament. Stop, Itachi, a stern voice interrupted. Fugaku looked at the 3 men lying on the ground, bruised and battered, and turned his gaze toward Itachi. What happened? But before he could continue, Itachi threw a kunai that pierced the family crest on the wall. I have lost all hope in this self-righteous clan. Suddenly, Hanin, seemingly startled, rushed from behind, tears in her eyes, embracing Itachi. Itachi, what's wrong? She trembled, witnessing her brother's cold demeanor for the first time. Brother, please stop. Sasuke, who had been leaning against the door, called out in a quivering voice. In that moment, Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan gradually reverted to its 3-tomo form before disappearing. As clarity returned to him, he knelt, apologizing to his father and clan members, expressing remorse for his actions. As he gazed at his father, his Sharingan began to morph into a different shape. Although Sasuke and Hanin observed this, they kept their feelings buried deep within. I'm sorry, Hanin. That night, Fugaku and Itachi sat silently at the dining table, and even Hanin, usually adept at easing family tensions, found herself at a loss for words. The atmosphere was palpably tense, and the meal concluded with Hanin desperately trying to spark conversation, while others responded minimally. Only Mikoto remained composed, while the rest seemed preoccupied with their thoughts, including Sasuke, who usually chatted with Itachi at the table but was silent that evening. Nearly half a month passed, and the slender crescent moon gradually swelled until it became a full, luminous orb hanging in the sky. Under Shonin's guidance, Hanin had mastered most of the 5 elemental ninjutsu, her talents shining through as she researched lava release through fire and earth releases. She developed a new ninjutsu, lava release, lava wall, which, though merely a combination technique rather than a bloodline limit, showcased her ingenuity. By employing the earth-style wall technique, she created a sturdy earthen wall for foundational defense. Subsequently, utilizing the Great Fireball technique, she enveloped the wall in searing flames, forming a lava barrier capable of withstanding physical attacks and incinerating any metal weapons or ninja tools that attempted to breach it. This was Hanin's first self-developed technique, earning praise even from Shonin. Today, as training was fruitful, it's time to head home for dinner, Hanin declared. But Shonin, may I attempt to open the 5th gate tomorrow? Hanin asked her inner counterpart. Not yet. Your body cannot withstand it at this stage. All right. Let us solidify my ninjutsu tomorrow and focus on taijutsu. Hanin acquiesced as Shonin's voice resonated in her mind. Why do you wish to help me grow stronger? Hanin inquired on her way home, addressing the girl in her mind who bore her likeness. There is no particular reason. You are Uchiha Hanin, and I wish to assist you in discovering the vibrant flower field within your heart. That is all. All right, let us strive together. Hanin replied with a gentle smile. In the Hokage's office, Itachi knelt, facing 4 elders, Danzo Shimura, Mito Gate, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Koharu. The Uchiha clan was resolved to incite a revolution in Konoha. Itachi relayed all he knew to these 4 respected elders, remaining silent as they absorbed the gravity of the situation. Danzo spoke first. We must act swiftly. We must strike before they initiate their rebellion. However, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, held a contrasting viewpoint. The Uchiha clan was once comrades. Violence should not be employed, and dialogue should prevail. I shall devise a strategy. After the meeting, Danzo summoned Itachi Uchiha privately. Gazing into Itachi's eyes, he sighed softly and said, though the 3rd Hokage may advocate otherwise, when the pivotal moment arises, we must act to safeguard Konoha. I implore you to make a choice. Will you side with the Uchiha and instigate a coup, leading your family to annihilation, or will you stand with us in Konoha, sparing only your brother prior to the coup, and assist in the complete eradication of the Uchiha clan? Itachi was taken aback by Danzo's proposition. Eradicate the Uchiha clan. Indeed, Danzo approached Itachi. To protect the village, we must quell the discord before chaos ensues. The only ninja capable of this task is you, a double agent of both the Uchiha and Konoha. Are you willing to accept this mission? At that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. Itachi glanced at his palms, then turned to Danzo. What about my sister, Uchiha Canon? Danzo shook his head resolutely. You may choose to spare either your brother or your sister. With that, Danzo departed, leaving Itachi in a state of shock. The following day, watching as Kanon and Sasuke left in opposite directions, Itachi found himself perched upon a utility pole, choosing to follow Sasuke. After all, Kanon's training was tedious. He had witnessed her practice taijutsu a few times. Sitting on the pole outside the ninja academy, he contemplated as Sasuke diligently trained. As evening fell, he arrived at the cliff where Uchiha Shursui had jumped. This place was devoid of visitors, and as Itachi sat there, his heart was a tumult of emotions. Should he let his sister Kanon live, or his brother Sasuke? This dilemma echoed in his mind, like an endless elegy. Kanon, the girl who always called him Oni-chan with a gentle voice, possessed an innocent smile and a deep understanding of others. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and hope for the world. She deserved a bright future. Sasuke, his brother who had grown beside him, constantly sought his company for training. Though still immature, was dearly beloved by Itachi. Closing his eyes, Itachi felt his heart tremble. Each heartbeat reminded him that this choice would alter the fates of all involved. He understood that choosing one would inevitably lead to the sacrifice of the other, ensnaring his soul in unending regret and anguish. Yet, he must make a decision. Gradually, clarity emerged from the turmoil within. He knew he could no longer be swayed by emotions. He had to consider the greater good. For the peace of Konoha and the future of the Uchiha clan. Ultimately, Itachi made his choice. He chose Sasuke, the brother with greater strength and understanding. He knew that Sasuke's survival could pave the way for the Uchiha clan's resurgence and bring true peace to Konoha. When Itachi opened his eyes, confusion had vanished, replaced by determination and resolve. He would protect Sasuke with his life, even if it meant walking alone in darkness, bearing all the sins, pain, and hatred. "Forgive me, Kanon," Itachi whispered softly, his voice brimming with love and sacrifice. He buried this decision deep within his heart and stepped into the stormy night, leaving behind the memories of Kanon and the future of Sasuke. However, this choice conjured vivid memories of Kanon growing up. From the day she was born when Itachi held her as an infant, the echoes of her calling Oni-chan resonated through his heart, and on his journey home, tears streamed down as his Sharingan glowed crimson. On the tranquil night of the full moon, a man donned in a tiger-striped red mask meandered through the Uchiha clan grounds. "Hey," the masked man turned, facing Itachi, who stood quietly by the tree, seemingly awaiting his words. "I seek your assistance. I need you to help me at this time tomorrow." The next morning, Itachi proceeded to the Umbu as usual. Sasuke and Kanon emerged together. "You speak." Sasuke nudged Kanon playfully. "Huh, Sasuke, why must I speak if you're a boy?" Kanon was gently pushed in front of Itachi, prompting her to speak. "Oni-chan, can you practice shuriken throwing with us today?" Kanon asked, her cheeks flushed. Itachi's expression grew complex as he glanced at Kanon and Sasuke. He raised his hand gently, and Sasuke stepped closer, standing beside Kanon. "Can we, brother?" Itachi, as per his habit, lightly tapped their foreheads. "Forgive me, Kanon, Sasuke, but I cannot accompany you today. I have no time." Sasuke and Kanon smiled, reassured by their brother's unchanged affection. "All right then, Oni-chan, go ahead with your duties," Kanon replied. With that, Kanon and Sasuke resumed their studies and training with peace of mind. Today, Kanon was in exceptional spirits, having mastered a new ninjutsu, the shuriken shadow clone technique. Watching her throw a shuriken that multiplied into dozens, all striking the trees, she sighed with relief. At noon, upon returning home for lunch, a dark-haired girl arrived. "Sister Izumi, what brings you here?" With Mikoto assisting the Uchiha police force, Kanon was alone at home, serving the last of her chicken soup to Uchiha Izumi. "Oh, your brother Itachi has joined the Umbu and no longer visits me," Izumi remarked. "Sister Izumi, we are old acquaintances. Your pursuit of Itachi is inappropriate. I was planning to gift him my homemade dango on the night of the full moon." Izumi mused. "Let us eat first." Under Kanon's encouragement, Izumi joined her for a meal. Afterward, Izumi praised, "No wonder you're a little Kanon. Your culinary skills surpass even your brother Itachi's." "Really? Thank you for the compliment." "It's all thanks to Mother," Kanon replied. "Speaking of which, tonight is the full moon. Should we invite Naruto to enjoy it with me?" Kanon suggested. "What?" Izumi was taken aback. "Naruto? That name sounds familiar." "Yes, my good friend," Kanon said with a smile. "Then let us go? Take this dango. Itachi surely won't show up tonight, so share it with your friend." "Is that really all right?" Kanon asked, feeling slightly bashful as she received the dango from Izumi. "Consider it a thank you for the delicious meal." "All right then, I'll accept it." In the afternoon, after training, Kanon ventured into Konoha, following the directions Naruto had once mentioned. Arriving at his home, this should be the one. She knocked on the old wooden door. "Iruka-sensei, I have a stomach ache. I want to be attending school today. Please don't drag me to class." A weak voice responded from within. "It's me, Naruto." Hearing the familiar voice, the door swung open, revealing a girl clad in a blue Uchiha cloak, her hair cascading like a waterfall. "Kanon, what a surprise!" Naruto exclaimed joyfully. "I intended to invite you to admire the moon, but it seems you're unwell, so perhaps another time." "Here, take this," Kanon said, extending the lunchbox she held towards Naruto. "What is this?" Naruto was momentarily stunned. "Sanas, I had hoped to enjoy the moonlight with you on the cliff this evening. Since you cannot join me, I shall offer you some." Naruto paused, feeling a pang of emotion. During his times of true distress, others had merely regarded him as feigning illness, yet this girl before him genuinely cared. "Take it already. How long must I hold my hand up?" complained Hanayo. "Oh, would you like to come in for a moment?" Naruto suggested, glancing at his room, which was in utter disarray, littered with garbage and scattered clothes. "Sure." Hanayo immediately pushed the door open. "Wait a moment." Before Naruto could react, Hanayo had already slipped inside. The next instant revealed the chaotic scene, with the scent of expired milk lingering in the air. Naruto, your room is a mess. Even without your parents here, it shouldn't be like this. Hanayo scolded him while helping to tidy up. Naruto, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and joined her in cleaning. You mop the floor, I'll fold the clothes. Under Hanayo's instructions, Naruto gradually became busy. By the time they finished cleaning, it was already 5 in the evening. Hanayo, I really wanted to admire the moon with you, but my stomach is upset. It's fine, I'll enjoy it alone. Take care of yourself, and I'll be on my way. Okay, don't keep the dango too long. It won't be good after 3 days. If you're hungry, use this to stave off hunger. With Hanayo's reminders, Naruto nodded, watching her figure fade into the distance. He displayed his most sincere smile. Thank you, my dearest friend, Hanayo. After warming up the meal and placing it on the table, Hanayo left a note indicating that she would be enjoying the moon at the training grounds before exiting the house. Tonight happened to be a full moon night. Hanayo lay on the cliff's edge, gazing at the large, radiant moon in the sky, yet her heart remained restless. Xiaorin, what's wrong? It feels unusually quiet. It is a bit, but perhaps everyone is admiring the moon, Xiaorin replied. That makes some sense. The moonlight, pale as a sorrowful visage, weakly cast itself over the Uchiha clan's residence in Konoha. Uchiha Itachi, clad in Anbu attire, stood outside the Uchiha compound, his cold gaze fixed upon the Uchiha clan symbol. Ultimately, he donned his mask and vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Uchiha guard, the space tore apart, forming a vortex. And a long-haired man in a red tiger-striped mask appeared. His steps were steady and silent. No one could discern the expression concealed behind his mask. He moved like a wraith, gradually entering the Uchiha guard's interior. Who are you? Crack. The sound of flesh being sliced echoed, while Itachi emerged from within a house. His mask stained with blood, appearing increasingly terrifying under the pure white moonlight. After Itachi departed, the family inside, a man, a woman, and 3 children, including an infant, lay lifeless, blood pooling around them. On the streets, many Uchiha clansmen fled, but none could escape the grasp of Uchiha Itachi as he struck one after another. Each blade severed a life. At this moment, Itachi had grown numb, unable to distinguish who among them was Uchiha and who was not. All were to be ruthlessly eliminated. Bloodshed marked the beginning of the night of genocide. A crimson spray burst from a window, staining it, followed by the anguished scream of a woman. The once warm light faded into darkness as Itachi's figure accelerated, moving from house to claim lives. None could evade his blade. At long last, after taking hundreds of lives, he encountered his father, Uchiha Fugaku, on the path. Itachi, what does this massacre hope to achieve? I have shown you the future of our clan. Can you truly bring about a different outcome? Uchiha Fugaku questioned his son. In the next moment, Itachi's Sharingan transformed into the shape of a shuriken, the emblem of the Manjiki Sharingan. Meanwhile, at the highest level of the Uchiha guard, a body crashed against the glass, blood gushing forth, splattering across the shattered pane. Beside him, a man in a red tiger-striped mask silently exited the Uchiha guard, having participated in this bloody feast, claiming at least hundreds of Uchiha lives. Time to fulfill my next request, the masked man muttered to himself. Just as he stepped outside, a shuriken flew toward his head, blocking his path. The masked man turned, observing a woman with flowing black hair below. Oh, quite an impressive gaze, he remarked. Uchiha Izumi hurled another kunai, this time aimed at the masked man's head. But in the next moment, she froze, her pupils constricting, as the kunai passed through the masked man's skull as if it were air, yet he remained unscathed. How is that possible? Izumi's heart raced in terror. This man was undoubtedly beyond her capabilities. The next moment, she attempted to flee, but a chain ensnared her body. Despair flooded Izumi's heart as she repeatedly whispered, "Help me. Itachi, save me." Meanwhile, Itachi faced off against Uchiha Fugaku. Behind him lay a field of corpses, blood flowing like a river. Itachi gazed at his father, Uchiha Fugaku, and calmly stated, "This is the future I foresee for our village. The future of our clan." Through Jinjutsu, Itachi revealed his entire plan to his father. Is that so? Sasuke then? In the next moment, Uchiha Fugaku transformed into a shadow clone and vanished. A shadow clone. Itachi was taken aback, then furrowed his brow. He understood that his greatest adversary in this battle was his own father, leaving Hanayo's safety in the hands of the masked man. Itachi cautiously stepped into the entrance of his home, meticulously inspecting every detail of the surrounding rooms and foyer. Suddenly, Fugaku's voice resonated from a distant room. In here, there are no traps. Following the voice, Itachi arrived in a room illuminated brightly by the pure white moonlight. However, from his bloodied face, he could only perceive the moonlight as a shade of crimson. Inside the room, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto knelt together. "Dad," Itachi's voice trembled. "I do not wish to harm my own son." Sensing his presence behind him, Fugaku understood. "I see. You have chosen," he acknowledged. "Mom and Dad will apologize to you personally after we leave," Mikoto spoke softly. As Itachi slowly raised his blade, Fugaku calmly added, "Itachi, promise me one thing. Sasuke is in your care." Tears streamed down Itachi's face, his hands trembling uncontrollably, his heart feeling as if it were being torn apart. Trembling to the brink of explosion. "Do not fear. This is the path you have chosen. Compared to you, our suffering will end in an instant. Even with differing thoughts, I am still proud of you." Fugaku's words were composed yet profoundly rational. "Has Hanayo already left?" Mikoto inquired. "Yes, she should have departed," Itachi replied softly. "Then do it," Mikoto murmured. Itachi, already sobbing behind them, felt the blade in his hand quiver incessantly. His heart was torn in two. One half was loyal to the village and a promise of peace, while the other half was filled with deep love and respect for his parents. He knew that once he raised his hand and brought the blade down, there would be no turning back. He would sever all ties to his past, becoming a traitor to his family, a madman who killed his own parents. "Itachi, you are truly a gentle child. I will always be proud of you." After the cry of Fugaku, Itachi Uchiha swung his blade downward. In the training ground, by the cliff, Hana, seated on the grass, felt a chill of cold sweat on her palms. What was happening? Was she fatigued from the day? As she gazed at her hands, a sense of unease washed over her. In that moment, her body instinctively leapt aside, narrowly avoiding a thrown kunai that embedded itself half an inch into the ground. Hana understood that this kunai was meant to take her life. On a night lit by the luminous moonlight, someone dared to attempt her murder? Looking around frantically, Hana noticed a distortion in the space to her left, and a man clad in a red mask emerged, wielding a katana. To her astonishment, he possessed the ability to manipulate space-time ninjutsu. Yet, what shocked her even more was that he held a girl in his grasp, bloodied and barely alive. It was evident that the girl had lost too much blood, her complexion pale as a ghost. Sister Izumi. Upon witnessing this horrifying scene, anger ignited within Hana's eyes as she glared at the masked man. "Run, little Hana." In the next instant, the masked man plunged his katana into Izumi's forehead. "Sister Izumi." Tears of rage and sorrow began to fill Hana's eyes, transforming them into a deep crimson hue under the radiant moonlight. A black tomo slowly spiraled out from her eyes. "Hana Uchiha, you have awakened your Sharingan." The voice of a small ninja echoed in her mind, but at that moment, all Hana could think about was avenging her sister by killing the masked man before her. "Who are you?" Despite her fury, Hana maintained her composure, her petite form demanding answers from the masked man. Yet, he remained silent, merely casting iron chains towards her, attempting to bind her in the same manner. However, in the next moment, a terrifying gale burst forth, shattering the chains. Wind release, great breakthrough. The powerful wind not only dispersed the chains, but also surged toward the masked man's face. Unfortunately, it merely passed through him without inflicting any harm. He passed through it. Hana's mind raced, strategizing against such abilities. This is the moment to uphold my ninja way and dreams. It was Hana's first battle against the enigmatic masked man. Uchiha Hana, merely 6 years old, yet displaying such courage, impressive. The masked man's voice was laced with indifference. However, before he could finish, Hana hurled a shuriken at him. Just a single shuriken. The masked man did not even resort to phasing out of the way. He merely sidestepped slightly. Yet, being a seasoned fighter with extensive combat experience, he was astonished by the speed at which Hana was forming hand seals. "No way." Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. As Hana shouted after completing her seals, the single shuriken multiplied into dozens, each colliding and covering every angle. The masked man, with no choice, entered a phase, watching as countless shurikens passed through him. He felt a twinge of fear. This 6-year-old girl from the Uchiha clan had mastered a jutsu of such caliber. Yet Hana's technique was even more refined. Her shuriken, enhanced by her Tomo Sharingan, collided with one another, creating a flawless attack zone. I must admit, you have indeed surprised me. The masked man suddenly appeared before Hana, striking down with his sword. Bang! A cloud of white smoke enveloped the area. Shadow clone. When? Did you anticipate that this technique would miss and used a shadow clone to bait me? The masked man swung his sword backward, and predictably, another Hana emerged from behind, thrusting a kunai at him. However, the opponent's extensive experience allowed him to see through her tactics. The sword descended directly toward Hana's chest. Die! With his judgment pronounced, the blade sliced through, producing a resounding thud. The Hana that was cleaved in two was merely a shadow clone. In that very moment, from the ground, another figure erupted. This Hana held a kunai, her crimson Tomo Sharingan quivering, and as she aimed for the masked man's jaw, she too passed right through him. This time, the Hana was the real deal. Utilizing the element of surprise, she leaped into the air, analyzing the previous exchanges. Why wasn't he attacking me now? Is it because he cannot? Hana began to dissect the scenario in her mind. No, it's not that he cannot attack. Rather, he must choose to become corporeal to strike. As Hana distanced herself from the masked man, he remarked, "It seems you have caught on. No wonder you are that guy's sister. A true genius. What are your intentions?" With her Sharingan activated and vigilance heightened, Hana confronted the masked man. Intentions? I simply accepted your brother Itachi Uchiha's request to come and kill you. The masked man's tone was cold and detached. You speak nonsense. Brother Itachi would never do such a thing. The masked man, no longer in a hurry to attack, smiled faintly. Time is running out. Your parents must have been killed by your brother already. Stop talking nonsense. Hana's expression grew progressively furious. Ha. No one could have guessed that your brother was the one who murdered your parents. The masked man's voice turned increasingly frigid. You masked scoundrel, cease your words. In the next moment, Hana placed her index fingers together to form a cross. What? That seal? The masked man was taken aback. Multiple shadow clone technique. With her cry, dozens of shadow clones appeared beside her. You know this ninjutsu? The masked man swung his katana among the clones, and as clouds of white smoke dissipated, Hana seized an opportunity amid the chaos. This chance was fleeting, it had to be seized. In that instant, the forest erupted with a blinding white light, captivating even the masked man, drawn in by the thunderous cries of the thousands of birds in the distance. His three Tomo Sharingan widened in astonishment as he beheld the flickering lightning in Hana's hand. Chidori. Hana's steps sank, her speed reaching its zenith, the fastest she could muster. Unless the masked man relinquished his strike, he would surely be struck by the Chidori. Where did you learn this technique? In the face of the masked man's inquiry, Hana did not flinch or evade. She charged toward him, disregarding his words. The masked man indeed relinquished his attack, his descending sword turning incorporeal as Hana's body passed through him. However, he had been waiting for this moment. The katana reversed direction, aiming for the exposed area behind Hana, where her Chidori was unleashed. In that fleeting moment, the masked man realized his miscalculation. It wasn't the prior moment he had wagered on. It was this very instant. Observing the shadow clone completing its seal to the side, he had underestimated Hana. The katana pierced Hana's abdomen, and she coughed up blood. Yet she bore the pain and turned around. A gaping wound appeared on her belly, blood seeping from her lips, but now was not the time to relent. On the other side, at the moment the masked man hurled his sword, his opponent had already completed the hand seals, awaiting the precise moment he would strike. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A terrifying inferno descended from the heavens, and amidst the roaring flames, several shurikens flew forth, propelling the masked man backward and leaving a crack on his mask. Damn it, I actually fell for this little brat's trick. The masked man steadied himself, using his ability to distort space to absorb the flames, and cast his gaze toward the distant Hanayo. You won't trick me again, little one. At that moment, an aura of murderous intent radiated from the masked man. Hanayo, feeling helpless, realized she could no longer afford to rest. Gritting her teeth, she forcefully withdrew her katana from her abdomen and discarded it onto the ground. Blood trickled down her body as she gasped for breath, half kneeling on the ground. No effect? In that case, perhaps the outcome will be decided in an instant. I must prepare myself. If I fall now, how will I ever seek the peaceful flower field in my heart? Hanayo continually encouraged herself. Now is the time to embody my ninja way and pursue my dreams. Steam gradually enveloped her body, and the pressure of the surrounding air began to shift. You truly surprise me time and again, the masked man remarked, his indifferent voice gradually turning frenzied. yet he maintained his composure. 8 gates, open. Suddenly, the veins on Hanayo's forehead bulged, her previously pale face now flushed with crimson. At that moment, she was truly risking her life. 2nd gate, rest gate, open. 3rd gate, life gate, open. 4th gate, wound gate, open. With each firm declaration, steam erupted from her body. The masked man, now on high alert, prepared himself, eager to discern just how far this girl could go. In that instant, Hanayo stepped forward, her figure seemingly blending into the night, vanishing in an instant. So fast, the masked man turned his head and immediately entered a state of intangibility, narrowly avoiding a punch. In this state, he could not dispel his intangibility, as the girl's speed was overwhelming, making it easy for her to counterattack. Now, it was a battle of stamina and endurance. Whoever succumbed first would likely emerge as the victor. I still want to live. Hanayo, moving at high speed, occasionally threw shurikens and employed the shadow clone technique, creating multiple clones that darted around in rapid succession. The masked man occasionally retaliated, although he sustained injuries. It was evident that Hanayo's counterattacks were far more frequent than the damage she absorbed. After 4 minutes of this high-paced exchange, Hanayo finally halted, gasping for breath. Her fists clenched as she half knelt on the ground. Blood flowed from multiple wounds on her hands, abdomen, and legs. Meanwhile, the masked man's injuries were considerably less severe, but he was teetering on the edge of fury. Astonished that this mere 6-year-old ninja had utilized the 8 gates to enhance her body to a level that could contest his strength. Her speed was remarkable, leaving him struggling to cope. "You bastard!" the masked man exclaimed, and in an instant, he hurled a branch toward Hanayo. She stepped aside, evading the branch, which then sprouted countless sharp spikes behind her, piercing through Hanayo. Insertion technique. The masked man had surprisingly employed this tactic. Bang! Yet the pierced Hanayo dissipated into white smoke. Meanwhile, the real Hanayo, utterly exhausted, realized her next move was imperative. "You should obediently meet your end," the masked man commanded. Hanayo, however, responded with a smile. "I will not die." In that moment, an overwhelming confidence glimmered in her eyes. "If I perish here, how will I ever find that flower field? Come, let us settle this honorably. I shall not prolong this battle nor retreat any further." Hearing Hanayo's fervent declaration, the masked man's expression was inscrutable, but beneath his mask, he surely wore a mocking smile. "Come, little one, you are indeed a true genius, I concede." Hanayo dispelled the 8 gates, the white smoke dissipating as she summoned a perfect clone of herself. This time, with no distractions, the two rushed towards the masked man. The 2 Hanayos were indistinguishable, yet the masked man's logic dictated that the true Hanayo must be the one behind. In the world of ninjas, it was common knowledge that shadow clones served merely as distractions, with the real body concealed behind them. The masked man held this belief as he lunged toward Hanayo, believing that once he touched her, he could absorb her into the void, ending it all. Indeed, using the earlier shadow clone as bait, the true Hanayo forcibly gathered a Chidori. As the 2 Hanayos advanced, the sound of the Chidori echoed through the forest. The masked man reached out, his body already intangible, passing through the first shadow clone and directly targeting the second, her true self. "Using a shadow clone as a shield, is that your strategy? Too naive." The masked man sneered beneath his tiger-striped mask. Just as his hand was about to grasp her, the space around his right eye began to warp. "I win." The masked man seized Hanayo's shoulder with one hand. In that moment of spatial distortion, bang! The shadow clone behind her instantly transformed into white smoke. "What?" The masked man was utterly stunned. He had miscalculated, and just then, a massive wall of fire erupted from the ground, moving so swiftly that even the masked man could not react in time. Impossible. Was the one behind merely a distraction? The one in front is the real one. The real Hanayo braced herself against the ground, performing the Earth-style wall technique, her beautiful face illuminated by the crimson hue of her Sharingan. In that instant, the masked man realized that this girl had indeed dared to use her true self as bait. What immense courage that required. Boom. Lava release. Rock fire barrier. A colossal wall of fire propelled the masked man backward, engulfing him entirely in the terrifying molten flames. Watching the masked man being thrown back and consumed by the inferno, Hanayo, half kneeling at the edge of a cliff, coughed up blood. "Did I win, Dad? Mom? Brother? I survived." Hanayo's voice was weak and trembling, a side effect of opening the 4 gates. Before she could contemplate her next move, the space before her twisted again, and the masked man emerged from a spatial vortex. His outer garments tattered and his hands wounded. Yet, he stood before her seemingly unscathed, a clear indication of the outcome. It seems I have not won after all. Hanayo sighed in resignation, having surpassed her limits, her body on the verge of collapse. Do you have any final words? I shall allow you to speak. The masked man said coolly. Can you take off your mask? Hanayo asked weakly. The masked man remained silent. It seems that is not possible. I wish to know who you are. I shall not comply, Hanayo retorted, making a face at the masked man and sticking out her tongue in mockery. I will become a ghost and follow you, always watching you. Hearing this, the masked man found himself momentarily taken aback, then took a deep breath, seemingly recalling something. After a minute of silence, he turned back to the ailing girl, who continued to make faces at him, as if she were the true victor. Indeed, she still possesses the spirit of a child, refusing to concede even in the face of death. The masked man contemplated for a moment before speaking in a detached tone. You now have a new choice, to leap from the cliff and end your own life, or to perish by my blade. The decision lies with you. His voice emanated from beneath the crimson tiger-striped mask. Hanayo felt her eyelids growing heavy. Before facing death, she had one final question for the masked man. What you just said about my parents, was it true? At that moment, Hanayo's only desire was to ascertain this truth. For her family was the most cherished aspect of her existence. One could say her parents constituted her entire world. Once you descend, you will witness that world for yourself. Clearly, the masked man had no desire to continue their exchange. It had become a deadlock. Today, she would undoubtedly meet her demise here. Choosing to die at another's hand was less appealing than a dramatic plunge into the abyss. A smirk graced Hanayo's lips as she cast one last glance at the pristine moon hanging in the sky, as if mocking her audacity. Everything was in vain. Is this where it ends? Time to bid farewell. Father, mother, Itachi, Sasuke, and my first friend, Naruto. I can no longer remain by your side. With that, her legs surged with strength, arms outstretched, she turned her back to the precipice and leaped into the void. The masked man, witnessing this scene, coldly turned away, hoisting the lifeless body of Uchiha Izumi. The girl had depleted her chakra, rendering any means of survival impossible. As he pondered this, the masked man's form warped within the folds of time and space, vanishing from sight. The howling winds rushed past, and amid the cacophony of the fierce gusts and the weighty sensation of her fall, Hanayo's mind flooded with countless memories, a phenomenon often experienced in the final moments of life. She recalled everyone she had known since her birth: father, mother, Itachi, Shursui, Sasuke, Izumi, and her dear friend, Naruto. I do not wish to die. The rush of wind enveloped her as she plummeted. Suddenly, a voice pierced through her consciousness. Hanayo, unleash the great wind release and aim it downward. I have already channeled chakra into you. I want to live. These 6 words ignited a fervent desire within her, propelling her body into action. In the next instant, Hanayo formed hand seals and expelled the great wind release toward the ground. Instantly, she was halted by the force of the recoil, even beginning to ascend. Now, drive a kunai into the mountainside. The voice urged her on. With determination, she thrust a kunai into the rock face, creating a shower of sparks. Quickly form the seals. Hanayo, earth style, earth wall. With a single hand, she struck the mountainside, conjuring a wall of earth that arrested her descent. She landed upon the earthen barrier, which stood upright, effectively becoming her ground. Though pale, Hanayo lay atop the wall, yet the pain radiating from her abdomen caused cold sweat to bead upon her brow. Her wounds bled profusely, particularly the gaping hole in her abdomen, rendering her nearly unconscious. This battle had been perilously close. She had almost perished at the hands of that masked man. Gasping for breath, she lay upon the earthen wall, her strength utterly depleted. Utilize healing chakra to treat the abdominal wound, staunch the bleeding. A green light blossomed in her hand as she directed a trickle of chakra toward her injury. 13 Tomo Sharingan. Hanayo, how profound is your suffering? On the rooftop of the Uchiha compound, the masked man had donned a fresh set of attire, awaiting Itachi's arrival. A gust of wind swept by, and a figure materialized behind him. It is over. Itachi observed the masked man's injuries with a hint of surprise. Your sister is quite the prodigy. Hanayo, what has happened to her? Itachi inquired, puzzled. Nothing of consequence. She is dead. No, that cannot be. Let us go. The masked man replied softly to Itachi. You proceed first. I must alert the higher-ups in Konoha. as Itachi's words lingered. The masked man's form was enveloped by a spatial vortex, vanishing within seconds. After the masked man's disappearance, a note was left behind amidst the spatial distortion. Itachi approached, retrieving the note, and instantly, his legs buckled beneath him, collapsing to the ground with his pupils constricted. The note was pinned by Hanayo, addressed to him and Sasuke. Gazing at the letter, Itachi was reminded of Hanayo's demise at the hands of Madara, his heart torn with anguish and conflict. Yet, he had made his choice, and there was no turning back. After coercing Danzo to refrain from targeting Sasuke, he had sought a clandestine meeting with the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed Itachi, "This way, Konoha can avert civil war. The village will maintain its peace." "Indeed," Itachi replied, kneeling in submission. "Yet, I still feel a profound sense of regret, pondering if there truly was no alternative. I sincerely apologize." Listening to Itachi's remorse, Sarutobi felt a pang of discomfort. "I should be the one apologizing. Henceforth, Konoha will label you a rogue ninja responsible for the massacre of your clan. A bounty will be issued, pursuing you without regard for life or death. What are your plans moving forward?" Sarutobi inquired. "I have enlisted the aid of an organization known as Akatsuki to ensure they adhere to our agreement. I will remain by their side, monitoring their actions." With that, Itachi vanished in an instant, leaving the third Hokage, Sarutobi, in a state of melancholic contemplation. In the presence of light, there will always be darkness. The world cannot function without each individual, for that is reality. Unbeknownst to her, 2 hours had elapsed, and Hanayo finally regained the ability to move. Slowly, she descended from the cliff by utilizing her chakra to scale the trees. With a heavy body, she staggered forward, each step seemingly a struggle against the urge to collapse. After an arduous hour of traversing, she finally arrived at the Uchiha clan's grounds. Yet, the sight before her filled Hanayo with dread and revulsion. She could not suppress her nausea, retching until her stomach was empty, futilely attempting to dispel the overwhelming terror. The ground was littered with eyeless corpses, some of whom she recognized as fellow Uchiha clan members. Blood continued to flow in torrents, the stench of death pervasive. But at that moment, Hanayo had no time to dwell on their appearances. Everything the masked man had described was unfolding before her eyes. Foreboding washed over her, and disregarding her fears, Hanayo pressed onward, surrounded by lifeless bodies devoid of their eyes. In that instant, the tomo of her Sharingan unconsciously activated. She refused to accept the masked man's words until she arrived at her home. "Father, Mother, Sasuke." Her voice was weak, but silence met her cries. Desperation clawed at her throat as her breaths grew frantic. She searched every room, even the secret chamber concealed beneath the tatami, yet found no trace of her parents. Only one room remained, an empty space devoid of anything but air. Hanayo pushed the door open, her heart racing. "Here." She lifted her gaze, believing her parents to be within, catching a glimpse of a fabric corner. But in the next moment, the reflection in her red tomo revealed the lifeless bodies of Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke was nowhere to be found. What has transpired? Everything unfolded as the masked man had foretold. Confronted with the stark truth, Hanayo felt her world shatter. The garden of her heart lay in ruins. Her most treasured parents and beloved brother were gone. Hanayo had countless words she longed to share with her parents, to tell Sasuke and Itachi of her triumph over a formidable adversary. Yet now, she could not utter a single word. The body of Hwain trembled to its utmost limits. Her beloved parents had perished at the hands of her most cherished elder brother. "What has happened, Itachi? Why would you commit such an act? You promised me that you would practice shuriken throwing with sure sway in me. We had clearly sealed our bond." Countless images surged through her mind. Yet none could compare to the shock that this scene imparted upon Hwain. Her heart felt as though it had been cleaved by a razor's edge, as if thousands of blades pierced through her very being. She could not fathom why fate would treat them with such cruelty, why it would take away her most treasured ones. Hwain's pupils constricted, even the tomo of her Sharingan twisted in sorrow, as countless red veins spread around her eyes, and 2 crimson tears streamed down her cheeks. She was unable to comprehend this reality, unable to grasp the entirety of what lay before her. As if the world and the field of flowers she envisioned in her heart had diverged at this moment. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan evolves under the strain of intense emotion. In Hwain's eyes, the single tomo Sharingan began to spin slowly, then transformed into the double tomo. Yet, a wave of dizziness washed over her again. Causing the Sharingan to spin once more, achieving the 3 tomo. No, it had not yet ceased. In this instant, the tomo in Huayi's eyes spun again, morphing into a pattern resembling a blooming rose. This was the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Blood tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, the scarlet hue reflecting the profound agony within her heart. At this moment, Huayin, how deep is your sorrow? I refuse to accept this. Huayin held skyward, her entire being on the verge of collapse, veins bulging, her body trembling uncontrollably. Where's this place? I refuse to believe this is the field of flowers in my heart. Suddenly, countless cherry blossom petals erupted from Huayin's right eye, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Where the cherry blossoms touched, not only black flames emerged, but also a distortion of time and space. Time seemed to slow drastically as Huayin trembled, stepping forward, yearning to embrace her mother's lifeless body, her shaking hands reaching to touch the cold form of her father. Yet her trembling hands passed through Mikoto's corpse, startling Huayin. As her despair and pain were unparalleled, the kaleidoscopic rose-shaped Sharingan in her eyes quivered incessantly. Huayin, with bloodied hands, desperately caressed the faces of her mother and father, longing to feel a trace of warmth or breath, but their bodies had long since grown rigid, their blood dried. At last, she stood, trembling, her expression frenzied as she spoke. Ah, I understand now. I am not in the field of flowers. I must be in hell. Huayin's gaze turned forward. The scenery in her eyes was no longer her former home, but a world formed of vibrant, colorful flower fields. Crystal clear blossoms and vivid flowers flourished together. A sight of unparalleled beauty. This is the true domain of flowers. Huayin wept blood tears, softly lamenting her anguish. Revenge shall be mine. You must live without worry. A day later, at Konoha Hospital, Sasuke awoke abruptly, drenched in cold sweat. Was it merely a dream? He pondered. Yet the next moment, excruciating pain radiated from his arm. He immediately recalled the moment Itachi had pierced his left arm with a shuriken, causing his pupils to shrink in terror. Slowly, he exited the ward, clinging to a shred of hope. However, the surrounding nurses continued to discuss the incident. They said the only survivor was that child. I recall he had an elder brother and a younger sister. I've heard the sister is missing, presumably dead, and as for the brother, he too is unaccounted for. I never imagined such a tragedy would befall the Uchiha clan. With his head bowed, Sasuke left the hospital, unable to believe any of it. He ran frantically from Konoha Hospital, sprinting toward his home. Upon arriving at the Uchiha compound, he found it plastered with notices to cease all activity. Sasuke gasped for breath, taking in the desolate streets around him, lifeless and devoid of spirit, where once familiar faces and shops thrived, now lay empty as if they had never existed. The rain intensified, soaking Sasuke as he walked alone down the once vibrant streets, now stripped of any semblance of life, where he had once exchanged greetings with many. Memories flooded back as he finally reached his doorstep. Pushing the door open, he imagined hearing Huayin's voice. "Welcome back, Sasuke," but it was merely a figment of his imagination. The house felt hollow as he wandered through, each corner echoing with warm memories of family. His mind was filled with images of his parents and sister. Lost in thought, he began to run. He forcefully pushed open the kitchen door, only to find it empty, save for a frightened cat that hissed at him. The outlines of his parents remained imprinted on the floor, and the walls were warped, bearing signs of scorching. The only remnants were the water stains left on Sasuke from the rain. In the afternoon, Sasuke arrived at the main hall of the Nanga Shrine, counting to the 7th tatami mat from the right. Indeed, there lay a hidden compartment, seemingly already opened. Seeing the ajar door, Sasuke felt no stirring in his heart. It must have been Konoha's ninjas who had come to search, for this was the site of their clan's gatherings. Just as he descended, he spotted a stone tablet, his gaze darkening. So it is as such, Sasuke muttered, sensing movement behind the tablet. Who is there? To his dismay, no sound responded from behind the stone, and fear gripped Sasuke as he swallowed hard, cautiously approaching. When he finally beheld the figure behind the tablet, his pupils dilated in shock. Huayin sat with her arms wrapped around her knees, her clothing tattered, the blue cloak riddled with holes, her hands and feet marred with scratches, though the bleeding had ceased. The once gentle and lively Huayin now bore vacant eyes, her face pale, seemingly oblivious to everything, quietly huddled there. 2 conspicuous blood holes marred her abdomen. Yet the wounds had also stopped bleeding. Her usually lovely visage was streaked with traces of blood tears, her hair a tangled mess. But upon seeing Huayin, Sasuke felt as though a string in his heart had been plucked. Hua, Huang, he called, his voice trembling as tears streamed down his cheeks. Overwhelmed with emotion at the realization that his sister was still alive. With that, Sasuke seized the numb Huang in his embrace. Feeling the warmth of another, Huang slowly lifted her head, but upon seeing her brother, tears began to well in her once hollow eyes, the dried tears unable to be concealed any longer. Brother. At last, the 6-year-old girl released all her grievances and pain through her cries, wailing loudly to her sibling, who was only a year her senior. Sasuke, too, held her tightly, weeping uncontrollably, for the Uchiha clan had been reduced to just the two of them, with no other survivors remaining. As Huang's cries gradually subsided, she stumbled and collapsed into Sasuke's arms, her body having reached its breaking point after the harrowing events of the past few days. She had finally reached her limit and succumbed to unconsciousness. Sister, leave the revenge against that scoundrel Itachi to me. Live without worries. Tears streamed down Uchiha Sasuke's crimson eyes, falling onto the pale face of Hanan. Gradually, his eyes turned a deep crimson, Atomo swirling into shape. Without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke cradled Hanan's fragile body, disregarding the injuries on his own arm, and raced towards the Konoha hospital. At last, Hanan was saved. The medical staff at Konoha were struck with terror upon witnessing the extent of her injuries. This 6-year-old girl had endured unimaginable brutality, her body marred by countless wounds. Had they arrived even a day later, she might not have survived. The sheer number of her injuries were predominantly knife wounds, compounded by the detrimental effects of her own overexertion. It was unfathomable what kind of battle Hanan had faced. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed over upon hearing the news. Lord Third. The nurses bowed their heads. How is she? Sarutobi inquired. She has been saved. Hearing this, Sarutobi let out a sigh of relief. Itachi's sister had miraculously survived. Judging by her injuries, it was evident she had been through a life-and-death struggle and managed to escape. You've suffered, child, he whispered. Beside him, Danzo appeared dissatisfied. And Sarutobi sensed his unease. Since she has lived, it is indeed a blessing in disguise. Should you dare lay a hand on her, do not blame me for disregarding our past friendship. Sarutobi glared at Danzo. Taken aback by Sarutobi's expression, Danzo realized that Hanan would not be harmed by him. With a cold glance, he turned away. Hiruzen, your compassion will be your downfall. With that, he exited the Hokage's office. Outside a small ninja village, the masked man was wandering. In the distance, a white Zetsu slowly emerged. Obito, that girl who jumped off the cliff, did not perish. Obito froze at the revelation. She survived? This isn't a joke, is it? I assure you, she lives, albeit injured, and is in Konoha Hospital. Seeing the sincerity in Zetsu's demeanor, Obito understood this was no jest. Just then, a terrifying black flame erupted from within the village, swirling like a tornado. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened as the village was obliterated in an instant. Upon his return, the masked man relayed the news of Hanan's survival to Itachi. What? Hanan is alive. Although Itachi feigned shock, he felt immense joy within. She had somehow survived the clutches of the masked man. Should we eliminate her tonight? The masked man inquired coolly. Itachi shook his head. No need. Konoha will undoubtedly increase their defenses. It's best not to stir unnecessary trouble. Very well. We shall keep her alive for now, the masked man mused, contemplating her potential future utility. He then vanished into the distorted space. Uchiha Hanan is dead. In the hospital, Sasuke sat by the bedside of his sister, who was wrapped in bandages. Hanan had fought valiantly against the masked man, risking her life, and had ultimately survived. Yet, Sasuke remained oblivious to the perilous nature of that battle. Had Hanan faltered even slightly, she would have met her demise at the hands of the masked man. Gazing at his only sister, bound in bandages with traces of blood, Sasuke felt a deep anguish. Their entire clan was left with just the two of them. As for Itachi, the traitor who had slaughtered their family, he had long been cast aside in Sasuke's heart. Such sins were unforgivable. Nevertheless, seeing Hanan alive brought him a bittersweet relief, for she was his sole remaining kin. Sasuke's mind drifted back to the night of the massacre. Recalling everything Itachi had told him, his icy demeanor and frenzied gaze. How could such a monster be his brother? The haunting images of his father, Uchiha Fugaku, and mother, Uchiha Mikoto, lying in pools of blood surged within him, and tears began to cascade down Sasuke's cheeks. Each droplet fell onto Hanan's hospital bed. As he leaned beside her, the flames of vengeance igniting fiercely in his heart. Another day passed. Yet Hanan remained in a deep slumber. Her injuries were too severe. Even the doctors at Konoha Hospital felt trepidation at the sight of her battered body. What kind of brutal conflict had a 6-year-old girl endured to end up in such a state? At the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Sasuke sat alone at a wooden table, surrounded by hushed whispers. In the front, Choji and Shikamaru appeared to be discussing a trip to the snack shop. Naruto entered the classroom, sensing an unusual atmosphere. Did you hear? The Uchiha clan was wiped out. I heard, my dad mentioned it too. The only survivor seems to be that guy over there. Naruto stood frozen, his gaze fixated on Sasuke, who sat alone. His pupils dilated, and he began to tremble. Sensing his odd behavior, several classmates quickly distanced themselves from him. The demon fox is about to emerge. Everyone run. Many turned to look, yet Sasuke remained motionless, seemingly numb to the chaos around him. Naruto knelt on the ground, hands pressed against the floor as classmates hurled pencils and books at him, but he remained unresponsive. At that moment, he was lost in memories of the girl in the blue coat with cascading black hair. The very first person to accept him, she had become his first friend. Just days ago, she had invited him to admire the moon and gifted him dango. She was his dearest friend, the first to believe in his dream of becoming Hokage. A chilling wind swept through the window, yet it paled in comparison to the icy grip of despair enveloping Naruto's heart. Books and supplies continued to rain down upon him, but he merely gazed at the ground, his cerulean eyes brimming with tears. Is Uchiha Hanan truly dead? Naruto whispered, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation, yet the truth remained undeniable. He remembered her radiant smile, more brilliant than the sun, her dark, lively eyes sparkling with determination and hope. It was Hanan who had given him strength during the darkest times. She had once said, "Living with the belief in your heart is a beautiful thing." She had promised to always believe in him and cheer for his aspirations of becoming Hokage. But now, her light had been extinguished, devoured by the merciless hands of fate amidst the turmoil of rebellion. Naruto felt a flicker of dawn, only to have it consumed by unending darkness. The suffocating sensation left him breathless, and as the teacher arrived to carry him to the hospital, Naruto closed his eyes. In his mind, Hanan's sweet and gentle smile replayed, along with memories of lying on the grass by the cliff, sharing laughter and stories. The recollections flickered in Naruto's thoughts, slicing through his heart. Thus, he succumbed to unconsciousness, seemingly transported back to that grassy cliffside. The girl in the blue coat, with her lustrous black hair, sat quietly beside him, smiling as she listened to him recount the tribulations of school and life. Together, they gazed down at the village of Konoha as she offered him a lunchbox, saying it was her homemade meal, encouraging him to nourish himself. Scenes flashed through Naruto's mind, each one a cherished moment shared with Hanayo, who often brought her homemade dishes, saving him a considerable sum to support his household. His thoughts drifted back to that fateful night. If only he had accompanied Hanayo to admire the moon, perhaps he could have safeguarded her life. This reflection stirred an overwhelming sense of regret within him. Deep within his inner world lay a sealed cell, from which a voice emerged, accusing him. "You are the reason for her demise." "No, I had no inkling that such calamity would befall us," he protested. "If you had been there, would she still be alive?" The voice was ethereal and steady, piercing Naruto's heart. "It's all your fault. You possessed the power to protect her." "Hanayo, forgive me. It is my fault," he lamented. "You still have a chance for redemption. Come, break this seal, and I shall assist you in reviving her." Naruto was momentarily paralyzed, cold sweat trickling down his brow as he gazed into the dark corner of his inner realm. In the next instant, he awoke, finding himself in a hospital bed, a familiar figure beside him. "Naruto, how is your health?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with concern, sensing Naruto's awakening. I am fine," Naruto replied, although tears streamed down his face incessantly. "I noticed you kept murmuring Hanayo's name. Are you referring to Uchiha Sasuke's sister, Uchiha Hanayo?" Sarutobi Hiruzen observed, taking a puff from his pipe, his gaze fixed on the despondent Naruto. "Yes, but she is no longer with us." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to comprehend Naruto's sorrow. "Naruto, if you seek Uchiha Hanayo, she is not dead." "Grandfather, you need not comfort me, eh?" Naruto's head snapped up, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who wore a gentle smile. "Grandfather, you are not deceiving me, are you?" "How could I ever deceive you?" At that moment, an immense joy surged within Naruto. Was it true that his friend had not perished? He leaped from his bed, excitedly asking Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Where's Hanayo?" "Follow me." Sarutobi Hiruzen beckoned, leading Naruto out of the hospital room. Naruto, disregarding everything else, urged the elder to hasten. Ha ha ha. All right, Naruto, no need to push your grandfather. We are almost at her room. They arrived at the leftmost room on the 4th floor of the Konoha hospital, where the door bore the names of the patients. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Hanayo. Don't leave me behind. The sight of Hanayo's name filled Naruto with ecstatic delight, and he turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen with wide eyes. Grandfather, can we go in? Yes, but keep your voice down, Sarutobi Hiruzen cautioned, wary of disturbing anyone. Understood. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the door, and Naruto's eager head peeked in. The bed where Sasuke lay was empty, but what lay beneath sent Naruto's heart racing. Sunlight streamed through the half-drawn curtains, illuminating Hanayo's pale, yet exquisite face. A white bandage encircled her forehead, stained with blood seeping from its edges. Her long hair lay disheveled across the pillow, contrasting sharply with the scars on her cheek. Her body was wrapped in thick bandages, revealing mottled bloodstains. She resembled a flower battered by a tempest, though ravaged. Her beauty and charm blossomed quietly with every breath she took. A sense of despair engulfed Naruto as he approached Hanayo's bedside alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen. You must have heard about the Uchiha incident at school, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. Yes, Naruto nodded, his lips trembling, seemingly aggrieved on Hanayo's behalf. Sasuke was the only survivor of the Uchiha clan, or so it seemed. He had not endured the massacre. His sister, Hanayo, had likely faced horrific torment, barely escaping with her life. Yet, her wounds were severe. Had she been discovered even a few days later, she might have succumbed. Naruto stood before Hanayo, her features unchanged yet marred by the bandages that disrupted her beauty. Grandfather, how long has she been unconscious? Almost 2 days, I believe. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, uncertain but certain it had been at least a day. Let us leave. She needs peace to recover. After they exited, no one noticed that Hanayo's blanket had slipped through her left hand, fading away as she remained unresponsive. Within her mind, a tempest raged. She grappled with the unbearable truth. Her beloved brother had slain their parents. Such a reality was incomprehensible to her. Memories of family flooded her thoughts, replaying thousands of scenes, each ending with her parents lying lifeless in a pool of blood. Why must I be left alone here? Hanayo cried out, running forward, desperate to return to their familiar embrace. Hanayo, forgive us. Your father and I can no longer stay with you. Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku gradually receded into the distance. No matter how she chased, she could never catch up. Father, mother, do not leave me. Do not abandon me. With a piercing scream, Hanayo's eyes shot open. The agony coursing through her body rendered her immobile, her crimson Sharingan glowing fiercely in the dim room. She gazed at the dark ceiling, feeling the rhythmic breaths from the adjacent bed, tears streaming down her cheeks from the corners of her scarlet eyes. Hanayo now understood that her parents had departed this world. She had lost everything, and the garden of flowers within her heart had grown desolate. A suffocating sensation arose within her, a blend of longing for her parents and burgeoning hatred. She loathed Itachi, her brother, for his actions. Turning her head slightly, she beheld the boy in the neighboring bed, frozen in disbelief. After leaving home, she had been in a daze, unaware of her actions, merely hiding in the shrine's secret room, detached from reality. At that moment, she had not recognized the distinction between reality and dreams, believing she alone had survived. Even when Sasuke discovered her, she had reacted as if in a dream, weeping in confusion. But now, her second brother, Uchiha Sasuke, lay peacefully in the adjacent bed, breathing steadily, clearly asleep. As she looked at him, fresh tears fell uncontrollably. The feeling of having narrowly escaped death was beyond words. Only tears could convey the overwhelming relief. Her brother, Uchiha Sasuke, was alive. She was not the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan. She gazed at her brother in silence, warmth slowly filling her heart. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window into the room, and Sasuke rubbed his sleepy eyes. A new day had begun, and he rubbed his eyes again, this time to confirm that he was not mistaken. Each time he entered this room, his first glance was always directed at Hanayo's bed, seeking assurance of her awakening. She lay there, resembling a delicate flower afloat on water, her profound eyes reflecting the rising sun, her beauty appearing ethereal in the gentle light. The dark, lustrous hair of Hwain lay casually scattered upon the pillow, a testament to her awakened state. Upon noticing the movement from the adjacent hospital bed, Hwain turned her gaze towards the morning sun, locking eyes with Sasuke. In that moment, despite the profound pain she felt within, she forced a smile. Hearing Hwain's voice, Sasuke stood frozen, tears streaming down his cheeks for reasons unbeknownst to him. In that world, it seemed that only they, the siblings, remained to rely on one another. He gently approached Hwain, softly murmuring, "It is all my fault. I have caused you suffering." Seeing her elder brother, a year her senior, with tears brimming in his eyes, Hwain reached out, yearning to embrace him. Yet a wave of excruciating pain surged through her body, causing her to grit her teeth. Sasuke, noticing her distress, swiftly helped her lie back down. "Hwain, wait here. I will fetch a doctor for you." 3 minutes later, a flurry of nurses and doctors entered, commencing the process of changing her bandages. Throughout the ordeal, Hwain grimaced in pain but refrained from uttering a single word of distress. Perhaps the agony of her physical wounds paled in comparison to the torment that lingered in her heart. Once her bandages were changed, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, entered the room. He observed Hwain's state of awakening, wishing to inquire how she had survived, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The sight of a mere 6-year-old child enduring such horror and bloodshed was too distressing. Ultimately, he offered a few words of consolation, expressing his deep sorrow. "If you face any difficulties, speak to your grandfather." With that final statement, Hiruzen departed the room, leaving behind an air of silence once more, filled only by the presence of Sasuke and Hwain, both ensnared in their thoughts. It was Hwain who eventually shattered the stillness. "Brother, why did he do this?" "I do not know," Sasuke replied, shaking his head. "I loathe him. How could he annihilate everyone?" Hwain's voice trembled with emotion. "Do not dwell on revenge. Leave that to me, for it is my responsibility. I vow to make Itachi Uchiha pay," Sasuke declared, raising a hand in determination. However, Hwain grasped his other hand, her voice quaking. I do not wish for revenge. I only want you, Sasuke, to live and stay by my side." Sasuke felt the weight of her trembling words pierce his heart, fueling his growing contempt for Itachi Uchiha, the one who had brought them to this plight. On that very day, Sasuke resolved to exact vengeance upon Itachi, vowing to bring him to his end. The news of Hwain's awakening spread throughout the higher echelons of Konoha. Yet many chose to remain silent on the matter. Gradually, it permeated the entire village, for Hwain was Sasuke's sister, the last vestige of the Uchiha clan, which had been decimated, leaving only them to rely on one another. Indeed, on that very morning, Naruto spent his meager savings to purchase an exquisite box of nutritional supplements for Hwain. His guilt and remorse for her plight drove him to disregard his own financial situation, as the worth of money paled in comparison to Hwain's well-being. Holding the supplements, which had cost him 500 ryo, he made his way to the hospital. Upon arriving at Hwain's room, he paused, staring at the two names listed on the patient board, Uchiha Hwain, Uchiha Sasuke. Noting that Sasuke had already gone to school, Naruto felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering how Hwain was faring. She must be in great pain, having narrowly escaped death amidst the massacre of her family. He raised his hand and knocked gently on the door. Familiar voices echoed from within, momentarily catching him off guard. "Come in." As he opened the door, his gaze immediately fell upon her. Hwain lay quietly on the bed, her eyes gazing out the window, filled with a sense of despondency and confusion. The bandages wrapped around her were a stark reminder of the suffering she endured. Realizing someone had entered, Hwain turned her head to see Naruto, who was holding the nutritional supplements. She appeared momentarily taken aback. "Naruto? I am sorry, Hwain," he said, bowing his head in apology. Seeing Naruto's sincere contrition, Hwain felt a mix of emotions. "This is not your fault. Why do you apologize to me?" As Naruto continued to bow his head, Hwain gritted her teeth, suddenly losing her balance and collapsing to the floor. A surge of pain coursed through her body, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Noticing her fall, Naruto rushed to lift her back onto the bed. "Hwain, please do not move." Through gritted teeth, Hwain managed a faint smile. "This is not your fault. Why do you apologize?" Naruto was at a loss for words, his heart aching at the sight of her pale face, which grew more wan as she forced a smile. "If only I had been there for you. Better that you were not," she interjected, her eyes brimming with tears. "I have lost everything. I cannot bear to lose you and Sasuke as well," Hwain sobbed, her young heart shattered by the weight of her sorrow. Sensing the gravity of her emotions, Naruto produced the nutritional supplements he had purchased specifically for her. Huayin, this is for you. Please accept it, as it will ease my heart. His words were clear and resolute, leaving Huayin no room for refusal. You must have spent a fortune on this. Can it even be returned? She asked, examining the gift closely, her first words leaving Naruto momentarily speechless. This is my savings. Compared to spending it on junk food, this is far more valuable, he replied. This is too precious. I cannot accept it. Just take it. Naruto insisted, rising from his seat. I have to get to class now. I'll be going. Wait. Huayin watched as Naruto departed, feeling a mix of helplessness and appreciation for the gift. She understood his financial struggles. It was no small feat for him to purchase this, and she did not wish to burden him further. Yet, with no other option, she placed the gift on the cabinet beside her. Huayin, when will you practice ninjutsu in your inner world? The voice of Xiao Ren echoed in her mind, urging her to train. I will start now. She did not refuse. For after the battle, she had come to understand the significance of strength. Had she remained powerless, she would have perished at the hands of the masked man. Thus, Huayin dedicated herself to her training, burying her pain and hatred deep within, awaiting the day she could aid her brother Sasuke in confronting the one who had cast her into despair. As she spoke, the crimson three-tomo Sharingan manifested in her eyes. Although she could not practice physically within her inner world, she focused on understanding the principles and knowledge of ninjutsu, her potential shining brightly. After grasping the fundamentals, she began to experiment with new techniques, albeit only within the confines of her mind, for actual practice would have to wait until her wounds healed. In the evening, Sasuke returned, his backpack slung over his shoulder, clad in the traditional black Uchiha attire, as he pushed open the door. Sasuke, little Huayin, are you feeling better? Here. This is the medicine that my brother just brought for you. Take it. All right. Thank you, brother. Hanayo beamed at Sasuke with a sweet smile. In this world, only this boy, a year older than her, remained as her sole companion, and she could not bear to lose Sasuke again. After Sasuke helped Hanayo finish her medicine, he gently laid her back down. I'll go get you something to eat. Just wait a moment. As Sasuke turned to leave the hospital room, Hanayo called out to him. Brother, can you stay with me a little longer? Hearing her request, Sasuke nodded softly, bestowing upon his only sister all the tenderness he had left. New ocular technique. Flower domain. Time slipped by unnoticed, and over a month had passed, with Hanayo's injuries healing remarkably. Her recovery speed astounded not only the doctors, but also the third Hokage. In truth, it was Hanayo's secret use of healing techniques that facilitated her swift recuperation. Upon her discharge, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, personally came to congratulate her. Congratulations on your discharge, little Hanayo. Thank you, Grandpa Third. Standing in the hospital corridor, Hanayo's long, lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her exquisite Uchiha features were prominently displayed. Hanayo Uchiha, you are nearly 7 years old. Next year, I will help you enroll in the Ninja Academy, where you can learn alongside others and make new friends. But did little Hanayo feel conflicted? No, she shook her head. Sooner or later, she would attend the Ninja Academy. She would simply send a shadow clone to the school while she continued practicing her new ninjutsu. While ninjutsu is easy to learn, taijutsu and jinjutsu posed more challenges. This was a source of frustration for Hanayo, as taijutsu required relentless physical training day after day. Only a body tempered by time is suited for the high-level taijutsu techniques. She had even devised a combination technique using the second gate of the 8 gates, called Swift Shadow Barrage. This move, conceived from the second gate, draws chakra into her legs, significantly enhancing her speed and strength. Subsequently, she unleashes a series of lightning-fast kicks, each infused with the power of her rapid movement, capable of leaving deep imprints on her foes. However, she was currently injured and unable to practice taijutsu, which added to her vexation. Forget it, I won't think about it. I should head home, Hanayo murmured to herself as she made her way back. Her brother, Sasuke Uchiha, had already been discharged. Had it not been for Hanayo, he would not have been visiting the hospital daily. Yet with every step, memories of her parents lying in pools of blood haunted her, an indelible pain that she could never forget. This agony caused Hanayo to crouch down, overwhelmed by heart-wrenching sorrow. Child, what's wrong? Compassionate passers-by noticed Hanayo cradling her head on the ground, concern etched on their faces. I'm fine. Hanayo suppressed her grief and attempted to leave quickly. Just as she turned to walk away, a voice called out in warning, watch out. Hanayo froze, realizing she was about to collide with a utility pole. In that instant, miraculously, her body passed through it. What is happening? Hanayo gasped. Even the kind-hearted stranger beside her was taken aback. After rubbing his eyes and shaking his head, he muttered, "Am I dreaming?" When he regained his senses, Hanayo had vanished from sight. "It must be a hallucination," he murmured. At that moment, Hanayo found herself in another realm. She opened her eyes to a sunlit, vibrant expanse filled with flowers, floating like several sky islands. The flower fields soared through the air, creating a breathtaking panorama that left Hanayo in awe. Just then, a voice echoed in her mind. "This is your exclusive space, a manifestation of your left eye's Sharingan technique." The Sharingan technique? Hanayo pondered. "We'll discuss that later. Your current strength is insufficient to grasp it, but in due time, you will understand. Hanayo, do not delve into the intricacies of your Manjiki Sharingan just yet. The right moment will come for you to utilize it, or you may suffer from the bloodline disease. Moreover, if others were to discover your Manjiki Sharingan, it could lead to dire consequences." At this point, the voice fell silent. "Should you ever find yourself in a life-threatening situation, I will assist you. Remember, do not use the Manjiki Sharingan recklessly." Although Hanayo was curious about the bloodline disease, the seriousness of the voice compelled her to refrain from using the Manjiki for now, as her current 3-Tomo Sharingan was more than sufficient. "However, you may name this space." Hanayo understood this directive. "Let's call it Flower Domain." "Flower Domain? That name suits you perfectly," the voice replied. Hanayo paused, realizing that being a genius, she had quickly thought of it. "Isn't that guy's phasing ability based on the same principle as the Flower Domain?" "Somewhat, but there are differences. He possesses only one eye, whereas your single eye is superior to his two." "What does that mean?" Hanayo asked, confused by the comparison. "In summary, based on my analysis and conjecture, your space-time ninjutsu should surpass his," the voice stated. "Why?" "Because your one eye is equivalent to his two." Hanayo was left speechless, unsure how to counter that logic. "So how do I exit?" "Good question. You must use your will to leave," the voice replied calmly. 1 minute later, at the location of the utility pole, the space began to twist into the shape of a rose, and Hanayo's figure emerged, standing still. Her 3-Tomo Sharingan shimmered with a red glow, which she quickly deactivated. "That was close. I almost got discovered," Hanayo sighed with relief. If anyone had witnessed her just now, they would surely have been startled. Fortunately, there was no one around to notice her. "Home. Sasuke is waiting for me to prepare dinner." Shortly after Hanayo departed, a masked man strolled leisurely from a distance. He held a book he had just purchased from the bookstore, but upon noticing someone standing idly by, he raised his hand. "What's wrong?" Kakashi called out. "Am I seeing things? I just saw a little girl pass through that utility pole and then mysteriously disappear, only to reappear just as mysteriously." Kakashi regarded the man with a look of incredulity before walking away, leaving the bewildered individual behind. "Brother, I'm back. Welcome back. Let me treat you to a feast," Sasuke exclaimed as he presented a bowl of soup. "What is this?" Hanayo asked, puzzled by the dark concoction emitting a purple glow. "It's miso soup made by me. Give it a try." Hanayo paused, glancing at Sasuke, who was grinning at her, then at the soup that appeared to have a purple skull shape forming on its surface. "Brother, have you tasted this?" "Not yet. I wanted you to be the first to try it." Cold sweat broke out on Hanayo's forehead, having just recovered from her illness. She did not wish to end up back in the hospital. "Brother, this looks a bit hot." "Is it? Let me taste it." Sasuke took a sip. Bang! After sipping the soup, Sasuke collapsed, his entire body devoid of luster, and he began to foam at the mouth. As she gazed at Sasuke's pitiful state, Hanayo squinted her eyes and flashed a peace sign towards her unconscious brother. Thankfully, her wit had prevailed. With that, she entered the kitchen, only to be taken aback by the utter chaos that awaited her inside. Alas, her foolish brother. Hanayo sighed, covering her head with her hands. The thought of being left with only him, her sole remaining brother, tugged painfully at her heart. Yet she understood that for now, she must bury this anguish deep within, to be addressed later when she had matured. In the afternoon, Sasuke lay sprawled across the living room floor, cold sweat beading on his forehead as the haunting words of Itachi echoed relentlessly in his mind. "You are not worth killing, my foolish little brother. If you wish to slay me, then despise me, loathe me, and live in your wretchedness. Keep evading, until you possess eyes like mine and come before me." Itachi's words coiled around Sasuke's heart like an incantation, draining the color from his face. "No." With a shout, Sasuke jolted awake, startling Hanayo, who was cooking nearby. Was it merely a dream? He looked at his hands, forever haunted by the memory of that night, Itachi's cold visage and his blood-red, ghastly eyes. Damn it! Sasuke brushed his face, still reluctant to accept the grim reality. Are you alright, brother? Hanayo noticed his clammy skin and hurriedly fetched a basin of water, using a damp cloth to wipe his pale face. Suddenly, Sasuke wrapped his arms tightly around Hanayo. In the dim twilight, devoid of lights, the atmosphere felt somber, and his body trembled slightly, silent tears cascading from the corners of his eyes. Feeling her dark hair dampen from his tears, Hanayo embraced him, gently patting his back. Sasuke, I'm still here. I'm glad you're alive. Sasuke's heart poured out his feelings. According to Itachi's plan, Hanayo was doomed to die. Yet she had miraculously survived, something even Itachi could not have anticipated. Thus, Sasuke felt a flicker of relief. In this world, he still had a sister who depended on him. Her recent cruel treatment ignited a fire of rage within him. He caressed Hanayo's face, silently vowing to seek vengeance against Itachi, even if it meant risking his own life. That evening, they sat at the dining table, the kitchen now tidied by Hanayo. Noticing the bandages still wrapped around her, Sasuke felt a twinge of embarrassment. I had planned to cook for you today, but it seems you've ended up cooking for me instead. It's fine, let me handle it from now on. Hanayo replied with a bright smile, behind which lay an exasperated thought. If she relied on her foolish brother to cook, she might not live to see her 7th birthday. At that moment, Sasuke shifted the conversation. By the way, you're of age to enter the ninja academy, Hanayo. Would you like me to teach you some ninjutsu? Taken aback, Hanayo politely declined. If you teach me everything, what would be the point of attending school? Fair point. Sasuke chuckled helplessly. Though the moon is not full tonight. Would you like to join me in the yard to admire it? Sure. Hanayo nodded, never one to refuse her dear brother. Before they knew it, another month had slipped by. During this time, Hanayo had been diligently honing her physique, her small frame still too frail. While her ninjutsu was adequate, her jinjutsu skills had already reached a commendable level, particularly with the Sharingan. The primary focus remained on physical training. As little ninjas often said, physical prowess required consistent effort, while ninjutsu could be practiced occasionally. At this age, possessing such skills was already significant. Any further learning might become a burden if her body could not keep up. Thus, Hanayo dedicated her time to strengthening her body. However, her mentor had never broached the topic of the Sharingan, and whenever Hanayo inquired, she was gently told, "You are still too young. Activating the Sharingan will only hinder you. We shall practice later." Hanayo accepted this reasoning, understanding her mentor's good intentions. As the Sharingan indeed consumed considerable chakra, Sasuke continued his studies at the Ninja Academy, both siblings burying their hatred deep within and keeping the flames of revenge hidden in the recesses of their hearts, for life must go on. However, Naruto's visits had become increasingly infrequent, primarily due to the arrival of a new girl in class, Sakura Haruno. Whenever Naruto sought out Hanayo, he would invariably mention this girl. And each time, Hanayo listened intently. It seemed that Sakura's presence had captivated Naruto. Their encounters were often confined to the afternoons or evenings, leading to a gradual decline in Naruto's visits to Hanayo, as he devoted more time to the new girl. As the saying goes, what one cannot attain is deemed the most desirable. Hanayo took solace in her newfound freedom. Naruto had his own path to tread, and she could not be expected to care for him forever. Nonetheless, he still occasionally visited his best friend for a chat, and each time, he would devour Hanayo's meals, leaving her to ponder if he was merely using her for food. They remained steadfast friends, yet due to their age and circumstances, they could not truly integrate into each other's lives. Their bond was one of pure friendship. With the changing seasons, the day of school commencement arrived. Today was the day Hanayo would attend school, but unlike the others, she sent a shadow clone in her place while she continued her training in her secret base. Being a year behind Sasuke, Hanayo garnered significant popularity at school. With her charming looks, lively personality, and impressive academic performance, she claimed the top spot in her grade. Even Naruto had heard of her, exclaiming, "No wonder she asked that guy's sister." "Hey, Sakura, can we play together today?" Naruto asked. "Get away from me, Naruto." Sakura replied, then turned gently to the usually taciturn Sasuke. "Sasuke, would you like to play with us?" Sasuke looked away, coldly stating, "Boring." Amidst such daily interactions, everyone endeavored to live their lives, seemingly oblivious to the story's beginning, simply savoring the essence of childhood. Years drifted by, and graduation loomed on the horizon. Today marked the day Naruto and his friends prepared for their graduation. After Iruka caught Naruto splashing water on Hokage Rock, the exam commenced. Naruto, you can't run wild today. Oomph, Iruka-sensei, I've been practicing a new ninjutsu. Gasps filled the examination room as everyone stared in astonishment at Naruto. When had the class's perennial underperformer acquired a new technique? Even Hanayo, seated at the back, looked surprised as she gazed at Naruto. Over the years, her knowledge of ninjutsu had not expanded much. But her prowess in Jinjutsu and Taijutsu had grown significantly. She was now fully capable of being a competent genin. On the eve of the examination, Hanayo's shadow clone attended school once more. However, this day was different. She would approach the graduation exam with earnestness, as it was not only a sign of respect for her teachers, but also a responsibility towards herself. As for why Hanayo arrived here ahead of schedule, it was due to her exceptional performance, which led the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to elevate her to this graduation examination. Initially, many teachers questioned whether the Hokage's approach was excessively harsh on the children. However, Hanayo smiled and readily accepted. Thus, she sat among her peers, gazing into the distance at Naruto. She was a girl who yearned for sunshine and possessed a kind heart. Hey, Iruka-sensei, my ninjutsu is quite impressive, you know? What? Iruka replied, his expression one of confusion. Here it comes, exclaimed Naruto, forming a hand seal as azure chakras surged around him, causing astonishment among everyone present. As the intensity of the chakra resonated with many, even Iruka looked on in disbelief, wondering what kind of jutsu this was. Transformation jutsu. With Naruto's loud declaration, a puff of white smoke erupted, revealing a fully nude, blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl with twin ponytails, posing suggestively. Iruka immediately spurted blood from his nose, while many boys gaped in shock and the girls covered their eyes, screaming in embarrassment. Yet, Hanayo, seated at the back, gazed at Naruto with surprise. Observing his physique, she traced a circle in the air before her chest and sighed softly. Sigh, how can that be so large? It must be fake. Beside Hanayo, Sasuke coldly muttered to Naruto below, boring. Sasuke and I, can you do that? Hanayo, do not learn such ninjutsu, Sasuke warned, not wishing to see his sister attempting any transformation techniques of that nature. Such jutsu is merely a variation of transformation. It might indeed have some peculiar effects. Hanayo earnestly analyzed the jutsu's application in specific scenarios. It's impossible. How could such ninjutsu be of any use? Well, Sasuke and I, one can never be too sure. As the siblings conversed, Naruto received a stern reprimand from Iruka. Meanwhile, on another side, a gathering was taking place. At Ichiraku Ramen, the third Hokage had laid out 4 photographs on the table, which caught the attention of Might Guy and others. Third Hokage, what are these? Might Guy inquired. Oh, that remains a secret, Hiruzen replied, revealing the profiles of Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Hanayo, and Uzumaki Naruto. These are the graduates for whom Kakashi is responsible this year. Another day passed, and Hanayo and Sasuke naturally passed their graduation exams. To celebrate Hanayo's early success, Sasuke gifted her a kunai. Hanayo, this kunai is a gift from your brother. Hanayo accepted it, admiring the Uchiha crest engraved on the kunai, and smiled at Sasuke. Thank you, brother. Seeing his sister's smile, Sasuke returned a gentle smile, but before he could say more, the words of Itachi echoed in his mind. Damn you, Uchiha Itachi. Are you thinking of him again? Hanayo murmured. Yeah, I must kill him. That sentiment had been repeated for years, and Hanayo had grown accustomed to it. She had matured significantly. Yet, she still possessed long black hair that cascaded down her back, swaying gently in the breeze, adorned with a brown lower ninja forehead protector and wearing a blue Uchiha cloak. Complemented by ninja boots that accentuated her beauty, she resembled Sasuke, perhaps even surpassing him in some aspects. Once the two stepped outside, their home felt empty. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was then walking alongside Kakashi along the streets of Konoha. About the genin you are responsible for, do I still have to oversee them? Kakashi replied, somewhat perplexed. Don't look so disdainful. Guy has already taken the genin to execute missions. Don't you want to quickly undertake missions with your students? Hiruzen observed Kakashi's nonchalant demeanor and sighed lightly. Well, you might find this batch of genin interesting. With that, the third Hokage halted. Where's this? Kakashi asked, surprised, as he was quite familiar with the area. Uzumaki Naruto's home, Hiruzen said, adjusting his Hokage hat and patting Kakashi on the shoulder. The child of the fourth Hokage. Yet you want him to be a genin? Kakashi hesitated to finish his thought. Looks like you're somewhat interested, Hiruzen remarked. The two entered Naruto's home, which was filled with expired instant noodles and milk, but also contained some lunchboxes that Hanayo had sent him. This is Naruto's home, Kakashi observed, surveying the disarray. Indeed, Hiruzen responded. It's hard to imagine he is the son of the orderly Minato-sensei. The third Hokage chuckled. While this child may be rather careless, you are the most suitable to mentor him. Furthermore, your class includes the Uchiha siblings. Let us head to the female ninja's location first. Subsequently, Kakashi and Hiruzen were forcibly invited into Haruno Sakura's home as guests. Eventually, they arrived at the Uchiha clan compound. Do you know why I insisted on making an exception for one more person in your class? Hiruzen inquired. Why? Kakashi asked, looking at the Uchiha compound with curiosity. Because Uchiha Sasuke's sister, Uchiha Hanayo, possesses potential akin to Uchiha Itachi. What? Kakashi exclaimed. Uchiha Itachi, though a wanted criminal in Konoha, was undoubtedly recognized as a genius. After all, who else could join the Umbu at the age of 11? Do you wish to know why I am convinced she is a genius? Why? Kakashi asked, puzzled. Like Sasuke, she was the top of her entire grade, but her abilities have already reached a level suitable for graduation. Keeping her in the ninja academy would yield little benefit. But isn't Sasuke also before Kakashi could finish, Hiruzen interrupted him. Another reason I ascertain her genius is that I once happened to pass by the Uchiha compound and witnessed her training. From her techniques, I could tell she had been practicing for quite some time. My assumption is that she began training at the age of 6. Training at such a young age? Kakashi felt a pang of sympathy for Hanayo, considering she was merely 6, a time when children should be playing. Perhaps the day of the massacre affected her greatly. After all, she was the only one gravely injured yet survived, and she was not the Uchiha that Itachi chose to spare. One could say she was abandoned by her brother from the very beginning, yet she persevered through it all. It is likely that this incident instilled in her the importance of strength. Listening to Hiruzen's words, Kakashi fell into silence. After a long while, he finally spoke. So why do you conclude she is a genius? Because during that training session, I witnessed her utilize the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Kakashi doubted he had heard correctly. What did you say, third Hokage? Indeed, I saw her employ the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, he affirmed to Kakashi. She has only used it that once. Thereafter, she never utilized it again. I secretly observed her for several days, and she did not use it again. You mean? Kakashi was astonished. Indeed. She realized I was watching her training, and since then, I have not observed her practice again. This child has endured a burden heavier than many, which makes her cautious. Yet, I can see she is a girl who yearns for sunshine and possesses a kind heart. She embodies the will of fire as a ninja, Hiruzen softly stated, seemingly deeply recognizing Hanayo's spirit. Trusting and steadfast, a true mentor embodies the essence of guidance. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed upon the weathered, rusted gates of the Uchiha clan. His voice tinged with nostalgia. Once a proud lineage residing in the special district, the Uchiha clan now dwindled to just Sasuke and Hanabi. Kakashi followed closely behind, and together they entered the home of Sasuke and Hanabi. Uchiha Fugaku, their father, was known for his strict demeanor. Hiruzen continued, noting his unwavering approach to parenting. Kakashi nodded in agreement, recalling their older brother Itachi, whose excellence was undeniable. Indeed, Hiruzen's eyes glimmered with memories, though now household chores primarily fell to Hanabi, with Sasuke occasionally assisting. Speaking of which, Itachi was once under your command, Hiruzen remarked, turning to Kakashi. Like their older brother, the younger siblings have also been entrusted to your care. Kakashi fell silent for a moment, lowering his head in resignation. I never truly imparted any knowledge to Itachi. Even with the Sharingan, his abilities surpassed mine. Kakashi's voice carried a weight of sorrow. Hiruzen patted Kakashi's back, reassuring him, yet now, you alone possess the Sharingan in Konoha. We remain uncertain whether Sasuke and Hanabi will awaken theirs. Hiruzen pondered, insisting that you must be a source of support for them. Kakashi listened, his thoughts drifting back to battles fought alongside Obito, recalling the moment he pierced Rin's heart with Chidori, a wave of melancholy washing over him. He lifted his forehead protector, revealing his 3-tomo Sharingan, and softly addressed the third Hokage. This eye bears witness to too many tragedies. If possible, I hope the two siblings refrain from awakening their Sharingan. Kakashi's tone was solemn, for regardless of the circumstances, this eye harbors memories of friends and comrades. holding profound significance. If reliving tragedies equates to betraying comrades, we must hold our bonds dear, Kakashi stated, unwittingly tightening his fist. It appears your standards remain unchanged this year. Hiruzen smiled gently. After observing the condition of the four siblings' home, he and Hiruzen took a seat on a park bench. Why, Kakashi inquired curiously. What do you refer to? Hiruzen countered. Why have you entrusted me with their care? Kakashi asked, perplexed. Hiruzen took a sip of his coffee, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Indeed, a foolish underachiever, an elite, alongside two astute kunoichi. Excluding Sakura, it mirrors the former team of Minato perfectly. Kakashi was taken aback. Astonished. Are you suggesting that you arranged this specifically for me? Kakashi questioned, confused. Kakashi, I too am Hokage, Hiruzen spoke gravely. I do not allow personal feelings to dictate personnel decisions. Yet Hanabi is an exception. Her deep bond with Sasuke, coupled with the inability of the Ninja Academy to accommodate her, compelled me, Hiruzen sighed. The shadow clone technique is indeed a high-level ninjutsu, he reflected. The challenge lies in how to utilize talent effectively, and of course, how the Academy's instructors perceive this is another matter entirely. Hiruzen explained further. Modern ninjas operate in teams, and the division of classes significantly influences the success rate of missions. This necessitated the establishment of specialized classes. Hiruzen turned his gaze to Kakashi, emphasizing the importance of managing the village. They both observed children frolicking in the park, sharing a knowing smile. As Hiruzen noted, Konoha is currently implementing specialized education. For instance, the Gai team, formed last year, focuses on taijutsu, while Yuhi Kurenai leads a reconnaissance team specializing in genjutsu and surveillance. And Asuma oversees the classic Inoshikacho team with an emphasis on secret techniques. Kakashi's class necessitates the use of Sasuke and Hanabi's Sharingan to control the nine tails residing within Naruto to prevent a repeat of that fateful night. But what of that girl named Sakura? Kakashi inquired. I believe she possesses the potential to become an outstanding kunoichi, Hiruzen remarked, a hint of admiration in his eyes, though she remains quite ordinary at present. However, I have faith in her. Her presence alongside Hanabi will foster a competitive spirit that encourages growth. So, Sakura's presence propels the class's development? Kakashi concluded. Precisely, Hiruzen affirmed. Kakashi nodded, acknowledging the third Hokage's perspective. I now comprehend your intentions, Lord Third. However, I have already failed twice in the divisions you arranged for me, Kakashi admitted, a hint of frustration evident. It seems I am not suited for the role of Jonin, he self-deprecatingly remarked. The third Hokage took another sip of coffee, addressing Kakashi with warmth. The world of ninjas is inherently harsh, perhaps that is why. Yet, I hold unwavering faith in you, entrusting you with this responsibility. Hiruzen's gaze was resolute. Lord Third, Kakashi felt a swell of emotion. Speaking of which, Minato was much the same, Hiruzen mused, gazing affectionately at the Hokage monument. Minato-sensei? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Hiruzen then shared a secret with Kakashi. In the report upon his entry into the academy, Namikaze Minato had noted Kakashi's lacking team spirit during the bell test. Yet he chose to believe that he could change Kakashi, just as Hiruzen believed in him now. Kakashi was stunned, realizing that Minato-sensei had indeed taken notice of his once immature battle strategies. Despite this, he remained steadfast in his belief. As Kakashi reflected, Hiruzen rose, solemnly stating, trusting and steadfast with one's disciples is the hallmark of a true mentor. Morning. The first rays of sunlight streamed into Hanabi's room, stirring her from a gentle slumber. Today marked the day of the ninja class division, prompting Hanabi to retire early the night before. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she murmured, 7 o'clock already? A voice echoed in her mind, identical to her own. Hanabi, today is your lower ninja class division meeting. You haven't forgotten, have you? Nin, do you have any training tasks today? Hanabi inquired. None. You have already become a lower ninja. Perhaps you can train later this afternoon, Nin replied. After that, Nin fell silent. Hanabi gently nodded, situating herself at her vanity, tending to her lustrous black hair before fashioning her ninja headband as a hair accessory around her forehead. Yes, this looks perfect, she smiled at her reflection, pleased with her new appearance after giving it a few playful sways. Just as she was admiring her delicate features, a knock sounded at her door. Knock, knock, knock. Hanabi, are you ready yet? Yes, brother, I'm almost done. With her response, Sasuke gently pushed open the door, momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Hanabi donned the Uchiha clan's blue coat, her smooth, dark hair swaying gracefully with her movements. In that moment, even the typically composed Sasuke could not deny that his sister was strikingly beautiful and utterly charming. "Brother, let us set off," Hanabi exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement and anticipation. "Yes, first we must report to the Ninja Academy," Sasuke replied, his tone laced with affection and pride. Together, they stepped out of their home, embarking on the path to the Ninja Academy. Team 7, presenting themselves. At the Ninja Academy, Sasuke and Hanabi sat side by side, he remaining as aloof as ever. Hanayo is, in truth, not as indifferent as she appears. However, the cold aura surrounding Sasuke intimidates others, rendering them reluctant to approach. Thus, she refrains from saying much, engaging in brief conversations with Naruto whenever he initiates. It is evident that the others hold no interest in Hanayo. As they look down upon their best friend, Naruto Uzumaki, prompting Hanayo to reciprocate their disdain. Nevertheless, Hanayo possesses an exquisite beauty that draws attention, and she quietly sits beside Sasuke, garnering the most gazes in the room. Just as envy for Naruto begins to swirl among the crowd, Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka burst into the classroom. Upon sighting Sakura, Naruto quickly turns to greet her, mistakenly believing she is focused on him. "Good morning, Sakura," Naruto exclaims, just as he stands. "Get out of the way," Sakura responds, approaching and shoving Naruto aside. Hanayo watches in astonishment at this scene, quickly rushing to help Naruto up. Yet Sakura pays no mind to either Naruto or Hanayo, instead directing her gaze towards Sasuke. Her cheeks flush, heart racing. She musters the courage to speak to the seemingly indifferent Sasuke. "Good morning, Sasuke. May I sit beside you?" Just then, Ino intervenes and scolds Sakura loudly. "Hey, that spot next to Sasuke is mine. First come, first served. I entered the classroom before you." Naruto, having been helped up by Hanayo, feels a surge of irritation. Should I just let it go? No way. I can't swallow this humiliation. That guy is too arrogant, he exclaims, fuming as more girls crowd around to sit beside Sasuke. "Hanayo, your spot is taken too," Naruto points out, indicating the space beside Sasuke. "It's just a seat. It doesn't matter to me," Hanayo replies nonchalantly. Seizing the opportunity before Hanayo can react, Naruto climbs onto the table, squatting to meet Sasuke's gaze. "Hey, Naruto," Hanayo begins, but is stunned by the outrageous sight before her, her pupils slightly contracting. At that moment, Naruto is squatting before Sasuke, looking down at him. Sasuke notices Naruto as they lock eyes, both seemingly displeased with one another. The girls nearby, witnessing Naruto's impolite behavior, unleash a torrent of insults, particularly Sakura. "Naruto, stop clinging to Sasuke." Naruto, filled with frustration, wonders why everyone is so enamored with Sasuke. What is so special about him? Suddenly, someone behind Naruto, caught up in their animated conversation, accidentally pushes him. Everyone freezes in shock as Naruto's lips collide with Sasuke's, a moment that leaves even Hanayo dumbfounded. After what feels like an eternity, they pull apart, both immediately averting their gazes, feeling nauseated at the unexpected encounter. Hanayo bursts into laughter, unable to contain herself, which in turn captivates the boys around her, ensnaring them in infatuation. Meanwhile, Naruto receives a thorough beating from the girls, not needing Sasuke to intervene. Just as the chaos unfolds, Irika-sensei enters the room, prompting an immediate hush. Even the mischievous Naruto ceases all antics, gazing seriously at Irika. With the class now quiet, Irika stands with his hands clasped behind his back and announces, "From today onward, you will become independent ninjas. However, you are still merely novice genin. The real challenges are only beginning. You will be grouped into teams of 3, each under the guidance of a genin teacher. But Hanayo Uchiha is different. As she has advanced a grade, her team will consist of 4 members." Upon hearing this, many boys in the class become excited at the prospect of being paired with Hanayo, dreaming of the moment they might share with her, renowned for her stunning beauty, which perfectly embodies the grace of her lineage. The girls, however, remain fixated on Sasuke, leading to yet another clash between Sakura and Ino. Sasuke, coolly analyzing the trio setup, surveys the room with his indifferent expression. Regardless of how the teams are formed, he believes these individuals will only be a hindrance. In his heart, he silently wishes to be grouped with Hanayo, his little sister. Meanwhile, Naruto rests his chin on his hand, contemplating his ideal team composition. First, it must include Sakura, then Hanayo, and I hope not to be placed with Sasuke. As Naruto indulges in these thoughts, Irika, standing at the front, retrieves the roster. To ensure a balanced distribution of abilities, the teacher will assign the teams. I will now announce the teams. First up is Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Hanayo. Upon hearing Irika's announcement, gasps of astonishment echo through the classroom. Even Sasuke looks at the pair with unexpected interest. While he has always known that Hanayo and Naruto are friends, he remains indifferent, consumed by his desire for revenge against Itachi. The most important thing for Sasuke is that his sister can live a happy life. Hanayo glances at the ecstatic Naruto beside her and chuckles. Seems like I will have to take care of you, you messy fellow. Hey, don't say that, Hanayo. I'll be counting on you. Irika observes the reactions of Naruto and Hanayo before announcing the third member, Sakura Haruno. At the mention of Sakura's name, Naruto jumps with excitement, while Sakura's expression falls, realizing she is paired with Naruto. And Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke is momentarily stunned, looking at Hanayo, Naruto, and Sakura, realizing that their group consists of the four of them. The roles suddenly shift, with Naruto feeling downcast, while Sakura beams with joy. Sis, we're in the same team. Hanayo beams at Sasuke through Naruto and Sakura. Sasuke nods slightly, accepting this reality. A girl with white eyes seated behind Hanayo expresses her disappointment. I'm not in the same group as Naruto. Hanayo seems to catch the girl's soft lament and turns to look at Hinata. Do you wish to be in a team with Naruto? Hinata's face flushes red. Realizing that Uchiha Hanayo, Sasuke's sister, is speaking to her, she awkwardly smiles. Yes, I thought I was the only one in my grade who was nice to Naruto. As Hanayo extends her hand to Hinata, she introduces herself. I am Uchiha Hanayo. I look forward to working with you. I am Hyuga Hinata. It's a pleasure to meet you, Hinata replies, shaking Hanayo's hand. Just then, Irika's voice rings out again. Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. Both Hinata and Hanayo pause in surprise. You're in Team 8? Hanayo smiles. Yes, Hanayo. I look forward to working with you, Hinata replies. Before they know it, the class division concludes, and everyone has their assigned teams and yearning instructors. Tomorrow marks the day of registration, so the school has no further activities for the afternoon. Thus, after class, Hanayo heads to the Konoha market to procure ingredients, determined to prepare a grand feast for her brother to celebrate their ascension to Genin status. As she exits the market, carrying a large bag of tomatoes, she muses, have I bought too much? On her way home, she notices Sasuke passing by, leaving her puzzled. Naruto, why are you transforming into your brother's appearance? Hanan interrupted him, curiously observing the transformation of Sasuke. Shoo, Hanan, don't raise your voice too much. Naruto, realizing that his disguise had been uncovered, was taken aback. Hanan tilted her head in confusion. Please don't expose me just yet. I have something to attend to, Naruto said as he jogged away. Hey, Hanan, feeling somewhat at a loss as she watched Naruto depart, decided to follow him. Sure enough, Naruto had transformed into Sasuke to flirt with Sakura, but unexpectedly, he was struck with a sudden stomachache just as they were about to kiss. When the real Sasuke arrived, he was also searching for something. Hanan, who had followed closely, happened upon this scene. Brother, what are you looking for? Hanan, have you seen Naruto? I saw him once. That guy dared to ambush me. I will make him pay. Observing Sasuke's furious expression, Hanan merely smiled. Her aloof brother and Naruto truly were an inseparable pair of friends. Meanwhile, Sakura, blushing, approached them and hesitantly said to Hanan and Sasuke, Hanan, Sasuke, let us not worry about that guy Naruto anymore. He's always pestering the two of you. It's clear that no one has properly taught him. Look, doesn't he lack parents? At once, the expressions of Sasuke and Hanan changed, both casting cold looks at Sakura. However, she remained oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, continuing her rant. He always does as he pleases. If I did something like that, my parents would have scolded me to no end. He's all alone, without parental guidance. Which is why he is so uncultured. Just ignore people like him. Before Sakura could finish, a graceful figure darted forward like a shadow, swiftly snatching a tomato from her bag. Wham! The tomato flew through the air like a shuriken, bursting against Sakura's face with such force that even Sasuke was taken aback. The one who hurled the tomato was Hanan, and even Sakura, now splattered with tomato juice, stared in stunned silence at her. Uchiha Hanan had always been perceived as gentle and sunny, even somewhat spirited. Yet now, her expression was frigid, having experienced the pain of losing her parents. She was unwilling to let anyone make such jokes. Each time she recalled the bitter moment of returning home after her battle with the masked man, only to find her parents' lifeless bodies. The emptiness and anguish felt as fresh as yesterday. Especially when it came to her dear friends, she and Sasuke best understood this solitude. Yet Sakura had spoken to them in such a harsh tone. Sasuke had never seen Hanan so cold and fierce, and Sakura, sitting helplessly on the ground, gazed at Hanan in horror. This solitude is not a tool for you to trample upon others. Hanan scoffed, not even glancing at anyone present, and strode away. Sasuke turned as well, his eyes icy, delivering a final, cutting remark to the seated Sakura. "You're truly bothersome." With that, he chose to leave, intending to find Naruto for retribution, leaving only a solitary Sakura behind. A gentle breeze brushed against her slightly swollen cheeks, enveloping her in silence. As her heart seemed to endure the pain of two blades slicing through, she felt a kinship with Naruto, understanding the anguish of being disliked and reviled by others. The following day in the ninja classroom, after Sakura apologized to everyone and Naruto expressed his confusion, Team 7 officially gathered in the classroom. Hanan was not one to hold grudges. Since Sakura had apologized, she said nothing more, merely advising Sakura not to speak such things again. And they resumed their camaraderie as if nothing had happened. However, all the other classes had been led away by their teachers, leaving only Team 7 behind. So slow. Hanan, do you think the teacher is late because of a stomachache? That seems unlikely, Hanan pondered, considering the possibility that Naruto might be right. In the next moment, Naruto, in a fit of frustration, began to mess with the classroom props, scheming a prank. "Hey, Naruto, know when to stop." Sakura quickly attempted to intervene. "Hanan, help me find something to prank the teacher." Naruto called softly to Hanan. She handed him an eraser. "If you place this on the door, it should have a great effect." "That is a good idea." Naruto immediately adopted her suggestion. "Hanan, how about you?" And Sakura is in tears. One is the mastermind of the prank, and the other is the accomplice. After placing the eraser down, Naruto turned to whisper to Sakura, "Well, it's the teacher's fault for being late." He felt justified in his prank. How could a jonin fall for such a trick? Sasuke commented, Right. Are you both inherently foolish?" Sakura scoffed at Hanan and Naruto. Just as she finished, the door swung open, and a masked man entered. His silver hair dusted with chalk as the eraser fell from his head with a thud. The classroom was enveloped in a stunned silence as the realization set in. Even Sasuke and Sakura were incredulous that Kakashi, a jonin, had fallen into Naruto and Hanan's trap. Amid the silence, Naruto erupted into laughter, filling the classroom with joy. Haha, you fell for it. We did it, high five. Sorry, teacher. It was all Naruto's idea. Hanan joined in, high-fiving Naruto to confirm their partnership in the prank. As they settled for self-introductions and shared their dreams, Kakashi leaned down to pick up the eraser, looking at his four students with a lazy expression. "Well, how should I put this? My first impression of you all is quite annoying." As he spoke, Kakashi's gaze fell upon Hanan beside Naruto. "So, you are Uchiha Hanan? No wonder. You've perfectly inherited your mother's beauty." Kakashi thought to himself, pointing towards the door. "Let us head outside. We'll gather on the rooftop." The four exchanged glances before following Kakashi to the rooftop. The sun shone brightly, illuminating the entire Hidden Leaf village. On the staircase of the rooftop, Team 7 sat together. Kakashi leaned against the railing, softly saying, "First, let us introduce ourselves." "Introduce ourselves? What should we say?" Sakura questioned, noticing the uncertainty reflected in Hanan's eyes. Kakashi clarified, "Share what you like, what you dislike, your dreams, and your interests, things like that. Before we introduce ourselves, shouldn't we let the teacher go first?" Naruto raised his hand to address Kakashi. "Me? My name is Hatake Kakashi. As for likes and dislikes, I don't wish to share," Kakashi said, skipping the dream portion. "As for interests, I have many, such as reading. As for what I read, you don't need to know." Sakura hugged her knees, casting a disapproving glance at Sasuke, Hanin, and the approaching Naruto. In a soft voice, she remarked, "In the end, all I learned was his name. My introduction is complete. Now it's your turn, starting with you." Kakashi pointed at Hanin, who calmly stood up and addressed Kakashi with a gentle tone. "I am Uchiha Hanin. I enjoy cooking, training in ninjutsu, and engaging in interesting activities. I am yet to discover what I truly dislike. My dream is to find a vibrant field of flowers in my heart." "A field of flowers?" Kakashi inquired, somewhat perplexed. Observing his confusion, Hanin elaborated. I envision a field of flowers where the inhabitants can mutually understand one another, forming genuine friendships. Each person strives for their dreams without discrimination or suffering. Whether it be resilient grass or colorful flowers, everyone can live carefree and peacefully. This is my dream. Kakashi's gaze faltered slightly as he regarded the young girl before him. Could she truly be only 11 years old? Her thoughts were remarkably mature. However, while her dream was beautiful, reality often proved harsh. Just as Kakashi contemplated using the cruel truths of the world to counter Hanin's idealism, he noticed Sakura and Naruto had begun to share their interests and aspirations, with Naruto expressing his desire to become Hokage. The attention then shifted to Sasuke, who, despite Hanin's curiosity about his dreams, remained silent. Leaning on his hands, an icy aura emanated from him as he spoke in a monotone voice. I am Uchiha Sasuke. I have many dislikes, but nothing I particularly like. The one I cherish most is my sister, Uchiha Hanin. His expression darkened further, a flicker of anger crossing his face. Moreover, I do not merely wish to speak of dreams. I possess ambition. I will restore the Uchiha clan and personally eliminate a certain man. His declaration left everyone in stunned silence. Hanin's expression grew complex. The tragedy of the night of the massacre had indelibly scarred both siblings. While Hanin buried her feelings deeper, Sasuke struggled to contain his anger and sorrow. Even at 12, he often recalled the harrowing events orchestrated by Itachi Uchiha. Nearby, Naruto's face turned pale, trembling at the thought that Sasuke's words mirrored his own situation. Sakura, meanwhile, flushed with admiration for Sasuke, was lost in her infatuation. Kakashi narrowed his eyes at Sasuke, seemingly confirming his suspicions. He clapped his hands and addressed the quartet. Well, each of you possesses a distinct personality, and you all seem quite intriguing. Starting tomorrow, we shall embark on missions. Yes, what kind of missions? Naruto asked excitedly. We will begin with tasks suitable for the four of us. What? What? I'm so excited. Survival exercise. The four exchanged puzzled glances. Recognizing their confusion, Kakashi explained, from the 27 graduates, only 9 have been recognized as genin. However, with Hanin's addition this year, our class has been granted an extra slot. The rest will be sent back to school. This means the elimination rate for this exercise exceeds 50%. It is an exceedingly challenging test. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, anxiety gripped their hearts. That will be all. Tomorrow at the training ground, I will personally assess your qualifications. Remember to bring a full set of ninja tools. We will assemble at 5 in the morning and do not eat breakfast. With that, Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke. At that moment, everyone was taken aback, realizing he had used a shadow clone technique. However, their focus quickly shifted to their mounting apprehension. No, I can't fail here. I must prove my strength. Naruto muttered nervously. Hanin, seated beside him, patted his shoulder reassuringly. Indeed, we will not fail here. After all, there are no shortcuts on the path to becoming Hokage, right? Encouraged by Hanin's words, Naruto regained his composure. You're right, Hanin. But aren't you nervous? Of course, but I don't need to show it on my face. She smiled, pulling a handkerchief from her pocket. Huh, you're already sweating, Hanin remarked. Oh, it must be the heat. Sasuke retorted, addressing Hanin. Let us head back. Yes, see you tomorrow, everyone. Hanin waved goodbye to Sakura and Naruto. The next morning, at 4:30, Hanin opened her eyes. The sky remained dark, but as she descended the stairs, she spotted Sasuke waiting. You're up? Yes, Sasuke. Why are you awake so early? It's better to arrive early than to be late. All right, I'll get ready. When Hanin emerged from her room, she was dressed as usual. Brother, here is your ninja tool pouch. After handing it to Sasuke, the siblings set off towards the training ground. 25 bell snatching exercise. A fair contest. I can't take it anymore. This is infuriating. Naruto fumed. By now, the sun was nearly at its zenith, yet Kakashi had yet to arrive. Even Hanin frowned. Having sat on the grass for some time, Sasuke remained quietly beside her, unperturbed. Sakura, lost in her admiration for Sasuke, paid no heed to Naruto's outburst. Keep it down. Don't disturb Sasuke's sleep. Sakura scolded Naruto with a punch. But it's already 10 o'clock. We arrived before dawn. Finally, a figure with silver hair and a mask approached from the distance. Sasuke seemed to sense his presence, opened his eyes, and gracefully leaped to his feet, showcasing himself before his sister. Only Sakura seemed captivated, while Hanin remained unaffected. Good morning, Kakashi greeted the group. So slow. The four exclaimed in unison. Ahem, well. Kakashi felt awkward and, to ease the tension, pulled out an alarm clock, setting it for noon. All right, the alarm is set for 12. He then produced 3 bells. Your task today is to snatch these bells from me before noon. Those who fail to obtain a bell will forfeit their lunch and be tied to a stump. Watching me enjoy my bento, Hanin and the others exchanged incredulous looks. So that's why you told us not to eat breakfast, Sakura realized, noticing there were only 3 bells for 4 participants. Why are there only 3 bells? Sakura questioned, perplexed. There are only 3, meaning at least one of you will end up tied to the stump. That individual will lose their qualification and be sent back to school. Observing their serious expressions, Kakashi smiled. At least one will be bound, but it's possible all of you will return. You may use shuriken as well, without the resolve to kill me. You cannot snatch the bells. Yet, Naruto couldn't help but mock Kakashi. You're just a J-nin who can't even dodge an eraser. The words struck deep, as Kakashi's remark about being a slowpoke pierced Naruto's heart. In a fit of rage, Naruto swiftly extracted a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, spinning it wildly in his hand as he charged toward Kakashi. In an instant, before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, Kakashi had countered, deftly seizing Naruto and restraining his hands behind his back, leaving him defenseless. However, Kakashi soon sensed a shift in the atmosphere. A kunai from Hanayo was poised against his neck. Kakashi was taken aback by the girl's astonishing speed, as neither Sasuke nor Sakura had managed to react in time to her swift counteraction. Truly, she was a prodigy from the Uchiha clan, quickly discerning his movements and responding with remarkable agility. Despite her young age, having potentially faced real combat at just 6, Hanayo's capabilities astonished Kakashi. Release him, Hanayo spoke softly. There's no need to rush. I haven't even called it to start, Kakashi replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. Sasuke and Sakura stepped back, and even Hanayo retreated a few paces, prompting Kakashi to release Naruto. Unbelievable. I completely missed that. Kakashi marveled at the swift exchanges between him and Hanayo. Sasuke, too, was astounded by Hanayo's fluidity, recognizing that her skills seemed to surpass his own. However, he was also aware that his sister had trained far more diligently than he had. After just a few days of trying to keep up, he had fallen behind Hanayo's rigorous training schedule. He thought, after all, I can't complain about my sister's progress. What if she slipped something unpleasant into my food? I would surely be sick. But you seem to have the intention to eliminate me. Kakashi chuckled lightly, gesturing toward Hanayo. I believe I'm starting to like you all a bit. Let us begin. Ready? The 4 of them assumed their combat stances. Start. At Kakashi's commanding shout, they instantly vanished from sight. Observing the sudden stillness around him, Kakashi nodded slightly. The essence of a ninja lies fundamentally in the ability to conceal one's presence. He scanned the surroundings, quickly pinpointing Sasuke and Sakura's locations. Good. Everyone seems to have hidden well. But where has Hanayo gone? Just as he pondered her whereabouts, Kakashi was caught off guard. Before him stood Naruto, arms crossed, exuding confidence. Let us face off head-on. Huh. Kakashi was momentarily bewildered. The ever-impulsive Sasuke, hiding beneath a tree, could only shake his head in disbelief. At that moment, a girl with glossy black hair, donned in Uchiha attire, stood beside Naruto. Well said. Without the courage to charge forward in any endeavor, how can one hope to progress for the sake of that flower field? Kakashi found himself at a loss for words regarding the duo. Is there something wrong with your taste in hair? He retorted. With that, Naruto charged ahead at great speed, with Hanayo following closely behind, her own plans in mind. Kakashi, slightly exasperated, reached into his pouch, causing both Naruto and Hanayo to halt, unsure of his intentions. To their surprise, Kakashi merely stood still, extracting a book titled Intimate Paradise, and began reading. Hanayo's face flushed slightly at the sight of it, as she recalled a year prior when she had casually browsed this novel while passing a bookstore. Hanayo, why is your face red? And no, it's nothing, she stammered, recalling her brief reading of a few chapters. Without turning to them, Kakashi addressed Naruto and Hanayo, ninja tactical insights. First, physical techniques. Allow me to teach you. Both Naruto and Hanayo were momentarily stunned. What is the matter? Bring it on. Kakashi taunted. Hanayo, cover me. Naruto shouted, determined to overwhelm Kakashi. Without hesitation, Hanayo leaped into the air as a talented Uchiha, sending 6 shuriken hurtling toward Naruto's side. Kakashi looked up to see Naruto and Hanayo charging toward him, and he quickly tucked away his novel. In a flash, he performed a series of hand seals. Earth style, earth wall, he exclaimed. conjuring a formidable earthen barrier adorned with several canine heads to shield himself from the incoming assault. However, Hanayo smirked. She had learned this technique from Itachi. Sensing something amiss, Kakashi's eyes widened as 3 of Hanayo's shuriken collided with the other 3, altering their trajectory to flank him, striking true. Impressive. You possess quite a wealth of combat experience. Kakashi praised Hanayo before leaping into action. Just as he ascended, he noticed Hanayo forming additional hand seals. This technique, Kakashi thought, realizing he was in trouble. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Hanayo's youthful voice rang out, causing the shuriken aimed at Kakashi to collide and multiply into dozens of projectiles. Have you anticipated this? Kakashi exclaimed, astonished. With a grin, Hanayo remarked, "You're in the air now. Where do you plan to escape?" Before she could contemplate further, a kunai was suddenly at her throat. Hanayo's pupils contracted in alarm. "When did? Your insight is remarkable, just like a true Uchiha," Kakashi noted as he stood behind her. Dozens of shuriken lodged themselves into a wooden post above. Substitution technique, Kakashi mused. "You figured it out," he chuckled, attempting to seize Hanayo. But in an instant, her form dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Shadow clone, Kakashi observed calmly. Indeed, Hanayo was astute, refusing to confront him directly. Kakashi acknowledged her intellect and future potential, likening her to a young Itachi Uchiha. 26 Bell Stealing Exercise. The ultimate physical technique. 1,000 Years of Pain. Sakura and Sasuke stood dumbfounded. The preceding battle had been a display of sheer skill, revealing Hanayo's formidable strength. Yet they understood that her training had occurred under everyone's watchful eyes. Such prowess was well within Kakashi's expectations. Kakashi had begun to regard Hanayo as a peer to the young Itachi, recognizing the shared genius between the siblings. Meanwhile, Naruto, having been kicked aside, struggled to rise. "You jerk," he fumed, teetering on the edge of fury. Unable to contain his rage any longer, he charged at Kakashi once more. Seeing Naruto approach without Hanayo, Kakashi resumed reading Intimate Paradise. No matter what tricks Naruto employed, every punch and kick was deftly countered by Kakashi. In one of Naruto's wild strikes, Kakashi vanished without a trace, leaving Sasuke and Sakura apprehensive. When Kakashi finally reappeared, it was behind Naruto. "Watch out!" Sakura cried out, her voice filled with alarm. Even the transformed shuriken resembling Hanan beside her reverted to its original form. It turned out that among the 3 shurikens initially discarded during her shadow clone's throw, one was the manifestation of her true self using transformation jutsu. The objective was to seize the bell during Kakashi's moment of distraction, yet upon noticing Naruto's vulnerability, her plan faltered. Naruto's well-being outweighed her intentions, for he was her dearest friend. Initially, she intended to wait patiently for Kakashi to deal with Naruto, then, under Kakashi's unobservant gaze, revert to her true form and claim the bell to conclude the exercise. However, with Naruto's unforeseen predicament, she was compelled to alter her course of action, unable to bear witnessing her friend being outmatched by Kakashi. Before Hanan could react further, Kakashi narrowed his eyes. "Caught you both. Foolishness. Let me impart a crucial lesson. A ninja must never expose their back to the enemy." With that, Kakashi formed hand seals, and Hanan, being the closest, recognized the technique. "Is it the Great Fire Annihilation?" Thinking quickly, she shouted towards Naruto, "Naruto, run!" This prompted both Sasuke and Sakura, who had been observing, to echo her warning. "Naruto, flee, or you might lose your life." What? It was too late. Kakashi's eyes ignited with a brilliant light. The secret arts of Konoha, the ultimate taijutsu, 1,000 Years of Pain. In that instant, Naruto appeared to revel in the moment, his face flushed. Yet the next moment, he was sent flying in agony. Sakura and Hanan lowered their heads, blushing. What a surprise, it wasn't taijutsu at all. Sasuke wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "How is there such a level of foolishness? One is even my sister. Is Konoha village destined to become a village of fools?" As Naruto splashed into the water, Kakashi turned his gaze towards Sakura and Hanan. "I have located you both." Just then, as Kakashi fixed his sight on Hanan, a shuriken flew from the distant grass at tremendous speed. However, it was far weaker than Hanan's. Kakashi effortlessly caught the shuriken with one hand. What? Sasuke, concealed in the grass, was drenched in cold sweat. He even had defenses behind him. "Step back. Allow me to duel him," Sasuke declared, his stomach growling audibly. A sound echoed by Hanan, Sakura, and Sasuke himself. "It's just hunger. I must become a chunin. I cannot retreat here. Observing Kakashi's back, Naruto noticed turbulent waves rising in the water behind him. This was his signature technique, the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Instantly, 7 Narutos surged forth, charging at Kakashi. Not mere illusions, but actual shadow clones. This must be the forbidden technique that defeated Mizuki, Kakashi mused, somewhat surprised. Given your strength, this jutsu can likely be maintained for only a minute. Yet, despite the imposing advance, Naruto remained unmistakably Naruto. This technique cannot harm me. Suddenly, one clone seized Kakashi from behind. What? From behind? Kakashi exclaimed in shock. Heh, a ninja should never expose their back. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto retorted with a smirk. Utilizing a shadow clone to stealthily maneuver behind, he planned a surprise attack. I will avenge the earlier insult. Even Sakura and Sasuke couldn't help but smile, thinking how clever he was to employ a feint. However, Hanan, unable to suppress a rueful smile, realized that Naruto had inadvertently struck her. It's the substitution technique. They both sighed simultaneously. Consequently, Naruto mistakenly believed Kakashi had transformed into his likeness, resulting in a chaotic tangle among several shadow clones. By the time the clones dissipated, Kakashi had vanished without a trace. This was all part of Kakashi's cunning strategy, an intricate web of deception that even Hanan applauded. Subsequently, both she and Naruto noticed a bell lying on the ground. Naruto, don't. Before Hanan could finish her warning, Naruto fell into a trap, suspended from a tree. Unable to reach the bell, Hanan stood aghast, incredulous that Naruto had fallen for such a ruse. Kakashi approached the tree, reveling in his victory. Just as several shurikens were hurled from the grass, a rapid ambush initiated by Sasuke. Yet, the shurikens merely struck a wooden stump, revealing Kakashi's mastery. After a swift confrontation, none of the 4 achieved any significant success, save for Hanan's moment with the shuriken. However, that too fell short of its purpose. But she held no regrets about her choices. With Naruto suspended, and Sakura rendered unconscious by Kakashi's intimidation, only the Uchiha siblings remained. Sasuke, however, positioned himself to confront Kakashi solo. Hanan, resigned, took her place behind him. Sasuke first drew Kakashi's attention with a shuriken, then unleashed a flurry of taijutsu strikes, pushing Kakashi back. Yet, he had not forgotten his goal. Amidst their skirmish, he had brushed against the bell but lacked the opportunity to seize it. As Kakashi swiftly distanced himself, though you siblings are graduates, your prowess has already surpassed that of a genin, Kakashi remarked. Before he could elaborate, Sasuke rapidly formed hand seals in the air. Do you possess enough chakra for this jutsu? Kakashi queried, somewhat astonished. Hanan's growth had been anticipated, yet Sasuke had not garnered his attention. Fire release, great fireball technique. With his thunderous shout, a massive fireball hurtled toward Kakashi's face. But as the flames dissipated, Kakashi's figure had already vanished. Below, Hanan shouted at Sasuke, who barely noticed Kakashi's arm reaching out to grasp his leg, pulling him into the ground. Hanan recognized this moment and leaped into the air. This time, you're in midair. Suddenly, she heard Kakashi's voice beside her. What? Hanan was taken aback. How could this be? Kakashi struck her downwards, and as she landed, he transformed into a puff of smoke, while another hand emerged from below. Earth release, inner decapitation technique. Both Uchiha siblings were ensnared underground. Hanan's expression darkened. She had fallen for the trap, yet she had no choice. Many of her jutsu were high-damage techniques, and using them here risked harming Sasuke. This was merely an assessment, not a life-or-death battle. There was no need for such lethal techniques. Thus, Kakashi showcased an array of taijutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu. Even the so-called genius, Hanan, was ensnared. However, she quickly used wind release to break free from the earth. Just as she emerged, a distant wooden clock began to ring. The 4 of them exchanged glances, disbelief etched on their faces as they regarded Kakashi. Has time run out? Sasuke inquired, glancing at Hanan. Reluctantly, she confirmed, indeed, time is up. The bell-grabbing exercise has concluded. Those who fail to value their comrades are even less than worthless. Kakashi gathered the members of Team 7, observing the trio standing before him, while Naruto remained suspended from the tree, as he was the first to fall and thus bore the consequences. Time's up, and none of you have taken the bell. You need not return to the Ninja Academy anymore. Why not go back? Did we pass the test? Naruto inquired with a hint of surprise. You are no longer required to be ninjas. How can you say that? Sasuke shouted, memories of Itachi's scornful reprimands flooding his mind, fueling his determination for one final push. He charged towards Kakashi with fierce resolve. "Brother!" Hanayo shouted. Sasuke reached Kakashi but was swiftly subdued beneath him. "Are you underestimating ninjas?" Kakashi's expression darkened as he surveyed the group. "Do you understand why we are conducting drills in separate teams? You have completely misinterpreted the purpose of this test." Before Kakashi could elaborate, Hanayo stepped forward. "Are you going to fight too? Let go of my brother," she exclaimed, anger surging as she witnessed Sasuke's humiliation. "I will not release him. What will you do about it?" Kakashi replied coolly. Hanayo's demeanor turned icy. Sasuke was her Achilles heel, her only family. "Oh, how intriguing." Kakashi stood, releasing Sasuke, now facing Hanayo. Sasuke quickly retreated, leaving only Kakashi and Hanayo standing before each other. "What do you intend to do?" Kakashi asked blandly. Hanayo's long black hair billowed softly in the breeze, her aura transforming dramatically. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were taken aback. Was this truly the same Hanayo? In an instant, Hanayo moved. Her hands a blur, so swift that even Kakashi struggled to perceive her. "What? Did Mr. Fugaka teach you this technique?" Kakashi gasped. "Fire release, great fireball technique," she shouted, flames flickering ominously from her mouth, threatening to engulf the training ground, but Kakashi intervened. "Enough. Do you wish to destroy this place?" "Uchiha Hanayo, regain your senses. Sasuke is my last remaining family. You will regret this." Upon hearing this, Sasuke shouted, "Hanayo, stop." The command snapped Hanayo back to reality, her icy rage melting into tranquility. I apologize." The fury that had once consumed her now gave way to trepidation. Though merely a basic jutsu, its destructive potential far exceeded that of the great fireball technique. Had she unleashed it, half of the training ground would have been reduced to ashes. With Hanayo's timely retraction, Kakashi exhaled in relief. He approached the gravestone inscribed with the names of fallen ninjas from the village, lost in contemplation. "Given the circumstances, I shall afford you another chance. We will resume the bell test this afternoon. Sakura and Sasuke may have their lunch first. Naruto, you are forbidden from eating. If I catch anyone feeding Naruto, they will return to the Ninja Academy." With that, Kakashi departed. Hanayo, Sasuke, and Sakura settled beside Naruto. While Sakura and Sasuke began to eat, Hanayo felt a pang of guilt. Had she truly disregarded everything and unleashed the great fireball, what chaos would have ensued? What if both her brother and Naruto had been injured? Watching them enjoy their meals, Naruto hung his head in disappointment, prompting Hanayo to extend her bento to him. "Here, eat." "I'm sorry. What about you, Hanayo?" Naruto asked. "Even if I no longer become a ninja, I can always try again. Besides, I am still a year younger than you. You must eat. If you're starving, you won't pass the test this afternoon." Although Naruto was confused by her apology, he was grateful for her kindness. "I'll share some of mine too. Just don't hold me back this afternoon. Then I shall share mine as well." Sakura chimed in. "Thank you, everyone." This scene unfolded under the watchful gaze of Kakashi, who observed from behind a tree. "Minato-sensei, you were right." He pulled up his forehead protector, revealing a crimson Sharingan on his left eye. "Obito, do you see this? I will never forget you and Rin." Feeling the presence of Obito, Rin, and Minato pushing him forward, he strode out, feigning anger as he approached the four. "Ah, why are you still here?" Their startled expressions revealed their surprise at Kakashi's sudden appearance. Yet, his demeanor softened. "You all passed." The group's bento boxes fell to the ground, replaced by a rush of joy. Ninjas cannot think conventionally. Those who defy the rules and laws of ninjas are deemed worthless. However, those who fail to value their comrades are even less than worthless, Kakashi declared, recognizing Hanayo as the one who truly appreciated the value of companionship. He gave her a thumbs up, acknowledging that both Naruto's sacrifice and Hanayo's potential destruction were acts of selflessness for their friends. In Kakashi's eyes, Hanayo had already succeeded. He merely wished for the others to understand the significance of camaraderie. Thus, the exercise concluded, with all participants deemed qualified. Team 7 would embark on missions starting tomorrow. At Kakashi's announcement, Naruto and Hanayo clasped hands and leaped with glee. "Fantastic, Hanayo. We passed," he exclaimed joyously. "Indeed, Naruto. We did it. We are ninjas, ninjas, ninjas." Naruto laughed heartily, pulling Sakura and Hanayo into the celebration. Sasuke merely smirked, watching the trio. This was the life he wished for Hanayo, free from the burdens of the Uchiha clan's tragic past. Everything would rest on his shoulders, She deserved to live carefree and joyfully. A girl who smiles. Kakashi, observing the four holding hands, spoke softly, "Let us head back." As they watched Kakashi's retreating figure, they remained lost in elation. Suddenly, Hanayo's stomach growled. "I think I'm hungry," she admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Hanayo, ramen?" Naruto suggested, patting her shoulder. "Let us go, it's on me." Hanayo laughed brightly. After the four departed, a cloaked Umbu ninja descended from a distant tree, removing his fox mask. He belonged to the Root Division and had been observing from afar. Although he couldn't hear the specifics of the test, he had discerned the general capabilities of the group. If he ventured any closer, Kakashi would surely detect him. He murmured to himself, "I must report to Lord Danzo about the Uchiha sibling strength." The countdown to the abyss has begun. Within the dark confines of the Root organization, an elder with a bandaged left eye emerged, his expression calm, a scar crossing his chin as if inflicted by a sharp weapon. An Umbu member removed his mask, kneeling respectfully before the elder. "Lord Danzo, I have news." "Speak. What brings you before me?" the elder inquired. Naruto Uzumaki remains unchanged, but the strength of the Uchiha siblings. The Umbu recounted the entirety of Kakashi's survival exercise as witnessed from his vantage point. Tuanzong pondered for a moment, fully aware of Huayan's mastery of advanced ninjutsu. However, he was uncertain of her training origins. It was highly probable that she had come into possession of some relic left behind by Uchiha Fugaku, which she had kept hidden, thus explaining her current prowess. Contemplating this, Tuanzong clenched his fists in a darkened resolve. Indeed, the Uchiha clan must be eradicated, should this remnant of Uchiha continue to flourish. It would undoubtedly lead to future calamities. His thoughts drifted to the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. None of these three could be of any utility to him, and if he could not wield control over them, they would inevitably pose a significant threat. For the sake of Konoha, this Uchiha remnant must be utilized for his purposes. Nodding in affirmation, Tuanzong instructed the Umbu to depart. Once alone, he began to contemplate deeply. The agreement he had made with Uchiha Itachi was to spare only Sasuke. Yet this remnant had also persisted. Had it not been for Hiruzen's orders, he would have dispatched someone to eliminate the child long ago. "Uchiha Fugaku, how dare you leave so many ninjutsu scrolls to your daughter? I cannot be blamed for this." With that, Tuanzong summoned an Umbu member affiliated with the Root. "In a month, you will command Uchiha Huayan to join the Root organization after her Chunin exam. If she refuses, eliminate her to avert future troubles." "Yes." The Umbu vanished from Tuanzang's presence in an instant. "Hiruzen, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. This is not within the bounds of the agreement regarding Uchiha Sasuke." With that, he retreated into the shadows. The tasks assigned to Team 7 were numerous yet mundane, primarily consisting of trivial errands such as cat catching, locating missing persons, and cleaning duties. Such assignments left Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura feeling somewhat dispirited. Conversely, Huayan approached each task with unwavering seriousness, having become a ninja and feeling a surge of passion as she took her first steps towards her dreams. Although initially these tasks were minor, she and her teammates shared a delightful experience throughout the month. The warmth of their daily interactions brought them joy. Moreover, she no longer concealed her abilities. Her outstanding performance had drawn the attention of many high-ranking officials, and she now possessed a measure of self-defense capability. As the days passed, Kakashi's team continued to receive no significant missions, having completed a plethora of menial tasks. "How come we keep getting these useless assignments?" Naruto expressed his frustration, patting Huayan's shoulder. "You ask me, but who should I ask?" Huayan shrugged in response. "Let us go find Grandpa Third Hokage," Sakura murmured. Excluding Huayan, the other three appeared somewhat lethargic. Through their time together, Kakashi realized that Huayan was not as simple as he had initially thought. The ninjutsu she had mastered far exceeded his knowledge. It was apparent that following the Uchiha clan's massacre, she must have inherited numerous ninjutsu scrolls from her parents. As a prodigious talent, her grasp of such techniques likely stemmed from Uchiha Fugaku's legacy. Kakashi sighed, reflecting on the tragedy of her losing her parents and clan at such a tender age. Forced to train relentlessly day after day, her brother, Uchiha Sasuke, harbored vengeance in his heart. The Uchiha siblings bore an immense burden. He also came to understand Huayan better, recognizing her as fundamentally similar to any ordinary girl, talented yet still possessing the traits of a young girl. Much like Naruto, She was a spirited and enthusiastic individual capable of igniting the flames of determination in others. This was Kakashi's understanding of Hwain after a month of interaction. At this moment, they arrived at the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat at the main seat, and upon seeing the five return from their mission, a smile graced his face. "You're back." "Yes, Grandpa. Do you have any more exciting missions for us?" Naruto beamed eagerly. Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a stack of task lists from nearby documents, muttering softly, "Help Elder Mito look after his children, or run errands to the neighboring village, or assist in harvesting sweet potatoes." "No," Naruto quickly interrupted. "Don't bring us those kinds of tasks. I want to take on something more challenging. Give me something else." His dissatisfaction resonated with Sasuke and Sakura, while Hwain remained indifferent. As long as she could accompany them on missions, she was content. "I knew he would start throwing a tantrum," Kakashi murmured helplessly. "Ninja missions are categorized into 4 ranks. And for a novice team like Kakashi's, they could only undertake D-rank tasks. Higher ranks would not be assigned to them." Consequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen flipped through the task list again, a smirk forming on his lips as he glanced at Naruto's disgruntled expression. "Naruto, don't you desire a more advanced mission?" This statement immediately piqued Naruto's curiosity. "Huh, Grandpa, is there a formidable task? Since you asked, I shall assign you a C-rank mission." "Really? What is it?" Naruto inquired, intrigued. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen assigned them a task to escort the renowned bridge builder, Mr. Tazuna, to the Land of Waves. The following day, Naruto and the others arrived punctually at the village entrance. However, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Hwain were nowhere to be seen, causing the remaining 3 to exchange puzzled glances. "We have half an hour until departure. Why haven't Hwain and Sasuke arrived yet?" Naruto frowned. Kakashi sensed something amiss and addressed the 2 present. "I will go check on them. Please wait here." With that, Kakashi swiftly departed toward the Uchiha household. Sure enough, not far from Sasuke's home, Hwain and Sasuke were intercepted by an Umbu operative. "Will you allow us to pass or not?" Sasuke surged protectively behind Hwain, confronting the Umbu with a shout. "You will wait for your teacher to arrive before we proceed," the Umbu replied, offering no further explanation. Only upon Kakashi's arrival did the Umbu express surprise. "Umbu, are you affiliated with the root?" "Kakashi, you arrived just in time." The Umbu beckoned Kakashi aside and handed him a document. After reading it, Kakashi was taken aback. "Lord Tuanzong wishes to see Hwain?" "Yes, Uchiha Sasuke may accompany you. But Uchiha Hwain must come to the root." Was he attempting to recruit Hwain into the Umbu, much like Uchiha Itachi? Kakashi frowned, recalling Itachi had joined the Umbu at a similar age as Hwain. Very well, Kakashi conceded with a slight nod. After all, this was a task personally designated by Tuanzong, and with the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen present, he should not dare to harm Hwain. Approaching Hwain and Sasuke, Kakashi addressed Hwain, who was carrying a backpack. "Hwain, a high-ranking official in Konoha wishes to meet you. You may not be able to join us on this mission." "That's all right. Perhaps next time," Hwain replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice, though the prospect of meeting a high-ranking official left her feeling somewhat anxious. Kakashi turned to Uchiha Sasuke, softly saying, "Sasuke, let us go. Hwain, take care of yourself while we're gone." "Okay, brother, don't worry. Just remember to bring back some delicious treats." With that, Hwain pulled out half of her savings from her pocket and handed it to Sasuke. "What is this?" he asked, puzzled. "Brother, take it, it's my savings. If you get hungry on the way, use it to buy something to eat. And please apologize to Naruto and Sakura for me. I can't join you all this time." "All right, brother, hurry along. I'll head to the Umbu first." As she spoke, Hwain departed with the Umbu ninja, leaving only Kakashi and Sasuke behind, both deep in thought. It seemed to be a signal to recruit Hwain into the Umbu, which could be advantageous for her. Kakashi quietly remarked to Sasuke, "Well, let us take our leave as well." Hwain followed the Umbu ninja to Danzo's office. "Is this the place?" Hwain inquired. "Yes, let us enter," he replied, knocking on the door, which revealed an elderly voice from within. "Come in." Hwain stepped into the room and was met with Danzo, who sat wrapped in bandages, yet the wrinkles on his face were starkly visible. "Are you Uchiha Hwain?" Danzo asked, narrowing his eyes. "Yes, may I ask who you are?" "I am Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Umbu of Root. With the Chunin exams approaching in half a month, I see great potential in you and wish to invite you to join our ranks." Hwain was taken aback, gazing at Danzo in astonishment. "Me? Join the Umbu?" "Indeed. Your father, Uchiha Fugaku, must have imparted numerous jutsu to you, shaping you into such an exceptional individual. The Umbu is where you can fully realize your talents. However, Huayin, with a serious demeanor, firmly replied, I must decline. Very well, I shall await your decision, Danzo said, momentarily surprised, having expected her to accept. After all, joining the Umbu was a dream for many shinobi. The fact that this Uchiha scion dared to refuse him was unexpected. Yet Huayin's reasoning was straightforward. She had no desire to enter a place previously occupied by Itachi. I have no interest in the Umbu, hence my refusal. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. As she turned to exit, Danzo slammed his hand on the table. Do you think this is a public restroom? You cannot simply come and go as you please. His voice was icy, brimming with indignation at being disrespected by an Uchiha descendant. Nevertheless, Huayin was not one to be intimidated by such displays. She departed Danzo's office without a second glance. Once Huayin left, the nearby Umbu quickly knelt, fearful of Danzo, who was on the brink of fury and dared not utter a word. The audacity of this Uchiha scion. Sasuke is untouchable, but you are not. Danzo rose and addressed the ninja beside him. Amaya, you know what must be done. Yes, Amaya replied, vanishing from the room, having already exited the building. Huayin pondered why Danzo had extended an invitation to her. However, recalling the fury in his eyes upon her rejection, she felt reassured in her choice. Without her teammates from Team 7, Huayin ventured to a long-neglected training ground and trained for an entire afternoon. By evening, as she sat at the dining table, a wave of loneliness washed over her. I wonder how my brother, Naruto, and Sakura are doing, she sighed softly, regretting her absence from the mission due to the Umbu's invitation. Oh well, perhaps dinner out would be a better idea. With that, she donned her Uchiha blue cloak and stepped outside. As soon as she emerged, she sensed something amiss in her surroundings. After a few strides from her home, her keen intuition alerted her. Little Shin, am I being followed? Indeed, you are being tracked, came the response from her inner companion, causing Huayin to pause. But why would someone follow me? She made her way to the streets of Konoha, bustling with activity, yet she felt the weight of being pursued. The sensation grew more acute, igniting a sense of unease within her. In this moment of vulnerability, she realized that if her pursuer discovered her whereabouts, she would be at a significant disadvantage. Upon entering a ramen shop, she feigned ignorance, casually enjoying her meal. Once finished, she muttered to herself, everyone is off on missions. I suppose a stroll is in order. With that, she headed towards the outskirts of the village. In the shadows, Amaya felt a surge of excitement. At last, he had the opportunity to act. Cloaked in darkness, he donned a fox mask and stealthily followed Huayin. She, embodying the spirit of a carefree child, skipped along the path. Amaya couldn't help but smirk. After all, children were often naive. Following Danzo's orders, he was prepared to execute his mission. In the next moment, he struck. A shuriken shot from the underbrush, but Huayin was quicker. With a powerful leap, she spun in midair, evading the projectile. What? Amaya was astonished. You only dared to act outside the village? Yet Huayin's calm voice reached him. I have already found you. In an instant, her figure vanished, and she dashed into the bushes, seizing the shuriken and thrusting it towards Amaya. However, as a seasoned Umbu, Amaya was not easily dispatched. He unsheathed his blade, deflecting Huayin's attack with a swift motion, revealing his mask in the moonlight. It's you, Huayin exclaimed, recognizing the mask. Did Danzo send you to kill me? Why must you eliminate me? In response to her inquiries, Amaya said nothing. Instead, he leaped into the air, forming hand seals, and his weapon gleamed ominously as he aimed a deadly strike at Huayin. Yet she was prepared. Her form flickered like a phantom, effortlessly dodging his assault. In that fleeting moment, her hands moved with purpose, and she knew she could no longer hold back. This man was truly intent on her demise, likely acting on Danzo's orders. As a high-ranking official of Konoha, Danzo's involvement made this a grave matter. He would not dare to act without the village's tacit approval. And this realization chilled Huayin's heart. In a cloud of smoke, 10 clones of Huayin emerged, encircling Amaya, each commencing hand seals. Multiple shadow clone, great fire destruction. This jutsu, a fusion of her shadow clones and the great fireball technique, caught Amaya off guard. By the time he attempted to flee, it was too late. Flames erupted like a tempest, engulfing him in a matter of moments, reducing his form to ashes. As the clones dissipated, Huayin knelt on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. The technique had drained much of her chakra. Though the outcome was favorable, her spirits remained low. The revelation that someone within the higher echelons of Konoha sought her life struck her like a thunderclap. After the Uchiha clan's massacre, she had narrowly escaped the clutches of the masked man, yet now, not long after, she found herself targeted by the very village that had once been her home. Before Huayin could dwell further on her predicament, another figure emerged from the shadows, clad in Anbu attire. Not good. Still half kneeling. She was struck by this newcomer's powerful kick. With a resounding crash, Huayin's body was propelled like a cannonball, colliding with a tree and shattering it. She had never anticipated a second assailant lurking nearby. Had this individual been present when Hanayo attacked, why did they not intervene to protect their comrade? Yet before Huayin could ponder further, a blade pierced through her back, causing her pupils to constrict as she gazed down at the katana that had impaled her abdomen. The excruciating pain coursed through her, and blood slowly trickled from the corner of her mouth, contorting into a somewhat absurd smile. Having evaded the annihilation of her clan, could she not escape the fate dealt by her own kin? As the blade was withdrawn from her belly, Huayin collapsed onto the ground, her heavy eyelids drooping. Yet a fierce will to survive forced them open. In the distance, she recognized the figure emerging from the trees. It was Danzo, the remnants of the Uchiha clan. Was this truly a prodigious girl, who hadn't even activated her Sharingan? It seemed she was merely a waste. I shall take my leave. Dispose of Yuya's corpse, Danzo declared before striding away. Despair enveloped her as she confronted the final battle. This was Huayin's last dance. Mom, Dad, Sasuke, where are you? Huayin felt an overwhelming fatigue. Even Konoha could not shelter her. Blood continued to seep from her lips, revealing a profound sense of helplessness in her eyes. Yet in the next moment, a tide of memories surged into her mind. The horrifying recollections of the night of her clan's massacre, tightly embracing the image of Uchiha Mikoto. Her consciousness began to blur. Fresh blood poured from the gaping wound in her abdomen, staining her blue cloak. She sensed her strength rapidly waning. Her gaze fixed on the bright, white moon above. Her thoughts seemed to settle once more, as two Anbu members were busy attending to Yuya's body. Huayin was merely awaiting her last breath before they would tend to her. Brother, I may die here today. She raised a bloodied hand in an attempt to grasp the moon, but the smiles of Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi flooded her mind. The smile of Izumi also flickered before her, almost like a mirage. Huayin, stand up. Izumi's voice echoed. You still seek the flower field in your heart. Do you not? Izumi. Huayin cried. I feel my consciousness fading. You are 11 now, no longer the powerless child of 6. You have no reason to evade any longer. Tears streamed down Huayin's cheeks as the agonizing pain in her abdomen gnawed at her remaining awareness. How could I die here? Suddenly, a resolute light flickered in her eyes. Huayin clenched her jaw, and chakra surged violently within her. Even the small ninja within her inner world was taken aback. For this was pure yang release power. The gaping wound in her abdomen began to heal, and her eyes transformed into a vivid red, the three tomos swirling slowly. What is happening? The two Anbu exchanged astonished glances as Huayin's pallid face, calm to the point of tranquility, belied the fury raging within her. She understood that this might be her final brilliance in life, perhaps a glimmer of hope, yet regardless of the outcome, she would not retreat. This was her pride as an Uchiha, her unwavering conviction to fight. Just a dying ember, aren't you? Do you wish to endure further suffering? Yet now, Huayin felt only coldness. In this desolate world, she lived in solitude, unable to find refuge even in Konoha, leaving her uncertain of whom to trust. Rather than relying on others, she would depend on herself. A murderous intent radiated from her expression as her three-tomo Sharingan spun furiously. Look away from her eyes. One shouted in alarm, but his warning came too late. The ninja beside him was already ensnared in the genjutsu of her Sharingan. They found themselves in a flower field drenched in crimson, bound to a blood-red cross, each petal as sharp as a blade, inflicting 1,000 cuts. Within this illusion, his movements were agonizingly slow, while the blade-like petals sliced at him with blinding speed. In reality, the ninja ensnared by Huayin's Sharingan was bleeding from every orifice. His gaze hollow as he collapsed, breathing faintly. Huayin tilted her head, her expression growing wild. Now it's your turn. The man drew the blade from behind him and charged at Huayin. Die, brat. But in the next moment, the forest erupted with a cacophony akin to 1,000 birds in chorus. Clang. Crack. The Anbu's sword was cleaved in two by Chidori, and in a heartbeat, Huayi's merciless smile pierced through the heart of the Umbu. How is this possible? He knelt before her, collapsing at her feet. Without a glance at the fallen Umbu, Huayin stepped forward to the next ninja ensnared by her illusion, withdrew a kunai, and viciously thrust it into his heart. Blood splattered across her cheek, yet she remained unfazed. As she stood, another figure emerged from the depths of the forest, where Danzo had stood moments before. Huayin beheld the white-haired man, frowning as he stepped into the moonlight. Haha, I no longer hold any expectations for this wretched village. Are you here to kill me as well? The white-haired man surveyed the chaos unfolding around him, his frown deepening. You are injured, Jiraiya remarked, addressing Huayin. However, Huayin did not respond to Jiraiya's words. Instead, she formed a single hand seal, her Sharingan flaring once more. You are Uchiha Huayin, Jiraiya exclaimed, but all he received in reply was a single Chidori. Boom! A flash of white light erupted, sending both Huayin and Jiraiya hurtling backward. Huayin's speed was overwhelming. Jiraiya had only just executed the Rasengan to ward off her attack. Meanwhile, Huayin crashed into a large tree but gritted her teeth and rose again, despite her injuries. What's wrong? Why did you kill those two ninjas? Jiraiya was taken aback, having rushed in upon hearing the sound of Chidori, only to find Huayin, bloodied and battered, alongside the corpses of the two Umbu. He knew Uchiha Huayin. At least the third Hokage had described her as a kind child. Why did she now exude such terrifying intent to kill and an expression of despair? There was only one explanation. She had endured profound, soul-crushing despair, gazing upon her three-tomo Sharingan. Even Jiraiya felt a string in his heart resonate. This child was only 11, yet she possessed a three-tomo Sharingan. What kind of suffering had she endured? Are you also sent to kill me? Who wishes to take my life? Huayin retorted. Stop pretending. With that, Huayin formed seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A terrifying gust of air surged towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya's white hair lengthened instantly as he intercepted the wind jutsu. Yet, it was merely a ruse. Huayin leapt into the air, combining the great fireball with her shuriken. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Jiraiya's eyes widened in realization. He could not simply block it, for she was intent on killing him. He was desperate to understand what had transpired that night to transform this once kind girl into a figure of such despair. His legs trembled as he narrowly evaded Huayin's attack, turning to ensnare her with the lion's main technique. You can't move now. Can you listen to me? I have nothing to say to you. Huayin retorted, her hand trembling as a torrent of crimson blood erupted forth. She even severed a piece of flesh from her arm to regain some mobility. What? Jiraiya gasped in shock at the girl's resolve to endure such pain. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A torrent of terrifying flames erupted from Huayin's mouth, aimed solely at Jiraiya, intent on extinguishing his life. Jiraiya's expression was grave as he swiftly dispelled the chaotic lion's main technique. Facing the flames surging towards him, he unfurled a scroll, instantly capturing Huayin's great fire extinguishing technique within it. After executing her technique, Huayin knelt on one knee, her three-tomo Sharingan no longer manifesting. Let us settle this with one final move, she declared, mustering her strength to rise and meet Jiraiya's calm gaze. He offered no response, merely observing her, eager to ascertain the technique she intended to employ. In the next moment, he was taken aback, for in Huayin's left hand glimmered a blue chakra sphere. Truly, she was a prodigious talent from the Uchiha clan, mastering this technique after merely witnessing it once. With that thought, Jiraiya formed a Rasengan in his hand. Come on, let me witness your conviction, he exclaimed, laughing heartily and acknowledging Huayin before him. I will not back down, Huayin shouted, stepping forward with such force that the ground beneath her exploded, leaving even Jiraiya wide-eyed in astonishment. Yet, his surprise did not stem from Huayin's speed, but rather from her words, the dog of Danzo? Could it be that all of this was orchestrated by Danzo himself? Huayin charged at him, forcing Jiraiya to defend himself. The collision of their two Rasengan produced a cataclysmic explosion that stirred the very winds of the surrounding forest. At that moment, Huayin's hands fell limply to her sides. Yet she stood resolutely, her gaze fixed on Jiraiya, who was also retreating. He felt a chill run through him as he observed his own trembling hands. The power Huayin had exhibited today far surpassed that of an ordinary genin, eclipsing even the standards of the Umbu. As Jiraiya was lost in thought, Huayin suddenly erupted into a loud, unrestrained laughter, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Father, mother, sister Izumi, Nothing has changed. Her voice resonated with helplessness and grief. Her laughter grew hoarse, and the bloodstains mingled with tears at the corners of her eyes, creating a hauntingly beautiful sight. She struggled to maintain her weary form, staggering toward Jiraiya, who remained unguarded. Jiraiya gazed intently at the girl before him, who could scarcely walk, for he knew she would no longer attack him. Is it too much to wish for a quiet existence? Huayin's voice trembled, her eyes shimmering with tears as she stood before him. If that is the case, I would not cherish living in this world of ninjas. As her words fell, she grasped Jiraiya's hand, retrieving a kunai from her leg pouch and gently placing it in his palm, resting her forehead against his chest. Kill me, Huayin uttered, a tone of transcendence and resolution emanating from her. There are still many things worth cherishing in this world. Jiraiya looked deeply into the eyes of this Uchiha prodigy, once praised for her kindness and gentleness by the third Hokage, now filled with a hollow longing for death, piercing his heart with anguish. What despair had that scoundrel Danzo inflicted upon this child? Do it, Huayin screamed at Jiraiya. Hurry and end my suffering. Her eyes trembled with intensity, tears streaming down her cheeks. Gradually, she closed her eyes and collapsed before him, losing consciousness. Jiraiya caught her in his arms, finally noticing the wounds adorning her body. Her abdomen bore a gaping wound, and her right arm seemed dislocated. Coupled with the injuries sustained from their battle, Jiraiya's eyes quivered in distress. At that moment, the third Hokage and his Umbu, who had arrived late from Konoha, reached the scene. Jiraiya, what are you doing here? The third Hokage inquired at first glance. Seeing Jiraiya cradling the wounded Huayin, did you do this? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, frowning. It was them, Jiraiya replied, gesturing towards the two lifeless Umbu bodies nearby. One with a gaping hole where its heart once was, and the other pierced by a kunai. Hiruzen was taken aback by the sight. Jiraiya approached the third Hokage with the unconscious Huayin in his arms. This child, Hiruzen's expression grew complex. She killed them all. What? Hiruzen stood frozen in shock. First, let's get her to the hospital. Outside Konoha Hospital, Jiraiya relayed all the information regarding his battle with Huayin and his deductions to Hiruzen. That scoundrel Danzo. Hiruzen gritted his teeth, having already spoken to Danzo about the situation, only for him to proceed with such actions. Danzo's interference had nearly led to the downfall of the Uchiha prodigy. This matter would not go unanswered. Here was merely an 11-year-old child, and Danzo had dared to act against her. He was truly mad. Until Kakashi returns, I will protect her, Jiraiya stated calmly. It seems there is no other choice. Hiruzen replied helplessly, recognizing his own negligence in allowing Danzo to carry out such deeds in secret. She and Sasuke were the last of the Uchiha bloodline. Yet Danzo had cruelly turned against such a child. It was madness. That night, Huayin lay upon a hospital bed, swathed in bandages just as she had been at the age of 6. Her pallid cheeks, under the care of the medical ninjas, gradually regained a hint of color. While Jiraiya sat outside the hospital, his expression heavy with concern. The rude organization was surrounded by Hiruzen and all the Umbu, while Danzo was stripped of his position, and Root was disbanded. Cornered, Danzo glared at Hiruzen. I did all this for Konoha. Danzo, you have strayed. She is still just a child. Hiruzen retorted. You are too kind, Hiruzen. Your kindness will ultimately bring harm to Konoha. He slammed his hand on the table and stormed out of the office. Watching the furious Danzo depart, Hiruzen sighed. I am the sunlight of Konoha, while you are the shadow of Root. The world cannot function properly without either. The next day, Huayin slowly opened her eyes. Am I in heaven? Jiraiya-sama, she has awakened. A medical ninja beside her urgently called out to Jiraiya outside the room. I'm coming, he replied, entering the room to find Huayin's vacant gaze. It's you. Why didn't you kill me? It would be a pity to let you die. Jiraiya replied, sitting beside her and peeling an orange. Would you like some? Huayin shook her head, yet Jiraiya forcibly placed a piece in her mouth. Jiraiya-sama. The patient is still very weak, the nearby nurses quickly reminded him. It's just an orange, he reassured them. Huayin reluctantly swallowed the piece of orange, her expression twisting slightly. It's so sour. Indeed, oranges are quite sour. You have yet to experience many flavors. This world holds much worth cherishing, and there is no need to seek death, Jiraiya spoke gently. Huayin shook her head, falling silent. She no longer held any expectations for this village. Companionship, community, mere illusions. Only she could trust herself. In moments of life and death, she had felt utterly helpless, recalling the instant the blade pierced her abdomen. watching as the blood-stained tip of the blade emerged from her. The fury within her heart was palpable. Seeing the hollow light in Huayi's eyes, Jiraiya sighed softly, placing the orange on the table before leaving the room. I will protect you until Kakashi returns. With this solitary statement, Jiraiya departed. Meanwhile, Hanan gradually succumbed to slumber while gazing at the scenery outside the hospital room. Over the past 10 days, she had hardly uttered a word. Only when Jiraiya visited for casual conversation did she exchange a few remarks. Even when Sarutobi Hiruzen came to offer his condolences, she remained silent, merely casting a faint glance at him, as if her heart had perished. Observing Hanan's expression, Sarutobi shook his head in resignation. Recognizing that Danzo had seemingly shattered the child's spirit, leaving her devoid of trust in those around her. As he exited the room, Sarutobi clenched his teeth, resolving to confront Danzo once more. Such despicable actions against a child were utterly intolerable. Although Hanan had sustained severe injuries, her remarkable recuperative abilities were nothing short of astonishing. Within less than 10 days, she had nearly recovered and was ready for discharge. Today marked the 14th day since Team 7 had embarked on their mission, and Hanan stepped out of the hospital, her eyes devoid of life as she glanced at Jiraiya beside her. "Shall I escort you home?" he offered. "No need. Don't be shy." "All right." Her responses were curt. Misunderstandings with Jiraiya had been resolved, and she understood that he had come upon hearing the circumstances. "By the way, you can perform the Rasengan and Chidori. You truly are impressive," Jiraiya remarked with a smile as they walked together. Hanan merely shot him a fleeting glance before making her way home. It was only after Jiraiya had seen her safely to her doorstep that his smile faded into a sigh of helplessness. This child has evidently matured significantly, he mused as he departed Uchiha territory. Alone in her living room, Hanan sat, staring at the bandages still wrapped around her body, her heart heavy with sorrow. She gazed at a family photograph displayed in the cabinet, taken when she was 5 years old, capturing the Uchiha family, Mikoto, Fugaku, Sasuke, Itachi, and herself. Hanan, standing together in their yard. Hanan retrieved the frame, comparing the vibrant scene of the past with the present desolation of the yard, which had grown eerily silent. As she reflected on the photograph, a self-deprecating smile crept across her face. "Oh, Hanan, how long has it been since the grass was last trimmed?" "Nothing has transpired. The warmth that once enveloped Team 7 is now but a memory." Today marked the day of Team 7's return from their mission. Kakashi, accompanied by Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, arrived back in Konoha. They were eager to share the events that had unfolded during their journey, including their encounters with Zabuza and Haku, with Hanan. Subsequently, they proceeded towards the Uchiha compound. Indeed, they spotted Hanan in the yard of Sasuke's home, diligently tending to the weeds and trimming the plants. "Hey, Hanan!" Naruto, with his boisterous voice, climbed onto the wall and called out to her. Upon hearing Naruto's shout, Hanan merely lifted her gaze momentarily, lacking enthusiasm, and offered a slight nod to acknowledge him. Witnessing her demeanor, the others exchanged puzzled glances. "Let's go inside," Sasuke suggested, inviting the group to enter. As they stepped into the house, they were greeted by a delightful fragrance of flowers wafting through the air. Sakura, noticing several pots of blooming flowers in the hall, expressed her admiration. "Truly, Hanan has an exquisite taste in flowers." The four of them continued into the foyer and then into the main room, where they found Hanan sitting calmly in place. Kakashi immediately sensed something was amiss. Only Naruto had shouted from the wall, while the others remained outside. Even the usually oblivious Naruto noticed that Hanan was wrapped in bandages, clearly bearing injuries. "Hanan, what happened?" he asked, his voice trembling. Sasuke glared at her, concern etched on his face. "What transpired?" Hanan looked at her brother, a wave of grievance swelling within her, yet she was no longer the 6-year-old girl she once was. Gritting her teeth, she gently shook her head and softly replied, "Nothing happened." Who would believe such a statement from someone who appeared so lost? Her eyes clouded with confusion. "I'll fetch you all some tea," Hanan said, rising to head into the kitchen. Seeing her like this pained Sasuke, and even Naruto and Sakura lowered their heads in sorrow. Something must have happened to Hanan, but she seems reluctant to share, Naruto assessed. "Isn't that obvious?" Sakura retorted, delivering a playful punch to Naruto. "Kakashi-sensei, could you please ask her?" Sakura urged. "Me?" Kakashi hesitated. Just then, he spotted a white-haired man waving at him through the glass wall of the courtyard. "Jiraiya-sama?" Kakashi exclaimed in surprise, turning to the others. "What?" The trio looked in the direction Kakashi was staring, but there was no one there. I'll step out for a moment. Please make yourselves comfortable, Kakashi instructed. All right, Kakashi-sensei, hurry back, they replied. Kakashi exited the Uchiha residence and found Jiraiya waiting at the entrance. Jiraiya-sama, what brings you here? Kakashi inquired, puzzled. Jiraiya's expression was serious as he said, I came to discuss that child. Are you referring to Hanan? Yes. As a J-nin. You failed to protect her. What? After receiving a scolding from Jiraiya, Kakashi learned the truth of that day. I can't believe Danzo would stoop so low. Kakashi's expression darkened. Now that you have returned, I entrust Hanan to you. She has surely grown significantly since that day. With that, Jiraiya prepared to depart. Thank you, Jiraiya-sama, for looking after her. Kakashi bowed in gratitude. By the way, her abilities are formidable, but her mental state is akin to that of a normal girl. At her age, she is susceptible to straying from the right path. The ch-nin exams are approaching. After that, we shall guide her together. Jiraiya concluded his remarks and left, leaving Kakashi with a pale expression. He could scarcely fathom the helplessness and despair Hanan must have felt at that moment. Kakashi returned to the room in silence, where 4 cups of hot tea awaited on the table. Kakashi-sensei, this is the green tea I bought this morning. Please have some, Hanan said in a flat tone. Compared to her usual self, Hanan seemed devoid of her former confidence and fervor, now appearing calm and hollow. Reflecting on everything Jiraiya had shared, Kakashi gazed at Hanan with deep remorse. I am truly sorry, Hanan, he said, bowing his head in apology. The 3 others were taken aback. Why was Kakashi apologizing to Hanan? Even she was momentarily stunned, though she concealed her surprise. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall as she tilted her head in curiosity at Kakashi. Teacher, why are you apologizing to Hanan? Let us discuss this outside. Hanan, please wait for us, Kakashi directed as he led the 3 children into the courtyard, revealing everything Jiraiya had confided in him. This secret could not remain hidden. The moment they saw the bandages on Hanan, they would inevitably uncover the truth. Thus, Kakashi chose transparency, and upon learning of the situation, Sasuke maintained a somber demeanor throughout. Where is Danzo? I will kill him. Sasuke seethed, ready to storm out of the house, but Kakashi restrained him. He has already faced the 3rd Hokage's wrath. Let us treat Hanan with kindness, as she may not be in a stable mental state. Kakashi, why did you stop me back then? Why not take Hanin with you? Sasuke shouted at Kakashi. Brother. Suddenly, Hanin's voice echoed in the courtyard. Upon seeing Hanin's delicate face, Sasuke fell to his knees, feeling as though he was on the verge of losing another loved one. Naruto and Sakura, understanding Sasuke's anguish, stood silently beside him, their expressions grave. As Sasuke knelt on the ground, Hanin followed suit, embracing her brother tightly. Once again, Sasuke held his sister in his arms and wept. It felt eerily similar to the night of the massacre, where they nearly faced eternal separation. If not for Hanin's own strength, she would have been mourned at her grave. And Sasuke's heart was shattering at the thought. This time, even Naruto and Sakura joined in to comfort the Uchiha siblings, the 4 of them embracing tightly, wishing to alleviate their sorrow. It was the first time Naruto witnessed Hanin and Sasuke crying so heartbreakingly, an image that would linger in his mind. Lacking family, he found it difficult to comprehend such emotions, only knowing that Hanin had nearly perished at the hands of Danzo. Watching the scene of Team 7 huddled together in tears, Kakashi felt a pang of regret, realizing this was a consequence of his negligence. During their mission in the Land of Waves, his carelessness had led to his students' peril when they fell victim to Zabuza's water prison technique, leaving him to grapple with guilt. 10 minutes later, Hanin wiped away her tears and stood up, her eyes still somewhat vacant, yet she managed to smile at everyone. She resolved to trust Team 7 once more. For the warmth that Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, and her brother provided was undeniably real. Everyone, please stay for dinner tonight. I'd love for you to sample my cooking. Great. We get to taste Hanin's culinary skills again. Sasuke reminded her gently, don't push yourself too hard. Hanin's blessing. You will surely become Hokage. Days passed, and Team 7 continued their mundane B-rank missions without much complaint, having learned the value of such tasks after their experiences in the Land of Waves with Zabuza and Haku. Even Naruto ceased to grumble about the low rank of their missions, diligently participating in the simpler tasks. Following the assassination attempt on Hanin by the Umbu, she grew increasingly reticent, speaking little to anyone outside of Team 7. After spending several days with Hanin, Kakashi took a deep breath. He had heard from the third Hokage that Hanin had become particularly sensitive to feelings of safety since the night of the massacre. As her teacher, he felt a heavy responsibility for her well-being, yet life must go on. At least she still interacted with Team 7 as before, though she seemed to have withdrawn from everyone else. Kakashi sighed quietly, reflecting on Hanin's plight, being hunted by her own kin, narrowly escaping, only to face the darkness of the village. He felt a surge of indignation on her behalf. In the distance, he saw Hanin cradling a cat, while Sakura playfully teased it, and Naruto, with his arms crossed, pointed at himself and Sasuke. Kakashi clenched his fists, vowing, "I will protect you all." He adjusted his ninja headband, the crimson Sharingan gleaming. This was a gift from his best friend, a testament to the will entrusted to him by Obito. Cherishing one's most important companions was one of his ninja principles. Kakashi stepped forward, striding towards the Team 7 he cherished. "Kakashi-sensei, do you want to pet it?" Hanin asked, holding out the large orange cat. He bent down, scratching the cat's chin before softly speaking to Hanin and the others. "Today's mission is complete. Let's gather early tomorrow morning. I may have something to announce." Hanin's lips twitched, sensing that the announcement might not be anything significant. "Can't you just announce it now?" Naruto asked, scratching his head and squinting, already sidling up between Sakura and Hanin to pet the cat. After all, he stood between the Uchiha genius, Hanin, and the girl he had secretly admired for so long, Sakura, which made him secretly elated. No, it must remain a mystery. After disbanding, Naruto returned to teasing Sakura while Hanin accompanied Sasuke home. "Brother, what would you like for dinner? How about I make some beef miso soup?" "That sounds good. I haven't had your beef stew in ages," Sasuke nodded, considering it an excellent suggestion. "But we just had it the day before yesterday." Hanin pouted. As a ninja, their consumption was significant. "Hanin, why don't you skip cooking today?" "I'll handle it," Sasuke declared with earnestness. No, Hanin quickly protested. The following morning, after finishing breakfast and donning his headband, Naruto rushed energetically to the meeting place. Upon arrival, he found Sasuke, Sakura, and Hanin waiting patiently. "Good morning, Sakura." "Hanin," he said, casting an annoyed glance at Sasuke. Sasuke rolled his eyes at Naruto, while Hanin observed the two with a warm smile. Despite their bickering, it was evident that both cared for each other deeply. Sakura appeared weary, exasperated by the ongoing rivalry between the two. Since their return from the Land of Waves, something felt off between them. However, Hanin had not participated in that mission, yet the danger she faced was far worse than theirs. As expected, Kakashi arrived late once again. "Good morning, everyone. I got lost." Hanin and Naruto immediately expressed their discontent with Kakashi's tardiness, harshly criticizing his frequent excuses for being late. "So what will you announce today, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto inquired. "I'll tell you later. First, let's complete the mission," Kakashi teased. Thus, they spent the morning pulling weeds and picking up trash by the river, with Naruto's various blunders resulting in Hanin bandaging his wounds. She and Sasuke supported the exhausted Naruto, who realized that if he didn't want to owe Hanin and himself any favors, he needed to become stronger. Sasuke recalled Zabuza and Haku, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction knowing many were far stronger than him. "All right, it's time to disband," Kakashi announced. "Wait, what about the announcement, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto and Sakura asked. Puzzled, "Are you all idiots?" "If he said maybe, that means there's nothing to announce," Sasuke retorted coldly. Just like that, Kakashi chuckled awkwardly before leaving. Naruto and Sakura were left dumbfounded, realizing it was yet another trick of Kakashi's to get them up early only to be late. Feeling defeated, Sakura hurried after Sasuke, while Naruto hung his head in disappointment. As a result, the little yellow hair atop his head was angrily tousled by Hwain several times. How could someone aspiring to become Hokage be so despondent here? As Naruto beheld Hwain's gentle and elegant smile, he felt invigorated. "You're right. I am destined to become Hokage." With that, Naruto retrieved a kunai engraved with flowers from his pocket. "Look, I've kept this kunai all this time." "After all this time, why do you still have it? I thought you had lost it," Hwain exclaimed, taking it and examining it closely, noting that it was still in good condition. "This was your very first gift to me." Naruto snatched the kunai back, saying, "I can't give it to you now. I'll return it personally on the day I become Hokage." Hwain nodded slightly in agreement and then handed Naruto an identical kunai. "This is the Hokage commemorative edition, a gift for you. You will undoubtedly become Hokage. You needn't return this one. Consider it my advance blessing for your Hokage dream." Upon hearing this, Naruto felt a twinge of emotion. In a world where many deemed him incapable of becoming Hokage and mocked his aspirations, it was only this Uchiha girl, a year his junior, who offered him affirmation and unwavering belief. Then I shall accept it, Hwain. Thank you. Ha ha ha. You must work hard, Hwain said as she placed the kunai in Naruto's hand. The Sand Village has been utterly defeated. The prodigious Uchiha girl named Hwain. Brother Naruto, we're here. In the distance, 3 children returned alongside Sakura, who was disheartened after her encounter with Sasuke. Sister Hwain is here too. Konohamaru greeted her cheerfully. Is that you, Konohamaru? Are you here to learn ninjutsu from Brother Naruto again? Hwain asked, crouching down. Yes. Sister Hwain, do you want to join us? I'll pass. You all aspire to be Hokage. I'll leave you to it. She turned to Naruto with a gentle smile. Naruto, I'll take my leave now. All right, go ahead. Hwain. Inspired by her words, Naruto felt a surge of determination. However, upon seeing Sakura's dejected demeanor, he suddenly developed a crush and rushed over to her. Unsurprisingly, he was sent flying by a punch from Sakura, leaving him battered, and Konohamaru, who had been supporting Naruto, was not spared from a beating either. During this chaotic chase, Konohamaru accidentally collided with a boy clad in black, adorned with purple markings on his face. This collision caused Hwain, who had walked a distance away, to stop and glance back at the unfolding situation. That hurts, Kanjiro said, looking at the fallen Konohamaru. In the next moment, Konohamaru was lifted by his collar. Konohamaru, Naruto, and Sakura rushed to his aid. Ugh, you little brat, Kanjiro smirked, his expression one of disdain. Handing him was Shigeru, who scanned the surroundings. I told you to stop. Be careful, or you'll get scolded later. Sakura apologized, her heart racing as she gazed at the duo, unsure of their identities. Naruto, feeling agitated, shouted, Hey, let him go. Kanjiro chuckled lightly, full of contempt for the Leaf Village's genin. Before that annoying guy arrives, let us have some fun with you. He held Konohamaru firmly, rendering his struggles futile. You're quite strong for a little brat, he taunted. Naruto, gritting his teeth, was on the verge of exploding with rage. Bastard. He charged at Kanjiro, raising his tightly clenched fist to strike him. Yet Kanjiro was no easy opponent. He opened his eyes slightly, and with a subtle gesture of his fingers, Naruto stumbled and fell to the ground as though pulled by invisible threads. What? What was that? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, staring at Kanjiro. Is that so? Leaf genin are weak, Kanjiro sneered. What are these outsiders doing here? Sakura felt a tinge of unease as she observed the scene unfold. Naruto looked at Konohamaru with concern. Hey, I really dislike that little brat. He's infuriatingly arrogant for someone so small. I just want to obliterate him, Kanjiro said coldly, his demeanor murderous. Shigeru sighed, indifferent to the situation. Well, let us deal with this little brat first, then take care of the other matter. As he raised his fist to strike Konohamaru, a kunai suddenly lodged itself in the back of his hand. The kunai had bypassed Sakura and the others, striking Kanjiro's hand with pinpoint accuracy. Gazing at his bleeding hand, Kanjiro's pupils constricted, and Shigeru was taken aback as 2 kunai had been thrown, one ricocheting to pierce his left hand. The one who threw the kunai was evidently masterful in this technique. Such precision required exceptional skill and dynamic vision. Before Shigeru and Kanjiro could react, a cold-faced, long-haired woman appeared before everyone. Hwain, Naruto, and Sakura stood stunned at the sight. Even Sasuke, perched on a tree, chose not to reveal himself, intrigued by the strength of his sister. Kanjiro's bloodshot eyes reflected the agony he was enduring. You wretched woman, he roared, but before he could lash out, Hwain placed a hand on his chest. Her beauty was striking, yet her expression was dark and frigid. Kanjiro found himself momentarily mesmerized by Hwain's beauty, and in that fleeting moment of hesitation, she silently invoked a jutsu. Wind release, gale palm. Boom. Kanjiro's chest exploded, sending him hurtling several meters away. Yet this was not the end. For those who harmed those she cherished, she would show no mercy. Hwain swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, die? With a cold smirk, she declared, great fireball technique. Oh no. Shigeru, sensing the might of Hwain's attack, hurriedly reached for her fan to defend herself, but it was too late. A fireball, twice the size of Hwain, surged toward them. The speed was astonishing, leaving Kanjiro and Shigeru momentarily stunned. Their opponent was decisively swift, and Kanjiro had no time to unleash his puppets. Naruto, Sakura, and even Konohamaru stood dumbfounded. Boom. A tremendous explosion ensued, leaving Kanjuro lying in a deep crater, seemingly unconscious. Naruto, do you have a kunai? Hwine asked, her tone chilling. Naruto felt at a loss. Hwine, what are you planning? To kill him. Those two words plunged the scene into silence. Hwine intended to kill Kanjuro, and Shigure's expression turned grave. Sasuke's lips twitched. He could hardly believe that Hwine's fireball was twice as powerful as his own. She was merely his little sister, and the stronger she became, the happier he felt. He didn't compete with her like he did with others. He merely hoped she wouldn't get angry. Sasuke felt a sense of helplessness, but realized he had to intervene to stop Hwine. Shigure retrieved a massive fan from behind her, readying herself as she prepared to act. She could not simply stand by and allow her brother to be killed. Why do you, so weak, dare to be so arrogant? In the next moment, Hwine's figure flickered once more, her speed so astonishing that Shoju could not react in time. A slender hand swiftly grasped her collar, lifting her effortlessly into the air. If you lack manners, then you shall lie down. Hwine's voice, cold and indifferent, resonated like a harbinger of despair, a reflection of the darkness she had battled through. Hwine, Sasuke shouted, but she had already made her move. With a single punch, she sent Shoju flying, her body spinning through the air until she collided with Kanjuro. All done, Hwine declared, brushing her hands off as she transformed from her earlier aloof demeanor back into her cheerful self. Hwine is truly impressive, exclaimed Naruto, his eyes sparkling with admiration at how she had effortlessly defeated two Chunin from another village in mere moments. Sasuke approached, concerned for his sister's well-being. After all, she was his beloved sibling, regardless of her superior strength. I'm fine, brother, Hwine reassured him, always trying to show off. Sasuke shook his head in exasperation, giving her a gentle pat on the back. It was unclear how long they celebrated, but when everyone regained their senses, Shoju and Kanjuro had vanished, leaving only a scattering of sand behind. In the shadows, a bandaged man observed the scene with a grave expression, particularly fixating on the talented Uchiha girl. Chunin exam. The Uchiha siblings are brimming with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, at the former Root Organization headquarters, the entire organization had been disbanded. Danzo entered calmly, secretly gathering his most obedient ANBU shinobi. The remnants of the Uchiha clan are surprisingly resilient. You all, after the Chunin exam, will eliminate that Uchiha scion. The ANBU ninjas exchanged confused glances. Lord Danzo, do you mean Uchiha Sasuke or Uchiha Hwine? Uchiha Hwine. Once she is dealt with, my era shall commence. Yes, understood. In an instant, the squad disappeared without a trace. Danzo, the Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. Such power cannot be allowed to persist. If you cannot bring yourself to act, then I shall do so on your behalf. Under your leadership, Konoha will remain weak. Only when I ascend to Hokage can I lead Konoha toward a brighter future. Danzo, that day will not be far off. With a smug grin, Danzo retreated into the darkness, patiently awaiting the day he would become Hokage. In the Hokage's office, a group of Jonin stood present. Sarutobi Hiruzen seated in the main chair, gazing upon the future instructors of the Hidden Leaf Village with a sense of pride. These individuals were the backbone of Konoha. And Hiruzen felt a wave of relief. The village had endured severe hardships since the Third Shinobi World War. Turning his attention to the rookie Chunin classes he had appointed, he casually inquired, "Well then, do you have any recommendations for the upcoming Chunin exam?" Asuma stepped forward, promptly recommending the 3 genin from his team, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji. Meanwhile, Yuhi Kurenai also advocated for her team, which included Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. Hiruzen nodded, acknowledging their potential despite their inexperience. Given Konoha's recent trials following the Third Shinobi World War, it was essential to expedite the growth of such promising talents. He then turned to Kakashi, who proactively spoke up. I, Hatake Kakashi, recommend my team, Uchiha Hwine, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura, for the Chunin selection exam. The other ninjas were taken aback, including the teachers from the academy, as these were fresh genin being recommended for the Chunin exam. At that moment, a voice rose in concern, despite not having taught Hwine herself. The instructor had observed the other members of Team 7, as well as Asuma's and Kurenai's teams. It feels premature for these children, who are merely 12 years old, and one is even 11, to participate in the Chunin exam. Although Iruka acknowledged their talents, he worried that such an endeavor might be too ambitious for their age. Kakashi held an opposing view, leading to a spirited debate between the two. Ultimately, Irika decided to conduct a preliminary assessment. After all, the Chunin exam was not only a test of individual strength, but also a measure of the power dynamics between the various ninja villages. Irika's perspective was valid. So they would arrange a special preparatory exam for the rookie genin. A preparatory exam? Irika questioned, puzzled. The following day, Team 7 gathered at the bridge as usual, awaiting Kakashi's arrival. Naruto yawned. Isn't Kakashi-sensei always a few minutes late? Hwine, do you have any water left? Weren't you just drinking? Hwine replied, exasperated. As she handed her water bottle to Naruto. Unfazed, he raised it to his lips, not even bothering to touch the mouthpiece. Hwine, you're too indulgent with Naruto. Sakura chimed in, voicing her concern. Can I drink from yours, Sakura? Naruto asked eagerly after returning the bottle to Hwine. Get away. Sakura's fist flew at him with the same speed as her words, leaving a sizable bump on his head. Bored, Sasuke stood with his hands in his pockets, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding antics. Brother, would you like some water? No, thank you, Hwine. Sakura couldn't hold back her frustration any longer, grabbing Naruto by the collar and exclaiming, why does that guy always make everyone wait for him? Exactly. Both Naruto and Hwine echoed in agreement. Suddenly, Kakashi appeared before them in a flash. Ah, good morning, everyone. Today, I seem to have lost my way on the path of life. Liars. Hwine, Naruto and Sakura shouted in unison. Kakashi, undeterred, stepped closer. All right, though it's a bit sudden, I have recommended you all to participate in the Chunin selection exam. He produced 4 application forms and handed them out. The Chunin exam? Hwine murmured, her memory stirring. I must clarify, this recommendation is not mandatory. Whether you choose to participate is entirely your decision. In an exuberant display, Naruto threw his arms around Kakashi, engaging in an enthusiastic display of camaraderie. Those who wish to take part, please sign the application. We will meet 5 days from now at 3 p.m. in classroom 301. The 4 of them contemplated the forms, each harboring their own thoughts. On their way home, Hwine and Sasuke discussed the application, with Hwine asking, are you going to participate, brother? Yes. I want to see if you will join as well, Sasuke inquired. Of course. If you're going, I have no reason not to. But brother may not necessarily be your opponent, Sasuke teased. Well, you never practice with me. Hwine pouted. Your training methods are too extreme. Sasuke retorted, taking her slender hand. Though I cannot fathom why, your recovery is swift, yet some scars will not fade immediately. Look at what you've done to yourself. Hwine quickly withdrew her hand. Retorting at Sasuke, what about you? When you practiced the great fireball technique, you never brought me along. My cheeks were swollen, and I was the one who applied your ointment. Sasuke seemed to have struck a nerve, choosing to remain silent as he withdrew his hand and gently poked Hanin's forehead. A tender gesture typical of the Uchiha brothers. I won't lose to you, and I shall not be outdone by my brother. All right, I acknowledge your strength, but we must engage in a true duel. With a slight smirk, Sasuke took off running. The slowpokes will wash dishes tonight. Hey, Hanin watched as Sasuke dashed away, shaking her head in resignation. The exam begins. Let's settle this here. Just as Hanin prepared to chase after him, a ninja from the Rain Village appeared, exuding a menacing aura directed at her. Little girl, if you wish to live, come with me willingly. Taken aback, Hanin curiously inquired, Irika-sensei, your outfit is rather stylish. With a loud pop, Irika's transformation jutsu was dispelled. How did you figure it out? Irika asked, puzzled. I recognized your chakra signature. A slight perception was enough to reveal it. Irika was astonished, realizing that Uchiha Hanin possessed the ability to sense ninjas. Irika-sensei, would you like to join us for dinner? Hanin invited him. In that case, I shall graciously accept. After pondering, Irika realized he had nothing else to do, not even a dinner plan. Then let us go grocery shopping together. Hanin chuckled softly, tucking her hair behind her ear as she and Irika headed to the market. What followed was Irika's assessment of all members of Team 7, and unsurprisingly, they all passed. Although the test was not particularly difficult, it was sufficient for survival. Before they knew it, 5 days had passed, and everyone, following Kakashi's instructions, gathered at room 301 by 5 p.m. to register for the exam. At that moment, the 4 of them convened outside the classroom. Hanin, Sasuke, over here. Sakura called out to the siblings. Upon spotting Sakura and Naruto, the 2 siblings moved closer. Good morning. Sasuke greeted, while Sakura's anxious demeanor was quickly noticed by both Hanin and Sasuke. Naruto, oblivious to the tension, declared his intent to become Hokage. Just as the 4 entered the classroom, a boy clad in a tight green suit was shoved forward, sporting a few injuries. Lee, are you alright? Tintin supported the fallen Rock Lee. I'm fine, he replied. In front of them, two towering youths looked down at Lee and Tintin, mocking them. Is this how you intend to participate in the Chunin exam? Perhaps you should reconsider, kids. You're just a bunch of wet behind the ears brats. Tintin stood up to reason with them, but was promptly punched back, collapsing beside Lee. You kids shouldn't bother with the Chunin exam. We only allow those who are capable to participate, they sneered. Meanwhile, Sasuke led the way, with Hanin, Naruto, and Sakura following closely. While you may have a point, I still intend to proceed, Sasuke remarked disdainfully. And you should dissolve this ill-conceived illusion barrier. It's rather inept. We need to ascend to the third floor. Oh, you noticed? Sasuke then lavished some praise upon Sakura, aiming to bolster her confidence. Observing this, Hanin stifled a giggle, surprised that her usually aloof brother would employ such tactics. Before Sasuke could say more, one of the ninjas at the door kicked towards him. Sasuke reacted swiftly, retaliating with a kick, but someone was swifter. Rock Lee vanished from sight and intercepted the attack. Impossible. Is that chakra? My leg won't move. Sakura noted the extraordinary speed of this young man. Hanin, however, nodded in understanding. Such speed could only be mastered through relentless training, a realization she deeply appreciated, as she had not perceived any chakra usage from Lee. This indicated that he was a master of taijutsu, possibly surpassing her own capabilities. At that moment, a man with the Byakugan, similar to Hinata Hyuga, approached Lee. Hey, weren't you supposed to avoid drawing attention? This is clearly not what was agreed upon. Lee hesitated, his gaze shifting to Hanin, and suddenly his cheeks flushed. Tintin shook her head in exasperation. Before long, Lee approached Hanin directly. My name is Rock Lee. You must be Hanin. Taken aback, Hanin regarded the boy in green with confusion. Suddenly, he grinned at her and declared, Please go out with me. I will protect you for life. His sparkling white teeth seemed to gleam, leaving Hanin feeling somewhat exasperated. Yet, she was more concerned about his earlier proclamation. No, Hanin firmly rejected. How could you possibly protect me? If you could, why did the earlier incident occur? I don't even know you and feel no sense of security with you. Rock Lee appeared stunned. You deserve someone far better than me. Thank you for your affection. Hanin offered him a slight bow. Well then, I shall pursue Sakura. Seemingly unfazed by Hanin's rejection, Lee shifted his attention to Sakura. Absolutely not. Your eyebrows are too bushy. Lee was defeated. Meanwhile, Neji and Tintin approached. Hey, you over there. Introduce yourself. Naruto, agitated, glared at Neji, flames of annoyance igniting in his eyes. Damn it, not again, just ask Sasuke. Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, regarded Neji with indifference. Isn't it customary to introduce yourself before asking for someone else's name? You're a newcomer. How old are you? Neji inquired. I am not obligated to answer you, Sasuke replied coolly. Neji frowned at this. Sasuke turned back to see Lee and Naruto looking dejected and felt somewhat at a loss. Hanin was beside Naruto, offering him comfort. Why are you so down? There's still the exam ahead. You're right, Hanin. I must rally myself. Naruto exclaimed, igniting his enthusiasm. All right, Sasuke, Hanin, Naruto, let us go. Sakura encouraged the rest of Team 7. However, before they could take more than a few steps, Lee called out, Wait, what is it? Sasuke asked, his expression flat as he looked up at Lee. Do you want to duel with me right now? Sasuke frowned, perplexed by Lee's determined gaze. You want to fight here and now? Yes, Lee replied, stepping forward and looking at Sasuke. My name is Rock Lee. When asking for someone's name, one should introduce themselves first, right? I am Uchiha Sasuke. Aren't you already aware of that? I want to challenge you. Lee pointed directly at Sasuke, boldly proclaiming his desire for a duel. Hanin's expression turned icy at his words. Hey, Hanin, are you still calm? Sakura patted her shoulder. I'll go take that guy down. Hanin muttered. Wait, she wants to challenge your brother. No way, he's my brother. It's all right. Sasuke is quite formidable, Sakura reassured Hanabi, gently patting her on the back. Hanabi, Lee Rock, understand this clearly, and then ascend towards your goals. Naruto observed the unfolding scene with unwavering intensity, his anger surging. Why did everyone seem so eager to challenge the Uchiha clan? Hey, you know I'm from the Uchiha clan, yet you dare to face me in a duel? How foolish. Lee Rock declared. Do you comprehend what that name signifies? Bushy brows. Then let us settle this. With fervor, he positioned his left hand behind him and raised his right, adopting a combat stance. Wait, Naruto suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Hanabi, may I borrow your water bottle? He requested softly. What are you planning to do? Upon receiving the water bottle, Naruto unhesitatingly splashed its contents over his head. That's what I needed to wake up. I nearly dozed off just now. Tears streamed down Hanabi's face. He then stepped towards her and said to Sasuke, I'll handle this bushy brow. Hey, Sakura exclaimed, while Hanabi's lips curled into a slight smile. Naruto, go ahead and knock him out. Hanabi cheered him on. Don't worry. I can take him down in 5 minutes, Naruto confidently asserted. I'm not interested in you. It's the Uchiha I want to face, Lee Rock replied, slightly puzzled. Why is everyone so obsessed with Sasuke? It's truly irritating. Naruto exclaimed. I'm also an Uchiha, Hanabi whispered in Naruto's ear. My apologies. But you should grasp my intent. Naruto responded, then charged towards Lee Rock. In the instant he threw a punch, it was effortlessly blocked. And with a swift leaf whirlwind, Naruto was swiftly defeated. Sakura and Hanabi could hardly bear to watch, astonished at how quickly he was vanquished. This guy is indeed powerful. Sakura marveled. Lee Rock, emboldened by his victory, began to taunt Team 7. I declare, you stand no chance against me. And why? Because I am the strongest among the Leaf-S genin. Hanabi frowned, irked by Lee Rock's provocation towards her brother and the rapid defeat of her friend. This Lee Rock, who had so easily conquered her hard-won friendship, was utterly unforgivable to her, despite his previous confession. Adjusting her blue Uchiha cloak, Hanabi stepped forward. Interesting. I was just about to converse with Sasuke, she began, but was interrupted by Lee Rock. Hanabi, you're stepping in. Brother, allow me to handle this. We don't have much time left, she insisted firmly. Sasuke and Sakura glanced at the clock. Indeed, there were only 30 minutes remaining. I can finish this in 5 minutes, Sasuke assured with confidence. Brother, let me take over, Hanabi persisted. Seeing his sister so determined, Sasuke stepped back, feeling a sense of pride that she was so eager to defend him. Uchiha Hanabi, I do not wish to fight you, Lee Rock replied. A hint of reluctance in his voice, clearly still harboring feelings for her. Acknowledging Hanabi's resolve, he understood he must give his all. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense as their battle was about to commence. I too am an Uchiha. You have no reason to retaliate. For our duel shall not exceed a minute. Hanabi's voice resonated, imbued with a youthful innocence yet brimming with confidence. Is it truly only a minute? Lee Rock pondered. Knowing Hanabi was Sasuke's sister, but having never witnessed her in action, only aware that she trained tirelessly like him. A smile crept across his face. Very well, Hanabi. From this moment, I shall regard you as my opponent. You better be ready, Hanabi declared, and in an instant, her figure transformed into a blur. So fast. Lee Rock sensed her velocity. Just as he felt the rush of air, he hastily raised his arms to defend, only to be struck on the left cheek by a powerful punch. He spun through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Hanabi, undeterred, advanced, seizing his green jumpsuit and forcefully slamming him onto the earth. Boom. The wooden floor shattered, and Lee Rock finally grasped the seriousness of his predicament. Just as he attempted to counterattack, he found himself airborne. Surrounding Hanabi were dozens of shadow clones, a technique reminiscent of Naruto's signature move. Yet Hanabi wielded it with equal prowess. The multitude of Hanabi clones relentlessly assaulted Lee Rock, causing him to cough up blood. As he descended, Hanabi grasped his neck, her Sharingan glowing ominously, coldly gazing into his eyes. In a flash, Lee Rock's own eyes transformed into Sharingan, evidently ensnared by her Jinjutsu. The outcome was decided. Hanabi gently laid the incapacitated Lee Rock on the ground, dispelling the Jinjutsu amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Feeling the agonizing pain, Lee Rock stared at the girl who had defeated him, shocked to realize he had been bested in taijutsu by a mere girl. Hanabi, witnessing his disheveled state, smiled and remarked, "You fought well, but I am superior." Sasuke was taken aback, realizing Hanabi had awakened her own three-tomo Sharingan. She has unlocked it as well? He mused, gritting his teeth. I must strive harder. Though I know my sister is gifted, her ability to awaken three-tomo Sharingan is undoubtedly a result of the suffering she has endured, far surpassing my own. As these thoughts plagued him, Sasuke felt a twinge of guilt. After all, she wielded three-tomo, while he had only achieved two. Meanwhile, Lee Rock rose to his feet, his resolute gaze directed at Hanabi, the bandages on his hands showing signs of loosening. Despite my efforts, why can't I defeat her? Lee Rock's determination grew stronger. Hanabi suddenly halted, turning to observe the rapidly binding bandages, frowning. She recognized the technique. She could perform it too, albeit with chains. While Lee Rock utilized bandages, a smile graced Hanabi's lips as she drew two shuriken, pinning the ends of Lee Rock's bandages to the wall with impeccable precision, leaving the onlookers in awe of the Uchiha prodigy. Lee Rock attempted to speak, but was cut off. Hanabi approached him, gently caressing his cheek as she softly stated, "In this world of shinobi, effort is the least commendable excuse. It is merely the foundation. Everyone can achieve it, the most trivial and least praiseworthy of attributes." As she reflected on her past, the rigorous training from the age of 6, the battles between life and death, the sight of her parents lying in pools of blood, and the disdainful gaze of Danzo, she chuckled bitterly. Understand this, and cultivate an indomitable will before striving forward. Just then, a robust and youthful voice echoed across the arena. "Well said. Did you hear that, Lee?" Everyone turned to see a red turtle appear beside Lee Rock, clearly a summoning beast adorned with a Leaf Village headband. Uniquely, Lee was kneeling before the turtle. "Did you witness that?" The turtle chastised Lee. "Lee, do you wish to employ a forbidden technique?" As Hanabi assisted Naruto to his feet, both were left speechless. "What is happening?" Naruto inquired. "I have no idea," Hanabi replied, equally perplexed. The turtle continued reprimanding Lee. "It seems he is being scolded," Hanabi murmured. "Could that turtle be Bushy Brow's master?" Naruto speculated. "Perhaps," Hanabi nodded. "Otherwise, Lee Rock wouldn't show such deference." "Hey, you two, enough already," Sakura exclaimed loudly. The voice from afar rang out again. "Fool, do you think such excuses are of any use before me? You should understand what it means to showcase your techniques. Indeed. Are you prepared for the consequences?" The large red turtle questioned the bowed Lee Rock. "Yes." "Then, teacher guy, I entrust this to you." After the turtle spoke, a man identical to Xiao Li appeared, clad in a green bodysuit with eyebrows even thicker than Xiao Li's. Upon his arrival, Huayin, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were left in a state of utter astonishment. In fact, a lively background tune involuntarily echoed in Huayin's mind, reminiscent of youthful exuberance. "You guys," Mike Guy shouted. "Bet everything. Team 7 will never lose to anyone. Those eyebrows are incredibly thick. I've never seen anything like it," Naruto murmured. "I feel the same way," Huayin remarked, unable to divert her gaze from the distant Mike Guy and Rock Lee. "How can someone have such thick eyebrows?" Sakura chimed in, joining Naruto and Huayin in their lighthearted banter. Meanwhile, Sasuke remained silently observing Mike Guy, not uttering a word. "Hey, you all, don't mock teacher guy." Xiao Li turned to scold Team 7. "You're so annoying. Why are all these peculiar people showing up? We don't even know how to react." Just then, Mike Guy swung a fist towards Xiao Li's face. "You fool." The 4 members of Team 7 were taken aback by this scene, particularly Huayin, who could hardly believe her eyes, as Rock Lee had just landed near her. Mike Guy now stood before Lee, gazing deeply into his eyes. "Lee, you, my dear student." "Teacher, Guy-sensei." Tears streamed down their faces. Watching this heartfelt exchange between the mentor and his pupil, Huayin felt as though she had stepped into a youthful drama. With the sun setting over the beach, as these 2 figures in green bodysuits raced across the scene, there was no denying it. They truly exuded an air of vibrant youth. After this, Guy instructed Xiao Li to run 100 laps around the playground as the sun dipped lower. But just as they were about to leave the track, Huayin reminded them, "There's only half an hour left to register. Aren't you going to sign up?" "Oh, it seems you're right." With that, Guy introduced himself to Team 7. "I am Mike Guy, and let me clarify, I am stronger than Kakashi," he proclaimed. "Guy and Kakashi are rivals, and I hold a slight edge with a record of 50-49, with one more victory." In the distance, Xiao Li began to wrap his hands with bandages, drawing the attention of the others as he revealed the scars on his knuckles, the marks of his rigorous daily training. Huayin understood these scars well. She often bore similar ones, but for some reason, her recovery was swift, allowing her to heal within days. Consequently, she did not need to wrap her hands daily, otherwise, she surely would have. Sasuke, standing before his sister, clenched his fists. He was no fragile flower sheltered in a greenhouse. Everyone he encountered on this journey was stronger than him. After witnessing Guy and Xiao Li head toward the registration area, Team 7 followed suit, and indeed, Kakashi awaited them there. "Oh, Sakura is here too," he observed. "Now we can officially register for the Chunin exam." The group sensed a deeper implication in Kakashi's words. "What do you mean?" Sakura inquired, perplexed. "The Chunin exam requires teams of 3, but our class has made an exception for 4, meaning only 4 can participate together, Kakashi explained. But what if only Sasuke, Hwain, and Naruto show up? Sakura asked. Then I will take them back and not allow them to compete in the Chunin exam, Kakashi calmly informed her. However, you all came here of your own volition. Hwain, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, excellent. You are a team I am proud of. Now go ahead. Kakashi stepped aside, and Team 7 moved forward with renewed determination. Alright, we're off. Kakashi-sensei. Hwain and Naruto stepped to the forefront, while Sakura and Sasuke opened the door. In that moment, the prodigious Uchiha girl and boy, alongside the underdog Naruto and Sakura, truly began their Chunin exam. As the 4 pushed open the door, the lively atmosphere inside rivaled that of the bustling streets. And Hwain and her companions soon spotted many familiar faces. Shikamaru and others turned their heads to acknowledge Team 7, and even Rock Lee, whom Hwain had just defeated, was present. Unbeknownst to them, all the ninjas inside had begun to notice Team 7, as they observed the intimidating presence of several taller shinobi glaring at them. Sakura felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, taking a step back and swallowing hard. The overwhelming pressure from these ninjas weighed heavily on Team 7. Before Sakura could gather her thoughts, Ino leaped onto Sasuke. Hwain and Naruto exchanged exasperated glances, their attention diverted as Sakura and Ino engaged in a quarrel. Seriously, you all are participating in this troublesome exam too? Shikamaru remarked, glancing at Hwain and Naruto, surprised that Team 7 had arrived. Just as Hwain and her group were about to converse with Team 10, Team 8 approached from afar. Hey, it's rare for everyone to be here, Kiba Inuzuka exclaimed, hands in his pockets with a small dog named Akamaru perched atop his head. Hinata, Hwain called, waving at her. Yes, Hwain, Hinata replied, her cheeks flushing as she spotted Naruto and Hwain, shyly waving back at them. Shino Aburame had been quietly observing everyone, remaining silent. Good afternoon, Shino. Hwain greeted with a shy smile. Good afternoon, Shino responded, slightly taken aback by the sudden greeting. Hwain took a few steps closer to pet Akamaru's head. So, Team 7 has arrived, Kiba noted. Indeed, and so has Team 8, Hwain acknowledged. Shikamaru, who was observing Team 8's members, groaned. What a hassle. You guys are here too? Kiba chuckled knowingly. Ah, I see. All 10 of this year's rookie genin are participating in the exam. Do you think we can make it to the end? What do you say, Sasuke? You seem rather composed. Kiba, Sasuke replied with a smirk. We've trained hard and won't be losing to you. Naruto, feeling irked, pointed firmly at Kiba, declaring, you all are so annoying, constantly talking about Sasuke. I won't lose to you. Hwain, are you fired up yet? Naruto shouted. I'm ready. Hwain responded enthusiastically, as the two of them, renowned for their fiery spirits in Team 7, felt their excitement rise in the presence of so many competitors. However, before they could fully ignite their passion, a voice reprimanded them. The speaker was Kabuto Yakushi, who quietly addressed the 10 from the 3 teams, look around you. As Naruto and the others surveyed their surroundings, they noticed the hostile expressions of all the ninjas present. The ones behind you are from the Rain Village. They are known for their impatience, Kabuto cautioned. He then recounted his experiences of participating in the Chunin exam 7 times, sharing that the exam is held only twice a year, and this was his 4th attempt. He distributed information cards containing valuable intel about the ninjas, including Rock Lee and Gaara of the Sand, revealing that despite being of similar age, Gaara had completed significantly more missions than they had. This situation left Sasuke and Naruto feeling quite agitated, while Sakura observed the trembling Naruto with a hint of anxiety. Could it be that even Naruto was beginning to shake? However, it was hardly surprising. They were merely genin. Encountering individuals 3 to 4 years their senior was not unusual, especially since they were still newcomers. Seeing Naruto in such a state, Sakura approached him, intending to offer some comfort. Hey, Naruto, it's just an exam. There's no need to be so tense. Yet, before Sakura could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Hanin, whose profile, bathed in beauty, revealed a slight curve at the corners of her mouth, a look of yearning. Following Hanin's gaze, she noticed Naruto wearing a similar expression, his fists clenched tightly. Ah, Naruto shouted, pointing at everyone present. Taking a deep breath, he declared to all who were watching, I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I will not be defeated by any of you. Do you understand? In disbelief, Ino gaped, and Sakura looked equally dazed. Naruto's arrogance was staggering. What is he trying to provoke everyone for? Ino yelled at Sakura. Just then, another voice resonated throughout the classroom. this one playful yet assertive. Hanin shouted back, I am Uchiha Hanin, and I will not lose to any of you either. Her provocative words left everyone present in stunned silence. Feeling invigorated, Naruto turned to Hanin. Hanin, you shouted quite well. Naruto, I won't lose to you either. Hanin was equally fired up now. Hey, I don't want to fight you. Naruto recalled how terrified he felt when Kankuro had beaten him senseless. Sasuke smirked slightly. It was indisputable that his sister and Naruto shared the same spirited foolishness, but unlike them, these two lively spirits had voiced what he had longed to express. In the Chunin exam, Team 7 will not be defeated by anyone. As their boldness echoed, the trio of sound ninjas, led by Tsu, simmered with anger. Determined to teach these two audacious youngsters a lesson, Tsu moved swiftly, closing the distance to their group in mere steps. Just as he prepared to throw a punch at K, a slender hand interjected with surprising speed. Bang! The sound of impact rang out as Hanin firmly grasped Tsu's fist. K, sheltered behind Hanin, felt a surge of astonishment. It was his first experience of being protected. How is this possible? Tsu gaped, realizing that despite her slender arm, the girl had successfully absorbed his punch, and to his dismay, he found himself unable to move. You wretched woman. He seethed, trying to retaliate, only to be met with the ominous sight of Hanin's three-tomo Sharingan. The tomo began to spin, weaving an illusion. Thud! Tsu's body slackened, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. To oppose the Uchiha clan, your fate is destined to be thus, Sasuke remarked. Hands in his pockets, casually striding over to Hanin with a mocking smile. As the other two members of the Sound Ninja team advanced toward Hanin and the others, a cloud of white smoke billowed forth at the front of the examination hall. A group of proctors suddenly appeared, with one particularly notable bald man named Marino Ibiki drawing everyone's attention with his distinctive scar, which instilled a sense of nervousness among the candidates. Pointing a finger at the Sound Ninjas, Marino Ibiki admonished, Sound Ninjas, do not cause trouble before the exam begins. Do you wish to be eliminated immediately? He proceeded to outline the examination rules. Without the proctor's permission, no unauthorized dueling is allowed. Furthermore, any actions intended to cause fatal harm to others are strictly prohibited. Those foolish enough to defy me will be immediately disqualified. Naruto and the others exchanged disdainful glances at the proctor. Now, we will commence the first round of the Chunin exam. Submit your application forms and receive your identification tags. Marino Ibiki produced a series of paper tags and continued. Take your seats in order according to your numbers. I will then distribute the written examination. Just as Marino Ibiki finished speaking, Naruto, startled, shouted from beside Hanin. A written exam? Come on, Naruto. There's no need to be that scared, Hanin chuckled lightly, observing Naruto, who was gripping her shoulder in a daze. 10 minutes later, the candidates were dispersed throughout the room, causing Naruto to fidget restlessly. Sakura watched him with a smirk, propping her chin on her hand, knowing that the written exam was often the most challenging for him. Meanwhile, Hanin scanned the room, noticing that she recognized no one. Her attention eventually drawn back to Marino Ibiki at the front. There are several crucial rules for the first exam. First, each of you starts with 10 points. The exam consists of 10 questions, each worth 1 point. Points will be deducted for incorrect answers. Lose 1 point for each mistake, and if you answer 3 questions incorrectly, you will only have 7 points remaining. Upon hearing this, Sakura and Sasuke felt a wave of hopelessness, while Hanin looked towards Naruto, signaling him with a gesture. Though he seemed too anxious to notice her encouragement. It appears that I am quite nervous, Hanin sighed, feeling helpless as she noticed Naruto's flustered demeanor. If anyone dares to cheat and is caught by the proctor, 2 points will be deducted. This means some may not even reach the end of the exam before being eliminated, he warned. Remember, shameful cheaters will meet their own demise. Keep this firmly in mind. Furthermore, if any member of your team scores 0 points, the entire team will be deemed unqualified. Hearing this, Hanin was stunned, staring blankly at Marino Ibiki. She had initially believed that they could rely on the other 3 to pull their scores, but if Naruto scored 0, Team 7 would be finished. Suddenly, Naruto felt a chill run down his spine as he realized that aside from Hanin, who was worriedly watching him, the other 2 were glaring at him. The exam lasts 1 hour, and I will announce the final question after 45 minutes. Begin. With Marino Ibiki's commanding shout, everyone plunged into their tasks. However, Hanin glanced at her exam paper and found it particularly difficult, as many questions exceeded the syllabus. She had only learned about them when with her peers and not in school. She picked up her pen, tucking her hair behind her ear, and began to answer earnestly. Just as she completed the first question, she noticed several candidates had been caught cheating and lost 2 points. After such strict warnings, how could anyone still dare to cheat? Hanin mused, momentarily stunned. Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization. So that's how it is. Simultaneously, Sasuke had the same epiphany. The siblings exchanged glances, each recognizing the confidence reflected in the other's smile. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, focusing on Hanin. Hanin, in turn, activated her own 3-tomo Sharingan, reaching a mutual understanding with Sasuke, and began to answer the questions. From a distance, Sasuke observed Hanin diligently working, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Indeed, she was his sister. Quickly grasping the true essence of the written exam. This examination was designed to assess their abilities as ninjas in gathering information. And Sasuke was already aware that Hanin would excel. He was using his Sharingan to replicate her movements as they worked together on their answers. However, Hanayo was also engaging in deceit. Her Sharingan was fixed on Sakura in front of her, mimicking Sakura's hand movements as she began to solve the problems. Although she was capable of answering the questions herself, she was acutely aware that Sakura could do so as well. Thus, rather than overthink, she decided to take a shortcut using her Sharingan. At that moment, Sakura was diligently answering questions, while Hanayo was copying Sakura's answers, and Sasuke was mirroring Hanayo's responses. Meanwhile, Naruto, seated at the front, looked bewildered after glancing at 10 questions. Despite believing he had faced many life-threatening situations, he found himself utterly stumped by these problems. As 10 minutes slipped by unnoticed, Hanayo observed Naruto, who had his head down and furrowed her brow in concern. Surely, he wouldn't concede defeat, she thought. After all, Naruto was just like her brother, a person who would never give up. With that in mind, she too was determined to persevere. In an instant, with her 3-tomo Sharingan activated, she inscribed the answer to the second question on a scrap of paper, crumpled it into a ball, and began preparing for the next move. Before her lay 3 crumpled papers. 2 were blank, while 1 contained the answer, and she was awaiting the opportune moment. That moment arrived swiftly as one candidate was caught cheating, causing their entire group to be disqualified. At that instant, Hanayo surveyed the room with her Sharingan and quickly identified a blind spot where she could act unseen. Next came a pivotal moment, a gamble of faith and skill. Seizing the opportunity as the 3 disqualified candidates stood up, Hanayo hurled the 3 paper balls with lightning speed. They collided midair just as everyone's attention was diverted to the eliminated trio. In a quiet corner, 2 of the paper balls altered their trajectory, accurately bouncing the last one into Naruto's embrace. Hanayo's technique was undeniably masterful. She had applied her skill in shuriken manipulation to this scenario, astonishing even Sasuke, who had witnessed the entire sequence unfold. He marveled at her finesse, feeling a sense of inferiority, yet he was glad to assist Naruto. At that moment, Naruto was still fretting over the written exam, oblivious to the 3 disqualified candidates. Suddenly, a small paper fell before him, prompting him to hastily snatch it up. Upon unfolding it, he found it contained Hanayo's notes. I cannot guarantee the answers to the first and second questions, but fill them in for now. Seeing the answers to those questions was like an oasis to a parched traveler in the desert. He quickly turned to gaze at Hanayo, whose long black hair and blue Uchiha cloak were a comforting sight in the distance. His hands trembled as he looked at her sweet smile, stirring a wave of emotion within him. He nodded in gratitude to Hanayo, recognizing the risk she took to help him. With a smile, he returned his focus to the exam, determined not to let her efforts go to waste. I won't underestimate myself. I won't flee from this challenge. Seeing Naruto immersed in his work, Hanayo smiled helplessly and gave a thumbs up to Sasuke. Sasuke, witnessing this, couldn't help but smirk, acknowledging his sister's capabilities. Meanwhile, Sakura was struggling with a particularly challenging question, providing them a moment to strategize. As long as Naruto could avoid scoring 0, there was still hope. However, if Sakura answered incorrectly, Naruto would still end up with a score of 0. In that moment, Sasuke placed all his hopes on Sakura and Hanayo. Taking advantage of the situation, Hanayo began to scan the surroundings, and what she saw was startling. Everyone around her was cheating, and she could easily discern their methods. The tactics were as diverse as the individuals themselves. The most eye-catching was the bandaged boy, who was answering questions with his eyes closed. Yet Hanayo noticed that his hand movements were indeed accurate. Shifting her gaze, she observed Kiba's dog, Akamaru, reading others' answers and using the Inuzuka clan's secret techniques to relay the information. Nearby, Shino's insects were similarly engaged in copying answers from the sky. Gaara took it a step further, conjuring a sand eye above his head to survey the answers of others. Even Lee and Tintin employed a method of reflection through their tools to glean information from their peers' papers. Niji was more direct, having activated his Byakugan to peer through others' test sheets. Meanwhile, Ino was using her mind-body switch technique to possess Sakura, copying her answers before relaying them to her teammates. Hanayo found herself exhilarated by the scene. Finally, with just 15 minutes remaining, Ibiki Marino called for silence. Naruto felt a surge of anxiety, knowing he had no guarantee of the answers he had filled in and would have to rely on himself for the final question. A small condition was added regarding the 10th question. They must first decide whether or not to respond to it. Sure enough, Temari grew restless and inquired of Ibiki, "What if we choose not to answer?" The response was grave. They would be awarded a score of 0 and subsequently disqualified, along with their teammates. Furthermore, if they chose to answer and got it wrong, the test taker would be barred from participating in the Chunin exams for life. As soon as Ibiki finished speaking, discontent rippled through the crowd, with some openly criticizing him for such draconian rules. Ibiki merely smirked, declaring, "It's merely bad luck for you all, this year. I am the rule." He continued, "I've even offered you an escape. Those lacking confidence may opt out and try again next year." Hanayo felt a pang of worry as she gazed at Naruto in the distance. She was unafraid, even if she remained a genin for life. She would strive for her inner aspirations. Yet, she was concerned for Naruto, who dreamed of becoming Hokage. If he faltered here, it would be better to try again next year, but Hanayo understood that Naruto would never give up. At that moment, her focus shifted to how she could assist Naruto with the 10th question rather than worrying about his potential failure. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura were both anxious for Naruto, and he was visibly trembling. "Now let us begin. Those who choose not to answer the 10th question, please raise your hands." Once the numbers were confirmed, they were to exit the room. Indeed, as Ibiki's words echoed, hands began to rise, and Sasuke and Sakura's hearts raced with fear. However, Hanayo remained steadfast in her belief that Naruto would not give in. He was a man of his word, committed to his ninja way. Yet, in a surprising turn, Sakura slowly raised her hand, unwilling to jeopardize Naruto, Sasuke, and Hanayo's chances due to her own guilt. Upon seeing Sakura's gesture, both Hanayo and Sasuke felt a jolt of panic, but Naruto reacted quicker. He glanced at the determined Hanayo, gritting his teeth, realizing that she had just exerted effort for his dream. How could he, the one pursuing his dreams, give up now? He became the focal point of the room as he raised his hand, drawing everyone's attention. Hanayo gasped internally, fearing that Naruto was about to concede defeat. But in the next moment, he slammed his hand down on the table and, facing Ibiki, shouted resolutely, "Don't underestimate me. I will not flee at this crucial juncture. I will participate. Even if I must remain a genin for life, I will strive to become Hokage. I am not afraid." Hana gazed at Naruto, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, he remained the unwavering Naruto who never conceded defeat. Sasuke, too, silently chuckled, acknowledging Naruto's remarkable spirit. Next, he began to ponder how best to assist Naruto in addressing the 10th question. Inspired by Naruto's fervor, everyone around them ceased raising their hands, all eager to partake in the 10th query. Observing this, Marino Ibiki also smiled. An interesting little brat, effortlessly dispelling the unease of others. With this thought, Ibiki announced to the crowd, "Your determination is commendable. Thus, I declare that all present here have passed the first exam." Upon hearing Ibiki's proclamation, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group, followed by jubilant celebrations. Sakura, momentarily stunned, hurriedly inquired of Ibiki, who, with a hearty laugh, replied, "There is no 10th question. Should there be one, it would test your confidentiality. Those who betray their comrades to save themselves will naturally be eliminated, as will your courage to aspire to become Chunin." Just as the candidates celebrated their success in the first exam, the window beside Marino Ibiki suddenly shattered. Hana and Sasuke immediately sensed the presence of a newcomer, a well-built individual who, with a mere turn, hurled 4 shurikens that embedded themselves in the walls and ground, revealing a curtain. "This is not the time for joy," Waihai Kurenai shouted, as the curtain behind her unveiled the second exam's proctor, Waihai Kurenai. "I am your proctor for the second exam, Waihai Kurenai." Now, let us proceed to the next stage. Follow me. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Even Hana momentarily at a loss. Was this proctor not quite right in the head? Indeed. Why Kurenai's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she glanced at the candidates, clearing her throat to say, 79 participants? Ibiki, there are still 26 teams remaining. This year's first exam was too lenient. Ibiki shook his head. There are many capable individuals this year. Very well, Kurenai said, hands in her pockets, her demeanor turning cold as she addressed the candidates in the second exam. I expect to eliminate half of you. Details will be discussed tomorrow when we regroup for the next location and time. For now, you are dismissed. Welcome to the Forest of Death. The second test officially begins. That night, in a secluded alley of Konoha, Kabuto met with Orochimaru. What do you think of Uchiha Hana's body? Orochimaru inquired, intrigued. She is unfathomable, Lord Orochimaru. Sasuke serves as a more reliable vessel. Why is that? Because Sasuke possesses only a two-tomo Sharingan, facilitating your research on the Sharingan. Moreover, I have yet to fully gauge Uchiha Hana's strength. Lord Orochimaru, your time is drawing near. A vessel cannot be delayed. In my opinion, Sasuke is the optimal choice. Very well, I shall heed your advice. I will personally visit the examination site, Orochimaru said. Noticing Kabuto seemed to have more to say. What else is on your mind? For this second exam, Lord Orochimaru, it may not be so simple to restrain the Uchiha siblings. Orochimaru understood Kabuto's implication and replied with a faint smile, I will send Kimimaro to watch over Sasuke's sister. While he may not be able to kill her, restricting her movements should pose no issue. That would be best. Also, inform Kimimaro to be cautious of Uchiha Hana. In the midst of their brief exchange, the two vanished into the night, leaving no trace behind. The following day, the candidates arrived outside a forest where the proctors were already assembled. Where are we? Naruto asked, perplexed. You ask me, I ask who? Hana murmured, still fastening her ninja tool pouch to her left thigh. At that moment, the frontmost Kurenai began her introduction of the forest behind her. This is the venue for the second exam, Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. In that instant, Team 7 turned their gaze towards the ominous forest, a chilling breeze sweeping through, causing even Sakura to shiver. With a smile, Kurenai addressed the group. You shall soon experience the terror of the Forest of Death. Naruto, standing beside Hana, began to clown around, mimicking Kurenai's tone and exclaiming, no matter how scary you are, I won't be affected at all. I'm not scared in the slightest. Following this, he burst into laughter, causing Kurenai to smirk slightly. Is that so? You seem quite spirited. In the next moment, a shuriken flew towards Naruto's cheek, stunning everyone present. Kurenai was testing Naruto's mettle. Clang. The shuriken ricocheted off something, leaving slight wounds on both Kurenai's and Naruto's faces. Kurenai, astonished, turned to Hana, who had deftly countered with her own shuriken, skillfully avoiding the blind spot. This unexpected turn of events brought a smile to Kurenai's face, momentarily alleviating her boredom. However, unbeknownst to all, amidst the crowd, a pale-faced woman observed Hana and Sasuke, her eyes brimming with malice and hunger. Realizing the initial intimidation tactic was ineffective, Kurenai retrieved a stack of waivers from an inexplicable source. Before commencing the second exam, you must each sign this consent form. To participate in the next round, you must acknowledge that there may be fatalities. Why? Naruto inquired. Because there may indeed be deaths, and I must obtain your prior consent. Otherwise, it would become my responsibility. Now, let me explain the details of the second exam. In brief, you are to undertake an extreme survival challenge in the wild. As she spoke, Kurenai unveiled a map of the forest, elucidating the terrain in order. The exam duration is set for 120 hours, precisely 5 days. Of the 26 advancing teams, 13 possess the Heaven Scroll, while the other 13 hold the Earth Scroll, meaning at least half of the teams will be eliminated. Only by gathering both Heaven and Earth Scrolls and reaching the central tower in the Forest of Death can you pass the test. Should any member of your team perish or fail to reach the central tower within the allotted time, you will not pass. After outlining the rules, Kurenai coldly addressed everyone present. Lastly, there is no withdrawal from this test. Furthermore, no one is allowed to open the scrolls to view their contents. I advise you all, do not die. Kurenai's loud admonition invigorated all candidates present. After submitting their waivers and receiving the Heaven Scroll, Team 7 regrouped. What's the plan? Naruto asked the others. In this battle, aside from our team, everyone else is the enemy, Hana murmured. Do we want to discuss strategies with the remaining 30 minutes? Sakura suggested. Hana turned to Sasuke, whispering, Brother, do you have any strategies? Not at the moment. Let us take it step by step, he replied. With that, Naruto called out, let us go to entrance 12. Following Naruto's lead, Sasuke, Hana, and Sakura fell and stepped behind him. We won T lose, Naruto declared, pumping his fist in enthusiasm. Hana joined him, energetically punching the air to rally the group. I swear, you two hot-blooded fools, can you calm down a little? Sakura lamented, exasperated by her two overzealous companions. Sasuke merely smirked, feeling a sense of anticipation for the upcoming exam. Unbeknownst to them, 30 minutes had elapsed. From this moment onward, the second round of the yearning selection exam commenced. At that instant, everyone surged into the forest of death. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's group entered with a clear intent to locate the children. The two individuals beside him smirked knowingly. Those four, right? Naruto and his companions also crossed through Gate 12 into the ominous forest. All right, let us go. Team 8, Team 10, Team 3, along with 3 ninjas from Sunagakure, also ventured into this foreboding expanse. As soon as they entered the forest, Naruto and his teammates were immediately enveloped by an oppressive silence. It was truly spine-chilling. Sakura could not help but shiver. Sasuke remained silent, understanding that in this forest, every opponent was a foe. They needed to defeat the team possessing the Earth Scroll, but they might also encounter others with the same objective. With this thought, a sense of anxiety crept into Sasuke's mind. Before they could delve deeper, a chilling scream echoed from the depths of the forest. Had someone already been eliminated? Sasuke gasped in shock. In less than half an hour, someone had already fallen. Sakura and the others grew tense. Even Naruto felt the urge to relieve himself due to his anxiety. It's nothing. I just need to take a quick leak. With that, he unfastened his pants, searching for a tree. Hanin's cheeks flushed slightly, while Sakura delivered a light punch to Naruto's head. You fool. How can you be so rude in front of us? Find a more secluded bush. Reluctantly, Naruto sought out a patch of grass. Upon returning to the group, he sheepishly scratched his head and remarked, Ah, that was quite a relief. Hanin and Sasuke exchanged disapproving glances, but Sasuke quickly sprang into action, delivering a punch that sent the fake Naruto flying. Sakura stared in disbelief as the imposter crashed against a tree, exclaiming, Sasuke, no matter what happens, you can't just hit someone like that. Hanin, scan the surroundings. Identify the real Naruto. Understood. Hanin closed her eyes, beginning to sense the chakra fluctuations in the vicinity. The Uchiha sibling's swift response prompted Sakura to quickly enter a state of readiness. Compared to Sakura's reaction, Sasuke's movements were more rapid. He dashed toward the imposter Naruto, engaging in a fierce confrontation. The movements of the imposter were fluid but entirely unlike Naruto's, which finally alerted Sakura to the truth. The person before her was not Naruto, but an enemy employing a transformation technique. 42. Let us dance together. You shall not escape. In the next moment, as white smoke dissipated, the individual revealed himself to be a ninja from another team. What a misfortune. Now that you've been exposed, there's no turning back. Hand over the scroll, and I might spare you. However, before he could finish, Hanin shouted, Everyone, get back. Sasuke and Sakura quickly sidestepped, and in that fleeting moment, a massive fireball hurtled toward the ninja. Hanin had timed her attack perfectly. Sasuke and Sakura provided no chance for the enemy to evade. The fireball was unavoidable. Damn it. There's no time to dodge. He screamed as he braced for impact, suffering severe burns on one side of his body. But there was no time for contemplation, for Hanin had already charged forward. We must retreat. The ninja threw down a smoke bomb, vanishing into the forest. Chase him. Sakura began to call out, but was halted by Hanin's grip. Not yet. Saving our comrade is our priority. Hanin leaped and hurled shuriken, quickly freeing the bound Naruto. Sorry about that, everyone. Naruto sheepishly apologized to the group. It's all right, Naruto. The forest is dangerous. You need to be careful, Hanin cautioned him, then closed her eyes again to sense the environment. Sasuke and Sakura joined her, relieved to see them safe. Well done, Hanin. Sasuke praised his sister. Thank you, brother. Hanin felt a surge of pride at the compliment. Despite her many strategies, she held unwavering trust in her older brother, thus placing the command of Team 7 firmly in Sasuke's hands. As the force settled in a clearing, Sasuke began to analyze their situation. If we split up, we cannot trust even our teammates. Just like before, the enemy may disguise themselves and approach us. Sakura, Naruto, and Hanin furrowed their brows in concern. What should we do? Sakura asked. Let us establish a code, Hanin suggested, looking at Sasuke. Indeed, we need to decide on a code. Sasuke spoke gravely to the others. Listen carefully. If the code is incorrect, regardless of appearance, consider them an enemy. I will only say this once. Pay attention. Sasuke then recited a lengthy code, leaving Naruto and Hanin bewildered, while Sakura silently memorized it. Hanin nodded, repeating it in her mind until she committed it to memory. I'll carry the scroll. It's safer that way, Sasuke declared. After taking the scroll, Hanin shouted, Everyone, be careful. She prepared to unleash a wind release technique. But it was too late. A fierce gust of wind erupted, violently propelling the four into the air. As the dust settled, Orochimaru observed the two remaining ninjas and calmly said, You two can have some fun, but keep an eye on that one. I'll handle things here. Hanin, having been blown the farthest, found herself in an open area, spiraling through the air before landing gracefully. With her keen senses, she quickly surveyed her surroundings. As expected, we become separated, Hanin muttered. Just as she intended to sense her surroundings, she heard a girl crying and the sounds of a beast behind a tree. What is going on? Hanin turned to see a massive brown bear chasing a red-haired girl, her body covered in wounds, clearly having been pursued for some time. Hanin contemplated watching from the sidelines. After all, she possessed a scroll, and if the girl were to perish, she could benefit from it. Such was her thought process. The most suitable course of action at the moment. In the next instant, the girl stumbled over a tree root, falling to the ground. Uchiha Hanin. You could easily stand idly by. Why intervene? She chastised herself. Yet, a blue chakra sphere was already forming in her hand, a technique she had copied from Jiraiya, Rasengan. With a powerful shout, Hanin unleashed the Rasengan, sending the massive bear flying. The spiraling chakra propelled the creature away, crashing into a tree with a resounding thud. At that moment, the girl picked up her fallen glasses, finally seeing Hanin clearly. Clad in the classic blue Uchiha attire, her long, lustrous black hair framed her face, and her three-tomo Sharingan glimmered as it rotated. Are you all right? Hanin asked, helping the red-haired girl to her feet. Who are you? Why did you help me? The girl inquired. I am Uchiha Hanin. As for why I helped you, there is no particular reason, if I must say. It's simply that I do not wish for a young girl like you to perish here. Hanin smiled warmly, nodding gently at the girl. What is your name? I am called Karen. Karen, is it? Hasten away with your scroll. This place is perilous. Why don't you take my scroll? Xianglin inquired, her cheeks flushed. Your scroll is the same as mine, the celestial scroll, and we have no need for it. Just leave quickly. We must avoid such encounters again. Thank you. Uchiha Huayin said with a nostalgic smile. It is my pleasure. Now, let us depart. Watching Xianglin leave, Huayin's lips curled into a gentle smile. Pleased to have assisted another person. It is time to return to my brother and the others, she murmured to herself. Just then, a detached voice echoed from the distant woods. You shall go nowhere. Huayin paused, turning towards the source of the voice, where a white-haired man with green eyes appeared, two red dots adorning his forehead. Who are you? She asked. I am Kagaya Kamaru, under the orders of Lord Orochimaru to detain you here. Detain me? Who is Orochimaru? Huayin questioned, perplexed. At that moment, Kamaru lunged at Huayin. So swift, she thought, leaping backward as two shurikens flew from her hand. With an indifferent expression, Kamaru extracted a bone from his body, deflecting the shurikens effortlessly. Huayin frowned slightly, recognizing the bloodline limit. She discerned the nature of his ability. Oh, it seems you have realized. Indeed, this is my bloodline limit. I can utilize the bones of my body as means of attack. In an instant, Kamaru advanced with even greater speed. Huayin, undeterred, declared, I do not know why you wish to detain me, but let us engage in combat. She formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Suddenly, a multitude of identical shadow clones surrounded her, all charging towards Kamaru. Under the guidance of the skilled shinobi, Huayin had mastered her physical techniques and practiced diligently in her inner world every night. At this moment, the sheer number of clones overwhelmed Kamaru. The relentless assault forced him to retreat, and after a solid punch sent him flying, he stood up, blood trickling from his lips, a hint of a smile breaking his previously stoic demeanor. What are you smiling at? Huayin frowned, her clones raising their kunai. I hope you do not judge my strength solely on my recent performance, Kamaru said, pointing at Huayin. Uchiha Huayin, would you care to dance with me? I shall present to you my Tsuki no Mai. Who will be the vanquished? Step aside. Huayin retorted coldly, as she swiftly launched her next attack, forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged toward Komaru. He evaded the deadly assault with an impassive expression, but suddenly, a shuriken shot forth from the heart of the fireball. I see, Komaru thought, preparing to block with his blade, only to witness Huayin rapidly forming seals once more. So fast. He marveled at her dexterity. You have yet to witness my full potential. With a triumphant shout, the shuriken multiplied into dozens, raining down upon Komaru like a torrential storm. This ingenious attack combined the clone technique with the great fireball technique. Utilizing the cover of the fireball, the last clone launched all the shurikens from the side. Komaru swung his bone sword frantically in midair, yet several shurikens struck his body. Huayin leaped gracefully, her kunai slicing through the night like a shooting star, aimed directly at Komaru. Unperturbed by the sudden onslaught, Komaru nimbly dodged, his arms' bones extending into sharp blades. Retaliating against Huayin. In a graceful maneuver, she elegantly twisted in midair, evading Komaru's counterattack, and flicked her finger to cast a basic wind release technique. Several wind bullets silently surged towards Komaru. He merely scoffed, his bones twisting like a living creature, swiftly forming bone shields that effortlessly blocked Huayin's wind projectiles. Indeed, this adversary is formidable, Huayin thought, landing with her kunai fixed on Komaru. Truly, you are the prodigious young woman of the Uchiha clan. Your ninjutsu and shuriken techniques are impressive. However, for the sake of Lord Orochimaru's dream, I must detain you here. Uchiha Huayin, shall we share a second dance? Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura stood ready, gazing at Orochimaru in the distance. Orochimaru quietly withdrew the earth scroll from his pocket. Although he inhabited a female form, an unsettling and androgynous laughter escaped him. You desire our earth scroll, do you not? After all, you possess the celestial scroll. He swallowed the scroll whole. In that moment, a menacing glint flickered in his eyes, an aura of death enveloping the air, causing Sakura and Sasuke to envision their gruesome demise. In that fleeting instant, Sasuke's fighting spirit evaporated, and he stiffly turned to Sakura. Are you all right? Sakura, gripped by terror, collapsed to the ground, trembling, tears streaming down her face, utterly paralyzed. This is an illusion. Why can't I move? Sasuke clenched his teeth, seething with anger at his own cowardice. How could he seek vengeance? How could he ensure his sister's safety? No, this is not an illusion. It is merely killing intent, he thought, feeling himself weaken. I must flee. Sensing Orochimaru's imminent attack, Sasuke, in a moment of desperation, stabbed his kunai into his own thigh. Only pain could rouse him from this stupor. Indeed, only pain could awaken him. He swiftly embraced Sakura and fled the scene. Hiding behind a tree, both Sasuke and Sakura panted heavily, narrowly escaping death. Sakura watched as Sasuke removed the kunai from his leg, regaining her composure. Sasuke, are you all right? But in that moment, Sasuke was already losing his focus, covering Sakura's mouth to hush her. Clenching his teeth, he devised a strategy, but he failed to notice the enormous serpent lurking behind him. Sasuke, a snake. In the next instant, the serpent opened its gaping maw, ready to devour them. Sasuke and Sakura swiftly evaded the serpent's strike. For the first time, Sasuke felt like a mouse being chased by a cat, fear consuming him. No, stay away. Don't come near me. He hurled several shurikens at the serpent's massive head. As he witnessed the serpent collapse, pierced by his shurikens, he knelt against a tree, gasping for breath. Yet it was not over. Orochimaru's form emerged from the serpent's skin. Not a moment could be wasted. Prey must always remain on high alert, fleeing from the predator. Orochimaru's body twisted like a true serpent upon the branches, launching an attack against Sasuke. Overwhelmed by fear, Sasuke found himself at a loss for how to escape. Just as Sasuke was about to be approached, a kunai accompanied by 3 shuriken pierced the path of Orochimaru, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Apologies, Sasuke. Sakura and Sasuke turned towards the sound, and Orochimaru's figure came into view. It was Naruto, standing atop a branch, arms crossed, calmly observing the unfolding events below. Naruto! Sakura exclaimed with excitement, her face lighting up with joy. The signal, I forgot. Boom. At the moment when Kimamaro's bone sword clashed with Hanabi's kunai, she delivered a powerful punch to his face, forcing him back. Get out of the way. Hanabi shouted urgently, her brother's cries echoing in her mind, igniting a fire of anxiety within her. The dance is not yet concluded. I cannot let you pass. Damn it. Hanabi roared, gritting her teeth. realizing that Kimimaro was not an adversary to be trifled with. With swift hand seals, she initiated a jutsu, fully aware of its perilous nature, but left with no alternative. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, a torrent of flames surging forth from Hanabi's mouth. Faced with this overwhelming inferno, even the usually composed Kimimaro felt his pupils constrict. The sea of flames was unstoppable, and escape seemed futile. Yet, he understood that by swiftly dodging laterally and increasing the distance from the fire, he could survive. Kimimaro retracted his bone sword, concentrating chakra in his legs. Moving with a speed akin to teleportation, stirring up clouds of dust in the forest in an attempt to evade the flames. Just a bit more. The range of this technique. Just as Kimimaro thought he was about to escape, a figure emerged from within the flames. Impossible. Hanabi's cloak ignited, but in that moment, she paid no heed to the searing pain, her Sharingan spinning rapidly. I command you to move aside. Accompanied by Hanabi's furious shout, her left hand coalesced a brilliant blue Rasengan, shimmering in the firelight as it hurtled towards Kimimaro's chest. Oh no, I can't dodge. Kimimaro's speed was too great. He could no longer change direction, and Hanabi's three-tomo Sharingan activated, casting a Jinjutsu that disrupted his consciousness. Boom. The Rasengan detonated against Kimimaro's chest, sending him careening into several massive trees before he finally came to a stop, unconscious. Hanabi formed hand seals, a curtain of water appearing behind her. Water style, Water Barrier Jutsu. The flowing water extinguished the flames on her back, her brow furrowed as she closed her Sharingan. The back of her cloak was charred, revealing a black mesh underneath, and a look of sorrow crossed Hanabi's delicate features as she realized that her earlier decision was not optimal. Time was of the essence. In her urgency, she had resorted to this action, with no time left to waste. Without further ado, Hanabi dashed towards the direction of her brother's anguished cries. 44. The tide of battle has turned. Chidori piercing through the chest. Outside the death forest, three jonin were meticulously examining the scene of three corpses. Anko Mitarashi hurried over, her gaze sweeping the area, discerning the grim truth. The situation is dire. You must report this to Lord Hokage immediately and request 2 Umbu squads to assist in the death forest. I will track these intruders. Understood? Yes. The 3 jonin vanished in an instant, and Anko swiftly departed as well. Damn it, what on earth has transpired? Hanabi returned to the site only to find that Sasuke and the others had vanished, leaving only traces of battle and splattered blood. She began to sense the area, but as soon as she activated her perception, she nimbly jumped aside as a shuriken flew where she had just stood. It was the Rain Village ninja disguised as Naruto. Get out of the way, there's no time to fight you. Hanabi shouted at him. Is it just you? Even better, everyone come out. The Rain ninja summoned his 2 companions, surrounding Hanabi. Hand over the heaven scroll, or we will kill you. Surrounded by 3 ninjas, Hanabi gritted her teeth, her heart racing. Brother, wait for me. She silently vowed, activating her Sharingan, gathering lightning in her hand, the air around her crackling with the sharp sound of Chidori. In a hollow of a tree, Sakura watched over the unconscious Sasuke and Naruto with a worried expression, unaware that an entire day had passed. The hiding place Sakura had chosen was exceedingly concealed, and despite many passing by, none noticed the 3 of them. After a sleepless night, Sakura, exhausted, remained vigilant, guarding Naruto and Sasuke. Is it dawn yet? Hanabi whispered to herself, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. Suddenly, rustling sounds emanated from the distant grass. Could it be? Sakura's pupils narrowed as she turned to look. At that moment, the trio from the Sound Village had already set their sights on Sakura and the others. In an instant, 3 figures emerged, leaving Sakura momentarily stunned. You stayed awake all night to protect them? One of the Sound ninjas taunted, prompting Sakura to grip her kunai, preparing for battle. Meanwhile, Hanabi was desperately searching for her comrades from Team 7, but sensed no chakra from anyone else. At the initial location she departed from, 3 bodies lay, their hearts pierced by Chidori, yet she had found nothing after searching all night. It can't be true. Hanabi seethed, shaking her head, before she saw her brother's corpse. She would never relinquish hope. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance as a flock of birds took flight in a panic. What is happening over there? Hanabi extended her perception towards the noise. As she drew closer, she felt a familiar chakra. It was Rock Lee's chakra, and the commotion there seemed not to stem from ninjutsu, indicating it was likely due to taijutsu. As far as she knew, Only Lee possessed such prowess in the entire Death Forest. No time to waste. I need to check it out. Hanabi murmured to herself, hastening towards the disturbance. The battlefield was a scene of devastation. Sakura, disregarding her own injuries, bit down on the arm of Sakan, her face smeared with blood as she clung tenaciously to him. Beside her, Rock Lee lay motionless, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. Suddenly, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji stepped forward. Ino, why would I let you steal the spotlight in front of Sasuke? But at that moment, Choji seemed unwilling to help, shouting at Ino and Shikamaru. What on earth are you two thinking? These guys are incredible. Shikamaru, also pulling at Choji's scarf, replied helplessly, it's troublesome, but we have no choice. Ino has already jumped in. How can we, as men, back down now? Just as Team 10 and the Sound Trio were locked in a fierce battle, Taiyuya finally revealed their true objective. Our aim is neither to seize those trivial scrolls nor to adhere to the exam's rules. We seek Sasuke. With that, the Sound Trio clashed with Team 10 once more, but this time, Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique had reached its 5-minute limit, and both Choji and Ino were rendered incapable of fighting. Are you really willing to witness your comrade's demise? Shikamaru questioned. If forced, we have no other choice. Sakan coldly replied, aiming his air cannon at the incapacitated Kankuro, now under the control of Ino's mind transfer technique. It seems we have no options left. Shikamaru despondently shook his head, while Choji and the others looked on with dissatisfaction and resignation at the Sound Trio. Suddenly, a discordant cackle sliced through the tense atmosphere. You lot from the Sound Village are quite the eyesore. Do you think bullying the weak makes you victorious? Susan and Sakuding nervously turned their gazes towards the source of the sound, which belonged to Hinata Niji and Tenten, perched upon a branch. At that moment, Sakura's face was marred by numerous bruises, her eyes reflecting her anxiety over the sudden turn of events. Niji, witnessing Lee lying motionless on the ground, seemingly gravely injured, unleashed his Byakugan in a fit of rage. You truly act at your whim. If you wish to continue this game, I shall give it my all. As soon as he finished speaking, Niji abruptly retracted his Byakugan, a mysterious smile adorning his face as he glanced behind him. What's the matter, Niji? Tenten inquired, perplexed. It seems we no longer need to intervene, Niji replied cryptically. Huh. Tenten and the others were engulfed in confusion. Just then, a girl clad in Uchiha garb emerged from the distant thicket, her cold demeanor and the swirling crimson of her 3-tomo Sharingan revealing her identity. Her tattered clothing bore the stains of battle. Hanayo, Sakura exclaimed, a mix of joy and shock flooding her. However, she was quickly taken aback by Hanayo's frigid expression. I thought it was some divine being, only to find it was you. Sakuding's mocking words were abruptly silenced as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He had been pierced through the chest, the shriek of Chidori echoing across the battlefield. Before anyone could react, Hanayo's figure had already darted past Sakuding's chest, moving with such speed that even Niji could not perceive it. What just happened? So fast, Shikamaru muttered in astonishment, shocked by the unknown technique Hanayo had displayed after the lightning dissipated from her hand. Without pausing, Hanayo walked directly towards Sakura, her gaze devoid of warmth. Sakura widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the Uchiha girl exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent, reminiscent of the technique Kakashi had used in the Land of Waves. Why does Hanayo possess this jutsu too? Sakura, you've endured much, Hanayo said gently, employing healing techniques to treat Sakura's facial wounds. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect Sasuke and Naruto, Sakura tearfully apologized. You've done well. Leave the rest to me, Hanayo responded with an unwavering tone. An icy aura rapidly enveloped the area, so intense that even Niji and the others involuntarily took several steps back. All eyes followed Hanayo's retreating figure, rendered speechless. Even Akimichi Choji instinctively swallowed hard. Is this truly the Hanayo we know? Choji questioned in disbelief. Without a doubt, it is, Shikamaru affirmed with a nod. In contrast, Ino was left dumbfounded. The Uchiha Hanayo, once a friendly neighborly girl, had transformed into a figure that inspired dread. Facing Hanayo, the sound ninja Susan was paralyzed by fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Hanayo's Sharingan began to emanate an unusual light, her eyes displaying a unique rose-patterned motif, oblivious to her own transformation. How dare you harm those most dear to me? Have you decided how you shall perish? Hanayo's voice began to twist, her overwhelming murderous intent sending chills down the spines of those around her. 45 curse mark powers. The true strength of Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke's voice called out to her. Hanayo, stand down. As he spoke, Hanayo's kaleidoscope Sharingan instantaneously contracted to a three-tomo form. Brother, Hanayo exclaimed, turning around in surprise, only to freeze at the sight of Sasuke, whose entire being radiated an unusual aura, his purple chakra exuding an incessant hostility. What is wrong with you? Hanayo questioned, noticing the cursed seal on Sasuke's body, her expression filled with concern. I command you to stand down. Sasuke shouted at Hanayo. Reluctantly, she respected her brother and retreated to stand behind him, moving next to Sakura and Naruto to tend to their injuries. Meanwhile, Sakura, gritting his teeth against the pain, managed to rise to his feet. The Chidori had merely pierced his lung, not enough to bring about his immediate demise. He observed Sasuke's state, feeling a sense of unease. Sakura, can you unleash another air cannon? Tsuzen asked. Barely, yes, he replied, struggling to raise his hands and aimed at Sasuke, the force sending him stumbling back several steps. However, Sasuke, empowered by the cursed mark, moved with remarkable speed, leading Naruto, Hanayo, and Sakura out of the air cannon's range. He then swiftly struck Sakura, sending him flying, and before finishing, began forming hand seals, unleashing a torrent of flames. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. As Sakura, already wounded, struggled to release one final air cannon, Sasuke had already appeared behind him, seizing his arms and pushing with his legs. It seems you take pride in your hands. Although your lung has been punctured by my sister, this may hurt even more. Sakura weakly turned his head toward Sasuke, shouting, Stop! A chilling crack echoed through the air, yet Sasuke wore a smile of delight. Let me have a bit more fun, he said, casually approaching Tsuzen. Sakura, witnessing this side of Sasuke, yelled for him to stop and rushed towards him. Hey, Sakura, your injuries aren't healed yet. Hanayo's healing was interrupted, leaving her momentarily stunned. But at that moment, Sakura had already dashed towards Sasuke, embracing him tightly. In that instant, the cursed seal on Sasuke began to fade. Realizing the truth, Tsuzen understood that Orochimaru had summoned them to assassinate Sasuke, while simultaneously granting him the power of the cursed seal. Hastily, he surrendered the Earth Scroll to Hanayo, who stood at a distance. You two siblings are formidable. In your current state, we stand no chance against you. This is compensation. Please allow us to leave. We have matters to confirm. In return, we agree. Should the opportunity arise in this exam, we shall not hide or evade. With that, Tsuzen prepared to depart, carrying the unconscious Sakura and Jinshu with him. Wait, Sakura called out to the pair. Huh? Tsuzen replied, puzzled. Who exactly is Orochimaru? What has he done to Sasuke? Why choose Sasuke? Sakura bombarded him with questions, even Hanayo furrowing her brow at the inquiries. I don't know. We were merely ordered to kill Sasuke, Tsuzen replied, vanishing from the scene. Hanayo, concerned for her brother, hurried to Sasuke's side, inspecting his injuries. Aside from the unknown cursed seal, he appeared otherwise unscathed. Brother, what's wrong? I'm fine, he replied. At that moment, members of other teams rushed over to assist. Only Neji remained, watching Uchiha Hanayo in awe. That jutsu was powerful. I might not even be able to block it with my own techniques. Perhaps she surpasses me, he mused. Unexpectedly, the once amiable Uchiha Hanayo had displayed such formidable strength. Even Sasuke was impressive, Neji thought to himself. Throughout the chaos, only Naruto, cradled on Hanayo's back, slept soundly, mumbling in his dreams about protecting Hanayo and Sakura. Even teasing Sasuke. What do we do about him? Should we wake him? Shikamaru asked Hanayo. No need. Let Naruto sleep, Hanayo replied, a charming smile gracing her lips. Despite the arduous battle, the members of Team 7 had ultimately survived. Sasuke gazed at his hand, incredulity washing over him as he recalled the recent events. Meanwhile, Naruto was roused from slumber by Shikamaru, feeling the embarrassment of being carried by a girl younger than him. Where am I? He awoke, discovering himself on Hanayo's back. Hanayo? You're back. Naruto hurriedly examined Hanen's back and discovered that her coat had been scorched by fire, leaving only a mesh garment underneath. What's wrong? Naruto asked with concern. Compared to me, your beloved Sakura has endured much more, Hanen replied, turning her back to Naruto. Indeed, upon seeing Sakura's long hair cut off, Naruto quickly broke free from Hanen and dashed over. Sakura, your hair. As he rushed past, Hanen helplessly raised her hands. After all, she felt she was quite beautiful too. Pouting, She looked at Naruto, displeased by his concern for Sakura. Shikamaru approached and patted her shoulder. Naruto is such a nuisance. Indeed, Hanan replied with a smile. Heading towards Team 7. The battlefield had already been cleared, and in Awakened Rock, Lee felt somewhat embarrassed for failing to protect Sakura. Naruto, now awake, couldn't resist the temptation to mock Lee whenever he could, running up to him and teasing, "Aren't you that guy with the bushy eyebrows?" However, he was swiftly sent flying by a punch from Sakura. "You mustn't speak to Lee like that," Sakura shouted, knowing Lee was their savior. Seeing Naruto fly dozens of meters away, Hanan rushed over. "Are you all right, Naruto?" Meanwhile, Sakura bowed her head to Lee. "Thank you, Lee. Thanks to you, I woke up. And I feel a bit stronger now." Lee was moved to tears. "Sakura, I feel I still need to keep striving." He then glanced at Sasuke, who had his hands in his pockets. "Sasuke, you truly are impressive, repelling those sound ninjas. You possess great power, while I was utterly defeated." Sasuke was taken aback. How could Lee have been so thoroughly beaten? What truly happened with those sound ninjas? This question lingered in Sasuke's mind. "Sakura, the lotus of Konoha will bloom once more." Huh. Sakura looked at Lee, puzzled. "I swear, when we meet again, I will become a stronger man." He raised his voice, shouting to Hanan, who was helping Naruto with his swelling. "Hanan, I'm talking to you too. I heard you." Hanan shook her head helplessly. "The exam is over. Team 7 successfully passed." In a certain area of the Forest of Death, Temari and Kankuro followed Gaara. "Let the battle begin, Uncle Rain Ninja." Gaara, carrying a gourd and arms crossed, calmly regarded the 3 Rain Village ninjas before him. "Hey, Gaara, shouldn't we track them to find out where the scroll is before we start fighting?" "If the scrolls are the same, there's no need to fight," Kankuro interjected, but Gaara cut him off. "What does it matter? I will eliminate everyone I see." Gaara was true to his word. 2 minutes later, the 3 Rain ninjas lay lifeless beneath his sand. Meanwhile, Team 8, hidden in the grass, frowned. Gaara had hardly moved. His absolute defense had blocked numerous attacks. At his feet lay 3 bloodied and mangled corpses. By a clear stream, Naruto and Hanan smirked, with Naruto now clad in only his shorts. Hanan, smiling, stood beside him. Her Sharingan precisely tracked the fish in the lake. Although she detested fish, she needed to catch some for the Chunin exam. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. The 2 formed hand seals, and dozens of Narutos and Hanans appeared, all grinning. "Hey, little sister. Naruto, let us catch more this time." Sasuke shouted. "Got it, leave it to us, brother." Hanan replied. Seriously, Sasuke shook his head in amusement. Hanan had repaired her coat, now adorned with a patch, but had little care for it now. With that, Hanan and Naruto's clones leapt into the lake, entering fish-catching mode. Unlike Naruto, Hanan's real body stood on a boulder with Sasuke, preparing shurikens. Sure enough, 4 fish jumped out of the water, and the Uchiha siblings instantly threw their shurikens, pinning all 4 fish to a tree. "Hanan, Naruto, for isn't enough. We need more to stock up." "Naruto, you big fool. Why do you only scold me and not Hanan?" Naruto complained. "She is a hot-headed fool too." From her elevated position, Hanan retorted, "Humph. I want to make you anything delicious when we get home." "Hey, don't." "Hanan." Sasuke muttered, "I was joking." Just as Sasuke and Naruto were about to bicker again, Sakura's voice called from afar. "Sasuke, Hanan, Naruto, I'm ready to start the fire. Please use fire release to ignite it." The 4 sat together on the ground, 4 grilled fish roasting by the fire. The second exam had been underway for 4 days. Sasuke began to analyze the situation. "Yes," Sakura nodded. "There's less than 25 hours left. Several teams must have already passed." Sakura murmured. Meanwhile, Naruto had begun to salivate. Sasuke pulled out the earth scroll from his belongings. "This is the scroll we have. It takes 18 hours to reach the tower. We must obtain the heaven scroll within that time." "Huh." Hanan froze, looking at the 3 with confusion. "Hanan, do you have any questions?" Sasuke asked. "So the current situation is that we still need a heaven scroll?" Hanan inquired. "Yes. If we want to pass, we must obtain it. You should have said so earlier," Hanan said, tossing 3 scrolls from her coat. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were stunned. "There are 3 scrolls here, 2 heaven and 1 earth, and you just pulled them out like toys." "Hanan," Sasuke exclaimed in shock. "I took out some ninjas blocking my path when I was looking for you, thinking it would be a waste not to take them." Thump. A light smack caused a bump to form on Hanan's head. "Why didn't you take them sooner?" Sasuke teased. "You never asked." Hanan covered her head. "I'm truly dizzy. Let us finish eating and hurry to the tower to conclude the Chunin exam," Sasuke said, a smile on his face. Well done, Hanan, Sakura exclaimed, excitedly hugging Hanan, who had given them such a delightful surprise, while Naruto was preoccupied with checking if the fish was ready. Looks like it's done, Naruto said. With that, the four divided the grilled fish. All right, let us get moving. Sasuke ordered the three of Team 7, and Hanan worriedly asked, what if someone intercepts us near the tower? We'll break through. Sasuke replied succinctly, charging ahead to lead the way. Sakura patted Hanan's shoulder, shaking her head helplessly as she followed. Sasuke and Sakura moved ahead, while Naruto and Hanan remained vigilant, making their way toward the tower. Along the journey, they encountered little threat aside from some wild beasts, which posed no challenge for Sasuke, who dispatched them swiftly and roasted some meat along the way. Thus, Team 7 passed the exam in the Forest of Death. Upon handing in the 2 Heaven and Earth scrolls, Irika gazed at the four in astonishment. Can 3 12-year-olds and 1 11-year-old truly be this formidable? In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen held a pipe in his mouth, while Mitarashi Anko sat beside him. How are you feeling? Is the curse mark still painful? Sarutobi inquired. No, thanks to you, it has almost healed, Anko replied, gently squeezing the curse mark on her shoulder. Behind them, Gunma spoke with a solemn expression. Regardless of the circumstances, Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Even the Umbu cannot act against him. He is a ninja of a higher rank on the wanted list. Why is he here? Perhaps Anko recalled Orochimaru's previous visit, where he had openly revealed his intentions. Before she could elaborate, the third Hokage promptly voiced her thoughts. It must be regarding Hanabi and Sasuke. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the television in front of them, announcing, Lady Anko, 22 candidates have successfully passed the second exam. According to the yearning exam regulations, the third exam will utilize questions that have not been used in 5 years. The second exam is now concluded. After contemplating for a moment, Sarutobi decided to proceed with the yearning exams, but issued a command to remain vigilant regarding Orochimaru. He had a premonition that this yearning exam would usher in significant changes for Konoha, as 22 candidates gathered in the center of the examination hall. Shikamaru expressed his annoyance. Why are there still so many of them? It's quite troublesome. Ino noticed Sasuke and exclaimed, Wow, Sasuke passed too. Of course. After all our efforts to assist them, it would be absurd if they failed, Shikamaru muttered, recalling the Uchiha siblings' overwhelming victory over the Sound Ninja Trio. In front of them, the J-Nin stood with arms crossed, and the ever-energetic Might Guy nodded approvingly at the 22 genin, as if praising them. Well done. You've been quite lucky. However, with our team present, you can forget about taking it easy. The next phase will require your true abilities. Remember, youth can be both sweet and bitter, Kakashi. Yet, Kakashi seemed oblivious to Guy's words, his sharp gaze scrutinizing his 4 students, especially Sasuke. The 3 members of Team 7 noticed Kakashi, and Tenten thought, This is my first time seeing Kakashi. I'm quite impressed. That Guy-sensei's eternal rival. On the surface, it seems Guy-sensei would have no competition, Lee confidently declared. Everyone fell into contemplation. Originally, 26 teams had dwindled to just 7, and the next step would be to determine the victor of the third exam from these 7 groups. Even Sarutobi was surprised, not expecting so many, especially since most were newcomers. He glanced back at the 4 instructors and finally understood their eagerness to recommend their students. Among the remaining participants were 13 first and second-year genin from Konoha, along with Gaara, Kabuto, and the 3 Sound Ninjas, totaling 9. Sarutobi stepped forward to introduce the third exam. We will now commence the third exam, but before that, I must share something important. This was the true objective of the exam. Why conduct it with allied nations? Seeing the puzzled expressions, Sarutobi gently adjusted his Hokage hat and explained. This is to foster friendly coexistence among allied nations and to elevate the overall level of our ninjas. That is our true goal. He continued, stating that the yearning exam was an excellent opportunity for neighboring countries to understand each other's ninja capabilities, and nations that performed well would receive more mission orders. Therefore, this exam was not only about individuals, but also about the economic prosperity of nations and villages. He informed everyone that the third exam would invite leaders from various countries to observe, so the genin must fight for their lives, not merely engage in a display of skills. While the third Hokage was still speaking, Gaara grew impatient. Why all this talk? Just tell us about this life-risking exam. In response to Gaara's rudeness, Sarutobi merely smiled. Now, I will introduce the content of the third exam. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. and a figure appeared before everyone. My apologies, Hokage-sama. I, Moonlight Kakashi, will now explain, he said. It's up to you. Sarutobi calmly replied. Kakashi turned and cleared his throat before announcing the rules. In summary, he delivered astonishing news. Before the third exam commenced, there would be a preliminary round due to the excessive number of passing genin, necessitating the elimination of half. We will soon begin the additional test. Oh, and I forgot to mention, this will be an individual battle. You can decide for yourselves if you wish to withdraw. Suddenly, Hanabi noticed something amiss with Sasuke. Brother, what's wrong? She asked anxiously. At that moment, Sasuke was sweating profusely, his body trembling, his hand pressed against the curse mark, his teeth clenched in agony. Sakura rushed forward to check on him. Sasuke, maybe you should withdraw from this preliminary round. Naruto turned to the three behind him, noting, Sasuke, ever since you were defeated by that Orochimaru guy, you've been acting strangely. That mark is still causing you pain, isn't it? Hearing this, Hanabi was shocked and pressed Sakura for details. Who is Orochimaru? What's wrong with the mark on my brother's neck? Sakura recounted the events that transpired after Hanabi had lost contact with Sasuke, which filled Hanabi with rage. If I encounter Orochimaru again, I will kill him, she vowed, worriedly glancing at Sasuke. However, she would not urge him to withdraw as she knew he would never back down. He was her brother, and she believed in him unconditionally. Sakura, however, had different thoughts. She was deeply concerned for Sasuke's well-being and would even consider forfeiting the yearning exam for his sake. Sasuke, I will definitely tell the teacher about that mark on you. Just as Sakura raised her hand, Kabuto preemptively chose to withdraw. Seeing this, Kakashi inquired, so, no one else wishes to withdraw? As Sakura attempted to raise her hand again, Sasuke forcefully slapped it down. You mustn't mention that injury. His voice trembled, yet it was resolute. Why must you be so stubborn? I can't bear to see you suffer like this. Sakura's eyes brimmed with tears, as she truly could not comprehend why Sasuke insisted on enduring such pain. For me, this is not merely an exam. Whether I become a yearning or not is of no concern to me. Sasuke's voice grew firmer. I simply want to know if I am strong enough. I want to fight powerful opponents and then kill that man. Sasuke's gaze was equally determined. You understand, don't you? This is not just my desire. I understand. Hanabi replied, lowering her head, aware that Itachi had become the driving force behind Sasuke's ambitions, while she remained his protected sister. Thus, Sasuke bore all the vengeance and hatred, allowing her to see only the warmth of light. Thank you, brother, Hanabi whispered. Fool, why are you thanking me? This is what I ought to do, Sasuke replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Then, turning to a tearful Sakura, he gently stated, even so, I want to allow you to interfere with my path. Watching from the sidelines, Naruto could no longer contain himself, shouting, You jerk, stop trying to act cool, idiot. With Hanabi and Sakura worrying about you. Before Naruto could finish, Sasuke turned and grinned, Naruto, I want to fight you too. Naruto, as if a string had been plucked within him, paused before breaking into a smile. Yeah, Sasuke, I too wish to engage in a duel with you. Hanabi, you as well. I long for a fair contest with you. Naruto extended his fist towards Hanabi. Indeed, but I must first declare, you shall be the one to lose. Hanabi and Naruto exchanged fist bumps. I shall not be defeated. Hanabi flashed a sly smile. Even if you become Hokage, you will still succumb to me. I will not lose regardless. Oh, Hanabi, you are quite confident. Naruto exclaimed passionately. Sakura and Sasuke shook their heads in resignation, finding these two fervent individuals utterly exasperating. At that moment, Moonlight Kazekage observed that no one else was withdrawing and solemnly announced. Thus, the preliminary rounds commence now. The forthcoming preliminaries will consist of one-on-one personal battles, a format of actual combat. Originally, there were 21 participants, but with one eliminated, precisely 20 remain. A total of 10 matches shall take place, and the victors will advance to the third exam. There are no restrictions on the rules, and the battle will continue until one party perishes, falls, or concedes. If you wish to avoid death, it would be wise to concede promptly. However, should the outcome become evident, I shall intervene to prevent unnecessary fatalities. Next, your fates will be determined by this electronic bulletin board. He glanced at Mitarashi Anko, who immediately comprehended his intent and activated the electronic board. It will randomly display the names of the two contenders for each match. Now, let us unveil the first two combatants. 48 Lions roar. My brother will not lose. The names on the electronic board danced wildly, and all eyes were fixated in anticipation, as if even breathing had momentarily ceased. Suddenly, the board stilled, and the crowd's gaze collectively ascended. Sasuke's lips curled slightly, for the name revealed was indeed his own. Hanabi, with a hint of concern, asked, "Brother, can you manage?" "Of course, leave it to me," Sasuke replied, gritting his teeth as he pressed down on the cursed seal on his shoulder. "Now, may the two contestants on the board step forward. The first battle will be between Uchiha Sasuke and Ikado Yoroi. Any objections?" Moonlight Kazekage inquired. "None." The two replied in unison, brimming with fighting spirit. As the audience beheld the confrontation between Sasuke and Ikado Yoroi, a flicker of worry stirred within them. "Go for it, brother." Hanabi's voice erupted amidst the silence, resonating throughout the venue. All eyes turned to the last remaining girl of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Hanabi. Yet, seemingly unfazed by the gazes of others, she made a peace sign towards Sasuke. Sasuke approached Hanabi and gently poked her forehead with his index and middle fingers. "Do not worry. Although this is his legacy, it is also our way of expressing affection as siblings, is it not?" As he spoke, Sasuke caressed the cursed mark on his shoulder, a confident smile gracing his face. "Yes," Hanabi nodded, her faith in her brother unwavering. Moonlight Kazekage nodded at the two before standing at the center of the arena, announcing, "Now, the first round begins. All others, please proceed to the spectator seats." As the audience members settled, Kakashi approached Sasuke. "Sasuke, do not use your Sharingan. You know," Sasuke turned to glare at Kakashi. "If the cursed seal on your neck erupts, you will not survive," Kakashi stated gravely. "I suspected as much," Sasuke replied. "Do not worry. Should the exam need to be halted, I will intervene. Please take care then." Kakashi left, and the battle was set to commence. Sasuke began the match at a disadvantage, unable to utilize chakra, leaving him in a precarious position. This infuriated Hanabi, who, had it not been for Naruto and Sakura restraining her, might have charged down to dismantle her opponent. "Let me go? That bastard with the sunglasses, I will shove his glasses up his nostrils." "Hanabi, calm down. This is the Chunin exam." Sakura attempted to reason. Naruto held her arms tightly, preventing her from acting rashly. "Naruto, let me go. Just watch me send that guy flying." Naruto glanced helplessly at Kakashi, who remained calm with his hands in his pockets, seemingly indifferent to the chaos. The normally lively and charming Hanabi was consumed with rage, leaving Naruto at a loss. Ultimately, he embraced Hanabi, turning her away, as he too was concerned for Sasuke. Indeed, Sasuke was clearly struggling, leaving Naruto quite displeased. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "Sasuke, are you still Uchiha Sasuke? Don't embarrass yourself. Fight properly." As if roused by Naruto's call, Sasuke, oblivious to Naruto's presence, suddenly caught sight of Lee, an epiphany flashing through his mind. At that moment, Ikado Yoroi had both palms together, launching a fierce assault on Sasuke. "Can you still be distracted? This is the final blow." Yoroi's attacks were fierce, yet Sasuke skillfully evaded them, and when a flaw appeared in Yoroi's defense, he delivered a powerful kick to his chin. The force of the kick sent Yoroi flying, but Sasuke did not relent. He leaped, maneuvering to Yoroi's back. Lee and Guy were astonished, for the technique Sasuke exhibited was their secret lotus. However, just as Sasuke was about to execute his attack, the cursed seal erupted, inflicting excruciating pain that caused him to grimace mid-air. Yet, with a fierce roar, he forcibly suppressed the seal's power with sheer will, astonishing everyone present. Sasuke arched his left leg, delivering a kick towards Yoroi, who effortlessly neutralized the assault. But the battle was far from over. Sasuke spun in midair, executing a heavy 360-degree kick as a finale. "This move is my creation, named." With a resounding crash, Sasuke and Yoroi landed together. Lion's roar. Witnessing this spectacle, Naruto was left dumbfounded, releasing Hanabi and falling silent. Sakura, on the other hand, was in tears, overwhelmed by the hard-earned victory of Sasuke. As Sasuke panted for breath, Hanabi rushed over to support him. "Brother, you didn't lose, did you?" she inquired, offering him a reassuring smile. Before Sasuke could respond further, Hanabi embraced him tightly. "Brother, I have always believed you would not lose." "Well, you must not lose either. I wish to face you in battle as well. Rest assured, I will not falter." Hanabi nodded firmly. "We shall both persevere until the end." Kakashi knelt to examine Sasuke's cursed seal injury, and the medical team rushed over. Kakashi firmly declined their assistance. "You cannot heal him. This task is mine. Now, I must take him to seal that cursed mark." I wish to wait until the preliminaries conclude. I want to see who advances, Sasuke objected. No, you are being reckless. If not treated promptly, the consequences will be dire, Kakashi admonished Sasuke. Reluctantly, Sasuke followed Kakashi away. But before departing, he turned back to Hanabi. Hanabi, do not lose. Do not worry, brother Sasuke, I will not falter. Hanabi confidently replied, her blue Uchiha cloak billowing in the wind, complementing her delicate features and glossy hair, a captivating sight in the Chunin exam arena. Now, let us commence the next match. Moonlight Kazekage stated calmly. As he finished speaking, the electronic board began a new round of random selections. In this round, the combatants were Shino Aburame versus Sakan. Due to Sakan's grievous injuries sustained in the Forest of Death, having been stabbed in the abdomen and with an arm broken by Sasuke, this match inevitably concluded swiftly in his defeat. Returning victorious, Shino Aburame was met with enthusiastic applause from Team 8, with Kiba patting him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done." Shino. Hinata also smiled and congratulated him. Just as her blessings echoed, everyone suddenly fell silent, for the electronic board had just displayed the contestants for the next match. Is it me? Hanin revealed a radiant smile and waved her fingers in a peace sign toward Naruto and Sakura on the stage. At that moment, the board clearly indicated the duel would be Uchiha Hanin versus Kanjuro. 49, a fair contest. Before the Uchiha, there are only kneeling foes and fallen corpses. Hanin, go for it, don't lose. Naruto shouted as Hanin gradually entered the arena below. Hanin turned, clenched her fist toward Naruto. This was their way of expressing friendship. And in that instant, Naruto understood. He lightly extended his fist, connecting it with Hanin's from afar. Teacher Guy, do you think Hanin can do it? Sakura gently inquired of Guy beside her. She is far more complex than we imagine. Even I am uncertain of her true strength, Mato Guy replied, shaking his head. He recognized that the Uchiha girl below, like his brother, was hailed as a prodigy. Yet Guy understood even more that her training was possibly more rigorous than Lee's. When Hanin was 8, Guy had happened upon her practicing martial arts in the cliffside woods behind the Uchiha clan grounds. With hard work, can a genius surpass? But that genius also works hard. That chance encounter had left a profound impression on Mato Guy's heart. Yet now, no one truly comprehended the extent of Hanin's abilities. Rest assured, Hanin is incredibly strong, Naruto confidently declared to Team 7. Naruto, why are you so confident? Sakura questioned. Because I have witnessed every ounce of effort Hanin has devoted since I met her. She is tirelessly pursuing her own dreams. No matter what, I firmly believe she will win. Naruto earnestly gazed down at Hanin. Meanwhile, Kanjuro, adorned with a painted face, smirked slightly. Last time, his puppet crow had suffered a significant setback against Hanin. This time, he was determined to ensure that the Uchiha girl tasted defeat. Recognizing her formidable strength, Kanjuro released his puppet crow as soon as he landed. Puppets, huh? Hanin mused within her mind, having previously studied puppet techniques with Shino. You recognize it? Kanjuro frowned at Hanin's acknowledgement. I've heard a little, she replied, drawing a shuriken from her ninja tool pouch, her gaze fixed intently upon Kanjuro, fully prepared for battle. The Uchiha sister of Konoha was finally ready to showcase her brilliance. All eyes in the arena were riveted on the impending clash between Kanjuro and Hanin. Kanjuro was also a genius in puppet techniques, and Hanin was celebrated as a prodigious Uchiha girl. This battle ignited excitement among all spectators. Even Shikamaru from Team 10 widened his eyes. If Uchiha Sasuke was regarded as the Uchiha genius, his sister would surely not lag behind. You all have no objections? Seeing both contestants fall silent, Moonlight Gale stepped back. Begin. The moment the command was issued, Hanin charged directly at Kanjuro. Coming straight at me, Kanjuro smiled, thinking the genius's attack was rather mundane. As he began to manipulate the threads controlling his puppets, he was left dumbfounded, for his threads posed no hindrance to Hanin whatsoever. What is happening? Kanjuro gasped in shock. Observing his expression, Hanin smirked subtly. Kakashi, who had just returned after sending Sasuke to rest, chuckled softly. It's an illusion. Indeed. Kanjuro had fallen victim to Hanin's genjutsu. In that fleeting moment, she had unleashed it without movement. Realizing the predicament, Kanjuro prepared to counter. But Hanin had no intention of granting him such an opportunity. In the next instant, she formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, 5 copies of Hanin appeared before Kanjuro. The real Hanin delivered a kick toward Kanjuro's chin, yet at the moment of the strike. She rotated her hands to alter the position of her leg, and a blade surged toward the spot she had just kicked. A hidden weapon? Sakura on the stage gasped in surprise. Kanjuro's fingers twitched slightly, causing Hanin's remaining shadow clones to dissipate into smoke. As expected of the Uchiha. You managed to ensnare me in an illusion so quickly, Kanjuro remarked as his puppet crow began to move slowly behind him. As the puppet lunged at her with menacing claws, Hanin executed a backflip, swiftly forming seals midair. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged toward Kanjuro. You think I will fall for the same trick twice? Kanjuro exclaimed, maneuvering his puppet backward, but in doing so, he failed to notice 3 shuriken launched from within the fireball, reflecting toward his left side. How can this be? Kanjuro exclaimed in horror, hastily directing the crow to block. Kakashi smiled with satisfaction, standing beside Naruto and Sakura, quietly remarking, focusing solely on the shuriken is not a wise move. Indeed. At that moment, while Kanjuro used his puppet to shield against the shuriken, he was entirely oblivious to Hanin's next move. To Kanjuro's right, a colossal wall of water surged forth. Water release, water barrier. A massive wall of water rushed toward Kanjuro, so swiftly that even Kakashi struggled to discern how Hanin had performed the seals. This truly startled him. The girl before him was exceptionally remarkable. The outcome is already evident. Pressing the advantage now, Kanjuro is destined to lose, Guy analyzed while standing beside Kakashi. This is the classic tactic of misdirection. After all, puppets are ultimately controlled by humans. Even a slight oversight can be fatal, Kakashi explained to Naruto and Sakura. Yet Naruto questioned, perplexed, Kakashi-sensei, why hasn't Hanin won yet? What? Kakashi exclaimed, suddenly turning to the stage. Indeed, Hanin stood with her arms crossed, watching as Kanjuro extricated himself from the water barrier. You, Kanjuro began, but Hanin cut him off. Aren't you eager to face me? I demand a fair duel. Use your strongest attack. I will not strike you from the side nor retreat from this spot. In the presence of proud Uchiha, only kneeling foes and fallen corpses remain. Only a proper duel can honor our Uchiha name. Hanin declared, hands on her hips, gazing fiercely at Kanjuro. This was something Sasuke had longed for, something he wished to convey. Since his departure, it fell upon his sister to fulfill it. Thus, Hanin resolved to unleash her most flamboyant strategy. Kakashi and Guy exchanged glances, recognizing a hint of exasperation in each other's eyes. Kakashi, your disciple is truly a passionate fool. She should be in our class. Mato Guy exclaimed. Who could argue with that? Kakashi sighed in resignation. Meanwhile, Naruto's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Hanin below, exclaiming, she is so cool. In the sand village, Gaara gritted his teeth, watching Hanin with a burning desire to face her himself, though regrettably, luck was not on his side. Temari, on the other hand, began to worry for her brother Kanjuro. What would transpire next? None could predict. How dare that mere 11-year-old child insult me like this? Kanjuro gritted his teeth, dragging his drenched body upright. He had resolved to unleash every mechanism hidden within the puppet crow. For how could the son of the wind shadow be defeated here? Fool, have you forgotten why we are here? Handguard, observing Kanjuro's intentions, shouted urgently. Yet, Kanjuro paid no heed. His singular focus was on ensuring that Uchiha Hanin met her demise here. It was evident that his puppet concealed some arcane secrets. Hanin, remaining unfazed, crouched low, her hands swirling with an abundance of chakra. What? The third Hokage gazed in astonishment at Hanin below, let alone the others. The chakra sphere in her hands was none other than the unique ninjutsu of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the Rasengan. She can perform this technique? Might Guy exclaimed in disbelief. What is this? Naruto and Sakura inquired simultaneously. The Rasengan is a ninjutsu developed by the fourth Hokage. They gasped in awe. How did Hanin learn it? Guy turned to Kakashi, who was about to shake his head when a white-haired man approached from afar. I taught her. Jiraiya declared with a proud smile, his gaze fixed on Hanin. 50. Hanin wins. Jiraiya exclaimed, this is how one should win, with integrity. Lord Jiraiya, you taught Hanin such a powerful technique. Kakashi furrowed his brow. Jiraiya appeared slightly embarrassed. How could he admit that Hanin had merely watched it once and mastered the Rasengan? Impossible. He, Jiraiya, the sage of Mount Myaboku, could not afford such disgrace. However, before he could explain, Naruto shouted, she's moving. All eyes turned to the battlefield where Hanan and Kanjuro faced off, witnessing the Rasengan emanating an incredible energy. Black's secret technique. Poison needles. Kanjuro commanded his crow puppet to release 3 poison needles, which sped towards Hanan with alarming density. Yet, in the face of this assault, a glimmer of red light flashed in Hanan's eyes, the brilliance of the Sharingan. She effortlessly evaded the poison needles, simultaneously tossing a smoke bomb to the ground. The battlefield was soon engulfed in smoke, yet the 2 combatants remained distinctly visible. Kanjuro laughed heartily, declaring that his puppet had pierced Hanan's abdomen. Uchiha Hanan, did you not expect this surgical blade I prepared for you? He boasted. This audacious proclamation captured the attention of all spectators. Did Kanjuro win? Hangard asked, puzzled. Gaara remained silent, observing the situation below with composure. Has Hanan lost? Sakura questioned in disbelief. Even Kakashi furrowed his brow, intent on discerning the state of the battle. At that moment, the Hyuga siblings, with their Byakugan, were left dumbfounded. Such powerful chakra, Niji murmured first. Kakashi's pupils contracted as he heard the sounds of thousands of birds chirping amidst the smoke, reminiscent of a forest. Then, brilliant white light flickered wildly within the haze, drawing the attention of all Jounin towards Kakashi, for it was his original ninjutsu, Chidori, also known as lightning cutter. This technique belongs to my sensei, Sakura exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Naruto squinted, his blood boiling as he watched Hanan below. I knew you wouldn't lose. Jiraiya turned seriously to Kakashi. If it wasn't you who taught her, then she must have comprehended this technique on her own. Truly a genius. Kakashi scratched his head, offering Hanan high praise. As the smoke rapidly dissipated, 2 forms of Hanan emerged. One clearly a shadow clone. The one Kanjuro's puppet had pierced was also a mere clone. Everyone was left in awe. Even Naruto, as Hanan's shadow clone unleashed the Rasengan, striking Kanjuro squarely in the face, while her true form pierced through Kanjuro's puppet with Chidori. Kanjuro's body spun and crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater. Hanan stood majestically upon the battlefield, her expression calm as she regarded Kanjuro, who was now unconscious. She had not killed Kanjuro, but after that blow, he would likely be incapacitated for some time. Observing Kanjuro's inability to continue fighting, Moonlight Gale instantaneously appeared before Hanan, momentarily taken aback by her tranquility. Is this the genius girl of the Uchiha clan? He mused, baffled that he couldn't replicate the technique she had just performed. Hey, what are you staring at? Hurry and announce my victory. Hanan's voice broke through his thoughts, prompting him to address everyone present. Uchiha Hanan defeats Kanjuro. Uchiha Hanan is the winner. Hanan tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and once more raised her fist toward Naruto on the platform. Well done, Hanan. Naruto cheered, elated, and reciprocated her fist bump. Upon Hanan's ascent to the spectator platform, she noticed Jiraiya and Kakashi standing together, both regarding her with warm expressions. Isn't that you, Lord Jiraiya? What do you mean, Lord? I am Jiraiya, the sage of Mount Mayaboku. You learned the Rasengan from me, so you should address me as your master. Not a chance. Humph. I learned it on my own. You, Jiraiya exclaimed, exasperated, for it was indeed true. Hanan had grasped it after merely a single observation. Did Lord Jiraiya come to watch our Chunin exam? I wouldn't bother with someone as unremarkable as you. I'm here to see the women's bathhouse, Jiraiya declared, his expression shifting to one of lewd anticipation, prompting Hanan and Sakura to recoil in disgust. Perverted Lord Jiraiya. Hanan grimaced, sticking out her tongue and making a face. Hey, little girl, don't get too cocky, Jiraiya bellowed in annoyance. However, Hanan remained unfazed, brightly smiling. Thank you, Master Jiraiya. Humph, I wouldn't say such things. Before Jiraiya could finish, he feigned a look of disdain directed at Hanan's chest. What a pervert! Hanan shouted defiantly, leaping at him and biting down on his arm. Let go, you little Uchiha demon. Jiraiya struggled to break free, but Hanan's grip was firm. The joyous atmosphere on the platform caused both Sakura and Naruto to laugh along, clearly regarding Hanan as the victor. Once Jiraiya departed, Kakashi sat beside Hanan, curiously asking, Hanan, how did you learn that Chidori? I learned it from a book, she replied nonchalantly, withholding the truth that she had actually learned it in her inner world from a young ninja. Is that true? Kakashi asked in astonishment. It's simply compressing lightning chakra into a highly concentrated current. It's not complicated, Hanan explained, elucidating the principle behind the technique, leaving Kakashi in awe. Hanan's analysis was spot on. Indeed, Chidori operated on such principles. However, utilizing it required swift proximity to the opponent. Otherwise, one might risk a counterattack due to obscured visibility. Additionally, it was best used in conjunction with the Sharingan to unleash its full potential. Observing Heinen's mastery of Chidori, Kakashi was deeply impressed, recognizing that such talent was rare in the ninja world. Despite her extraordinary gifts, Heinen had faced many challenges to reach this point, reinforcing Kakashi's resolve to protect every member of Team 7. Wow, Hwain, that spiral sphere is truly magnificent. Would you teach me? Naruto exclaimed excitedly, shaking Hwain's shoulder. Oh dear, Naruto, please don't pressure me. If that old pervert doesn't allow me to teach, I am powerless, Hwain replied helplessly. Humph, I will confront him. Naruto clenched his fists, his face resolute. Just then, the electronic scoreboard displayed the next matchup, Haruno Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino. It's your turn, Sakura. Hwain encouraged Sakura with a warm smile. All right, I understand, Sakura responded, leaping down from the stands alongside Yamanaka Ino. Hwain, why did you choose to confront that guy head-on? Naruto asked curiously. Because you were there. Hwain answered. Because of me? Naruto was puzzled. Yes, defeating an opponent while you watch from the sidelines is far more impressive. A mischievous glint sparkled in Hwain's eyes. Exactly. Winning openly like that is the way to go. Naruto enthusiastically fist-bumped Hwain. In the distance, Might Guy witnessed this scene and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, You lot embody boundless youth. Why not join our class? I'll gift you a set of green spandex, the true symbol of youth. Guy's earnest invitation left Hwain and Naruto rolling their eyes in unison, their unwilling expressions breaking Guy's heart. The preliminary rounds of the nin exams were still in full swing. Although Sakura and Ino's duel lacked the flair of Hwain and Sasuke's, their performance in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and chakra control earned the approval of Kakashi and other jonin. Hwain, where do you think Sakura has the advantage? Kakashi inquired. Her chakra control is superior to both my brother and me, Hwain stated plainly. So if Sakura can evade the Yamanaka clan's secret technique, mind transfer jutsu, her chances of victory should be considerable, Kakashi commented on the battle. The ensuing match between Sakura and Ino was equally matched, the process thrilling and intense. However, their battle dragged on, ultimately resulting in both being ensnared by the mind transfer jutsu and losing consciousness, disqualifying them. The next match was Temari against Tenten. Although Tenten excelled in using various bladed weapons, Temari, wielding her 3-star fan and extensive wind-based ninjutsu, gained the upper hand and triumphed. Shortly after, Shikamaru outsmarted Kinch and secured victory. After the conclusion of Kinch and Shikamaru's match, the electronic board displayed the next duel, causing Hwain to anxiously glance at Naruto. The upcoming challengers were Uzumaki Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba. It's my turn. Finally, thank you for your patience, Naruto shouted excitedly. Kiba, filled with fighting spirit, playfully ruffled Akamaru's head, laughing loudly. What luck! Facing that guy guarantees a win. Akamaru. Hwain, Sakura, I'm going in, Naruto declared to the two girls. Go for it. Naruto. Sakura cheered him on as he prepared to descend. Hwain approached him, raising her delicate hand into a fist. Seeing this, Naruto smiled and raised his fist to meet hers. Show me what you've got, future Hokage. Hwain beamed. Leave it to me. Here I go. Naruto shouted as he jumped down to face Inuzuka Kiba. Many spectators still viewed Naruto as the underachiever who could barely perform the transformation jutsu back in Ninja Academy. However, Hwain, Kakashi, and Sakura understood that Naruto had grown significantly during this period, far surpassing his former self. Even Irika, sitting on stage, shook his head in exasperation at Naruto's exuberance. Look at that guy, Sakura chuckled with a hint of resignation, turning to face Hwain. Hwain, why do you believe so firmly that Naruto will win? In response to Sakura's question, Hwain nodded slightly and softly replied, There's no reason. He is my best friend. This answer clearly took Sakura aback, and she shouted to Naruto from the stage, Naruto, don't lose to him. Kakashi, too, gazed at Naruto on stage. He is finally up. Yuhi Kurenai watched the match between Inuzuka Kiba and Naruto, internally pondering, Naruto, I'm sorry. He cannot defeat Kiba, Kakashi. Hinata wished to cheer for Naruto, but being in the same team as Kiba left her in a dilemma, ultimately choosing silence. Kakashi then approached Hwain and casually asked, Hwain, how do you think Naruto can win this duel? Or rather, how would you win this duel? The Inuzuka clan possesses heightened hearing and scent, akin to canine instincts, giving them superior intuition. To defeat the Inuzuka, one must suppress them with genjutsu or taijutsu, or target their sense of smell. If it were me, I could conclude the match in an instant. Hwain analyzed earnestly, leaving Sakura baffled while Might Guy and Kakashi leaned in with interest. Conclude in an instant? How would you do that? Guy inquired directly. Hwain simply formed a scissor gesture with her fingers, softly explaining to Guy and Kakashi. Use the shadow clone jutsu to force him into the center, then employ the shuriken shadow clone technique to secure victory. The two were momentarily stunned, their minds conjuring images of dozens of Hwain surrounding Inuzuka Kiba, relentlessly hurling shurikens at him, causing both Guy and Kakashi to twitch at the corners of their mouths. That's rather ruthless. Being struck like that would surely result in severe injury, if not death, leaving him a veritable beehive. As Hwain's analysis unfolded, the battle reached a fever pitch. Both Naruto and Kiba bled from their wounds, and soon Naruto found himself on the ground after taking a solid hit from Kiba. Sakura felt a sinking sensation in her heart, and Kakashi shook his head in resignation, accepting the reality that Naruto might lose. Naruto had worked hard in this battle. Only Hwain remained calm, gazing at the fallen Naruto, while Sakura and Kakashi exchanged puzzled glances at her demeanor. For in Hwain's expression, they discerned anticipation as she smiled at the downed Naruto. "Naruto, get up!" Hwain shouted from below. In that moment, Naruto recalled his dream of becoming Hokage and the unwavering belief Hwain had in him. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, his body trembled. "I cannot fall here. I am destined to become Hokage." "You becoming Hokage? You are weaker than me. Let me take that role instead," Kiba mocked, looking down at the sprawled Naruto. Hearing Kiba's taunts, Naruto remembered the ridicule he faced in Ninja Academy, where only one girl believed he could become Hokage and was the first to acknowledge him. Back to the present, Kiba stood with his hands on his hips, loudly berating the collapsed Naruto. "You know you can't become Hokage, yet you still pretend to be tough." "Ha." Just as Kiba laughed, Naruto, with immense effort, rose to his feet once more. "Before I become Hokage, I will not fall." Seeing Naruto stand, Sakura leapt up in surprise, and even Kakashi marveled inwardly. "Is this your perseverance, Naruto?" In the arena, observing Kiba's mocking grin, Naruto resolved to unleash his decisive new technique. "Kiba, come at me. No matter what, I will execute my new ultimate move." Naruto shouted to Kiba, whose laughter had abruptly ceased, motivating himself. "Oh, this is interesting. I want to let you succeed." As the battle unfolded, Yu enveloped himself in chakra and charged towards Naruto with ferocity. Observing that Naruto was preoccupied with preparing a new technique, Yu swiftly maneuvered behind him. This was the pivotal moment when a ninja exposes their back to an opponent, signaling a decisive juncture in the confrontation. Indeed, the audience collectively held their breath, and even Naruto thought it was over, as Yu's sudden appearance behind him took him by surprise. In a moment of desperation, he discreetly released a flatulent sound. Yu's acute sense of smell, heightened by concentrating chakra in his nostrils, detected the unexpected odor. The sudden stench transformed his expression into one of sheer agony. As he clutched his face in distress, Hanabi, blushing, lowered her gaze, mistakenly believing Naruto's new ability to be something grand. Meanwhile, Sakura and others were taken aback. While Kakashi quietly analyzed, swift action, keen sense, the beast mimicry technique has backfired. Though the flatulence was mere happenstance, it was indeed a fitting testament to the unpredictable nature of ninjas. Hanabi and Sakura shouted encouragement to Naruto. "Naruto, the opportunity is yours. Go for it." At that moment, Yu was left defenseless, and Naruto seized the chance to showcase his new technique. With a flourish, he employed his signature shadow clone technique, summoning 4 clones. The 5 Narutos surrounded the pained Yu, and one clone stepped forward, delivering a forceful punch that sent Yu soaring. Naruto's original body, using the momentum from the punch, launched into the sky. The remaining 3 clones joined forces to kick the airborne Yu higher into the air. Yu, propelled uncontrollably upwards, found Naruto's original form waiting above. With a swift reversal, Naruto utilized inertia to deliver a powerful kick downward, executing his new technique. The impact sent Yu crashing to the ground, causing him to cough up blood before losing consciousness. Stunned, Shikamaru and the other teammates could hardly believe their eyes, while Hanabi's face blossomed into a victorious smile, having unwavering faith in Naruto's triumph. Kakashi couldn't help but smirk, revealing that Naruto's so-called new technique was nothing more than a replication of Sasuke's previous move, even sharing the same name. As Naruto looked down upon the unconscious Ya, a mix of emotions swirled within him. Moonlight Shikaku swiftly ascended the stage to announce the results of the match. The victor is Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata, resolute in her beliefs, stood on the platform, declaring, "I shall never go against my word. This is my ninja way." Rock Lee, watching from above, expressed his astonishment at Naruto's performance. Sakura and Hanabi clasped hands, celebrating their friend's victory. "Incredible, we won." Shikamaru and the others exhibited expressions of disbelief. Naruto had actually defeated Ya, a surprising turn of events. At this moment, Naruto stood at the center of the battlefield, feeling a rush of strength and exhilaration. That was too easy. As he passed by Hinata, she hesitated, her voice barely audible. "Huh, Hinata, did you say something?" Flushing, Hinata offered him a tube of ointment. "What is this?" Naruto inquired, puzzled. "It's ointment for your wounds," Kurenai explained with a smile from behind. "But why give it to me?" Observing Naruto's confusion and Hinata's rosy cheeks, Kurenai understood their mutual feelings. "Just accept it, Naruto." Turning to Hinata, he was met with her shy demeanor and Kurenai's warm smile, leaving him unsure of how to respond, yet he ultimately accepted the ointment. Thank you. You're truly kind, Hinata." Meanwhile, Kurenai's gaze shifted towards Ya, who was being escorted for medical treatment, reflecting on the situation with a hint of melancholy. "Ya, do not feel ashamed. You are a formidable opponent." In the distance, Hanabi noticed the ominous aura surrounding Neji Hyuga, marked by his cold eyes. As Naruto returned, he celebrated with Hanabi, exchanging fist bumps. "Well done, Naruto." Of course, after their exchange, Moonlight Shikaku announced the commencement of the next match. The electronic board displayed the new combatants, surprising both Hanabi and Naruto. Hinata Hyuga versus Neji Hyuga. The surrounding audience's silence puzzled Hanabi. Why is everyone so quiet about the Hyuga family fight? She pondered. "This battle promises to be intriguing," Kakashi remarked. "Intriguing?" Naruto scratched his head in confusion. As the Hyuga family clash unfolded, Might Guy observed with seriousness, studying the combatants. "I never expected to face you here, Miss Hinata." "Brother Neji," Hinata whispered. "Are they siblings?" Naruto exclaimed, glancing at Hanabi, as their own team featured a sibling pair. Kakashi and Rock Lee provided further insight. Clans like Uchiha and Hyuga are divided into main and branch families. The main family is the direct line, while the branch family consists of secondary heirs. Wait a minute. If you say what you do about main and branch families, surely they wouldn't fight each other too fiercely? Naruto questioned, turning to Hanabi. "Hanabi, if you faced your brother Sasuke, would you hold back?" This inquiry led Hanabi into contemplation. "Not to the point of hurting him, but I will defeat him head-on." Hanabi understood that her brother did not fear defeat. Sasuke merely wished to ascertain if she had grown stronger. They redirected their focus to the preliminary matches. As Kakashi elaborated on the Hyuga clan's rules, which mandated that branch families must protect the main family, even at the cost of their lives. This confrontation stirred the audience's emotions, with Hinata, initially ready to give up, reignited by Naruto's encouragement. However, the reason why geniuses are deemed as such is due to their unparalleled prowess. Neji's fierce assaults overwhelmed Hinata, forcing her to retreat and bleed profusely. Naruto and Hanabi, fervent in their support, shouted from the stands. "Hinata, don't be afraid. Show him your strength." Hanabi cheered for Hinata below. Yet, as a prodigy, Neji's strikes were merciless, causing Hinata to falter. Naruto, unabashed, hurled insults at Neji, while Hinata drew strength from the belief of her supporters. "This time, I will not back down," she vowed, convinced that with trust, change was possible. "Nothing will change," Neji shouted, delivering a devastating blow to Hinata's chest, as she was once again sent flying. Both Hanabi and Naruto seethed with fury. "Hinata, the exceptional will always prevail, while the weak remain weak," Neji declared, drawing a moment of shock from him as he recognized the sealed chakra points within Hinata. "Are you foolish? Why do you keep standing up? Just fall down, and it will be over," Neji questioned, bewildered by Hinata's resilience. "I shall not go against my word. I will not evade." Her mind filled with images of Naruto and Hanabi, the only ones who believed she could defeat Neji in this Chunin exam. She could not allow herself to fall. Hinata Hyuga finally steadied herself and assumed a fighting stance. "This is also due to my resolve." She lifted her head, gazing at the concerned Naruto and Hanabi. one being her most cherished person, the other one of her closest friends. At this moment, Hinata smiled, despite the traces of blood at the corners of her mouth. The fact that Hinata was so resilient made Naruto worry for her well-being. Naruto, Hinata has been watching you all along. Where has your voice gone? Hanabi's words momentarily stunned Naruto. Go for it, Hinata. Strike him. Hanabi's cheer resounded throughout the arena, capturing everyone's attention. This talented girl from the Uchiha clan was genuinely rooting for Hinata. Others assumed Hanabi was merely echoing Naruto, but she was earnest in her support. Naruto joined the chorus, calling out encouragement to Hinata below. Come on. Neji cast a glance at the duo from Team 7, choosing silence thereafter. In this moment, Hinata fought not only to prove herself, but also for the one she loved, for those who believed in her. Hinata moved, her attack sharper than before. However, the disparity between the two was immense. Faced with Hinata's relentless spirit, Neji's anger began to simmer. Each counterattack, seizing upon vulnerabilities, became more ferocious than the last, culminating in a blow to Hinata's heart that sent her flying. Hinata fell unconscious, leaving the onlookers in shock, including Hanabi and Naruto. You bastard, are you trying to kill her? Hanabi yelled at Neji. Uchiha Hanabi, I disapprove of your support for her. Next time we meet, I will make you feel the same pain. Neji turned away, disregarding Naruto as he directed his ire at Hanabi. Very well, Hyuga Neji. You will come to regret crossing paths with me. Hanabi's tone grew icy. As the moonlight breeze prepared to call the match to a close, Hinata rose once more. It's not over yet. Stop pretending to be strong. Just standing is a monumental effort for you. From the moment you were born, you have borne the fate of the Hyuga main family. You constantly resent and blame your own inadequacy. But one cannot alter destiny. This is your fate. You need not suffer any longer. Ease your burden. Hinata's body trembled, the unending pain causing her to sway as she walked. Such agony was only felt by Hanabi among the lower-ranked ninjas present, and the deeper her understanding of this suffering, the more it fueled her fury. She wished to thrust a Rasengan into Neji's mouth, to make him taste his own cruelty. Hinata gazed at Neji, shaking her head gently. No, Neji brother. For I can see it too. All along, you have suffered more than I. This statement pierced Neji's heart, inciting his fury as he charged at Hinata, a murderous intent evident in his eyes, making it clear to all higher-ranked ninjas present what he intended to do. Neji, the match is over. As Neji rushed toward Hinata, even the swift moonlight breeze found the situation precarious. This is bad. In the next moment, a figure descended from the sky, delivering a fierce palm strike to Neji's forehead with a gust of wind. Wind release, gale palm. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted, and a violent storm swept through the arena. Neji was sent tumbling backward, crashing into a distant wall. At this instant, even the newly arrived Might Guy and Kakashi, along with the other J-nin, halted their actions. Enough, Hyuga Neji. Hanabi activated her Sharingan. If you wish to continue this folly, allow me to join you. Her Uchiha cloak billowed in the wind, and beneath her crimson three-tomo Sharingan, she drew a kunai from her hip pouch, assuming a battle stance. Kakashi watched Hanabi with a sense of admiration. How agile she was. While they could achieve similar feats, there was no denying that Hanabi was the first to act. Neji, who had just been struck by the gale palm, gritted his teeth, emanating a murderous aura directed at Uchiha Hanabi. Neji, that's enough. Might Guy admonished. Did we not agree to cease conflicts over family matters? Why have the other J-nin come? Is this special treatment for the main family? Neji roared, hearing Hinata's violent cough, seemingly spitting blood. Hanabi turned nervously to assist her. Hinata. Yuhi Kurenai rushed to Hinata's side. Naruto, Sakura, and Lee hurried over. Hinata, are you all right? Hey. Hinata, lying on the ground, looked up at Hanabi and Naruto, her voice trembling. Naruto. Hanabi. Before she could finish, she lost consciousness. Neji approached Naruto and Hanabi, his rage now quelled. I have a piece of advice for you both. As a ninja, do not engage in such foolish cheering for others. He then turned his gaze to Naruto. The tail end will always remain the tail end. That will not change. However, Naruto stood tall, meeting Neji's gaze earnestly. Shall we test that theory? Humph. Neji smirked, watching Naruto charge at him, unfazed, arms crossed. Lee, I love Gaara. The weight of each passing day is what you must adapt to. But as Naruto ran, he was intercepted by Lee. You. Naruto looked at Lee in confusion. I completely understand how you feel, Naruto. However, victory should occur in official matches. Can the tail end truly defeat a genius through sheer effort? Wouldn't such a contest be exhilarating? Lee's eyes shifted to Niji. Moreover, my opponent may very well be me. If the eventual opponents were Naruto and Hanabi, he would harbor no resentment. Naruto gritted his teeth, ultimately relinquishing the thought of attacking Niji, moving to Hanabi's side with a displeased expression. Hanabi, if he crosses your path, make sure to teach him a lesson. Rest assured, that is precisely my intention, Hanabi nodded. Meanwhile, Lee and Guy displayed their vibrant spirits nearby. At this moment, Hinata faced a critical situation. Her heart entered ventricular fibrillation, requiring urgent medical attention. Watching Hinata being carried away, Naruto softly crouched down, touching the blood she had left on the ground. Rising, he approached Hanabi and solemnly vowed to Niji, I will defeat you. At this time, only 4 competitors remained: Akimichi Choji, Temari, Gaara, and Rock Lee. Soon, the electronic display highlighted the next matchup: Rock Lee vs. Gaara. As the names flashed, countless grains of sand converged, revealing Gaara's form, standing with arms crossed. Come down. Beside him, Lee and Might Guy simultaneously radiated youthful vigor. With Guy's enthusiastic shout, Lee's blood surged with excitement. All right, let's go, Lee. Oh yeah? Lee leaped toward Gaara, assuming a combat stance. I never expected to face you so soon. I am truly delighted. Gaara remained silent for a moment, simply gazing at Lee without uttering a word. Then, round 9 begins. As Moonlight Breeze announced the start of the match, Gaara uncapped the gourd, and Lee, unwilling to remain passive, initiated a feint attack toward Gaara. Leaf Hurricane. Though the kick held tremendous force, it was effortlessly blocked by a layer of floating sand. However, faced with Gaara's icy glare, a torrent of yellow sand surged toward Lee. He quickly retreated, evading the oncoming sandstorm. The Leaf Hurricane was ineffective. Lee realized the sand defense beside Gaara was akin to an impenetrable fortress. The pace of this battle must accelerate. Is that sand? Sakura wondered. Is the gourd filled with sand? Naruto expressed his astonishment at this peculiar ninjutsu. Kakashi observed the match with great seriousness. Hanin remained silent, her gaze fixed on the determined figure of Lee below, recognizing that his efforts were far from simplistic. At that moment, Hanin recalled the scene when Lee unwrapped the bandages from his hands and suddenly realized that he might employ a similar tactic. The battlefield was ever-changing, and Lee charged toward Gaara once more. This time, his movements were swifter, more precise, and increasingly ferocious. Yet, the sand consistently obstructed his attacks before he could strike Gaara. The other ninjas in the audience held their breath, acutely aware of the monumental challenge Lee faced. With time passing, Lee's assaults appeared to be losing their vigor. The layer of sand remained impenetrable, and the dispersed grains swiftly regrouped. If the ground wouldn't suffice, he would take to the skies, Lee thought, soaring upward and launching 3 shurikens at Gaara. However, the sand intercepted them effortlessly, rendering his efforts futile. Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief as she swallowed hard. What was happening? Naruto furrowed his brow. Hanin silently observed the battlefield below without offering any commentary. Beside her, the bruised and battered Kankuro explained to the onlookers, any physical attack against him is ineffective. Gaara does not need to control it. The sand automatically forms a protective shield. Thus, to this day, no one has managed to harm Gaara. Yet, Hanin smiled slightly and whispered to Kankuro, whose face was marred from her earlier blows. It seems he might very well get hurt today. Uchiha Hanin's words made Kankuro grit his teeth, his gaze lingering on her delicate, charming face, causing his cheeks to flush in an instant. She was undeniably captivating. However, with his face painted, Hanin could not discern his embarrassment. She noted Kankuro's lingering defiance, but she chose to disregard it. Below, Lee clenched his jaws in frustration. His opponent merely stood still, and he pondered Gaara's taunt directed at him from afar. Is this all you've got? Give me a thrill. I crave more blood. No sooner had he spoken than the quicksand beneath Gaara surged upward, ensnaring Lee's leg and slamming him against the wall. Nevertheless, Lee persevered, rising once more to attack Gaara, only to be thwarted by the sand once again. Hanin on stage began to frown. If he possessed such a technique, why not utilize it? Sakura voiced her own confusion. What is Lee doing? Why is he relying solely on taijutsu? In this situation, he should maintain distance and employ ninjutsu. Might Guy, arms crossed, revealed a harsh reality to everyone. It was not that Lee was unwilling to use ninjutsu or jinjutsu. He simply could not. No way. Sakura and Naruto gasped in shock at Might Guy's revelation. When we first met, he was completely inept, devoid of talent. This is unbelievable. On the battlefield, Lee was being pushed back by the sand. During one of Gaara's attacks, he leaped onto the fingers of a statue, looking down at Gaara from above. Ninjas who cannot use ninjutsu or jinjutsu are exceedingly rare. Thus, for Lee to become a true ninja, he had but one path left, taijutsu. Might Guy confidently turned to Hanin, Sakura, and Naruto, asserting that this was precisely why he would triumph. Hanin smiled, seemingly understanding something profound. As she had anticipated, Might Guy shouted to Lee, "Lee, remove them." "But sensei, you said I could only do that when protecting the most important person." Lee questioned in confusion. "It's all right. I permit it," Might Guy replied with encouragement. Lee erupted into laughter, removing his leg weights to reveal the heavy burdens he had been bearing. "That looks incredibly heavy," Kakashi remarked, gazing at Might Guy with incredulity. "What is the purpose of such training?" "I see." Naruto suddenly grasped the implication. "Kakashi-sensei, it is indeed useful," Hanin softly interjected, unzipping the side of her ninja boots to reveal weights that were comparable, if not slightly heavier, than Lee's. "You have them too, Hanin," Kakashi and Might Guy exclaimed, their eyes wide in astonishment. Especially Might Guy, as he realized that the Uchiha prodigy equally matched Lee's dedication. "Indeed, I began at the age of 7, Hanin replied. After experiencing the tragedy of her clan's destruction, she had endured immense emotional turmoil. Yet, one thing remained paramount, her desire to grow stronger. Only by becoming stronger could she carve out a sliver of hope during such dire moments. Had it not been for Shinobi and her own rigorous training, she would have surely perished at the hands of that mysterious masked man. The haunting memory of her sister Izumi's merciless death steeled Hanin's resolve. Meanwhile, Lee remained oblivious to her inner turmoil, loudly declaring, "This feels fantastic. It makes things so much easier." "Fool, this is not something to take pride in. It is the weight of daily struggles that you must learn to adapt to." Hanin shouted at Lee. "You're right. I will remember." Temari, from the sand village, smirked slightly. "You've merely lightened your load. You still cannot keep pace with my sand, can you?" A thunderous crash echoed throughout the arena, leaving 2 massive craters in its wake. Smoke billowing into the air. Naruto, Sakura, and Temari stood in stunned silence, while Kakashi turned to Hanin. "Hanin, your weights should be comparable." Hanin murmured softly, and indeed, her weights matched Lee's almost identically. Everyone present was left in utter disbelief. Kakashi shook his head, glancing at Might Guy. "You've pushed it too far, Guy. Persevere in the ninja way. You are already an extraordinary ninja." "All right," Lee shouted back, responding to Guy. He landed with a thud, almost teleporting, and delivered a punch that astonishingly broke through Gaara's sand defenses in an instant. Yet, without hesitation, Lee transformed into an afterimage, vanishing from his previous position and delivering a kick aimed at Gaara's blind spot. At that moment, Lee's speed, both with his fists and legs, had accelerated to a point where Gaara could not perceive him with the naked eye. A gust of wind from his punches and kicks swept through the air. Though the sand halted his attack, this time, the assault penetrated Gaara's very being. Even Kakashi was taken aback by the swiftness of Lee's movements, reflecting on Hanin's prowess, marveling in silence. Why was Hanin so insistent on growing stronger? It was indicative of her lack of security. If only he could pay more attention to her, perhaps the light of Konoha would shine more brightly upon her, alleviating her need to force herself to strive for greatness. The hardships Hanin had endured were primarily rooted in her quest for security. The darkness she had encountered far surpassed the burdens expected of her age. Abandoned by her clan, hunted by her relatives, and targeted by the higher-ups of Konoha, had she not possessed strength, survival would have been impossible. Contemplating this, Kakashi felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest, a profound ache. Perhaps sensing Kakashi's gaze, Hanin turned to him with curiosity. "Kakashi-sensei, is something the matter? Are you thirsty and in need of water?" As she spoke, Hanin reached for her water bottle on the ground and offered it to Kakashi. "No." Kakashi gently shook his head, continuing to observe the match below with the others. Indeed, Lee's form flickered with relentless motion, while Might Guy confidently proclaimed, "Lee dedicates himself solely to taijutsu, because he cannot perform ninjutsu or jinjutsu. With unwavering dedication to mastering physical techniques, even in the absence of any ninjutsu, he shall not be outdone by anyone." The esteemed martial arts expert, Might Guy, had scarcely finished his proclamation when Lee, standing in the center of the arena, delivered a swift kick to Gaara's head. The sands unable to keep pace with Lee's remarkable speed. "Splendid!" exclaimed Hanabi, her joy palpable. A crimson line appeared on Gaara's face, while Lee's eyes gleamed with a mixture of determination and pride. It was truly astonishing. Even Shino and Kankuro gazed in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Only Sakura, observing Hanabi, noted that her words were gradually manifesting into reality. Who would have guessed that the thick-browed one could move even faster than before? This fellow is quite formidable. Upon hearing Naruto's exclamation, Sakura, captivated by Hanabi's delighted expression, found herself momentarily stunned. If Rock Lee's performance was this extraordinary after shedding his weights, then what might be said of Sasuke's sister, the prodigious Uchiha Hanabi? The thought sent a shiver down Sakura's spine, rendering her hesitant to imagine further. "Let your youth erupt," Might Guy bellowed from the sidelines, startling both Hanabi and Naruto. "You mustn't scare me like that, Teacher Guy," Hanabi exclaimed, standing close to him, her heart racing. "This is a glorious time to ignite our youth, a time we shall never regret." Guy continued to shout, his exuberance leaving Hanabi somewhat speechless. Indeed, below, Lee appeared invigorated as if fueled by an unseen fire, charging toward Gaara with fervor, stirring up a cloud of dust in his wake. Even Kakashi could only watch in awe at Lee's newfound swiftness. Gaara found himself unable to predict Lee's approach, his sands equally incapable of discerning the attack. With renewed vigor, Lee unleashed a more rapid and forceful assault, breaching Gaara's absolute defense and sending him flying. Impressive. Astounding. Sakura and her comrades could only stare in wide-eyed astonishment at the scene. Gaara's expression morphed into a maniacal grin, exuding an aura of desire, anticipation, and lethal intent, momentarily freezing everyone around him. To their shock, cracks began to appear on Gaara's face, fragments flaking away. What on earth is happening? Naruto wondered aloud, perplexed. Is he completely encased in sand? Hanabi provided the answer. He's utterly unscathed. Shikamaru murmured, equally bewildered. What manner of being is he? Sakura gasped. This is the sand armor, Gaara's true form of absolute defense, Kankuro elucidated for the crowd. However, this technique has its drawbacks. The sand shield automatically protects Gaara from attacks, while the sand armor requires conscious defense, leading to significant chakra consumption and lesser defensive capacity than the sand shield. Naturally, Kankuro refrained from revealing these vulnerabilities to Naruto and the others. Is this all your strength? Gaara taunted directly. Lee furrowed his brow at this moment. Even his speed seemed insufficient against Gaara. He needed a stronger attack to shatter this layer of invulnerability. He would have to employ the Lotus technique. With that thought, Lee unwrapped the bandages on his arms, embodying sheer determination. He stepped forward, spiraling around Gaara in a dizzying blur, his speed creating afterimages that encircled Gaara as he launched his attacks. "Come at me if you dare," Gaara's taunt echoed. "Then as you wish." At last, Lee found an opening and sent Gaara soaring into the air. But this time it was different. With his hands planted on the ground, Lee unleashed a flurry of kicks toward the airborne Gaara, his relentless assault inflicting tremendous damage upon Gaara's sand armor. Yet, simultaneously, Lee's body bore the brunt of the strain. As the bandages fell away, Gaara found himself ensnared in Lee's grip midair. The two spun rapidly in the sky, plummeting toward the earth, raising a storm of dust that obscured the view of the onlookers. Perhaps this was too ambitious, Hanabi thought, glancing anxiously at Gaara in the arena. She sensed that Gaara's chakra had not diminished. If anything, it seemed to amplify. Breathless, Lee gazed down at Gaara, while the Leaf Village's shinobi wore expressions of astonishment. However, their moment of glee was short-lived as Gaara shattered. It turned out this version of Gaara was not the real deal, but rather a mere shell. In that fleeting instant when Lee's Lotus technique inflicted pain, Gaara had employed a substitution technique, Hanabi explained to the others. Indeed, that is correct, Kakashi acknowledged, nodding in agreement with Hanabi's assessment. But how did you discern that? Sakura inquired, intrigued. Because I too would seize upon such a fleeting opportunity, Hanabi replied confidently. Meanwhile, the exhausted Lee struggled to regain his breath, the aftermath of his Lotus technique weighing heavily upon him. Oh no, has the strain from using the Lotus intensified my discomfort? Hanabi, familiar with the technique, understood its challenges. Indeed, the Lotus is a double-edged sword, Kakashi remarked, observing Lee's faltering stance. It is neither ninjutsu nor jinjutsu. It is a high-speed physical technique that imposes tremendous strain on the body. Lee may find even the slightest movement agonizing, Kakashi informed the members of Team 7, his expression tinged with concern. As the dust settled, the exhausted Lee was flung from the tumult, crashing to the ground, yet Gaara showed no signs of relenting, unleashing another wave of sand attacks without granting Lee a moment's respite. This time, we shall see, Might Guy expressed his worry for Lee's well-being. No, Lee, forfeit. If you continue, you may meet your demise. Sakura shouted down to him. It seemed that Lee heard her, for a smirk crept upon his lips. As Gaara's next barrage of sand approached, Lee's form blurred, evading the assault with a deftness that surprised all. In that moment, memories of Neji, Sasuke, Naruto, and that prodigious Uchiha girl, Hanabi, flooded his mind. Teacher is smiling down at me, he thought. With that alone, I can rise again. I shall grow stronger, stronger than ever before. Seeing the determination etched upon Lee's face invigorated Hanabi, a smile gracing her lips. Her suspicions had not been unfounded. For now, an ominous vapor enveloped Lee, lifting his signature watermelon hairstyle. Lee was smiling. How could he find joy in such adversity? Sakura's concern deepened. No, this time it is he who has cornered his opponent. The lotus of the leaf shall bloom once more. With Might Guy's confident declaration, Kakashi turned to him in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Could it be that you have imparted this technique to him? Indeed, Guy affirmed, his confidence unwavering. Then, can he, as a mere genin, unlock the inner gates of the 8 gates and execute the lotus? That is indeed the case, Guy replied candidly. What? Kakashi gasped in shock. The two then began to explain the 8 gates to Sakura, while Naruto listened intently, leaving Hanabi to focus on the ongoing battle. Gaara formed a series of hand seals, eyeing the recovering Lee with a frown. Though I know not your intentions, this is where your journey ends. Lee's body erupted with steam, a testament to his resolve. Indeed, regardless of the outcome, this technique will mark the conclusion of our encounter. Neji, Sasuke, Hanabi, and Naruto, you are all the aspirations I chase. I cannot be the only one to falter here. Teacher Kai, please acknowledge me. At the moment when Lee Rock was about to explode with energy, the voice of Hwain rang out, shouting encouragement to the young Lee below. Go for it, Lee. Upon hearing Hwain's cheers, Lee felt a surge of confidence. Now is the time to embody my ninja way. The 3rd gate, the gate of life, is open. A terrifying aura spread across the exam arena. The gate of life has been opened. Is he about to make his move? Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his 3-tomo Sharingan. Beside him, Hwain did the same, activating her Sharingan as well. No, not yet. Indeed, under Might Guy's disapproval, the young Lee shouted from below, 4th gate, the gate of wounds, open. With his face gradually stained crimson, countless veins surged, and the ground trembled as green flames erupted around him. He was extraordinary. This was not merely the result of hard work. Could that child truly be a genius? Kakashi marveled in disbelief. The moment has come. Hwain, with her Sharingan, caught sight of Lee's legs bending. Here it comes. Boom. The stones on the ground exploded, scattering in all directions. In that instant, Lee hesitated no more. It was the same technique as before, but this time, the speed reached its zenith, a velocity only Kakashi and Hwain's Sharingan could perceive. In the blink of an eye, Lee delivered a fierce kick to Gaara's chin, sending him soaring into the sky, the immense force accompanying a howling wind. With one strike, Gaara's armor was riddled with cracks, and Lee would not let this airborne opportunity slip away. He unleashed a flurry of blows from 4 angles, a torrential assault that further dismantled Gaara's sand armor. This was the final strike. With his body enveloped in muscle, Lee opened the 5th gate, the gate of limit. Gaara stood frozen, taken aback by the muscles that surged within Lee. How could this be possible? Is this truly within the capacity of a human being? Gaara pondered. Meanwhile, high above, Lee raised his fist, descending towards Gaara's body. Neji, this was meant for you. Let me show you. With that, Lee's fist struck Gaara's abdomen with tremendous force. But this was not the end. In that moment, Lee grasped the white band around him with his left hand. As Gaara charged at him, Lee shouted in fury. This is the final blow. Lee Rock unleashed a combination of strikes, landing directly on Gaara. Lianhua. Gaara smashed into the ground, creating a massive crater. While he felt intense pain, collapsing to the ground, Gaara, although injured, remained capable of fighting. He had just shattered the gourd behind him to use the sand for his protection, while he had already lost the capacity for counterattack. Gaara prepared to use sand-binding coffin to eliminate Lee, intending to finish him off after breaking Lee's left arm and leg. As Lee Rock lay unconscious, countless grains of sand surged toward him. Oh no! Hwine prepared to intervene once more to save Lee, but Might Guy was faster. With a swift motion, he clapped his hand, scattering the sand everywhere. Why save him? Gaara asked Might Guy, puzzled. Because this guy is my most cherished subordinate. Gaara turned to leave, just as the announcer was about to declare his victory. Yet, Lee Rock trembled and stood up, his left hand and leg hanging limply. I haven't lost yet. Hwine gazed at the determined Lee Rock, reminiscent of her former self, her expression serious. Might Guy approached Lee, softly saying, Enough, it's over. Your body has reached its limit. Tears streamed down Might Guy's face as he watched Lee struggle to stand, consciousness fading. Lee, even if you've lost consciousness, do you still wish to prove your ninja way? Kakashi removed his forehead protector, and Hwine deactivated her Sharingan. Has he truly lost consciousness? Kakashi remarked with a hint of regret. Lee, you are strong. I have witnessed your ninja way. Hwine's voice resonated, causing Naruto and Sakura to fall silent. Might Guy embraced Lee Rock, tears spilling from his eyes. Only his parents, his beloved, his brothers, and the unwavering determination of his disciple could evoke such tears from a man. Lee, you have become an extraordinary ninja. Yet reality remained harsh. The announcer ultimately declared Gaara the victor. After the medical team entered to assess the situation, they delivered the unfortunate news. Due to muscle tears, fractures, and other injuries, Lee would likely be unable to continue as a ninja. Afterward, in the next round, Torch effortlessly defeated Akimichi Choji, and the 9 candidates who advanced through the preliminary rounds were finally chosen. At that moment, Sasuke was still in the hospital, while the other 8 stood on stage. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, watched as the remaining 9 stepped forward. Excluding Sasuke in the hospital, there were 6 from Konoha, 2 from Sunagakure, and 1 from Otogakure. He began to explain the formal selection process. Each of you will participate in a formal selection match before everyone. You represent the military strength of your respective nations, and I hope you will perform at your best. Thus, the formal selection will take place 1 month from now. This month serves as preparation time, allowing us to notify the daimyos and ninja leaders that the preliminaries have concluded and they can come to watch the formal selection. It also provides you candidates with time to improve and prepare strategically, analyzing your opponent's performances in the preliminaries to increase your chances of victory. Next, you will draw lots for your matchups. After Hiruzen finished speaking, Ibiki Marino distributed the 9 slips to everyone. Naruto Uzumaki drew number 1, Neji Hyuga number 2, Gaara number 3, and Sasuke Uchiha number 4. The opponents in the left bracket were now clear. In the right bracket, Torch drew number 5, Shino Aburame number 6, Temari number 7, Hwine number 8, and finally Shikamaru Nara number 9. Hiruzen continued to explain the matchups. He then announced that Ibiki would display the matchups for everyone to see. Each contestant had their own thoughts upon viewing the matchups. Only Shikamaru was lamenting. I have to fight an extra match? Turning to Hwine's determined gaze and charming profile, his face flushed slightly. Noticing Shikamaru's gaze, she turned and offered him an innocent smile. This is troublesome. My opponent is that guy? Shikamaru lamented internally. She was the genius girl of the Uchiha clan, and he certainly did not want to face a Rasen Shuriken. Neji Hyuga, is it going to be you from the start? That's just fine, Naruto thought, looking gravely at Neji. Neji, however, remained calm, arms crossed. Meanwhile, Kakashi had already left the stage, leaving Sakura to record everything. Since this was an elimination round, the Hokage, Kazekage, and daimyos would determine whether the contestants could become chunin based on their performances. Listening to Hiruzen's words, Shikamaru merely thought to himself how bothersome this was. Thank you all for your hard work. See you in a month. Dismissed. Naruto gazed at Gaara, having already delivered Neji's death sentence, and was now contemplating his next opponent. My next challenger is either Sasuke or that Gaara, Naruto sighed softly. What's the matter? Are you afraid? A voice erupted beside him. How could I be afraid? This is precisely what I desire, Naruto declared, hands on his hips, his fists clenched in determination. That's more like it. This is the Naruto I know. The voice chuckled as it approached, adjusting his collar. You need to change out of that tattered outfit. It's becoming quite shabby, said the voice, which belonged to Hanin. Of course. Hanin, your coat is also quite worn. You ought to get a few more. Right, indeed, Sakura chimed in, approaching with documents detailing the matches for Hanin and Naruto to review. Thus, Team 7 made their way back into the village. After bidding farewell to Sakura, the two gazed at the sun setting in the distance. Teacher Kakashi seems to be preventing me from seeing my brother, insisting that he still requires rest. Oh, that Sasuke is quite formidable. Hanin, you needn't worry about him, Naruto reassured, squinting his eyes as he extended an invitation. Shall we grab some ramen? That sounds nice, but I would like to return home for a shower first. Oh, that's not necessary. Since you'll be alone tonight, why not come over to my place instead? Huh. Hanin was taken aback, chuckling lightly at Naruto's invitation. Are you just pretending to invite me so I can help you clean your room? She placed her hands on her hips, scrutinizing him. Is it that obvious? Extremely. Hanin responded, playfully covering her head with one hand. But I want to sleep on the bed. She pouted. Of course, that is perfectly fine. I'll take the floor. With that, Naruto and Hanin arrived at the Uchiha clan's residence. Once Hanin emerged with a basket, they set off towards Naruto's home. However, as they passed the women's bathhouse, they witnessed a white-haired man frantically fleeing, pelted by an array of rusty objects. Goodness, not again, Hanin sighed, rubbing her forehead and tossing her hairband into the basket. What's wrong, Hanin? Naruto, step aside. As they moved away, Jiraiya stumbled past them, desperately escaping. Is that Pervy Sage again? Naruto exclaimed, coining a new nickname for Jiraiya. Pervy Sage. I like that. Let us call him that. Hanin applauded Naruto's creativity. You two little brats dare to disrespect the great Jiraiya of Myaboka Mountain. With that, he delivered a couple of playful knocks to their heads. Ow! Jiraiya stood in front of them, curiosity etched on his face. What are you up to? Well, since we both live alone, I invited Hanin over to my place. Naruto explained candidly. Ah, with a lone man and a woman, that won't he do. I'll join you tonight. Huh. Both were surprised. Would adding Jiraiya make things too cramped? What are you planning to do? Jiraiya inquired. We're going for ramen. Want to join Pervy Sage? Sure, let us go for ramen then. Jiraiya agreed, his fists clenched, clearly not because he was short on cash. Seated together, Naruto and Hanin enjoyed their meal, while Jiraiya sat beside Naruto, and the atmosphere was jovial. Nevertheless, Hanin ended up treating, given the Uchiha clan's affluent status. After satisfying their appetites, they made their way to Naruto's home. Upon opening the door, Jiraiya exclaimed in dismay, taken aback by the untidy state within. Well, I'm here now, so let us clean up together. They divided the chores and, with Jiraiya's assistance, swiftly transformed Naruto's home into a spotless abode. Once Hanin finished her shower and emerged, Naruto followed suit. Jiraiya was busy making the bed when he noticed Hanin in her pajamas and remarked softly, Hanin, you should train with Naruto and me tomorrow. Train with you? She responded, surprised. Yes. With that, Jiraiya placed his belongings on the table and began writing. What are you doing? Hanin asked, perplexed. I am a novelist, penning my latest work. This book is my novel, he declared, brandishing the paradise of affection before her. Hanin's face flushed as she gazed at the book, quickly retreating while covering her chest. So this book is penned by you, you pervert. I have no interest in someone like you. Jiraiya smirked, showing no remorse. Suddenly, with a swift kick, Hanin knocked him to the ground. Pervy Sage, you absolute creep. She fumed, her cheeks bright red. Yet, Jiraiya felt a surge of joy at the realization that even this young girl was aware of his work. When Naruto emerged, he found Hanin with her foot on Jiraiya's head, who was squirming on the ground like a worm. What happened to the Pervy Sage? This pervert actually wrote such a novel, Hanin exclaimed, clutching the book, her cheeks still aflame. Ah, this is the one Kakashi-sensei often reads. Jiraiya jumped up, snatching the paradise of affection from Hanin and softly advised, it's getting late. I'll wash up and then head to bed. That night, Hanin slept on the bed while Naruto and Jiraiya spread out on the floor. Soon, Jiraiya fell into a deep slumber, but Naruto and Hanin remained awake. Naruto glanced at Hanin and softly asked, Hanin, are you asleep? Not yet. Are you hungry? I'm fine. Shall we go out for a bowl of instant noodles? It seems like the Pervy Sage is already asleep. All right, Hanin nodded. As Naruto stepped outside with a bowl of noodles, the weather was pleasantly mild, and the moon shone brightly above. When Hanin joined him, Naruto smiled and posed a question. Hanin, you're quite worried about Sasuke, aren't you? Well, to say I'm not worried would be disingenuous. I can't quite comprehend your feelings, as I've never had parents, Naruto admitted. Upon hearing this, Hanin understood why Naruto had invited her to his home today. Naruto, even without parents, you have me, Kakashi-sensei, and everyone from Team 7. An empty heart needs companions to fill it, doesn't he it? Naruto gazed deeply into Hanin's eyes, then nodded with a gentle smile. Indeed. However, as he looked back at his home, where he had lived since he was aware, having faced scorn from the villagers and lacking parents, he yearned for companionship within these walls. He also remembered that Hanin had lost her parents at the age of 6. Why do you seem a bit down? Hanin asked, taking a bite of her noodles and glancing at Naruto. It's nothing, he replied, also taking a bite. Seemingly sensing Naruto's mood, Hanin sighed softly, placing her bowl on the ground and standing up, looking at him earnestly. Naruto, I know what you're thinking, but what is lost is lost. We should focus on what we still have. As she spoke, her expression softened gradually. I understand that you think of your parents, and I do too. However, the more I think about it, the more it pains me. My father and mother also perished beneath this round moon. I held their lifeless bodies in my arms. Naruto, do you have any idea how much anguish I felt at that moment? Naruto was rendered speechless by Hanayo's words. His gaze fixed on the tears that seemed to well up at the corners of her eyes, and he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Tears streamed down Hanayo's cheeks as she spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. Do you believe my heart is strong? Perhaps. But I want to convey that I too experience longing, and I too cry. Naruto, living in this world necessitates an outlet for our emotions. Whether it be quietly shedding tears beneath the covers at night, or weeping openly amidst a crowd, both are valid forms of release. As she spoke, Hanayo placed her hand gently on Naruto's orange hair, her fingers brushing through it tenderly, accompanied by her tears. This world is so unfair. We all coexist within it. Yet we must each bear the burden of solitude. Observing other children weep heart-wrenchingly over conflicts with their parents, we can't help but feel envy, can we? Must fate truly be so utterly senseless? No, Naruto, while fate may appear devoid of reason, we must remain optimistic, for we are moving forward. We must learn to be resilient. Naruto, reaching into his pocket, retrieved a handkerchief to wipe away Hanayo's tears. Looking at her red-rimmed nose, he spoke with determination. I understand your sentiment. I will cherish everything in the present. Hanayo, thank you so much. I think I finally grasp what you meant about the field of flowers. As he spoke, he took a hearty bite of his meal, and Hanayo, noticing the lifting of Naruto's spirits, turned her head to softly enjoy her own food. Unbeknownst to them, Jiraiya, who had been present in the room, had overheard their conversation. Captivated by the exchange between Naruto and Hanayo, Jiraiya reflected on how, despite being a year younger than Naruto, Hanayo had already gained profound insights. This wasn't merely a testament to her brilliance. Rather, her circumstances had compelled her to evolve in such a manner. It was a poignant and regrettable reality, Jiraiya mused, as he turned away and drifted into slumber. The following morning, Naruto and Hanayo accompanied Jiraiya as they set out. Is the perverse sage willing to guide us in our training? Naruto asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. He said so, though I doubt we will learn much. Hanayo replied with a sigh. However, Jiraiya led them to a small stream, where he began to teach them how to control their chakra more effectively. And he released Naruto's seal. That evening, Hanayo joined Jiraiya and the others for a soak in the hot springs, albeit separated from them by a wall. Despite feeling that the day's training had not significantly benefited her, she could clearly see Naruto's exhilaration, gazing at the moonlight reflecting in the hot spring. A silly smile broke across Hanayo's face. Her current life was quite pleasant, filled with daily training alongside friends, which was a delightful feeling indeed. In Danzo's office, he coldly regarded Orochimaru. What brings you here? To expedite Sasuke's quest for my power, I must separate his sister from that nine-tailed brat, Orochimaru stated straightforwardly. Let us collaborate. Collaborate? Aren't you the one intent on eliminating Sasuke's sister, Uchiha Hanayo? Eliminate her? Everything I do is for Konoha. It's just that Hiruzen has grown too soft. And if he remains Hokage, Konoha will only continue to weaken. Let us not dwell on that. Danzo, after the Chunin exams, I will distract Hiruzen. You can handle Uchiha Hanayo, right? Danzo remained calm, understanding that if Orochimaru took action, Hiruzen would be unable to attend to anything else. Uchiha Hanayo posed a liability to his organization, and thus she must be dealt with. In his eyes, trust in the Uchiha clan had long since eroded. After a brief moment of contemplation, Danzo responded affirmatively to Orochimaru. I will send someone to eliminate her. However, Orochimaru, should you act against Konoha, the same blade will turn against you. Rest assured, Danzo. My only aim is Sasuke. As for Uchiha Hanayo, Orochimaru thought of her formidable strength, realizing that underestimating her would be folly. The time for resurrection could not be delayed. This time, they must proceed with caution. Let us schedule it for the match between Sasuke and Gaara in the preliminaries. With that, Orochimaru transformed into several snakes and vanished, leaving Danzo alone at the head of the table. Come forth, Danzo called into the shadows. A member of the Umbu emerged. Yamato, inform everyone to regroup the disbanded members and assemble 100 Umbu. After the preliminaries conclude, eliminate the remnants of the Uchiha clan. Yes, Lord Danzo, Yamato replied before swiftly departing. Only a month remains. Uchiha child, since you cannot serve my purpose, you shall be sent to your demise. Konoha does not require those who refuse to follow orders. Once I ascend to the position of Hokage, Konoha will regain its strength. As Danzo spoke to himself, the Sharingan in his right eye shimmered with a crimson light in the darkness. The day of Hiruzen's downfall was drawing near. The training session between Naruto and Hanayo commenced as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains, gently illuminating every corner of the room. Hanayo awoke, her hazy eyes gazing at the familiar ceiling. Her home, a tranquil haven before the demanding training that lay ahead. Jiraiya had arranged for them to train in the afternoon, allowing Hanayo the morning to allocate as she wished. Naturally, this time was also spent training with Shino. Shino, what new techniques shall we learn today? She asked. Indeed, we have, came the response from the voice that resonated with her inner self. While others remained in slumber, she immersed herself in the knowledge imparted by Shino, absorbing the intricacies of the world of ninjas and the fundamental changes in ninjutsu. Hanayo had become a learned scholar, despite the exhaustion from her morning training. Upon awakening, she felt as if she had experienced a profound slumber, invigorated and free of fatigue. Yet, Hanayo did not mind, for she valued the opportunity to exchange sleep for training. And waking up refreshed was a boon. Now, she felt akin to a professor of ninjutsu, mastering all levels and varieties of techniques, and possessing an intimate understanding of the chakra variations across the 7 elemental types. Aware that displaying her bloodline limit in public could lead to endless troubles and render her a subject of scrutiny, Hanayo opted to practice in seclusion atop a remote cliff. In the afternoon, Hanayo and Naruto arrived by the stream, where, true to form, Jiraiya was hiding nearby, spying on the beauties by the water. Perverted sage, VE arrived. Hanayo called out. Ah, chill. I knew you were peeping again, you creep. Can researching be called peeping? Jiraiya retorted. The trio approached the stream, and under Jiraiya's guidance, they began to focus their chakra. Both of you possess quite a substantial amount of chakra. No wonder you can produce so many shadow clones. Naruto, can you manipulate the red chakra? Jiraiya inquired. Naruto shook his head in response. What a lack of talent. Jiraiya sighed in exasperation. Naruto's face flushed with anger at the insult. Stop boasting. Besides, I hardly understand those 2 types of chakra myself. Less chatter. Continue refining your chakra, Jiraiya instructed. Huayin, go fetch some ice pops for me. Upon hearing this, Huayin rolled her eyes at Jiraiya, wondering when this guy had become her master. What are you staring at? Hurry up. Jiraiya suddenly bellowed, startling Naruto. Reluctantly, Huayin went to buy ice pops for both Jiraiya and Naruto. When she returned, Naruto was still refining his chakra, while Jiraiya was squatting there. Seeing Huayin come back with 2 ice pops, Jiraiya smiled. Ah, it's so hot. Let's enjoy these ice pops. After unwrapping one, he handed the other half to Naruto, and Huayin did the same, having chosen one that could be split in half. To her surprise, Jiraiya shared with Naruto. She had thought he would eat it all by himself. Let us take a break, Naruto, Huayin. With that, the 2 sat on a stone by the stream, watching Jiraiya. Listen closely, you 2 brats. The special techniques I want to teach you require far more chakra than you currently possess. Huayin should be sufficient, but Naruto, you definitely lack it. He continued. Thus, you must awaken the dormant, immense chakra within you. It is essential to harness this energy to successfully execute these techniques. Naruto, puzzled by this, asked, how does the pervy sage know there's another type of chakra inside me? Good question. That's because I am a sage. Both Naruto and Huayin exchanged exasperated glances. That hardly counts as an answer. Huayin sighed. In any case, your characteristics are quite similar, especially you, Naruto. That unique reservoir of chakra within you will become your greatest weapon. And Huayin, your chakra is also impressively vast. It's hard to believe you are from the Uchiha clan. as most members typically possess less chakra and require more to activate their Sharingan. However, this also serves as one of your advantages. I understand now, pervy sage. Huayin reflected on Jiraiya's words, grasping their significance. Truly a wise individual, you comprehend swiftly. Hey, Huayin, what is the pervy sage really saying? It was evident Naruto did not understand at all. What he means is that we need not rigidly adhere to a single style of training. Each of us has our strengths and weaknesses. You have your style, and I have mine. Exactly. Jiraiya commended Huayin. Your previous training involved maintaining and releasing a specific amount of chakra. In other words, it was all about suppressing and controlling chakra. However, both you and Huayin possess greater stamina than others and an indomitable will, especially you, Naruto. With your dual chakra, you should fully unleash it during your training. Utilize chakra to enhance your training. As for Huayin, the same method applies, but she must practice moderation since, unlike Naruto, she lacks a second chakra. By following this approach, the ninjutsu and special techniques at your disposal will continue to multiply. Listening to Jiraiya's teachings, Huayin, though already instructed by a small ninja, felt grateful to Jiraiya. Thank you. Pervy sage, I understand now. Ahahaha, after all, I am a sage. At this moment, Naruto tugged at Jiraiya's shirt, asking, you just mentioned special techniques. What kind of techniques are we talking about? For instance, I will teach you the summoning technique. Jiraiya gestured towards a frog inflating its cheeks on a stone by the stream. This is one of the ninjutsu that allows you to sign a contract with a creature using your blood and summon them from a different dimension at any time. He explained. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, is it really that impressive? Please teach me, please. Huayin shook her head in exasperation. She had learned about the summoning technique during her studies with the small ninja, but had never dared to forge a contract or decided on it. First, you need to expend all the chakra you typically use. As soon as Jiraiya finished speaking, Naruto jumped back with confidence, shouting, what about me? Huayin pointed to herself. You don't need to, Huayin. Let us wait for Naruto to deplete his chakra first. Huayin nodded gently, trusting her makeshift master. With that, Naruto began utilizing the multiple shadow clone technique, and in an instant, 50 Narutos appeared before Jiraiya. The original Naruto stepped forward, shouting to his clones, listen up. We're about to duel. The last one standing is the strongest. We'll determine who the real me is. Watching the countless clones engage in battle, Jiraiya smirked. I see. I'm impressed you could think of that. Of course. He aims to become Hokage, Huayin stated firmly beside Jiraiya. Huayin, do you think Naruto can become Hokage? Absolutely. I firmly believe Naruto will become Hokage. Huayin turned her gaze towards Jiraiya. Pervy sage, do you think Naruto can achieve this? It's a secret. As a sage, I can't reveal it now, Jiraiya whispered, placing a finger over his lips in a gesture for silence. Finally, the last shadow clone vanished. Jiraiya stood, walking towards Naruto with Huayin following closely behind. Your chakra is nearly depleted, so it's time to teach you that special technique. I've been waiting for this, Naruto exclaimed excitedly. I'll demonstrate once. Pay close attention. Jiraiya bit his fingertip, drawing blood to smear on his left hand. Summoning technique. He slapped his hand against the ground, and black patterns spread out, revealing a colossal frog adorned with a necklace as it appeared. Gamachan. The frog extended its tongue, offering a scroll to Huayin. Unroll the scroll. This is the contract passed down through generations. Write your name in blood, then press your hand with all 5 fingers. As Jiraiya explained, he demonstrated the hand seals to Huayin and Naruto. They both signed the scroll and pressed their fingerprints. Is it ready now? Huayin looked to Jiraiya for confirmation. Yes. Your chakra should flow more smoothly now. Go ahead and try. Naruto, you first. All right, I'll go first. Naruto stood firm, mimicking Jiraiya's actions, and slammed his hand down on the ground. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Black patterns flashed, and white smoke billowed, astonishing both Naruto and Huayin. Incredible! You succeeded on the first try? Huayin exclaimed joyfully, only to be met with a smirk from Jiraiya, who nearly slipped off Gamachan's back. A small tadpole was bouncing on the ground, the creature Naruto had summoned. Even Gamachan was baffled, unable to comprehend how such a creature had been summoned. Huayin, give it a try. All right. Huayin stepped in front of Naruto, gently patting his shoulder. Naruto, I know you can do it. Let me give it a shot. Yes. Huayin, you must succeed on your first try. Naruto encouraged her eagerly. In the next moment, Huayin bit her finger and swiftly formed the hand seals. Her speed so quick that Naruto could scarcely keep up. In just a few blinks, her hand was firmly placed on the ground. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. With a loud bang, a puff of white smoke rose, and this time, the frog Hawaiian summoned was even larger than Naruto's. Jiraiya stood dumbfounded as the smoke gradually cleared, revealing a purple-clad frog before them. Jiraiya Baba! Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise, utterly unprepared for her presence. Oh, did Jiraiya summon me? No, it was not I who summoned you, came the reply. Then who did? Granny Shima asked, puzzled. Jiraiya pointed to the bashful Hanayo, scratching her head behind him. Ahaha, Granny Shima, that would be me. What? Such a lovely girl. Granny Shima was immediately captivated by Hanayo's exquisite beauty. You flatter me, Hanayo responded modestly. Observing her charm, Granny Shima settled comfortably upon Hanayo's shoulder. Little Jiraiya, I truly adore this child. As long as you're happy, Granny Shima. However, since we are all here, I should go buy some groceries to celebrate Hanayo successfully summoning me. Would you like to join us for dinner tonight? Oh, really? Hanayo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, Jiraiya politely declined. Perhaps another time, Granny. These two are my disciples, and I need to teach them some techniques. Very well, I shall head to Konoha to shop. With that, Granny Shima vanished, heading towards the village. Yet, Jiraiya's heart remained unsettled. This young girl truly deserved her title as a genius. But did the prophecy of the Child of Destiny specify a female? If so, the great sage of the Toads would have referred to her as the Girl of Prophecy. As he pondered this, Naruto stood by, dumbfounded. Hanayo, why does the toad you summoned speak? I have no idea, Hanayo admitted, shaking her head. Please, summon again. Jiraiya urged earnestly. All right, Hanayo replied, feeling a bit shy under Jiraiya's intense gaze. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. With a loud bang, a great cloud of white smoke erupted. Smirking at the corner of his mouth, Jiraiya beheld a toad as large as a mountain materializing before them, accompanied by two massive swords. It was none other than Toad Gama. Towering like a colossal mountain, he stood at Hanayo's feet. Wow, so high. Hanayo shouted towards Naruto and Jiraiya below. Jiraiya applauded her while Naruto remained in shock. Is that Jiraiya? What happened? Wasn't it you who summoned me? No, it was that girl who summoned you. Jiraiya pointed out Hanayo perched atop Toad Gama. I see. Have you taught the children the summoning technique? Indeed, Gama. You should sign a contract with her. Not bad. She's quite talented to summon me at such a young age. With that, Toad Gama engaged in light conversation with Hanayo, clearly fond of the girl. Soon, they completed the contract, and Toad Gama became Hanayo's first summoning beast. As Toad Gama vanished in a puff of white smoke back to Myoboka Mountain, Naruto expressed envy and delight. He began practicing the summoning technique fervently, while Hanayo, having succeeded, generously shared the nuances and sensations of the technique with Naruto. In the following days, Naruto's dedication bore visible fruit as he successfully summoned Toad Bunta one after another. Moreover, Bunta proposed a wager. If they could stand on his head for a day, he would sign a contract with them. Ultimately, through unwavering perseverance, Naruto and Hanayo moved Bunta to save the exhausted Naruto. The two found themselves atop Toad Bunta's head, gazing down at the distant Konoha village. Do you know? Aside from the fourth Hokage, no one else has ever stood on my head. At that moment, Jiraiya approached from afar. Bunta, look at the contract scroll. Toad Bunta glanced at the scroll, indeed noticing two names inscribed, Uchiha Hanayo and Uzumaki Naruto. I see. You've exhausted yourselves to secure a contract with me. While I could lend you some of my strength, it would be best to send you there. In the early morning, Naruto awoke, stretching beneath the hospital ceiling of Konoha. Turning his head, he discovered Hanayo nestled beside him, soundly asleep, seemingly lost in a beautiful dream. Captivated by her charming and delicate sleeping face, Naruto heard her murmur in her sleep, Mom, my shuriken is amazing, right? So she dreamt of her mother, he mused, smiling to himself. Just as he was about to rise, he inadvertently made a noise. Good morning, Naruto. Hanayo rubbed her sleepy eyes, her beautiful dream now merely a memory. Wiping away a tear, she offered a lovely smile and greeted him. Hanayo, do you want to rest a bit more? Yesterday's test from Toad Bunta was truly exhausting. No kidding. After regaining her composure, Hanayo stepped off the bed. We must continue working hard today. Suddenly, the door swung open as Shikamaru strolled in with his hands in his pockets. You two seem to have slept for 3 days and nights. Now that you're awake, don't cause a ruckus. 3 days? 3 days and nights. Hanayo and Naruto exclaimed in disbelief. Shikamaru, when does the competition start? Naruto asked urgently. Tomorrow. What? Naruto was flabbergasted. Why didn't you wake me up sooner? I can't afford to be lounging around at this stage. He grasped Hanayo's collar anxiously. Ahaha, Naruto. If you keep pulling, you'll tear my clothes. Hanayo's cheeks flushed. I'm sorry. Naruto quickly turned to Shikamaru. Where's the pervy sage? I need to find him to teach me how to train. Calm down. There's only one day left. Panicking won't help. Shikamaru observed as Hanayo stepped closer to Naruto. She held his hand gently, smiling softly. Resting is also a form of training, isn't it? I'm hungry. Hanayo, shall we go for ramen? Shikamaru, are you joining us? Hanayo invited. Oh right. Shikamaru seemed to recall something. He retrieved a fruit basket from beneath Naruto's hospital bed. Though it was a hassle, I picked this up while visiting Choji. The doctor said he can't eat it, so let us share. Choji, is he that injured? Naruto queried, puzzled. Don't misunderstand. He just overindulged in barbecue and got a stomachache. Haha, that is so typical of Choji. Naruto laughed heartily, while Hanayo peeled 2 apples for them. Here, you two. She handed the apples to Shikamaru and Naruto. Thank you. They look delicious. Shikamaru remarked, joining Naruto in enjoying the apples. You know, you're like Choji. Aside from Hanayo, no girl visits you. Yet here she is, in the hospital with you. And I came to check on you both. I see. Well, after eating, make sure to rest. I'll head to the convenience store nearby to grab some toiletries. Go ahead. Naruto and Shikamaru urged Hanayo to leave first, as they had some male bonding to discuss, making Hanayo feel somewhat out of place. Hanayo cast a curious glance at the two, nodded lightly, and departed the ward. As she stepped outside, it was midday and passing by Lee's room. She unexpectedly spotted Gaara entering. Sand Demon Gaara? What is he doing in Lee's room? Hanayo pondered, following him. I will kill you all. Gaara's gaze fixed upon the unconscious Rock Lee in the dim room, his expression distorted, seemingly transported back to a childhood filled with painful memories. His lips were tightly pressed together, and a flicker of resentment and struggle passed through his eyes. Behind him, Sand silently ascended from the gourd, facing the unyielding Lee Rock. Gaara's mouth curled into a cruel and frenzied smile. Those who obstruct me must die. He roared. Just as he was about to strike, the sand suddenly shifted direction, forming a protective barrier around him. A deafening explosion ensued. The walls of the hospital room were blown apart, and the grains of sand that had been floating above Lee Rock cascaded down like rain. Gaara's body crashed violently into the wall, cracks spiderwebbing across him, revealing the marks left by the attack of the spiraling wind. What do you intend to do? Shikamaru and Naruto burst into the room, witnessing Hanabi standing expressionless to the side, seemingly aware of the unfolding events. What happened? Shikamaru urgently inquired, but Naruto's gaze was firmly fixed on Gaara. Embedded in the wall, his expression grim. You bastard. Naruto seethed, while Shikamaru attempted to regain control of the situation. Why are you? His voice low as he employed the shadow mimicry technique to pin Gaara against the wall, striving to grasp the entirety of the situation. Gaara's response was nonchalant. I want to kill him. This calm and detached reply shocked both Naruto and Shikamaru. Why would you do something like this? You already won the match, right? Do you have a personal grudge against him? Shikamaru asked indifferently. There is no such thing. I simply want to kill him. So I came to kill him. Gaara's words sent a chill through everyone present. To kill for the sake of killing? At that moment, Hanabi, unusually composed, interjected. Then I want to kill you. Can you allow me to do so? Gaara looked at Hanabi with a calm demeanor. You may try. You bastard. Even with a face like that, you're still provoking us. Naruto could no longer contain himself. Your family must not have taught you well. You're incredibly self-centered. Shikamaru remarked, though his frown suggested he understood that in a real fight, he and Naruto might not emerge victorious. If Hanabi were to intervene, their odds would significantly improve. But she had only just awakened. Had she truly regained her strength? If you dare obstruct me, I will kill you all, Gaara declared, inciting Naruto's fury. What did you say? If you have the guts, then try. Naruto retorted angrily. Hey, stop talking, Naruto. Shikamaru quickly intervened, but Hanabi had already taken a step forward. Let me handle this. Her voice was resolute. Shikamaru grabbed her arm. Wait. Hanabi turned, her gaze questioning. Is there no other way besides fighting? At that moment, Shikamaru, hands in pockets, stepped forward with a confident smile, addressing Gaara. I know you are strong from the preliminaries, but the 3 of us are not weak either. And we still have our trump cards. It's 3 against 1. You have no chance. If you comply with our demands, it's not impossible to let you go. However, before Shikamaru could finish, Gaara remained indifferent, addressing the trio. I'll say it again. If you obstruct me, I will kill you. Shikamaru frowned, an ominous feeling creeping into his mind, while Naruto vocally provoked Gaara. Someone like you can't kill me. Hey, don't provoke him anymore. This guy is as strong as a monster. Shikamaru lowered his voice to warn Naruto. I have a true monster within me. We won't lose to this guy, right, Hanabi? Exactly. Hanabi stepped in front of the two, her Sharingan activated. But at that moment, Gaara absorbed Naruto's words. A monster? Then I must be one too. You are right. I have not received proper guidance. I was born by taking the life of the woman whom I would call mother. To make me the strongest ninja, my father used jutsu to bind sand to my body. I have been a monster since birth. At this revelation, Naruto's eyes widened. You mean the spirit sealed within the Shikaku, the sand spirit? Hanabi recalled the knowledge she had learned and frowned at Gaara. A Jinchuriki? Is that something a father should do? Such a twisted form of love. Shikamaru grimaced, cold sweat beading on his forehead, feeling the uncertainty of the situation. You call it love? Don't measure me by your standards. Family, let me tell you about my relationship with him. It is merely a mass of hatred and murderous intent. I was created as the village's greatest masterpiece, born from my mother's life. As the son of the Kazekage, my father incessantly taught me the secrets of being a ninja. I was overprotected and neglected. I once thought that was love until that incident happened. What incident? Shikamaru furrowed his brow. What exactly happened? Naruto shouted. Gaara revealed a manic smile, his eyes bloodshot, a grotesque visage manifesting before them. From the age of 6 until now, for 6 years, I have been repeatedly assassinated by my own father. An existence too powerful becomes a terrifying being, born of jutsu. I have been mentally unstable. The villagers seemed to finally recognize my emotions. To my father, the Kazekage, I was a trump card, but also a terrifying danger. By the age of 6, I was deemed a threat. I was merely a dangerous tool for the village, carefully utilized. To them, I am now a relic of the past they wish to erase. Why do I exist? Why do I continue to live? Every time I ponder this, I find no answer, but as long as I am alive, I need a reason. Otherwise, it would be as if I were already dead. Shikamaru was stunned. What is this guy talking about? But Naruto and Hanabi understood Gaara's anguish at that moment, for he was much like Naruto. Finally, I found my answer. I exist to kill others. In the fear of being assassinated at any moment, I found my peace. By continuously killing my assassins, I finally discovered my reason. I fight solely for myself. I love only myself. I have made others exist to help me realize this. Hearing Gaara's twisted words, Hanabi shouted. Enough. Oh, you don't want to hear it anymore? Gaara sneered. A hollow heart requires companions to fill it, but your childhood misfortunes have already occurred. They cannot be changed. Living to feel alive through killing, do you not think that existence is akin to being a walking corpse? Hanabi brandished a kunai, shouting at Gaara. Companions? Ha ha, I have long since killed such things. Gaara's cold gaze caused Naruto to take a step back. And seeing the terrified expression on Naruto's face, Hanabi frowned. This was a clash of wills. Had Naruto actually flinched? What is wrong, Naruto? Shikamaru shouted. As Gaara's sand surged towards Hanabi, Shikamaru, and Naruto, Hanabi formed hand seals, and in an instant, a massive fireball surged toward the sand. Boom! An explosion echoed, jolting Naruto back to reality. Watching Hanabi use the great fireball technique to block the sand, a rough voice from a distance called out, "That's enough. The official match is tomorrow. No need to rush. Or do you wish to stay here tonight?" Meanwhile, Gaara seemed to be in a state of disarray, likely recalling unpleasant memories, as the sand continuously retreated into the gourd. Calmly, Gaara trembled and stepped out of the hospital room. I will definitely kill you all. Just wait. After uttering those harsh words, Gaara departed. The match officially commenced. However, I find your demeanor quite endearing. In the evening, at Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto and Hanabi sat together inside. Naruto, don't overthink it. The competition begins tomorrow, and I will cheer for you, Hanabi assured him. Thank you, Hanabi, Naruto replied, still pondering Gaara's words. I feel he is similar to me. Before I had your and Irika Sensei's acknowledgement, I didn't even know how I was surviving. Hanabi chuckled softly, covering her mouth. You should be sure to thank me. Of course. I'll treat you to ramen today, Naruto proclaimed, pulling out money from his frog wallet and placing it on the table. Yay! Hanabi exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, the daughter of the Ichiraku ramen owner presented 2 bowls of ramen, appearing more generous than usual. Huh. Both were taken aback. What's this I am? Hanabi queried, puzzled. Don't ask, just eat. The ramen owner encouraged Naruto and Hanabi. The match is tomorrow, so you must give it your all. Absolutely. I'll dig in. After parting ways with Naruto, Hanabi headed home, intent on resting well for the competition the following day. Yet, during her journey, she sensed something amiss. It felt as though she was being followed, though there was no one in sight. Was it just an illusion? As she prepared to use her sensory abilities to scan her surroundings, she detected an unusual chakra signature. That night, Hanabi made ample preparations, her attire renewed. She donned a blue trench coat, a pink headband, and her lustrous black hair framed her delicate features beautifully. In the morning, everyone was ready, and Hanabi was awakened by her alarm. Is it morning? Yes, I slept well. Let us go find Naruto, she declared, suddenly recalling. He probably hasn't had breakfast. I should make him a bento. Half an hour later, with a Uchiha clan backpack slung over her shoulder and 2 bento boxes in hand, she made her way to the agreed meeting spot with Naruto. Upon arrival, she noticed Naruto sporting dark circles under his eyes. Did you not sleep well last night due to nerves? She asked, puzzled. I did not, he retorted, but the evidence was clear. You definitely skipped breakfast, didn't you? She pressed. Facing Hanabi's probing, Naruto was about to evade the topic when she placed a bento in front of him. I knew you hadn't eaten, so I made this for you. Touched by her thoughtfulness, Naruto felt a wave of emotion. They settled down to enjoy their breakfast together. Hanabi, what did you put in this rice ball? It's delicious, he exclaimed. Meat. You need to replenish your energy, she replied, and as Naruto continued eating, she gently reminded him to drink some water, lest he choke. After finishing their meal, Hanabi playfully asked if he felt confident about defeating Neji. Of course, Naruto exclaimed, pointing in a direction. Want to check out the training field? The training field? Sure, Hanabi nodded. Thus, she followed Naruto, both carrying their bags as they made their way to the training ground. Upon arriving, they spotted Hinata peeking shyly at Naruto from behind a tree. Isn't today the official match? Why are Naruto and Hanabi here? Seeing Hinata was fine, Naruto relaxed and smiled. I just wanted to take a look at this training ground. It's where we become Genin. Why is that? Hinata shyly inquired. Oh, it's nothing. It doesn't matter, Naruto said, slightly embarrassed, while Hanabi stepped forward. Hinata, how have you been? Is your injury better? Much better. Thank you for your concern, Hanabi. Hinata replied. Naruto turned to Hinata. By the way, Neji is your relative, right? Yes. Is he really that strong? Yes, very strong. I see. But if it's you, Naruto, maybe you could win, Hinata quickly encouraged. What do you mean, maybe? Hanabi playfully tapped Hinata on the back of her head. You will definitely win, right? She extended her fist. Haha. Yes. Naruto laughed, understanding her encouragement. I am quite formidable as well, haha. Yes, Naruto will absolutely win, Hinata affirmed, encouraged by Hanabi's confidence. Naruto, when you and Hanabi cheered for me last time, I felt stronger than before. After the preliminaries, I began to like myself. Perhaps, to others, I haven't changed much, but I feel I have transformed. I believe it's thanks to you and Hanabi. Really? Then you must keep striving to become stronger. Hanabi smiled brightly, feeling like the older sister despite Hinata being a year her senior. Naruto, however, turned to Hinata with a slightly gritted expression. Hey Hinata, do you really think that? Well, perhaps to you and Hanabi, I seem strong. But I always fail. It's out of frustration that I try to act tough. Suddenly, Hanabi playfully punched Naruto's head, and Hinata smiled at him, saying, That's not true. Even if you fail, to me, you're a proud failure. Just looking at you inspires me. It's precisely because of imperfection that one can rise stronger to face challenges. I believe that strength is true strength. I think you are truly remarkable, Naruto. Hinata's words struck deep within Naruto, while Hanabi gently rubbed his shoulder. Indeed, your spirit is incredibly strong. So you are not weak. It's simply about standing up again after a fall. You possess that indomitable spirit, don't you? She affirmed, giving a thumbs up to Hinata. In that moment, Naruto felt deeply moved by Hinata and Hanabi's words, silently resolving to defeat Neji Hyuga. Thank you, Hinata. And you too, Hanabi. Though I've always been a bit foolish, I feel empowered now. I was so disheartened earlier, it didn't feel like me. Now, I'm invigorated. Hanabi, let us go take the exam. With that, Naruto and Hanabi prepared to leave the training ground. Hinata, wish us luck. Hanabi called out. I wish you both become Chunin together. Hinata replied. I appreciate your kind words, Hanabi said as she followed Naruto out of the training field. At that moment, Naruto turned back to Hinata. Hinata, I've always thought of you as a quiet and hesitant person. Hanabi was taken aback. Why was Naruto still teasing Hinata? But I find you quite endearing, Naruto declared, raising his fist. By the way, I will defeat that Neji guy. You must come watch. With that, Naruto and Hanabi left, leaving Hinata blushing and deep in thought over Naruto's words, unable to calm down. Naruto versus Neji. Even the underdog can triumph over genius. Upon reaching the scene, Hanabi felt an odd sensation, a sense of being watched, which had lingered since yesterday. She scanned her surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Hanabi, what are you looking at? We're going to be late. Coming. As Hwine spoke, she entered the venue alongside Naruto. Upon entering, they were both taken aback by the sheer number of spectators at the Chunin exams. The arena was teeming with onlookers, and even the Hokage and Kazekage were seated in the highest stands. Gaara, standing below, wore an expression that suggested he wished to eliminate the Kazekage, while 7 outstanding genin stood beneath the stage. After the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, concluded his remarks, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. 8 participants. Yet it seems one is missing, the Kazekage muttered. Hiruzen chose not to elaborate, merely observing the 7 genin below. Shikamaru, Gaara, Hinata Neji, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Hanayo, Nara Shikamaru, and Yamanaka Ino. As for Tatsuzan, he had perished a month prior while attempting to assassinate Gaara. No Haruka Genma replaced the deceased Sukiyakatsuki as the examiner for this round. I wish to say a few words before the matches commence, he announced, producing the battle chart for all to see. The matchups had undergone slight alterations. Please confirm your opponents. Wait, I directly advanced a round? Ino exclaimed, surprised that due to Tatsuzan's absence, she had progressed further in the competition. Meanwhile, Hwine was preoccupied, scanning the crowd for her brother, who she had heard was training with Kakashi. Where's my brother? She furrowed her brow. He must be late because that guy Kakashi is holding him back. Indeed, this seemed plausible. Naruto remarked that Kakashi often had various excuses for his tardiness. At that moment, all the eliminated genin had also arrived to observe the matches. Today's Chunin exam was the decisive moment, and many of the spectators were friends, leaving no reason for anyone to miss the event. The other genin and onlookers gazed at Naruto on stage, some expressing their disbelief. It's surprising that kid is still in the running. Well, if he's relying on luck, it should end here for him, said one. That Naruto guy, he can't be underestimated. Last year he ranked first, alongside Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Hanayo, both prodigies in their own right. His opponent was formidable, and it seemed impossible for him to defeat a member of the Hyuga clan. Hinata, overhearing, felt a pang of unease while Kiba remained confident in Naruto, understanding that he must never be underestimated. Kiba further informed them about the existence of the Umbu, raising their caution. The first match, Hyuga Neji versus Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Hanayo and Nara Shikamaru. Please proceed to the preparation room. I wanted to see that match. Hanayo sighed, realizing she must prepare, lest it be disrespectful to Shikamaru. Shikamaru, overwhelmed by the implications of facing Uchiha Hanayo, the genius who had previously bested the Sand Village's Kankuro, thought of how he had racked his brain the previous night to devise a strategy to defeat her. Yet, he found no feasible way, considering using conventional tactics seemed futile. Even if he miraculously won against Hanayo, he would still have to face Temari afterward. With a resigned sigh, Shikamaru muttered, "This is such a hassle." Watching him head to a different preparation room, Hanayo smiled at him. "Shikamaru, let us settle this." "Such a bother," he replied, throwing his hands up in exasperation. "Not to worry, our duel will be swift and painless." Hanayo giggled as she entered her preparation room. "You are indeed quite troublesome," Shikamaru grumbled. In the arena, Neji smirked at Naruto. "I see you have something to say." Naruto, clenching his fists, shot Neji a fierce gaze. "I've declared it before. I swore to Hanayo and Hinata that I would defeat you here, Hyuga Neji. I will win." Neji activated his Byakugan, observing Naruto's unwavering confidence, which seemed genuine rather than bravado. This will be interesting. I can't wait to see the panic in your eyes when faced with reality. Enough with the chatter, let us begin, Naruto shouted, a powerful aura drawing the attention of everyone present. And so, the first round commences, announced no Haruka Genma, signaling the start of the battle. Meanwhile, Hwine, anxiously awaiting news of Naruto, sat in her preparation room with her legs crossed, her coat fluttering with her movements. Where's my brother? Why is everyone making me worry? She felt a wave of unease wash over her. Suddenly, a figure entered the room. Senior Kabuto. Oh, you seem to be in good spirits. Kabuto nodded. Senior Kabuto, it's been 20 minutes. What is happening out there? Kabuto adjusted his glasses and replied softly. Naruto is holding his own against the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, though a victor has yet to emerge. It should be decided soon. Is that so? Hwain sighed with relief. What brings you here? I merely came to see you one last time. Now that I have, I must take my leave, Kabuto stated, exiting the room, leaving Hwain puzzled by his words. At that moment, a staff member entered and called out, Uchiha Hwain, the time for your match has arrived. You may proceed. Yay! Hwain exclaimed excitedly, rushing outside. As she stepped out, she was met with a scene she would never forget. At that moment, Naruto's kunai clashed with Niji's Kaden, resulting in an explosion that sent both combatants flying, leaving behind 2 deep craters. Naruto lay unconscious, bloodied and battered from the fierce battle, while Niji, having recovered from the impact, appeared calm, having lost his Byakugan. Hwain, observing the craters below, smirked, not believing Naruto would succumb to defeat at Niji's hands. Sorry, but this is reality, Niji panted, but before he could finish, Naruto erupted from the earth. Hwain seized the opportunity, cheering charge. With a resounding thud, Naruto landed a powerful uppercut on Niji. Charge! He echoed Hwain's encouragement, ultimately standing victorious while Niji lay defeated. As blood flowed from Naruto's fist, Hwain reflected. Though it was improvised, Naruto, your battle intelligence is unmatched. She felt a surge of joy for him. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. The unsettling feeling of being watched returned. How irritating, Hwain muttered. The first match, Uzumaki Naruto victorious. No Haruka Genma announced, confirming Naruto's triumph. Next match, Uchiha Hwain versus Nara Shikamaru. Go Hwain, the genius of the Uchiha. Naruto cheered as he extended his fist toward her. Leave it to me, Hwain responded, bumping fists with Naruto before leaping into the arena. She took a few steps to the center of the arena, her gaze fixed upon Nara Shikamaru. What a bother. I abandoned the match, but before Shikamaru could finish his words, Naruto had already propelled him into the arena. Shikamaru, give it your all. I too wish to witness your duel with Hanabi. As Shikamaru tumbled into the arena, the audience fell silent. Most of them having come to witness the clash between Uchiha Hanabi, Uchiha Sasuke, and the prodigy Niji. Unexpectedly, Niji had been knocked out early, and with Sasuke yet to arrive, the battle between Hanabi and Shikamaru commenced first. Round 2 began. With the announcement from Nara Shikahisa, the second match officially began. Hanabi approached Shikamaru, a smile gracing her face, her Uchiha blue cloak billowing in the wind. Shikamaru, let us settle this. It seemed troublesome, so I shall take the initiative. As Hanabi spoke, she stepped forward, her figure vanishing like an afterimage. So swift. Shikamaru gasped, for in the brief moment he contemplated, Hanabi had already dashed to his front. Moreover, at the instant she reached him, her hands became a flurry of afterimages, striking multiple times. This is bad. Shikamaru's eyes widened in shock as 2 water walls materialized beside him. Water release, water barrier. With no path to either side, retreat was his only option, he thought. As he took a step back, but just as he did, a massive earthen wall surged up behind him. In a flash, 3 hand seals were executed, leaving the audience in awe of Hanabi's prowess. Sakura's eyes widened as she watched Hanabi below, whispering to Ino beside her, she is incredible. Oh, the genius girl of the Uchiha. Ino could only shrug in resignation. Watching the chakra sphere coalesce in Hanabi's hands, Shikamaru was unwilling to take the brunt of that Rasengan. Thus, he resolved to forcefully break through the water barrier. Her speed was too great, leaving no time for his shadow imitation technique. He glanced to the left and dashed out, the water pressure from the barrier not overly strong, but it would undoubtedly slow his body. At this moment, it was his only choice. However, this played directly into Hanabi's strategy. You are clever, but I am no fool. Indeed, the audience could discern the unfolding tactics. For Hanabi's shadow clones were already waiting on either side outside the water barrier. Shikamaru's eyes widened as he beheld Hanabi smiling at him, and an overwhelming sense of despair washed over him. Once an uplifting smile that could motivate many, now in Shikamaru's eyes, it resembled a demon from the depths of hell. Sealing his fate, water release, water prison technique. With a single hand extended, Hanabi conjured a colossal bubble that enveloped Shikamaru. It's over. This was the unspoken thought of everyone present. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen offered praise for Hanabi. Uchiha Hanabi, her future is limitless. Sarutobi smiled at the Kazekage beside him. Indeed, at such a young age, her strength is commendable. Truly the Uchiha name shines. I won. Naruto exclaimed joyously, gazing at Hanabi's radiant smile below. He teasingly called out to Shikamaru trapped in the water prison. Are you conceding? I've long accepted defeat, Shikamaru grumbled, sitting sulkily within the water prison. This battle lasted only 2 minutes, yet a victor was already determined. The dazzling display of skill left the audience in astonished silence. Those with experience could discern that from the moment Hanabi initiated her attack, Shikamaru was already defeated. All right, as a consolation, come to my house for dinner tonight. I will personally prepare a feast for everyone, so do not be disheartened, Hanabi said to the despondent Shikamaru in the water prison after his admission of defeat. Fine. Though I haven't been there in months, I shall look forward to it tonight, Shikamaru replied, shaking his head as he left the arena. Second match, victory to Uchiha Hanabi. Following Nara Shikahisa's announcement, the venue erupted in thunderous applause. Shikamaru had lost without even a chance to retaliate. Though brief, this encounter was no less shocking than Naruto's previous match. The clash of strategy, raw power, and speed saw Shikamaru entirely on the defensive. Unable to employ his shadow imitation technique, with all his escape and attack routes anticipated by Hanabi. As Hanabi returned to the audience, the next match was to feature Sasuke against Gaara, and she applauded alongside Sakura. Congratulations, Hanabi. Thank you, Sakura, Hanabi replied with a gentle nod, offering Sakura her most sincere smile. Is there any need for thanks between us? We are practically best friends, Sakura teased, poking Hanabi's chest, suggesting that perhaps she could pursue Sasuke through Hanabi. Yet Hanabi promptly dismissed this notion. Best friends? I should be considered one of your best sisters. Sakura paused, feeling a twinge of emotion, for Hanabi's words brought her warmth. Ino suddenly interjected. What about me, Hanabi? What about me? Of course, you are a good friend. What? Why is Sakura a good sister, and I am merely a friend? What's wrong? Ino pig, are you dissatisfied? Wide forehead. Do you want to fight? Bring it on. Who's afraid? As Sakura and Ino began to bicker, Hanabi could only shake her head in exasperation. Distancing herself from the chaos, she approached Kiba, gently petting Akamaru's head before giving Kiba a thumbs up and making her way towards Naruto. Naruto, I won. I saw that. Naruto beamed at Hanabi. Is your brother here yet for the next match against Gaara? Not yet. What? Still not here? Just as Hanabi was about to say something further, Nara Shikahisa announced the third match. Uchiha Sasuke vs Gaara has been postponed. The next match is Temari vs Uchiha Hanabi. Sighing, Hanabi remarked. What can I do about my brother? As she walked towards the arena again. Go for it, Hanabi. Naruto cheered passionately. Don't worry. I will be waiting for you or your brother in the finals. Not a chance. Sasuke could never defeat me. Ha ha ha. I shall take the stage now, Hanabi declared, stepping toward the center of the arena. Though the spectators had yet to witness Uchiha Sasuke's match, they were eager to see his equally renowned sister, the prodigious Uchiha girl, making them quite comfortable with the setup, and thus there was no dissent. However, this grueling schedule was taxing on Hanabi, having just finished one match. She was already set for another. Observing Temari standing in the arena with her 3-star fan, Hanabi pondered, where could my brother be? With this thought, Hanabi moved to the center of the competition area. At that moment, Temari stood before her. The genius girl of the Uchiha. Is it? The countdown to hell begins. Without hesitation, Temari launched her attack, stepping toward Hanabi, the 3-star fan in her grasp shimmering ominously. As she leaped into the air, Hanabi sensed the impending danger and swiftly adopted an evasive maneuver. With a thunderous crash, the fan struck the ground, creating a terrifying pit. Yet Hanabi had already escaped the danger zone. When Temari regained her composure, Hanabi's figure had flickered to her left side. Here is it. Temari steadied herself and kicked forcefully at Hanabi. However, with a resounding explosion, Hanabi's shadow clone detonated, leaving Temari utterly astonished, for she had not seen Hanabi form any seals. Though Temari reacted swiftly, after the shadow clone vanished, she leaped to a safe area, beginning her search for Hanabi's whereabouts. Here, Temari swung her 3-star fan, unleashing a fierce gale that surged toward Hanabi. The speed of the storm caught Hwain off guard, yet she was not without means of defense. Swiftly, she formed hand seals, conjuring a massive earthen wall adorned with countless floral patterns that rose before her, shielding her from the ferocious tempest. Observing this, Shumaru promptly altered her strategy, maneuvering to Huayi's flank. With the view ahead obscured by the wall, the situation on either side remained elusive, prompting her to employ a feinting tactic. As Shumaru hurled her 3-star fan to the left, Huayin predictably launched an attack at that point, thus exposing a gap on the right. Victory is mine, Shumaru thought, relishing the look of terror on Huayin's face. In the next moment, a colossal air blade shot forth from Shumaru, sending Huayin flying several meters away. It's over, Asuma stated calmly. Indeed, it is over, Yugao gently shook her head. Did this match truly conclude so swiftly? Sakura furrowed her brow in confusion. The circumstances within the arena evidently favored Shumaru, so why was the match declared finished? Soon, Shumaru sensed something amiss. Why was Huayin so easily subdued? Reflecting on the prior 2 battles, Huayin had demonstrated intellect and strength far beyond such a swift defeat. Then, the unseen referee stepped into the arena, announcing to the audience, Shumaru Uchiha Huayin wins. Upon hearing this, Shumaru was taken aback. How could this be? Just then, everything before her morphed into a surreal haze. The sky turning crimson, with 3 enormous tomo swirling in the air. This is the Sharingan Genjutsu, Asuma remarked as he lit a cigarette. It became clear that from the moment Shumaru faced Huayin's Sharingan Genjutsu had already seized control of the situation, leading Shumaru to mistakenly believe she had triumphed. Truly a member of the Uchiha clan, Shikamaru mused. Shumaru knelt, still dazed, her vacant gaze fixed on Huayin as she approached. Can you stand? Huayin extended her hand to assist Shumaru. Slap. Shumaru pushed Huayin's hand away, anger flaring as she said, to lose right off the bat is unacceptable. Next time, I shall not be defeated by you. With that, she limped away from the arena, leaving Huayin standing there, frowning at Shumaru's retreating figure. What an odd individual, Huayin muttered before walking towards Naruto. After Huayin's battle, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, also frowned, as Sasuke and Gaara's match could not be delayed any longer. Yet, many spectators were filled with anticipation. Huayin's 2 bouts had showcased her intellect and the true might of the Uchiha's Sharingan. Since the Uchiha clan's annihilation, the Sharingan had become a rare commodity in the ninja world. Now, all had witnessed its power, capable of ensnaring a formidable adversary in an instant. However, some spectators were dissatisfied. These matches were far too brief, leaving them wanting more. They looked forward to Sasuke's performance, as it was rumored he surpassed Huayin in strength. Hokage-sama, Sasuke has yet to arrive, a ninja beside the 3rd Hokage informed him. Then there's no choice. We cannot keep our guests waiting, the Hokage replied. Let us wait a bit longer, 10 minutes, the Kazekage softly suggested. Canceling the match would be too cruel. Waiting 10 minutes is reasonable. At that moment, Might Guy and his pupil Lee arrived at the scene. Lee, having learned that Naruto had defeated Neji, felt conflicted. Might Guy patted his shoulder. I'm fine, Lee. A true man must learn to respect others. Well done, Naruto. Lee, you've grown, Guy exclaimed. Teacher Guy? Lee's eyes sparkled with determination. Guy lifted Lee's wheelchair, charging into the arena. Whoa. Lee's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. Huayin, now approaching the audience, spotted this passionate duo and kept her distance to avoid being swept away by their fervor. Sakura waved at her with a smile. Over here. Huayin walked over. You are remarkable, Huayin, Sakura praised. It was merely a moment of oversight on the opponent's part, Huayin said, feeling a bit bashful from Sakura's compliment. Come over to my house for a feast tonight, Huayin invited. Are you cooking, Huayin? Of course. It's been a few weeks since you've eaten. Huayin giggled, covering her mouth. Then I must go? Sakura nodded enthusiastically, pulling Huayin's hand. She felt grateful to have such an adorable younger sister in Team 7. With such a kind disposition. What about me? What about me? Ino suddenly popped her head in from beside Sakura. Of course, you must come too. I'll let Shikamaru, Ino, Hinata, and Choji know that tonight they're all invited to my house for dinner. Huayin declared with a smile to everyone. Wow. Are we having a party? Yes, indeed. A party to celebrate the successful conclusion of the Chunin exams. With only 30 seconds remaining until the 10-minute mark, a leaf drifted down from the sky, sand swirling around as a powerful gust swept across the arena. As a leaf floated by, Kakashi and Sasuke appeared on the scene in an instant. At that moment, Sasuke donned a black bodysuit, his right leg wrapped in a white bandage, with longer bangs. The crowd was filled with excitement as they beheld the sight. Hwain leaped into the arena, calling out to Sasuke, "Brother Sasuke." Hwain, well done, Sasuke replied, a smirk gracing his lips, already aware of Hwain's victories over two opponents. Such a triumph was worthy of the Uchiha name. Then you must not lose either. Hwain teased her brother with a smile. I shall not lose. Next to them, Naruto grinned. Finally arrived? Huh? I thought you wouldn't dare show up. Did you win your first match? Sasuke scoffed. Of course. Don't get too cocky, idiot. Kakashi quickly apologized. I'm sorry, we're late. It's fine. Although you arrived just in time, your qualifications have not been revoked. That's a relief. Kakashi rejoiced. At that moment, Naruto shouted at Sasuke, Sasuke, don't lose to that guy. I want to fight you too. Sasuke nodded slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Gaara. At that moment, Gaara was also staring at Sasuke, his form flickering as he transformed into sand, appearing in the center of the battlefield. Naruto, Hwain, and Shikamaru exited the arena, for the match was about to commence. As they watched Gaara and Sasuke stand on the field, Shikaku displayed an expression of anticipation. Finally, it was time to begin. He raised his voice, announcing to all present, Uchiha Sasuke versus Gaara. Begin. Outside Danzo's office, nearly 100 Umbu members of the Root organization stood silently, their gazes resolute, exuding an air of coldness. Danzo's voice echoed sharply. This operation must not fail. Eliminate the Uchiha remnants, Uchiha Hwain. One Umbu member furrowed his brow, questioning. Why do we need so many people to take down a mere girl? Danzo replied with a firm tone. That wretched child's talent rivals that of Uchiha Itachi. Even a lion must exert its full strength to catch a rabbit. Remember, the Sharingan must be reclaimed. Danzo remained calm, addressing the individual with indifference. Understood. The Umbu member immediately bowed, his respect for Danzo deepening. Danzo waved his hand, issuing a succinct command, go. Instantly, numerous Umbu members vanished like ghosts in the night. Danzo remained alone, silently reciting resolute thoughts. Uchiha Hwain, today marks your day of reckoning. Your existence may hinder my ascent to Hokage. If you cannot serve my purpose, then you must perish. Hiruzen, this time, you will have no chance to intervene. As he spoke, Danzo slowly turned and stepped into a profound darkness, as if each of his strides silently foretold the impending storm. Sasuke, I love Gaara. The plea of Uchiha Hanin. Upon reaching the stage, Hanin finally felt an unusual sensation. She sensed a distinct chakra scrutinizing her. Yet, this chakra enveloped the entire venue. So why was there such an abundance of chakra outside the venue as well? At that moment, outside the venue, the Sound and Sand Ninja had already set numerous ambushes and were gradually closing in on the Hidden Leaf Village. Inside the venue, Sasuke initiated the attack, launching 2 shurikens toward Gaara with a flick of his hand. Unsurprisingly, they were intercepted by Gaara's sand, which then transformed into a replica of himself, releasing a torrent of yellow sand that surged towards Sasuke. Observing this, Sasuke leaped into the air, blocking the shurikens from the sand clone of Gaara before delivering a powerful kick that shattered the clone. However, Sasuke's assault was far from over. He supported himself with his hands on the ground, forcing his body to rotate, delivering another kick. The speed of his attacks resembled a tempest, leaving the surrounding ninjas in awe. Yet, could mere taijutsu overcome such an overwhelming tide of yellow sand? In the next instant, as Sasuke's fist connected with the sand clone, he found himself ensnared by the sand. How troublesome. Sasuke thrust his palm forward, dispersing the sand clone entirely. It's getting closer, Sakura exclaimed. Not yet. Ino observed more closely. For at the moment Sasuke struck, a barrier of yellow sand obstructed his path. Sasuke glanced at the sand that stood before him, a smirk forming on his lips. In a flash, he vanished from his original position, a speed that astonished Lee in the stands and Gaara in the arena. See, my brother is not weak at all, Hanin proudly declared to Naruto and Sakura beside her. Yes, but I'm strong too. Naruto pointed to himself. Who's stronger or weaker will be determined in the next match. Hanin laughed, already contemplating Sasuke's next opponent. At their age, only Lee and Hanin could achieve such speed, yet at this moment, Sasuke had accomplished it as well. This caused Might Guy, standing next to Kakashi, to furrow his brows. Gaara, unable to catch Sasuke's speed, was sent flying by one of Sasuke's punches, his face splitting upon impact. Perhaps this is what it means to be a genius. Lee trained for many years, while Sasuke, after a month of special training, could match Lee's prowess without the 8 gates, Might Guy thought. glancing sympathetically at Lee, whose fists were bloodied, a mix of unwillingness and disappointment evident in his expression. In the arena, Sasuke extended one hand, adopting a fighting stance reminiscent of Lee. Is that the sand armor? Bring it on. Gaara merely glared at him. And Sasuke confidently declared, if you won't attack, then I shall. In the next moment, Sasuke's figure transformed into an afterimage as he darted around the arena with incredible speed, his black silhouette eluding the naked eye of the audience. Gaara attempted to shield himself with sand, but Sasuke executed a swift turn, descending rapidly and disappearing before Gaara's eyes. Behind you, Gaara thought, hastily manipulating the sand to counter. However, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, exploiting a gap in the sand, and swiftly kicked Gaara in the chin. As Gaara was sent flying once more, a triumphant smile appeared on Sasuke's face. What's wrong? Is this all the strength you possess? After taking the kick, Gaara rose again, his eyes filled with murderous intent. That armor, I will peel it away. Saying this, Sasuke charged at Gaara, mirroring Lee's aggressive assault, racing around the arena to distract Gaara. In that fleeting moment when Gaara focused his attention, Sasuke emerged from an unexpected angle, performing a front flip followed by a kick that sent Gaara soaring. Yet, the onslaught did not cease. He seized Gaara's clothing and delivered a knee strike. Lee watched in bitterness as Gaara struggled below. After years of practice, Sasuke had caught up to him in just a month of special training, a feeling he found unbearable. I had Sasuke mimic Lee's taijutsu through the copying ability of his Sharingan, conducting a rigorous training regimen. Just then, Gaara formed a hand sign, enveloping himself in a protective barrier of sand. Sasuke realized that he must launch a strong offensive. If Gaara succeeded in this technique, the advantage he had established could easily dissipate. He prepared to strike Gaara, but halted just in time. The moment his fist was about to connect, blood flowed from his hand, and he noticed sharp spikes protruding from Gaara's protective shield. Panting, Sasuke gazed at the scene with fury, but before he could formulate a plan, he saw a massive gathering of sand forming an eye atop the sand mass. Is that an eye for observation? If so, I must strike from beneath that eye, Hanin murmured. Indeed, if that's the case, Gaara could monitor Sasuke's movements even within the sand barrier. Sakura nodded in agreement with Hanin's assessment and turned to her, softly asking, if it were you, how would you break the deadlock? Hanin pondered this. Typically, there are two methods. If it were me, I would roast Gaara with a great fire annihilation. The other option would be to unleash a more powerful offense, shattering all his defenses in one go. Indeed, at that moment, after realizing his attacks were ineffective, Sasuke leaped back, gathering chakra in his feet, and landed against the distant wall. After a series of hand signs, Sasuke crouched, resting his right hand on his left, as an overwhelming amount of chakra began to coalesce in his hands, charged with lightning attributes. And the surrounding noise grew cacophonous, resembling the chorus of thousands of birds. This technique had not been used by Sasuke before, and many turned to Hanin, for she had first demonstrated it before the lower ninjas. Now, Sasuke had mastered it as well. Just as the crowd marveled at the sheer power of the Chidori, Sasuke sprang into action. He propelled himself forward with incredible speed, leaving deep gashes on the ground beneath him. Does this technique possess such might? Shikamaru scratched his head in astonishment. In his memory, Hanin's Chidori had not exuded such overwhelming force. Seated beside Sakura, Hanin softly explained to the onlookers, what I performed was deliberately controlled in power. This is a true killing move. My brother is not controlling its power now, which is why it exudes such ferocity. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Hanin could control the power of the Chidori? This revelation left Kakashi, who had created the technique, green with envy. You can control its power. As Sasuke raced toward Gaara, raising his hand, he penetrated Gaara's absolute defense. Chidori. His colossal hand pierced Gaara, a terrifying sound reverberating through the arena, leaving Sasuke perplexed as he felt warm blood trickling down his hand. Gaara let out a wail of agony, realizing he had been wounded. Accompanied by Gaara's cries, Sasuke discovered that his hand was now stuck. There was no choice but to use Chidori again. As Sasuke contemplated, he unleashed a fearsome roar, causing the terrifying lightning chakra to erupt forth. At last, Sasuke withdrew his hand, revealing a monstrous appendage, which sent a wave of unease coursing through him, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His two-tomo began to tremble as he discerned the full extent of Gaara's sand shield. In that moment, the barrier shattered, unveiling Gaara, who was gasping frantically. Clutching his chest, At this juncture, Hanayo cried out to those around her, sensing an unusual chakra pervading the arena. Everyone run. A hypnotic genjutsu is sweeping through the venue, rendering nearly everyone unconscious. Suddenly, Hanayo formed hand seals to dispel the illusion, only to turn and see a masked Umbu ninja remove his mask, revealing a mocking smile. You. Hanayo frowned, recognizing him as Kabuto. In that instant, other ninjas lying in ambush outside the venue sprang into action, while ninjas from outside Konoha rushed into the village. However, Konoha was also prepared, with numerous Umbu stationed within the venue. The atmosphere had shifted drastically. What had begun as a competition between Gaara and Sasuke had abruptly transformed into a war between Tsunagakure and Konoha. Hanayo was the most alert person present. Observing those around her collapsed on the ground, with only Sakura still conscious, who promptly rushed over. Sakura, you go help dispel the genjutsu. I need to check on my brother. Okay, but be careful, Hanayo. Sakura cautioned. Thank you, Sakura. I will check on my brother's condition first. Beside Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Kazekage's subordinate hurled a smoke bomb to the ground. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the Kazekage seized Hiruzen by the neck, brandishing a kunai against his face as they leaped toward the roof. Yet, the one who had thrown the smoke bomb was swiftly cut in half by the Umbu, blood cascading down from the rooftop. Meanwhile, another Tsunagakure ninja shed his disguise, instantly multiplying into 4 figures. It was none other than the Sound 4, Kadamaru, Sakan, Yukon, and Jirubu. Finally, it's our turn to take the stage, they declared, retreating to the corners as they formed hand seals and shouted in unison, ninjutsu, for purple flames formation. A purple barrier surged forth, incinerating an unsuspecting Umbu who accidentally touched it, engulfed in horrific flames. The scene descended into utter chaos as Hanayo finally landed on the ground. Just as she approached Sasuke, she noticed Temari and Kankuro carrying Gaara away. What is happening? A sense of foreboding gripped Hanayo as she felt something was amiss while standing before Sasuke. Brother, what's wrong? Hanayo asked, her brow furrowed. I'm not entirely sure, replied Kakashi, the Jonin, addressing Hanayo and Sasuke. Hanayo, Sasuke, I regret to inform you that the Chunin exam ends here. You have both attained Chunin rank, and as ninjas of Konoha, it is your duty to serve the village. At that moment, Sasuke, supported by Hanayo, turned to Kakashi with indifference, stating, in any case, I just need to defeat that bastard Gaara. Let us continue the fight. Kakashi reminded Sasuke, do not pursue too deeply. What follows is no longer an exam, but a true battle. However, Hanayo's sense of dread intensified. Feeling insecure, she wished to be beside Naruto or her brother at this moment. Brother, should we go back and prepare? No need. Whatever we have to do remains unchanged. Hanayo, I'm leaving, Sasuke declared, forcefully shaking off Hanayo's hand and stepping towards Gaara's retreating figure. Brother, Hanayo exclaimed, realizing she could not let Sasuke go alone. She hurriedly ran after him, bidding Sakura farewell before dispelling Naruto's genjutsu and pursuing Sasuke. Watching Hanayo and Sasuke depart, Kakashi furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition that one of them might never return. 65 ninjas encircled to kill a single target. With Sasuke's chakra surging, Hanayo pressed forward through the forest. Ever vigilant, she understood that war had commenced and no one could remain uninvolved. As Hanayo exited Konoha, an unsettling intuition surged within her, a sense of impending danger threatening to engulf her. Little shinobi, am I being followed? She pondered, addressing the voice within her. The inner shinobi merely responded, Hanayo, do not pursue any further. If you do know, my brother has rushed ahead. How can I remain uninvolved? Hanayo insisted, her voice resolute. Then you may pursue. The inner voice trembled in response. As she traversed a dense forest, a kunai suddenly hurtled toward her face. Incoming. Hanayo dodged, narrowly avoiding the deadly projectile. But her pupils dilated in shock as she noticed an explosive tag affixed to the kunai. This is bad. Quickly forming hand seals, she attempted a counter. But it was too late. A tremendous blast sent her airborne, crashing into a tree. As she regained her bearings, she spotted 2 Umbu from Konoha's root organization. So that's how it is, she realized, her earlier suspicions confirmed. Ever since the Chunin exam commenced, she had been under the watchful eye of Danzo. Danzo had been waiting for this opportunity to eliminate her, and now Hanayo was uncertain of his targets beyond herself. If her brother was also in danger, she had to divert their attention. Resolutely, she darted in another direction, with the 2 Umbu in pursuit. Hanayo fled desperately, yet she could not shake off her relentless pursuers. This is bad. She glanced back to see the 3 tomo of her Sharingan shrinking. The figures behind her blurred as the 2 Umbu closed in, one of them beginning to form seals. A sinister wind whistled past her as several shuriken flew toward her, cold and emotionless. These were the blades of shadow within the village, executing the most brutal and covert missions. Today, their target was this Uchiha girl. As Hanayo faced the incoming shuriken, she pivoted and flicked her wrist, sending 3 shuriken of her own flying to intercept the ones aimed at her. Perched atop a tree, her 3 tomo Sharingan whirled incessantly. Eluding the Umbu's pursuit proved exceedingly difficult. Thus, she resolved to confront them here, a last resort. The 2 Umbu halted, astonished. Why have you stopped running? You were sent by Danzo, aren't you? Hanayo questioned gravely. The remnants of the Uchiha clan. Though we do not know why Lord Danzo has ordered your execution. You will not escape today. Indeed, Danzo, Hanayo seethed, gritting her teeth. Why did that old man continue to pursue her so relentlessly? In this moment, her thoughts delved deeper. Why would Danzo undertake such actions and send assassins after her? In essence, this was a conspiracy condoned by Konoha's higher-ups. The last vestige of her trust in Konoha shattered within her heart. As she gazed at the 2 Umbu before her, an unexpected smile graced her lips. As it turns out, Heian revealed a laugh that was both liberating and despairing, gazing at the 2 Umbu ninjas before her, her body trembling with anger, regret, and bitterness. She regretted heeding Jiraiya's advice and placing her trust in Konoha once more. She was furious at the circumstances of her birth in such a corrupt and dark village. She felt a deep sense of injustice, for she had yet to fulfill her dream of finding that field of flowers before being subjected to such suffering. Heian withdrew a kunai from her ninja tool pouch, her eyes swirling with the 3 tomo of the Sharingan. Meanwhile, within the venue, Kakashi had repelled several sand ninjas and noticed Sakura was in peril of being killed by an enemy. Sakura, Kakashi appeared before her in an instant, eliminating the assailants threatening her life. Kakashi-sensei, help Naruto and Shikamaru break the Jinjutsu. This is an A-rank mission. We need to bring Sasuke and Heian back. He summoned his ninja dog, Pakin, and instructed Sakura, you 4 will operate as an elite team. In the distance, Might Guy smashed through the wall of the venue, revealing an exit. You must hurry. Just as Naruto regained consciousness, he was ushered away by Sakura, with Shikamaru reluctantly following, and even the previously inconspicuous oil girl, Shino, vanished from sight. Bang! A terrifying explosion resounded. Heian was thrown backward, while the hearts of the 2 Umbu were pierced by Chidori. It's done, Heian gasped, surveying the devastation left by her battle with those 2 rude Umbu ninjas. She needed to return to Kakashi-sensei quickly, but the direction seemed far off. Just as this thought crossed her mind and she prepared to retreat, her eyes widened in shock. Emerging from the grass were 10 Umbu ninjas, each adorned with the insignia of root on their masks. Have they sent so many? Danzo, you old fool. But why is no one coming to my aid? Heian trembled internally, realizing that this was Danzo's plan to eliminate her. The numerous Umbu ninjas gathered, blocking her path back to the village. It was impossible for her to face dozens of elite Umbu at this moment. With no other choice, Heian turned to flee, and the Umbu pursued her relentlessly. As she saw them charging at her, she quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A terrifying inferno surged forth, engulfing the Umbu ninjas in a wave of destruction. Water style, water barrier. 5 ninjas removed their masks and unleashed a massive water barrier that extinguished her flames. The scalding water spreading in all directions, creating a thick mist that blinded Heian. With her vision obscured, she knew that for a ninja, losing sight meant retreating. Wind style, great breakthrough. A powerful gust propelled Heian backward, slamming her into the ground, causing her to spit blood. This attack came from a ninja who had ambushed her from the side, taking advantage of her moment of distraction. As Heian staggered to her feet, she was met with a torrential downpour of hundreds of kunai, surging toward her like a tidal wave. In that instant, she formed hand seals once more. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A colossal fireball erupted, scattering the multitude of kunai before her. Seizing the opportunity, with blood trickling from her lips, Heian rose and fled into the distance. Uchiha remnants, you wish to escape? We shall entertain you. After all, no one will come to your aid. Indeed, as Heian desperately ran, the number of Umbu behind her doubled. Gritting her teeth, She realized she was now fleeing like a cornered animal. Even utilizing the multiple shadow clone technique to scatter in all directions proved futile, as the clones would dissipate, leaving her original self vulnerable. The relentless pursuit of the Umbu made her feel like a rat scurrying from a cat. The pain transcends all. She was but a child, yearning to survive. Why must she be ensnared in a web of death time and again? She, Uchiha Hanayo, bore no guilt toward Konoha. Why did the higher-ups persistently seek her demise? As she pondered these questions, the distant sight of Konoha and the unfamiliar surroundings filled her with fatigue. In that moment, she activated the multiple shadow clone technique, forming dozens of clones in an instant. The leading Umbu ninja spotted her hand seals and shouted, "Watch out! Get back!" But it was too late. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A fearsome blaze incinerated everything behind her. Breathless and bloodied, Hanayo gasped. The immense chakra consumption from that technique had obliterated the Umbu pursuing her. "I merely survived the night of the massacre. Why is living such a crime?" As she observed the rustling grass, a murderous intent began to manifest in her hollow gaze. "Why? 8 gates, the 3rd gate. Open." Radiating green chakra, Hanayo shattered the ground beneath her feet and lunged into the grass, her hand crushing the hidden Umbu masks. The sheer force obliterated one, accompanied by a Rasengan explosion that shook the forest. However, the tremendous recoil sent Hanayo hurtling backward. She had slain nearly 30 Umbu, yet more continued to arrive. Exhausted, she gritted her teeth as 5 Umbu closed in, rapidly forming hand seals. Just as she was about to complete them, the ground erupted, and an Umbu emerged. This sudden attack caused Hanayo's pupils to constrict. She was too fatigued to detect the presence of an opponent employing the heart-piercing technique. The fist struck her chin with tremendous force, sending her crashing through a tree. Blood gushed from her mouth, accompanied by several broken teeth. A wave of dizziness washing over her, rendering her body numb. "I cannot fall here. If I do, I will perish in the very village I once trusted most." Hanayo's heart was filled with boundless sorrow and rage. She could not comprehend why fate had dealt her such a cruel hand, making her endure this agony. "I must rise." Her body trembled as she dragged herself to her feet, but just as she stood halfway, a rain of shuriken descended from the sky. Dozens of shuriken pierced into her back, the excruciating pain eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah!" The agony of the shuriken penetrating her flesh caused blood to surge from her mouth like a fountain. Despair consumed her as she glanced at her tattered Uchiha cloak, now riddled with shuriken, and a wave of hopelessness surged within her. Faced with such a dire predicament, the Umbu ninjas were intently observing the Uchiha girl before them. Their gazes were frigid. As members of the Umbu, they would show no mercy towards their target. However, the Sharingan must be retrieved, prompting them to slow their pace. Intending to wait until the girl before them had completely drawn her last breath before reclaiming her eyes, Hanayo, weakened, glanced at her back, feeling akin to a hedgehog. Her flesh and blood in tatters, each movement eliciting piercing pain. Yet, at this moment, she felt neither joy nor sorrow. Her eyes were hollow. And in this most despairing time, she surprisingly smiled. Indeed, she smiled, having found solace, a smile that signified release, having lived from the age of 6 to 11. It was only today that she comprehended how foolish her past self had been, believing that escaping from the masked man and returning to the village would shield her from a fatal fate. The 7th Squad. Everyone from the 7th Squad had pursued Gaara. Who would remember Uchiha Hanayo, who had once fought alongside them? Who would even worry about whether she had kept up? Alone and defenseless in this forest outside the village, she was forced to cling to life, suffering inhuman torment at the tender age of 11. "Hanayo, you are such a fool. Why did you believe those words? Why did you choose to trust Konoha once more?" Hanayo questioned herself, her voice trembling. Tears mingled with blood streamed from her eyes as she wearily surveyed her surroundings. At least 70 Umbu ninjas had encircled the forest. So many had been dispatched, they truly regarded her highly. As she beheld the more than 70 ninjas, Hanayo finally understood. They were like a resounding slap, shattering her dreams of an idyllic flower field and thrusting her into the brutal and tragic reality. It dawned on her that she could trust no one in this world. Everything she had, along with her dreams, had crumbled on the day Itachi annihilated their clan. Her elder brother had slaughtered their entire family, and her village had always eyed her with suspicion. Even amidst such a significant upheaval in Konoha, they had sent nearly 100 Umbu ninjas to hunt her down. She realized she was the greatest fool of all, naive enough to believe the village and its people would protect her. Ultimately, the only person one can truly rely on is oneself. With this thought, a katana pierced through Hanayo's back in a flash, the blade entering cleanly and emerging stained with crimson. Gazing at the bloody blade that had punctured her abdomen, she felt it dragged out forcefully. Hanayo staggered, a massive wound gushing blood. She was kicked away, and in that moment, she offered no resistance, merely witnessing everything with vacant eyes. "Brother, I want to survive today," Hanayo's voice trembled. Lying on her back, the pain from the dozens of shurikens embedded in her flesh intensified. Feeling her life slipping away, even her Sharingan could no longer sustain her. An 11-year-old girl, now surrounded by over 70 Umbu ninjas, in addition to the 30 she had previously slain, had nearly 100 Umbu dispatched to eliminate her. This was terrifying and utterly despairing. Gazing at the surrounding forest, Hanayo's pupils grew increasingly hollow. Everything was about to conclude in this moment. As blood continued to flow from her mouth, she lacked the strength to support her body any longer. This was a long-planned assassination, taking advantage of the chaos in Konoha. Danzo aimed to eliminate her. At this moment, with her vision blurring, Hanayo managed a faint smile through her tears, a smile of release, a smile of despair. Kakashi finally voiced his concerns to Might Guy beside him. "Guy? I'm worried about them. Leave this to me. Kakashi, you go? All right, I entrust this to you, Guy. Let us ignite our youth." With that, Kakashi leapt from the scene, rushing toward the direction where Sasuke had gone. "I have nothing left now. The obstacle before you shall be cleared by me." Covered in blood, Hanayo gazed up at the azure sky, her blurred vision conjuring an illusion of her returning to a certain afternoon from 6 years prior. "Sasuke, why are you back so late?" "Sorry, Hanayo, there was an exam at the Ninja Academy today. But what about the shuriken practice you promised me?" the young Hanayo queried, displeased. At that moment, Sasuke playfully poked her forehead, chuckling lightly. "Forgive me, Hanayo. Next time, I promise." "Ugh, you're just like Itachi, aren't you?" "Hey, who told you to be my sister? Is the bath ready?" "It's ready." Hanayo pouted. "Then I'll go take a bath." "Go ahead." Hanayo sighed. Before long, Itachi, donned in Umbu attire, entered. "Are you waiting for your brother?" "Yes, Itachi. When will you teach me some ninjutsu?" Itachi, too, gently poked her forehead. "Forgive me, Hanayo. Next time." With that, Itachi retreated to his room. After another 10 minutes, their father, Fugaku Uchiha, opened the door. "Dad." "Ah, little Hanayo, have your brothers returned?" Fugaku's stern expression finally softened as he lifted Hanayo into his arms. "They're all bad. They want to teach me ninjutsu. Ha ha ha, just like my daughter. You have ambition." In the kitchen, Mikoto Uchiha peeked out, smiling at Fugaku and Hanayo. "Once he finishes washing his hands, we can eat." Fugaku, Itachi, Sasuke, Mikoto, and the younger Hanayo gathered around the dining table, their family radiating warmth. This scene was etched vividly in Hanayo's mind, her heart yearning for such moments. In her mind's eye, she glimpsed countless flower fields, her dreamland. "I'm so sorry, Mom and Dad. Sasuke, it's Hanayo who is useless. I may never find that flower field again." In a flash, she was transported back to the night of the massacre, witnessing the cold blade piercing through Izumi's brow. In that instant, she felt like a helpless wretch, unable to do anything as she beheld Izumi's death, lamenting her own powerlessness. Now lying in the forest, Hanayo's face was ashen, devoid of color, a prelude to death. Tears mingled with blood flowed from her hollow eyes, as if she had returned to that fateful night. Watching her 6-year-old self, clinging to Fugaku and Mikoto, crying and trembling in despair, her heartache transformed into countless blades, mercilessly reaping her being. Meanwhile, the over 60 Umbu surrounding her remained vigilant, noticing Hanayo lying motionless on the ground, yet they did not lower their guard. Several of them raised their kunai, preparing to deliver the final blow. Just as one ninja lunged toward Hanayo's body, a crisp sound echoed. The kunai struck the ground, having passed through her as if she were not of this world. Not good. This girl is strange. The ninja felt an inexplicable fear surge within him. As if she were a mere projection, every attack passed through her form, the kunai and shuriken embedded in her back falling to the ground without resistance. In that moment, Hanayo became an ethereal presence, impervious to their assaults. Though Heinen's body underwent peculiar transformations, her thoughts remained anchored to that fateful day when she wept bitterly, cradling the lifeless forms of Fuji and Mikoto. The anguish was excruciating, as if thousands of daggers were mercilessly piercing her heart. Memories cascaded through her mind like a haunting film. Was this the visage of death? At last, after enduring such torment, Hanan knelt upon the ground. Reverting from the age of 6 to her present self, the sole difference being the apparition of a girl, strikingly identical to her, emerging amidst the crystalline flower fields. Shinobu. Hanan, how did you end up like this? Shinobu gazed expressionlessly at Hanan before her. I'm sorry. Hanan's voice trembled as she apologized to Shinobu. I have failed your expectations. Witnessing Hanan's state, Shinobu placed a hand upon her head. Little Hanan, it is only in the moment of death that one can discern their true worth. Indeed, Shinobu, as I reflect upon my life, it seems replete with failures, Hanan mused, recalling her existence in which every endeavor seemed to fall short. The peace she sought was overshadowed by the night of devastation, experiencing the decay of Konoha. Her pursuit of friendship led her to be the first forgotten by those she held dear, yearning for familial love. She was left to witness her parents' lifeless bodies collapse within her embrace. Despite being hailed as a genius, she had failed to alter the course of events. Helplessly watching as her beloved sister Izumi was ruthlessly killed, it seemed her life had amounted to trivialities in comparison to her 2 elder brothers. Everything she had strived for was irrevocable, and she yearned to leave a vivid mark upon this final chapter. Yet, her present state appeared rather unseemly. Her life was meant to be carefree, devoted to the Uchiha clan, and striving for Naruto's dream of becoming Hokage, all while pursuing the flower field within her heart. Yet, she found herself mired in Konoha's darkness, leading to her ultimate downfall, destined to perish amidst a civil strife in an unnoticed, desolate corner. Little did she expect this to be her final fate. Hanan forced a smile, the blood on her face revealing her helplessness and sorrow. Shinobu, she called out loudly. I have no attachments left, nor any value. Upon finishing her lament, Hanan pierced her left heart with her right hand before Shinobu's eyes. Look, Shinobu, behold my heart. It is devoid of anything. My blood has run dry. I possess nothing now. Observing the tear-streaked, battered Hanan, Shinobu approached her with calmness, gently stroking her head. Then let it be so, little Hanan. You have never lived for others. It is time for you to grow and awaken. This cruel world does not reward kindness alone. With that, Shinobu pushed Hanan to the ground. Amidst the transparent flower fields of her inner world, pure white began to be stained red. Shinobu gazed intently into Hanan's hollow eyes and bit into her shoulder. A pool of blood stained Shinobu's lips, yet Hanan remained silent. Allowing the pain to wash over her, she had grown numb to suffering. Before you find your answer, allow me to clear the obstacles before you. Shinobu's words resonated within Hanan's psyche, yet her presence began to fade. In the next moment, the once pristine flower field within Hanan's inner world was entirely drenched in vivid crimson. Though time had elapsed significantly in her inner realm, mere seconds passed in reality. At this moment, the more than 70 Umbu were left in shock as they beheld Hanan, who now radiated an overwhelming and terrifying chakra, far surpassing even that of the Nine Tails during the chaos of yore. This chakra alone managed to stabilize her injuries. The blood ceased to flow, and her wounds began to mend. What a monster! Do not falter. Eliminate her. True to their nature, the Umbu quickly regained their composure and hurled shurikens at Hanan. However, her eyes no longer bore the 3-tomo Sharingan. Instead, the rose-pattern design revealed the manifestation of the Manjiki Sharingan. Countless shurikens pierced her form, leaving everyone aghast. That's the Manjiki Sharingan. Someone recognized. Yet, in this moment, it was Shinobu who controlled Hanan's body, and blood dripped from Hanan's right eye. Amaterasu, Hanan uttered with chilling detachment. A blood-curdling scream erupted as one individual was instantly incinerated into ash by the black flames. But it did not end there. Tenchi Kaibatsu. In that instant, hundreds of cherry blossom petals erupted from Hanan's right eye, spiraling toward the over 70 elite shinobi like lethal projectiles. Immediately, several Jainin were struck. Their bodies engulfed in black flames and distorted by space, crushed into a mist of blood. In the blink of an eye, 9 Umbu had already perished. Yet, this was not the end. The petals exhibited a sinister tracking mechanism. Amidst the terrifying pursuit of Tenchi Kaibatsu, the remaining 20 or so Umbu were similarly crushed into a mist of blood, which too burned alongside the black flames, spreading further. The surviving shinobi stared in terror at Hanan. Damn monster, I'll fight you. Some of those who remained, realizing escape was futile, resolved to attack, throwing kunai while brandishing their swords at Hanan. A resounding crash echoed as the kunai shattered against her, and behind Hanan, a crimson skeletal figure emerged, a massive red hand crushing the attacker into a blood mist. 68 traitors of Konoha. This is my only way to survive. On the battlefield, astonishingly, dozens of Umbu still remained alive. Blood continued to flow from Hanan's eyes, and the red skeletal figure gradually took shape. Muscles and skeletal structure emerged. And from this colossal framework, two enormous swords gleaming with crimson light were drawn by Hanan. This overwhelming power instilled fear in all the shinobi present. This was far too terrifying. The unknown entity before them exuded such formidable strength. However, Shinobu had no intention of sparing their lives. In the second form of Susanoo, she drew forth two massive red swords. A force capable of cleaving mountains swept through the forest, and the cataclysmic winds and explosions reduced all surrounding peaks to ashes. What had once been nearly 100 Umbu now dwindled to a scant few. Kakashi, arriving on the scene, grimaced at the sight of fallen Umbu. Touching a bloodstain on a broken tree, his frown deepened. He sensed a trace of Hanan's chakra within it. Realizing the implications of the Umbu corpses nearby, an ominous premonition gripped Kakashi. Just then, a terrifying gale erupted from the depths of the forest, overwhelming even Kakashi, sending him hurtling backward to the ground. What on earth transpired ahead? Despite the pain coursing through his body, a shocked Kakashi hurried toward the source. On the battlefield, the Toad Sage Fukasaku found himself at an impasse with Shikaku when he suddenly sensed an unusual chakra and a terrifying tempest. Naruto, drop down and steer clear of the battlefield. A fierce wind is approaching. Understood, Toad Sage. At that moment, Naruto's gaze was fixated on Shikaku in the distance. His thoughts were consumed by the urgency to awaken Gaara rather than any other concerns. As Kakashi drew closer, he witnessed a grim scene filled with blood and the lifeless bodies of Umbu, many of which were mangled beyond recognition. What has transpired here? Kakashi's heart raced with anxiety, although he already harbored some answers, fervently wishing that this calamity was not as dire as it appeared. Finally, he felt the familiar chakra ahead, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of chirping birds. With a surge of emotion, Kakashi pushed aside the underbrush, only to be confronted by an unforgettable sight. Before him stood Hanabi, her long hair matted with blood, streams of crimson flowing incessantly. The tattered Uchiha cloak draped over her bore numerous gaping wounds, sending a piercing pain through Kakashi's heart as if countless blades had pierced it. Surrounding Hanabi lay the corpses of Umbu ninjas, all of whom had perished in their pursuit of her. Noticing Kakashi's presence, Hanabi calmly turned to face him, her eyes cold and indifferent. What brings you here at this juncture? She spoke icily. This may be a misunderstanding, Kakashi stammered, his voice faltering as he realized he had arrived too late. The scene before him struck him like a slap across the face. A misunderstanding, you say? Ha! Kakashi, do you still think such a feeble excuse suffices? Hanabi's voice rose in fury, her eyes glinting with an icy, murderous intent. Kakashi, save me, cried the Umbu ninja, whose throat was gripped tightly by Hanabi, desperately calling for help. Release him. We can return to the village and discuss this calmly, can't we? Kakashi nearly pleaded, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Very well, Kakashi-sensei, Hanabi replied with a deceptively sweet smile, yet her actions remained ruthless. That charming smile morphed into something wild and menacing. Hanabi, stop! Kakashi shouted. Crack! The light of Chidori pierced the heart of the last Umbu ninja from the root organization. Kakashi was astounded by Hanabi's merciless demeanor as she callously ended the life of a leaf ninja before his eyes. He could hardly comprehend that the innocent girl he once knew had vanished, replaced by this frenzied and perilous young woman. Now that you have calmed down, can we return to the village? Kakashi's words were cut short by Hanabi's interruption. Enough. Kakashi, is this how Konoha operates? She gestured at the lifeless bodies of the fallen Umbu ninjas. Kakashi bowed his head in silence, overwhelmed with guilt towards Hanabi, Sasuke, and himself. He had vowed to protect his students, yet he felt like a failure who had accomplished nothing. Ha! Kakashi, you need not blame yourself. I have no fondness left for this village. I have no desire to continue living in such a place. Kakashi observed the madness reflected in Hanabi's expression and in anguish. He lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Hanabi furrowed her brow in anger at Kakashi's display. Though I know not what you have endured, do not despair over Konoha. Kakashi-sensei, thank you for the joyful time spent with you and Team 7. As she spoke, Hanabi gazed skyward, where the region was suddenly graced with a gentle rain. As if to mark this poignant farewell, the leaf forehead protector she had used as a headband slowly fell to the ground, and she held it with a tranquil expression. Uchiha Hanabi, what are you planning? Kakashi felt a surge of tension as he regarded her. Hanabi merely picked up a kunai, slashing across the forehead protector before hurling it at Kakashi. The message was unmistakable. She had become a rogue ninja, defecting from Konoha. Kakashi's hands trembled as he caught it. Is this truly what you wish to do? This is my only means of survival, the choice that Konoha has made for me. As her words fell, Hanabi turned away, activating her Manjiki Sharingan, and vanished from the battlefield. As she disappeared, Kakashi stared at her retreating silhouette until it faded into nothingness, collapsing onto the ground. Clutching the forehead protector she had engraved with her essence, his heart heavy with boundless remorse. Sasuke, I am sorry. Kakashi's sigh resonated with profound helplessness. He felt he had failed as a teacher. On the battlefield, Sasuke witnessed Naruto's fierce assault on Gaara, utterly astonished when he suddenly felt a familiar and delicate hand lightly patting him on the back. Was it Hanabi? He turned, but found no one there. Yet, amidst the chaotic battlefield, Sasuke had no time to dwell on distractions. Meanwhile, within Konohagakure, the fierce battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was nearing its conclusion. It seems I lack the strength to extract your soul entirely, but your ambitions end here. Blood flowed from Hiruzen's mouth as the Kusanagi sword pierced his abdomen. Facing his former pupil, he was overwhelmed with a whirlwind of emotions. This is not over. My ambitions shall not be halted. Orochimaru roared at Hiruzen. You have squandered your talents on jutsu. I shall deliver the punishment most fitting for you. I will take every jutsu you possess. Orochimaru gasped in shock. What did you say? Yet, more of his soul was being ripped away. Panic gripped Orochimaru as he beheld the Shinigami, armed with its blade, preparing to descend. No, stop. Stop it. The sound of a soul severing echoed. Shiki FN. Seal. Orochimaru could no longer feel his hands. My hands, my hands. Deprived of his hands, he could no longer form seals. Thus, he was unable to utilize ninjutsu. The plan to annihilate Konoha had utterly failed. As he gazed upon Hiruzen's face, Orochimaru finally erupted with rage. You old fool, give me back my hands. You have grown foolish, Orochimaru. Though it is regrettable that I cannot accompany you, remember, my pupil, we shall meet again in that world. You decrepit old man, how dare you take my jutsu? Hiruzen's voice trembled, yet he smiled, for his final gaze fell upon Orochimaru, the once promising pupil, the youthful Orochimaru he once knew. As long as the leaves continue to flutter, the fire will burn bright. Its shadow shall illuminate the village, and the new Konoha shall take root and flourish. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, fell, bearing a smile, yet also tears, departing before Orochimaru. The Hokage who dedicated his life to the village finally deserved rest. Perhaps such an ending was unworthy of his illustrious life, but death is but a part of existence, is it not? As night descended, a layer of enigmatic darkness enveloped the forest. In the depths of this shadowy forest, a brook flows quietly. Its sound, though it should be melodious, exudes an eerie atmosphere under the cloak of night. Along the water's edge, ancient trees extend their gnarled branches like ghostly claws, their reflections in the water twisting as if whispering secrets unknown to man. A gentle breeze stirs, causing the leaves to rustle, seemingly recounting ancient legends that send shivers down one's spine. The entire forest is enveloped in an indescribable ambience, a blend of the night's tranquility intertwined with an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Moonlight struggles to pierce through the dense canopy, illuminating the figure of a dark-haired girl, who stumbles forward, her body marred with wounds, resembling a sorrowful specter emerging from an endless abyss. Achin collapses by the brook, having finally found water. She leans down to drink, having wandered through the forest for hours, her thirst now unbearable. After gulping down several mouthfuls, she feels a semblance of life return to her. Raising her gaze to the sky, the moonlight filters through the dense foliage, revealing the emptiness in Achin's eyes. Everything she held dear has vanished, and she could not even bid farewell to her comrades in Team 7. The memory of inviting her friends from Konoha to dinner fills her with a bittersweet ache. Yet it is overshadowed by a surge of rage. At this moment, Her mind is consumed with thoughts of Danzo, the old curmudgeon, wishing she could tear him to shreds. Just as she grits her teeth in fury, a searing pain courses through her body once more. A few of her teeth have fallen out, preventing her from biting down hard, but the bleeding wounds have ceased, and the mortal injuries have been treated with her healing technique. Feeling the profound agony, Achin's hollow gaze scans her surroundings. She has no place to return to. Where should she go? Where does she belong? She repeatedly questions herself, yet no answer comes. It is likely that Konoha will suppress the truth of her demise in this mission or shift the blame onto her, branding her a rogue ninja, soon to be hunted down. But Achin no longer cares. She has lost her purpose and her support. What should I do? Tears stream from Achin's eyes as she gazes at the faint moonlight reflected in the brook, unable to contain her emotions any longer. The strong and sunny girl she once was now resembles an 11-year-old girl, embracing her knees and weeping helplessly, accompanied only by solitude and confusion. 3 hours earlier, Naruto lay on his sickbed, battered and bruised, his mind filled with memories of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. For him, who had no family, the third Hokage was like a grandfather. He looked at the photo of Team 7 on the table, feeling disgruntled as he saw Sasuke, Sakura, and Achin standing together, laughing, with Sasuke glaring discontentedly at Naruto. Kakashi stood behind them, ruffling their hair, wearing a resigned smile. This photo held beautiful memories. Naruto's gaze shifted to 2 kunai engraved with the names H-In and Sound, one a gift to celebrate his future as Hokage. The other a kunai Achin had entrusted to him until that day. Eventually, Naruto donned a black suit and attended Hiruzen's funeral, the sky weeping with a gentle rain. Sasuke, hands in pockets, trembled as he approached Naruto and Sakura. "Where's Achin?" he inquired. "She hasn't returned," Sasuke replied, his face pale and his expression contorted. "What?" Both Sakura and Naruto froze. In such a formal setting, Achin would surely attend, yet after yesterday's incident, she had not appeared. Sasuke and Sakura attempted to console him, but he pushed them away. "Where's my sister?" Sasuke shouted, collapsing to the ground, his body shaking violently. He recalled the last time he saw Achin, when he had callously pushed her away. Could it be that she was angry with him? Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he gazed at the darkening sky as thunder rumbled. "Achin, please come back. It was wrong of me to treat you that way." His hands trembled. He refused to believe something had happened to Achin, but a night had passed without news. When he asked Kakashi, the response was a heavy silence followed by, "I don't know." Naruto and Sakura approached Sasuke, embracing him. "Don't worry, Sasuke. Achin will be fine. She's stronger than we are," Sakura reassured him. Naruto remained silent, realizing only then how crucial Achin was to him. They had always been together, sharing life, missions, and meals. Without her, he felt an inexplicable void, akin to a piece of his soul missing, leaving him and Sasuke to slump to the ground. The girl who always watched over him, who believed in his potential to become Hokage, the one who cared for him in battle and comforted him in solitude. "Naruto, what's wrong? Pull yourself together." Sakura rushed to support him. Tears streamed down Naruto's face, for he had a premonition that he might never see Achin again. But upon witnessing the tears in Naruto's eyes, Sakura could no longer contain her own. In that moment, the 3 members of Team 7 sat there, all shedding tears. The ninjas of Konoha gathered at the grave of the third Hokage, bowing their heads in mourning. Sasuke and Naruto anxiously searched their surroundings for any sign of Achin, yet found nothing, their heads eventually hanging low, their eyes hollow. Achin had vanished without a trace from Konoha, as if she had never existed, leaving Team 7 with an endless sense of longing and heart-wrenching pain. Her departure was so abrupt, leaving no farewell, no chance for anyone to say goodbye. Sasuke and Naruto could not accept this reality. Their world, once whole, was now shattered by Achin's absence. Naruto glanced around his disheveled room, recalling the night before the yearning exams, when Achin had once spoken to him earnestly. Her heartfelt words echoed in every corner of the room. Now, those memories felt like sharp blades, repeatedly slicing through Naruto's heart, leaving him breathless. Even in dreams, he sought Achin's figure, but even there, she receded further away, always out of reach. "Brother and sister meet. Your hatred is still not deep enough." In the deep of night, Naruto lay alone in bed, his back against his hands, staring at the familiar ceiling with a heavy heart. Achin had gone missing in the defense of Konoha, her fate uncertain. He turned on his side. Moonlight streaming through the window, illuminating the two kunai inscribed with her name, glistening ominously. A hint of crimson seeped from the corner of Naruto's eye. In his inner world, the Nine-Tails spoke. "Little boy, you seem quite despondent. Leave me alone, Kaibai." Naruto shouted at the fox spirit. "That Uchiha girl beside you is surely dead at the hands of the sand and sound ninjas." "Shut up. It's all your fault. If you had noticed sooner, she wouldn't have died." "Be quiet. Do you still wish to evade reality? This is the truth." The voice of the Nine-Tails pierced Naruto's heart like a sharp blade, causing him immense agony. "Stop saying that." Naruto's voice grew increasingly frantic, his red chakra beginning to overflow. "Naruto, this is all your fault." "Yes, it's all my fault, but you still have a chance to make amends. Do you see the seal? Tear it apart, and I will help you retrieve that Uchiha girl." Naruto shook his head. For now, Hanabi was merely missing. Until her body was found, there remained a glimmer of hope, albeit faint. The next morning, Hanabi opened her eyes, having spent the previous day employing healing techniques to mend her wounds. Gazing at her tattered clothes and disheveled hair, she felt like a pitiful creature. Most of her significant injuries had healed, leaving only minor scrapes. Suddenly, a squirrel appeared in front of Hanabi, seemingly searching for acorns. In a flash, a shuriken flew out, slicing through the air. With a crack, a plume of smoke rose, and Hanabi savored a roasted squirrel. After obtaining sufficient water, she conjured a large bundle from her ninja tool pouch, containing some money, a water bottle, and a change of clothes. Originally, Hanabi had planned to take a bath at Naruto's house after the Chunin exams, then visit the Konoha market to buy groceries, and finally host a dinner party that night. However, all those plans had crumbled into dust. In this moment of despair, she felt as though her very soul had departed, leaving her slumped in a daze. Yet before she could gather her thoughts, an unforgettable scene unfolded before her. Two imposing figures stood quietly watching her. Hanabi's pupils dilated. Although she did not recognize the shark-headed man clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, she would never forget the man before her. When was the last time she had seen him? Her mind drifted back to the night of her clan's massacre, when this man gently poked her forehead and told her that there would be no chance for her and her brother to practice shuriken throwing that day. Clearly, the two figures were taken aback by the sight of the battered Hanabi. Even Itachi furrowed his brow. She wished to call out brother Itachi, but the words fell silent. Although Itachi was deeply shocked, his expression remained as impassive as ever. Noticing Itachi's indifference, the shark man quietly inquired, "Itachi, who is this girl?" "She is one of us." "An Uchiha, my sister," Itachi replied softly. Thus, it became evident that she was the girl named Uchiha Hanabi who had miraculously survived. Hanabi stared at Itachi, utterly stunned, her mind replaying memories of days gone by. She had just endured the darkest, most terrifying ordeal in Konoha, and now, seeing Itachi, the only remaining family member besides Sasuke, she found herself devoid of hatred. In that moment, she resembled an 11-year-old sister, trembling as she gazed up at him, tears welling in her eyes. Witnessing his sister's battered form, Itachi felt a tumult of emotions. "Brother," Hanabi said, her head bowed, yearning to share the torment she had experienced in Konoha over the years. However, her despondence had rendered her nearly incapable of coherent thought. All she truly desired was a shoulder to lean on. As Itachi extended his left hand, seemingly preparing to perform the familiar gesture of poking her forehead, Hanabi almost managed to smile. In the next instant, excruciating pain surged through her, and blood spilled from her mouth. Itachi grasped her delicate arm and struck her abdomen with a punch. "My foolish sister, do you still harbor any illusions about me?" he said coldly, tightening his grip around her throat and kicking her away. The terrifying force exacerbated her already extensive injuries, plunging her into a dire state. With a heavy thud, Hanabi's body collided with a tree, blood gushing from her mouth, mingled with internal fragments. The prior wounds from kunai had not fully healed, and this violent impact only worsened her condition. Her anguished screams resonated through the forest as she hunched over, her gaze unfocused, blood trickling from her lips as she collapsed to the ground. This intense agony finally brought her clarity, shattering her last shred of hope. At that moment, all that filled her vision was a sea of red, and darkness enveloped her. "Itachi," she whispered weakly, "do you understand what has led to this moment?" Itachi's voice was icy and piercing. "It is because your hatred is insufficiently profound." He stepped closer, observing her bloodied form sprawled on the ground, his Sharingan slowly spinning. "Tsukuyami," he intoned, casting the same vision of horror that Sasuke had witnessed into Hanabi's mind. Itachi had anticipated that Hanabi would react with the same fury that Sasuke had displayed. Yet unexpectedly, she smiled through her tears. So this is the truth of that day? She laughed softly. Suddenly, Itachi sensed danger and swiftly retreated. A massive sword of chakra erupted from the ground. Had he hesitated for even a second longer, it would have pierced him. Impossible. This is Susanoo, Itachi exclaimed as he beheld the skeletal figure protecting Hanabi, shock flooding his senses upon witnessing her tears transform into blood. You, the traitor of our clan, will face my wrath. Hanabi coughed violently, blood spilling from her mouth as her body writhed in pain. Gazing at the rose-patterned design in her eyes, Itachi felt a profound sorrow. The anguish she bore at 11 years old was no less than his own. At that moment, the rose-hued Susanoo embodied Hanabi's suffering and despair, its crimson frame enabling her to rise once more. How foolish of me to have ever believed in you, beast, Hanabi declared, her left eye suddenly displaying a swirling rose motif. The activation of her domain was swift, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. Watching Hanabi disappear, Itachi furrowed his brow, while the shark man stood in stunned silence. What an extraordinary spectacle, Itachi. We must depart. It's time to head to Konoha. As she entered her domain, the landscape transformed into a field of crimson spider lilies, the sky shrouded in blood-red hues, a reflection of Hanabi's current state of mind. Within this realm, Rin stood, capable of manifesting her form from cherry blossoms, albeit only within this domain. In stark contrast to Hanabi's disheveled appearance, Rin remained pristine, yet bore an uncanny resemblance to her. What are your intentions now? Hana listened to Shonan's words with an indifferent expression, devoid of any emotion. The peaceful flower field was destined to be stained with blood. Oh, it seems you already have thoughts brewing. The corners of Hana's mouth curled slightly as she gazed down at a blood-red spider lily beside her ninja boots, crouching to pluck it. First, let us tend to our wounds. Staring at the deep crimson flower, Hana refrained from saying much. Can I not even tell you? Yet, I should have understood. Shonan revealed a meaningful smile. You and I are one. How could you be unaware of my thoughts? Hana replied coolly. Of course I know. In unison, they voiced the ultimate goal that occupied Hana's mind at that moment. To destroy Konoha. Days passed. At the Konoha bathhouse, Jiraiya stood with a furrowed brow. Having already heard from Kakashi about Hana's situation, sigh, has my greatest concern come to fruition? Jiraiya lamented softly. It appeared that Hana was not the prophesied child of the great sage. Gritting his teeth, he was about to set out to confront Danzo when the two advisors, Menyin and Kotetsu, appeared before him. With the third Hokage's sacrifice, the village could not remain leaderless, so they were there to invite Jiraiya to become the fifth Hokage. However, having just experienced the loss of his student, Jiraiya was not inclined to take on the mantle of Hokage, having grown accustomed to a carefree existence. What about the other Sannin? Tsunade is capable. Menyin and Kotetsu exchanged glances and nodded. Indeed, she possesses the ability, but her whereabouts are unknown. Jiraiya chuckled softly. I will search for her. That should resolve the issue. But compared to my lack of motivation, Tsunade would be far more suited for the role of Hokage. What do you think? Understood, we will consider it swiftly. However, to find Tsunade, we must send 3 Umbu with you. No need for concern. I won't make a run for it. Having watchers is unnecessary. Jiraiya expressed a hint of regret, wishing he could have brought 2 companions along. Yet he was now left with only one. Menyin and Kotetsu understood whom Jiraiya referred to, as nearly 100 elite shinobi from Root had perished, leaving Konoha significantly weakened. The desolate village of Konoha bore the scars of war. Reconstruction efforts were underway, and the aftermath cast a long shadow over many. As Kurenai and Asuma strolled together, sharing light-hearted banter, Kakashi stood silently outside the shop, still grappling with Hana's departure. Yet life must move forward. As her teacher, he could not remain despondent. Thus, he greeted the pair. You two seem quite close. Kurenai's cheeks flushed, playfully scolding Kakashi. Fool, I'm merely here on a mission from Anko to buy Dango. What about you? What brings you here? Nothing much, just purchasing offerings while waiting for someone, Sasuke. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. Wait, you're actually waiting for someone? How rare. Asuma noted, catching on to Kakashi's focus. Are the offerings for Obito? Asuma inquired. Obito? Kurenai seemed bewildered. That's the situation. Just then, Sasuke approached, his expression hollow. Having heard nothing about Hana for days, Kakashi, Have you heard anything about my sister? Sasuke asked. Kakashi shook his head. As the two mysterious figures vanished from the shop, Kakashi exchanged glances with Asuma and Kurenai before they hurriedly departed. Watching them leave, Sasuke furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of familiarity. Kakashi, did my sister truly perish in this war? Why hasn't a body been found? Sasuke grasped Kakashi's shoulder, urgency evident in his voice. Sasuke, please spare me. I genuinely do not know where Hana has gone. However, there has been no confirmation of her death. Sasuke seemed to grasp Kakashi's implication, suggesting that Hana's survival was still a possibility. With Kakashi's reassurances, Sasuke's anxious heart found a measure of calm. At that moment, Kisame and Itachi strolled through Konoha. Suddenly, Kurenai and Asuma blocked their path. You are in T from the village. What are you here for? Long time no see, Asuma-sensei, Kurenai-san. Itachi addressed them respectfully from beneath his hat. You know me? Then you must have been a shinobi of this village, Asuma replied coolly. Itachi removed his hat, revealing his three-tomo Sharingan, a red ring adorning his hand. Who are you? Asuma exclaimed in disbelief. Itachi unveiled his true form and shed his dark red cloud-patterned cloak, revealing himself. Indeed, you are Uchiha Itachi. Kisame scoffed beside him. Are you acquaintances of Itachi? Allow me to introduce myself as well, Kisame said, removing his hat. I am Kisame Hoshigaki. I look forward to your acquaintance. There may be no future for you. I will eliminate you now, Asuma proclaimed confidently. It seems your village harbors a strong disdain for the Uchiha, be it your sister or you, Kisame taunted. What? You know of Hana's whereabouts? Kurenai exclaimed in surprise. I've seen her. She was gravely injured and on the brink of death. I presume it was your Umbu who did this, Kisame mocked. Asuma and Kurenai frowned, aware that Danzo had dispatched Umbu to hunt Hana, a scandal known only to a select few at the highest levels of the village. Kurenai, seeking to divert the conversation, addressed Kisame. Kisame, I recognize you. A rogue shinobi from the village hidden in the mist, wanted for the assassination of a feudal lord and acts of sabotage. The Land of Water has placed a bounty on your head. Asuma drew his chakra sword, assuming a combat stance. You are top-tier fugitives. Itachi, how bold of you to return to the village after causing such turmoil. Asuma-sensei, Kurenai-san, please do not involve yourselves with me. So, what is your purpose in the village? Why return after such deeds? Asuma pressed Itachi. Kisame's eyes were bloodshot with irritation. Their incessant chatter is bothersome. Itachi, shall I eliminate them? It seems we cannot leave the village quietly now. However, do not act excessively. Your techniques attract too much attention. Kisame's expression darkened as he spoke. It is decided. We shall eliminate these two. Kisame charged forth, clashing with Asuma's flying swallow technique. Yet Kurenai stood defenseless against Itachi, who swiftly incapacitated her with an illusion, sending her into the lake with a kick. Just as Itachi prepared to deliver a fatal blow, a familiar voice rang out. Thus far, it is you, Uchiha Itachi. The newcomer is none other than Hitaki Kakashi. It seems you are aware of Hanayo's whereabouts. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, his crimson Sharingan narrowing as he gazed intently at Uchiha Itachi. Hitaki Kakashi, Itachi recognized the individual obstructing his path. A fierce battle was imminent. In the realm of flowers, seated before several red spider lilies, Hanayo's wounds had nearly healed. She clenched her fists, donning a new outfit, black hair cascading past her waist. Dressed in a red Uchiha cloak, a white corset, complemented by a pouch of ninja tools. At this moment, Hanayo exuded a refreshing aura. The once adorable and lively demeanor had vanished, replaced by an air of coldness, lethal intent, and danger. Hanayo walked out of the flower realm, her expression devoid of joy or sorrow, revealing a small town in the land of fire. The streets teemed with people, and her sudden appearance drew little attention as she moved through the throng with indifference. Suddenly, two individuals caught her eye. They were clad in identical red cloud black cloaks as Uchiha Itachi, one of whom was carrying a sack. Based on her analysis and the observation of her Sharingan, she deduced that it contained corpses. Kisame, must you really use the restroom? Less chatter. If you don't want to come in, wait outside. Then I shall enter, Haiden replied, scratching his head. Neither Kisame nor Haiden noticed that Hanayo was silently trailing behind Haiden. For Hanayo, such basic tracking was second nature. Before long, they arrived at a desolate area. Entering a hidden passage, Hanayo activated her three-tomo Sharingan, penetrating through the wall to follow them closely. The room was dimly lit, bearing the inscription Exchange Bureau. "We've arrived," Kisame said, handing the sack to a man. "This is what you requested." As he spoke, Kisame tossed out 2 lifeless bodies from the sack. "This is what you wanted. Let me take a look." The intermediary from the Exchange Bureau inspected the corpses before handing over money to Kisame. After confirming the transaction, Kisame and Haiden departed the Exchange Bureau. Watching them leave, Hanayo furrowed her brow, seemingly grasping the nature of the place. "Bounty hunters?" she murmured. "No matter. I shall leave now." However, just as Hanayo stepped out of the Exchange Bureau, a piercing scream shattered the air. "Ah! It turns out the one following us is merely a little girl." Haiden swung his scythe towards Hanayo's face in a swift motion, leaving her no time to evade. But why would Hanayo need to dodge? Haiden's strike passed through her body in an instant. The next moment, the flower realm unfolded, and Hanayo's 3-tomo Sharingan whirled. During her time in the flower realm, she had not only healed but also honed her ocular prowess. At this point, the flower realm could be triggered without a kaleidoscope, capable of both passive and active control. Haiden, perplexed by the lack of tangible impact from his scythe, glanced at Hanayo in confusion. Before he could react further, Hanayo pivoted, her petite figure spinning in midair, delivering a powerful kick that sent Haiden flying backward. As Haiden crashed to the ground, Kisame frowned. He recognized that eye. An Uchiha? So small, yet a girl. Uchiha Hanayo, is it? And what of it? What difference does it make? The next moment, both Hanayo and Haiden froze, for Kisame was flipping through a bounty ledger. "Strange, why is there no bounty for you?" Before Kisame could finish his sentence, Hanayo rapidly formed hand seals. Instantly, over a dozen illusions of Hanayo materialized, while Kisame, distracted, failed to notice the rose-shaped distortion emerging from the bounty ledger in his grasp. This was an active attack from the flower realm. The next instant, Kisame instinctively released his grip, sensing that if he held on any longer, his hand would be shattered by the spatial distortion. Observing that the bounty ledger had been absorbed into the flower realm, Hanayo revealed a charming smile. "Thank you, dear brothers, for this lovely book. My objective has been accomplished." "You little rascal, you were following us just for this book?" Haiden exclaimed angrily. "Of course. Why else would I follow you? Then why not just enter the Exchange Bureau for it?" Hearing Kisame's remark, Hanayo playfully placed a finger on her lips, feigning innocence. "Oh dear big brother, do you think they would give a bounty ledger to an 11-year-old girl like me?" Haiden found himself momentarily speechless, realizing the logic in her words. "Since my goal is achieved, I shall take my leave." Hanayo waved cheerfully at the two of them. "Until we meet again. You little brat, I will kill you." Haiden seethed. As Haiden prepared to charge, he suddenly stumbled and fell, for Kisame had firmly grasped his arm. "It's just a ledger, let her have it. It's more important to save up for the organization." Kisame spoke, though internally he harbored wariness towards Hanayo. Her recent spatial technique had rekindled a sense of unknown danger. This little girl was undoubtedly formidable. Lost in thought, Hanayo suddenly became surrounded by an array of flowers, cherry blossoms, plum blossoms, roses, and more. Yet these flowers began to twist, enveloping her body before vanishing entirely, as if she had never been there at all, leaving Haiden bewildered. At such a young age, she can already wield space-time ninjutsu. Kisame was left in a state of shock. Within the flower realm, Hanayo and her companion unfurled the bounty ledger, swiftly identifying some familiar ninjas. "Isn't this Kakashi-sensei?" Hanayo exclaimed, pointing to a bounty of 5,500. 5,500 truly? Her companion nodded. "That is quite a sum. Let us see what else there is." Flipping through the ledger, they soon spotted Asuma Sarutobi with a bounty of 3,500. "How about Asuma?" her companion inquired. "Absolutely not. Just seeing the name of the Leaf Village disgusts me." "Then let us go with this one," her companion suggested, pointing to an elderly man with a bounty of 200, named Nakani Muraki. "Do you know him?" Hanayo asked. "No," came the reply. "Then how will we find him?" Hanayo was exasperated. Wasn't he that a rather futile question? "Have you forgotten who I am? Locating ninjas is a trivial task for me." With that, her companion closed her eyes, using her mind to relay the individual's location to Hanayo. Why is it so close?" Hanayo exclaimed, feeling the proximity of the target. "That's because I only picked ninjas that are relatively nearby," her companion retorted. "Then let us head there. We'll need some money for the journey." In a house merely 10 kilometers away, an elderly man, over 50 years of age, sat in his room, alert to his surroundings. As a high-ranking ninja of a small nation, He was currently in hiding due to a botched mission that had resulted in several civilian casualties, leaving him no choice but to lay low, while he remained vigilant. A spatial vortex quietly manifested behind him. "Hello there, sir," a sweet voice chimed from behind, sounding like a harbinger of doom. "What?" As Nakani Muraki turned his head, the sound of 1,000 birds echoed, and a slender hand pierced through his chest. It was said that his heart had been penetrated, and his lifeless body was drawn into the realm of flowers. Outside the currency exchange, the whirlpool of the flower domain unfurled, and Huayin calmly dragged a bleeding corpse while holding a bounty booklet, stepping into the currency exchange from which Jiao Du had just departed. Despite the incredulity of the intermediaries inside, business had to be conducted. Thus Huayin earned her first pot of gold in life. With a chest filled with 2 million ryo, Huayin nonchalantly vanished from the scene and entered the flower domain. "Sharon, this money should suffice for my journey." She placed the 2 million before Sharon. "All right, let's set off immediately. However, you have 3 locations to choose from where you wish to grow stronger." Sharon gestured with 3 fingers. "What are those 3 places?" Huayin inquired. "Miamu Mountain, Longdi Cave, and Shirgu Forest." "Those 3 places?" Huayin had heard of Miamu Mountain, but its seemingly amicable relationship with Konoha made her scoff. "Let's head to Longdi Cave. I dislike damp places." "Then let's go. It will take us at least 2 months to travel if we take our time," Sharon softly replied. 2 months it is then. But have you truly made your decision? The trials there are quite severe. Are you not afraid of dying in Longdi Cave? Listening to Sharon's question, Huayin sat down with vacant eyes, gazing at the blood-red sky of the flower domain, and coldly replied, "I care not what I become or what I must do. Even if I die there, I refuse to witness that once weak version of myself again. I no longer wish to observe others. All I want is to see myself, and those I must kill, to avoid seeing myself as a mere street rat. I can bear anything. We need not pity this shinobi world, right?" Huayin grasped Sharon's shoulder, her hollow gaze and numb expression causing Sharon to feel a bit disoriented. "Indeed." Sharon nodded. "Those like me, who can protect nothing and must rely on the charity of others just to survive, have no right to speak grandly." Saying this, Huayin extended her right hand toward Sharon in a gesture of a pinky promise, softly declaring, "I will do my best." The next chapter began with a secret meeting between Tsunade and Orochimaru, following Kakashi's death at the hands of Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyami, and Sasuke's forced re-education under Itachi. 2 days had passed, and Huayin's injuries had nearly healed thanks to her mastery of healing techniques. She had shed her previous naivety and acted with greater decisiveness. Now, clad in a red garment, she walked along the road, exuding an aura reminiscent of an ice queen, despite being only 11 years old. Soon, she paused in front of a mask shop, her attention captured by a familiar mask, the fox mask that Naruto had first worn when they met. At that moment, Huayin, without her forehead protector, had her long, straight black hair cascading like a waterfall, each strand gleaming with a natural luster reminiscent of the softest satin in the night sky, gently brushing her shoulders, evoking a serene and mysterious beauty. Yet, she found herself entranced by the mask and eventually purchased it, opting to wear it on the left side of her forehead rather than obscuring her entire face. After buying a few hair ties to secure her hair into twin ponytails, she nodded, satisfied that this arrangement would keep her hair tidy. Next, she visited a ninja tool shop to replenish her supplies, and then a clothing store to acquire additional garments, stowing them all within the space of the flower domain. Although her height had not changed significantly, her demeanor had transformed remarkably. At least if she donned the mask, neither Sasuke nor Naruto would recognize her as Huayin. With many tasks still ahead, she knew that as a ninja, she needed a suitable weapon instead of relying solely on kunai. After some persuasion from the shopkeeper, she ultimately chose a regular sword as her weapon. Upon exiting the ninja tool shop, Huayin's pupils suddenly constricted as she spotted Jiraiya and Naruto walking and chatting amiably, their laughter echoing as if nothing had changed. Witnessing this scene stirred a complex mixture of emotions within her. She had always regarded Naruto as her best friend, willing to sacrifice much for him. Yet now, seeing him so joyous with Jiraiya made her heart feel hollow. An inexplicable sense of emptiness surged within her, causing her expression to gradually settle into calmness. "It seems I hold no place in your heart after all. Or have you already moved on?" With that thought, she turned and walked in the opposite direction from Naruto. "Perverted sage, why did I just feel something familiar?" Naruto asked. "Did you? Perhaps it's just an illusion," Jiraiya replied. "No, It's not an illusion, he declared, exuding confidence. Not an illusion. Naruto was taken aback. Indeed. Jiraiya felt a sense of familiarity as he drooled at the sight of a beautiful woman passing by. The perverted sage strikes again, Naruto sighed. Having learned from Jiraiya that Hwain was alive, though he was unaware of her whereabouts. This revelation lifted the weight from his heart as he accompanied Jiraiya on this mission to train and complete tasks, pondering where Hwain might be. At noon, Hwain entered a restaurant after hearing passers-by praise its delectable cuisine. She settled into a corner, casually ordering a few dishes, which arrived shortly thereafter. Let the feast begin, she whispered, bringing her hands together before preparing to indulge. However, before she could even pick up her chopsticks, a commotion erupted nearby. What? If you don't repay me today, I'll beat you to a pulp, a man shouted, gripping a woman in her 20s by the collar. Could you please wait a few more days? Pleaded a short-haired woman beside her, cradling a pig. Impossible. With that, as the man was about to unleash a torrent of insults, the woman he had grabbed retaliated with a punch that sent him crashing to the ground, embedding him into the earth. Lady Tsunade, let's go, Shizun urged, as Tsunade quickly pulled her away from the restaurant. This spectacle entertained Hwain, who remained in her corner. But she had no intention of pursuing them. She needed to replenish her energy. After settling her bill, she found her stack of bowls piled higher than her head, with onlookers gaping at the 11-year-old girl. I must admit, that child is stunning. She's a beauty in the making. Indeed, but why is she wearing a mask on her forehead? Should we introduce our son to her and wait for her to grow up to marry him? Hearing the comments around her, Hwain frowned. She hadn't come to be the center of attention. After paying her bill, she left the restaurant, eager to continue her journey, as her destination remained far away. As she had scarcely taken a few steps, a sudden explosion reverberated from ahead, causing Hwain to furrow her brow and gaze towards the cloud of dust. Could there be two powerful chakra signatures? Upon realizing this, Hwain donned her mask and proceeded towards the site of the explosion. Indeed, concealed from sight, she soon spotted 4 individuals from a distance. One of them surprised her, as she recognized the identity of the person, Yao Shirdo. However, the man beside him and the 2 women in front were unfamiliar to her. Thus, remaining hidden, Hwain chose to observe the unfolding scene. Long time no see, Orochimaru. Tsunade called out to him. At these words, Hwain froze in shock, her expression turning cold. It turned out that the person beside Yao Shirdo was indeed Orochimaru. Is it really him? The thought coursed through her mind, revealing a chilling intent to kill in her expression. What business do you have with me now? Surely, you do not seek to reminisce, Tsunade remarked indifferently as she regarded Orochimaru. In truth, I have a favor to ask of you, Orochimaru replied, his demeanor somewhat unnatural, as if he were burning with fever. Observing Tsunade's frown, Yao Shirdo gently interjected, Lady Tsunade, I believe you've already realized. Seek another. I no longer offer my healing services. Before he could finish, Tsunade swiftly declined their request. This is unacceptable. You must understand the severity of the injury. No one can heal his hands but the legendary Sannin, Princess Tsunade. Tsunade's expression grew grave as she gazed at Orochimaru's hands. These injuries are more than mere wounds. What have you done? Orochimaru remained calm, showing no remorse for his actions. Nothing. These are merely the injuries I sustained while killing the 3rd Hokage. Tsunade's expression darkened further, and Shizun trembled at the revelation. You truly, Tsunade murmured in disbelief. You need not appear so terrified. All things corporeal must eventually perish, and humans are no exception. Orochimaru then brought up Tsunade's deceased brother, Nawaki, and her lover, Dankato. At this, Shizun rushed toward Orochimaru in a fit of rage, only to be intercepted by Do with a scalpel. After a fruitless skirmish, Tsunade smirked slightly. Orochimaru, you have always been this way. You know my character well. Do not toy with me. With that, she punched the wall behind her, her immense strength causing it to crack and collapse. Beware, I may just kill you, you bastard. We are not here to quarrel. We merely wish to negotiate, Yao Shirdo explained to the now furious Tsunade. Negotiate? Do not make me laugh. Disappear from my sight. Do stepped in front of Orochimaru. Only you can heal Lord Orochimaru's hands. Vanish. We will not let you treat him without compensation. How about a trade? I will count to 5. If you do not leave, I will force you to. Sweat trickled down Do's face. This should be a fair proposal for you. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the moment he finished counting, Tsunade and Shizun sprang into action. Yet, just as they moved, Orochimaru calmly uttered, I can resurrect your beloved brother and lover using the forbidden technique I developed. Let us make a deal." At this, Tsunade hesitated, standing still as if lost in thought, before finally uttering a few words. "If I heal you, what will you do? Once I obtain what I desire, I will utterly destroy Konoha." Just then, a youthful yet frigid voice interrupted their conversation. All four turned abruptly, having failed to notice her presence until now. Her long hair was skillfully tied into two swaying ponytails, moving gracefully with each of her agile steps, while a fox mask adorned her face. Yet even this could not conceal the exquisite features beneath. "Fear not. Allow me to destroy Konoha. You shall die here today," Hwine declared. "Orochimaru, fall into the illusion of the Mangeki Sharingan." "Who are you?" Tsunade's voice brimmed with fury. "Are you seeking death, daring to show such disrespect towards Lord Orochimaru?" At this critical moment, Hwine was unwilling to utter more. Her only desire was revenge for Sasuke's cursed seal. She lightly touched the sword at her waist and coldly addressed the Konoha ninjas before her. "Leave, dogs of Konoha." Tsunade and Shizune frowned deeply. "Impudent. What nonsense is this, you brat?" Tsunade roared, her speed so swift that even Do did not react in time as she launched a punch toward Hwine. Bang! A tremendous impact echoed as Hwine spat blood from one arm, having endured Tsunade's powerful blow. Nevertheless, her expression remained unchanged, devoid of any hint of pain, astonishing Tsunade. Beneath Hwine's mask, her face was still so calm. After enduring such pain, she had long since grown accustomed to it. For her, physical pain was non-existent. As her heart had grown numb, Hwine refrained from using her floral domain, for she wished to test whether she could withstand this punch solely with her body. The green aura emanating from her revealed the truth. 8 gates. You have mastered the 8 gates," Orochimaru exclaimed, astonished that this seemingly young girl could wield such power. However, Tsunade was not to be underestimated. She swiftly turned and kicked, penetrating Hwine's abdomen. In that moment, Tsunade was taken aback as she glimpsed the unique 3-tomo Sharingan in Hwine's eyes. "You are of the Uchiha clan." "Impossible. All Uchiha have perished." Tsunade seemed to realize something, but Hwine's hand had already firmly grasped her throat. Bang! Hwine's form blurred, slamming Tsunade into the ground with tremendous force, causing blood to spill from her lips. "Lady Tsunade." Shizune rushed toward Hwine, seeking vengeance for her mentor. "Shizune, retreat," Tsunade shouted, but it was too late. With a mere flick of her hand, Hwine left behind only an afterimage as blood spurted from Shizune's chest, splattering onto Hwine's fox mask. With a single strike, Shizune was rendered incapacitated, collapsing to the ground in trembling agony, her eyes wide with terror at the sight of her blood-soaked mask. Tsunade, now paralyzed by her fear of blood, found herself unable to move. "Depart," Hwine commanded, kicking Shizune aside as she lay helpless on the ground. These two bore her no ill will, but simply because they were ninjas of Konoha. "The legendary Princess Tsunade is nothing more than this," Hwine remarked coldly, gazing at the terror-stricken Tsunade before turning her attention to Do and Orochimaru. "Who are you? We should not be acquainted." Before Do could finish speaking, he caught sight of the 3-tomo Sharingan within the fox mask. "You are Uchiha Hwine," Do exclaimed in shock, realizing that she was the only living Uchiha woman in the world, and she appeared to be merely 11 years old. Orochimaru, however, was now exhilarated. "Originally, I had chosen Sasuke. Since you have come to me, let us use you instead." Orochimaru laughed maniacally. "Indeed, it was you who inflicted the cursed seal that tormented my brother." As Hwine spoke, the expression beneath her mask gradually became frenzied, for Orochimaru had already made his move. From his mouth, his tongue entwined around the Kusanagi sword and swiftly lunged towards Hwine. She raised her hand slightly, and with a clang, the sword she wielded attempted to block Orochimaru's strike, only to shatter upon contact. Orochimaru's sword pierced through Hwine's left arm, yet no blood flowed, leaving him utterly perplexed. What is happening? However, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, the sharp Chidori severed his tongue entirely, causing the Kusanagi sword to clatter to the ground. "This sword appears to be quite remarkable," Hwine thought as she retrieved it. "Uchiha Hwine, how dare you?" Orochimaru's eyes brimmed with bloodshot fury, his body trembling in rage. Had he not been unable to release ninjutsu at that moment, he would have shown Uchiha Hwine the true meaning of the 8-headed serpent. Yet, Hwine would not wait for Orochimaru to utter another word. Instantly, the Kusanagi sword in her hand ignited in flames, cleaving towards Orochimaru's face with blinding speed. The swiftness of her attack left Kabuto in awe. Orochimaru was sent flying by Huayi's strike, stumbling and rolling helplessly. So much for Orochimaru's ambition to destroy Konoha. Huayi's cold voice resonated through the area. Orochimaru-sama, we must leave. Kabuto rushed to Orochimaru's side, helping him up. Orochimaru was no fool. The girl before him possessed incredible strength, and his body was not in a state to fight. Tsunade, think carefully and give me your answer in 7 days. In the next instant, his pupils constricted, and even Kabuto's eyes widened in shock. They beheld an astonishing sight. Beneath the fox-faced mask, Huayi's eyes gradually morphed into the shape of roses, enveloping Orochimaru in the kaleidoscope Jinjutsu. Immerse yourself in the kaleidoscope illusion, Huayi whispered. In but a moment, Orochimaru felt himself besieged by countless cherry blossoms, each as sharp as blades, slicing and cutting him for what felt like years. As he collapsed, Kabuto quickly shielded his eyes, narrowly escaping the effects. Yet, Kabuto's reaction was swift. Sensing the illusion had concluded, he quickly hoisted Orochimaru onto his back and fled with unprecedented speed. Huayi observed their retreating figures, ready to pursue, but suddenly felt unwell, staggering to her knees. Blood dripped from beneath her mask, a side effect of overexerting her Sharingan. However, thanks to the unique chakra of Shaonin, her vision recovered rapidly, and within mere seconds, she stood once more. She turned to see Tsunade still kneeling, her pupils trembling. How can someone like you claim to be one of the Sannin? Truly, there is no hope for Konoha, Huayi remarked, tossing a vial of hemostatic medicine before departing coldly. Once she left, Tsunade regained her senses, panting as she treated the barely conscious Shizune. Could she truly be the genius girl of the Uchiha clan? How could it have come to this? Tsunade was left in disbelief, for she knew that while Huayi was indeed a prodigy, she was also a lively and cheerful girl, often described as easy to get along with and gentle. Yet, the Uchiha Huayi she encountered today, masked and enigmatic, exuded overwhelming strength and a chilling aura of malice. Coupled with a deep-seated hatred for Konoha, each aspect shattering Tsunade's preconceptions. Moreover, she had managed to forcibly withstand Tsunade's monstrous strength, enduring such pain without a single sound. Truly, she was the genius girl of the Uchiha clan. What kind of suffering had she endured to become so indifferent to the pain in her own hands? And why did she harbor such hatred for Konoha? Tsunade pondered, her mind racing, but one matter weighed heavier on her heart. That was everything Orochimaru had mentioned, reviving his brother and lover, a reunion after 75 years. The moment Huayi would meet Naruto again. On her way back, Huayi's gaze turned icy. She had allowed Orochimaru to escape this time. Damn it, he won't get away next time. Huayi gritted her teeth. You should focus on defeating him later. Heading to the Dragon Cave is more urgent, Xianin's voice echoed in her mind. Huayi furrowed her brow, yet truth be told, Orochimaru was not an easy foe to contend with. At that moment, she drew the Kusanagi sword suspended at her waist. Shaonin, what kind of sword is this? The Kusanagi sword, forged from the hardest material in the world, is quite suitable as your weapon. I understand. So, Huayi, what will your next step be? I will find an inn and wait for 7 days. Understood. After Xianin's response, she fell silent. This town was not particularly large, yet it boasted numerous places to stay. And soon Huayi settled into a room. With her meticulous arrangement, the room took on a distinctly feminine ambience. After all, she would be residing there for 7 days. By the time she finished organizing, night had fallen. She tied her twin tails once more and donned her mask before stepping out, still clad in her crimson cloak paired with ninja boots. Thus, Huayi left the inn, intent on finding a restaurant to resolve her dinner dilemma. As she strolled through the bustling streets, her pace gradually slowed, her gaze drifting over the vibrant signs of various eateries. Ultimately, she chose a relatively large establishment and walked in, oblivious to the fact that it was an izakaya. Soon after placing her order, she lifted her mask, resting it on her forehead, for one cannot dine while wearing a mask. In the distance, amidst the welcoming calls of the staff, Tsunade and Shizune entered, unaware of Huayi's presence due to the wall separating them. However, Huayi caught sight of them, her eyes widening in surprise as she noticed the injury on Shizune's chest had healed. The wound she inflicted should have been severe. It seemed their medical prowess exceeded her expectations. As time passed, Tsunade quickly indulged in alcohol, her cheeks flushing with each bottle consumed as she became noticeably tipsy. Boss, Another bottle. Tsunade-sama, you've had enough. Tsunade swatted Shizun's hand away, resting her weary body on the table. Huayin, observing the drunken Sanin, stuck out her tongue and made a face, thinking to herself that none of the Konoha people were worthwhile, except for her brother. Suddenly, two more individuals entered the establishment, prompting Huayin to swiftly lower her mask. Indeed, as their gazes locked, Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged astonished expressions. They exclaimed in shock. Tsunade. Jiraiya was momentarily dumbfounded. Jiraiya, what are you doing here? Finally found you. It took so long. Jiraiya laughed as he approached Tsunade. Meanwhile, Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Tsunade. Whoa, she's really 50 years old. Subsequently, Jiraiya and Naruto took their seats opposite Tsunade and Shizun, beginning their meal. However, Naruto was not one to sit still. He propped himself up on the table, scanning the surroundings until he spotted a masked woman sitting motionless at the adjacent wall, seemingly waiting for something. What piqued Naruto's curiosity was why she dined alone. Surely she must feel lonely. Hey, how can you eat with that mask on? He inquired. Yet, she did not respond, remaining seated as still as a piece of wood. What a strange person, Naruto mused. Naruto, upon speaking, withdrew his head, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the girl across the wall. Yet, such encounters hardly fazed him, for he had been experiencing this sensation frequently in recent days. Indeed, today seemed to be a day for reuniting with old friends, Tsunade remarked. Orochimaru, what has transpired? Jiraiya inquired softly, gazing at Tsunade. Nothing much, just a greeting, she replied. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Tsunade turned to Jiraiya. What brings you here? I'll be frank, Tsunade. The village wishes for you to succeed as the 5th Hokage. At this revelation, Naruto was taken aback, and even Shizun looked at Jiraiya in astonishment. Orochimaru was responsible for the 3rd Hokage's demise, wasn't he? Before Jiraiya could finish, Tsunade interrupted. I heard him say it with my own ears. Naruto's pupils dilated. Did Orochimaru kill Grandfather 3rd? Who exactly is he? Like us. He is one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Jiraiya stated calmly. Why? Aren't the legendary 3 all from Konoha? But why? Observing Naruto's incessant chatter, Tsunade furrowed her brow. Who is this incessantly noisy brat? I am Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade was momentarily stunned, recognizing Naruto as the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. Wait for me. I haven't finished speaking. Amid Naruto's incessant questioning of Tsunade, Jiraiya intervened. On the other side of the wall, Hanabi listened to Naruto's rants, frowning. He was still the same. With no changes at all. Tsunade, the village wants you back as the 5th Hokage. What is your response? Will you accept? Observing the eager expressions of Naruto and Shizun, Tsunade directly refused Jiraiya. Absolutely not. I refuse. I recall that when I confessed to you, you used the same words to reject me, Jiraiya remarked with a smirk. Hokage is trash. Only a fool would want that position. At Tsunade's declaration, Naruto erupted with anger. Indeed, unable to contain himself, Naruto leaped onto the table, ready to confront Tsunade. However, upon landing, he froze, noticing the girl at the adjacent table, her head bowed as she ate, seemingly indifferent to the quarrel. The familiar side profile obscured by twin tails caused Naruto's heart to tremble. The girl bore an uncanny resemblance to Hanabi, and after years of knowing her, he was certain she would have greeted him if it were indeed her. Just then, Tsunade's temper flared. You have quite the audacity to speak to me like that. Outside. Brat. With a slight smile, Tsunade rose and stepped outside, leaving the previous quarrel behind. Hanabi, feeling exasperated by the noise, was relieved when they exited, allowing for a swift consumption of the meal on the table. As Jiraiya prepared to leave, a familiar voice emerged from the restaurant. Boss, the bill, please. In that moment, he finally recognized the twin-tailed girl before him. Though masked, she was certainly not like Naruto. Uchiha Hanabi, Jiraiya exclaimed, addressing the girl who had just paid and ignored him while walking out. You have mistaken me, Hanabi's familiar voice echoed, yet she denied it. Aren't you Hanabi? What are you doing here? We've been searching for you. Jiraiya rejoiced, realizing his other disciple was alive. Yet, Hanabi remained silent, not replying to Jiraiya. Hey, what's wrong with you? Jiraiya reached out to grasp her shoulder, only to be taken aback as his hand passed through her. You have mistaken me, Hanabi said without turning, maintaining her calm tone as she walked towards the exit. However, as she stepped outside, she was confronted by 2 individuals. It's you. Tsunade and Shizun stood before her, astonished. They had not anticipated the girl had just been seated on the opposite wall. That strange girl, Naruto, standing at a distance, furrowed his brow. You little brat, daring to speak to us like that in broad daylight. In an instant, Tsunade's fist flew out, the sudden attack leaving Naruto stunned. How could a young girl provoke one of the legendary three? Tsunade's fist passed through Hanabi, causing no harm, leading both Tsunade and Shizen to feel a sense of impending danger. Are you looking for death? A youthful, icy voice emerged. Indeed, Hanabi retaliated, landing a punch on Tsunade's abdomen, sending her crashing into the wall, creating a sizable dent. What on earth is happening? Naruto was bewildered. Wasn't the fight supposed to be with him? Hanabi, stop! Jiraiya shouted urgently as he emerged from behind. Hanabi? Naruto's pupils dilated, questioning if he had misheard. The quiet girl in the red cloak and fox mask was indeed Hanabi. Hanabi? Naruto uttered her name in disbelief. Uchiha Hanabi, what do you intend to do? Shizen quickly assisted Tsunade to her feet. At that moment, all three called out to her as Hanabi, undoubtedly confirming their suspicions. Yet why did she not speak to him? As Naruto pondered, Hanabi raised her hands, pulling her mask up to her forehead, revealing her true face. So naive. Ultimately, you have brought this upon yourself. Indeed. It is you, Jiraiya nodded, recognizing the exquisite features paired with the crimson Sharingan. This was unmistakably Uchiha Hanabi. Hanabi, I'm relieved you're safe. Naruto beamed, wanting to embrace her, only to pass through her form. Hanabi offered no response. She merely prepared to leave. Stop right there. Tsunade shouted again, now furious, leaping to strike Hanabi from behind. A resounding crack echoed. In the next moment, everyone stood frozen, even Naruto and Jiraiya pale with shock. Tsunade's fist pierced through Hanabi's abdomen. Yet her own fist passed through Hanabi's vacant expression. The agonizing pain caused Tsunade to tremble, while Naruto stared at Hanabi's hollow gaze and emotionless face. Unable to comprehend what had transpired, she was not the same person he once knew. Have you not suffered enough? Very well, if you insist on seeking death. I shall oblige, Hanabi declared, gathering electricity in her hand, a terrifying thunderclap resonating through the air. Utilizing Chidori, Hanabi effectively revealed her identity. Just as the lethal strike was about to strike Tsunade, Jiraiya swiftly pulled her back. Jiraiya, why? I know you want to die, but you still need to return as Hokage. Jiraiya spoke solemnly. She is your disciple too, isn't she? Tsunade asked, glancing at Jiraiya with a furrowed brow. Yes, Jiraiya replied, a hint of sorrow in his tone. Hanabi, what has happened to you? Naruto called out to the distant, expressionless Hanabi. Nothing has transpired, and furthermore, you have mistaken the person. You are indeed Hanayo. Naruto declared resolutely, stepping before Hanayo, his azure gaze fixated upon her Sharingan, obstructing her path. Hanayo, what truly occurred on the day of the Chunin exam? Why have you transformed into this? Step aside, Hanayo replied nonchalantly. I shall not relent. Naruto withdrew a kunai inscribed with the character for sound from his pocket, brandishing it before Hanayo. Hanayo, this is the kunai you bestowed upon me. Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizen stood in stunned silence, gazing at the unfolding scene below. At that moment, Hanayo unexpectedly seized Naruto's hand and thrust it toward her abdomen. Naruto's pupils dilated in shock and disbelief. Blood trickled from her lips, as only such agony could render Hanayo numb. The kunai that had once been a gift to Naruto now pierced her own flesh. Her body trembled, the dark voids of her eyes slowly turning crimson, tears streaming down her cheeks as she gently rested her forehead against Naruto's chest, bowing her head. The tears continued to fall, mingling with the blood at her lips, the pain causing her body to shudder uncontrollably. Naruto struggled to extract the kunai, for blood was gushing from Hanayo's abdomen, but her strength was overwhelming, and he could only watch as his hands sank deeper into her body, blood gushing forth like a spring. Do not do this. Naruto's eyes glistened with tears. Observing Naruto's despair, Hanayo's lips moved slightly. You are too naive, Naruto. As soon as she finished speaking, she passed through Naruto, walking away into the distance. Regardless of how he called out to her, Hanayo never halted her pace. As she vanished beyond the horizon, Naruto collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the bloodied kunai in his palm. Jiraiya and Tsunade remained silent. For everything Hanayo had exhibited signified that she could not be disregarded in her current state. Tsunade looked at Naruto, understanding his feelings well. Observing his despondent demeanor, she countered. Do you not aspire to become Hokage? If you cannot even save your best friend, how can you hope to become Hokage? Naruto's voice quivered. You little brat. Pull yourself together. Tsunade struck Naruto on the head with her fist. The night was shrouded in darkness, the moon obscured by heavy clouds. Back at the inn, Hanayo sat alone in a dark corner, hugging her knees, enveloped in solitude and silence. The wound on her abdomen was healing slowly, a slight pain emanating from it, rendering her face pale. So why did you not kill him? The voice of her inner self echoed. He is my best friend, Hanayo replied expressionlessly. Very well. Remember to come tonight to learn the new ninjutsu, the art of scorch release. Time slipped by like a fleeting horse, and before she knew it, 7 days had quietly passed, leaving only endless darkness and the lonely, delicate figure within the room. During these 7 days, Hanayo diligently trained in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and the ocular techniques of the Sharingan, as well as Jinjutsu. At present, she required strength sufficient to survive. She had long closed her eyes, melding into the darkness. Thus, in these 7 days, Hanayo worked harder than ever, enduring greater suffering, the injuries on her body constantly reminding her that to exist in this world, one must grow stronger. If she did not grow stronger, she would have to rely on others' mercy for the very right to survive until tomorrow. So Hanayo dared not slacken her efforts. Finally, on the 7th day, Hanayo concluded all her training, donned a crimson Uchiha cloak, tied her hair into twin ponytails, and adorned a fox mask, setting off. She yearned to witness the choice Tsunade would ultimately make regarding her brother and her beloved in Konoha, the legendary Sannin. I hope you do not disappoint me. Hanayo's lips curled slightly as she gently caressed the Kusanagi sword she had taken from Orochimaru, stepping towards the door. In that previous alleyway, Tsunade had been waiting for some time, and soon, Orochimaru's figure appeared in the distance. Orochimaru regarded Tsunade's silhouette and, getting straight to the point, inquired, "What is your answer?" After a prolonged silence, Tsunade appeared to solidify her resolve, turning to gaze directly into Orochimaru's eyes. "I will heal your hand, on the condition that you do not harm the village." Orochimaru frowned but nodded in agreement. Very well. Tsunade's expression was one of deep anguish. Her mind flooded with memories of Kato Dan and Shinjuro. A gust of wind stirred, scattering numerous green leaves. Tears welled in Tsunade's eyes. "Come." Orochimaru approached Tsunade, who also stepped towards him. In the distance, Kabuto observed as Orochimaru raised his trembling hand before Tsunade. An expression of anticipation etched on his face as he furrowed his brows. Tsunade extended her hands, blue chakras swirling within them. Just as Orochimaru was about to place his hands forward, both parties instinctively recoiled, a kunai whizzing swiftly between Orochimaru and Tsunade. They both turned gravely to find Kabuto standing beside them, bewildered. "What is happening? You dare betray me at this moment, Tsunade?" Orochimaru's eyes were bloodshot, a terrifying malice seeping forth as he glared at the calm Tsunade. "Why has your response transformed into this, Princess Tsunade? You intend to kill me. Yet I wholeheartedly believe in you, Kabuto. Your loyalty and insight into Tsunade's attacks." Kabuto, too, frowned, watching Tsunade. "Because I also come from the medical corps." His chakra brimming with murderous intent. Orochimaru glared at Tsunade from afar. "Tsunade, I genuinely wish for those two to be revived. Moreover, I promised you I would not destroy Konoha." After a lengthy silence, Tsunade finally spoke. "Orochimaru, I am aware that the lie you uttered about not harming the village is transparent. Even knowing this, even if it's just once, I wish to see them. Just once, I want to embrace them. Just once, I long to witness that smile. Yet, when the moment of feeling their presence draws near, I realize it. I am an irredeemable wretch." Tsunade's tears flowed freely, another hope shattered within her heart. "Merely recalling their appearances renders me reckless. I cherish them so deeply that I yearn to see them, to hold them close." Tsunade's body trembled, tears cascading down her face. "But I cannot do it. For that little brat reminds me of their dreams. I have always wished to forget. Indeed, this wish is the only one that refuses to vanish." Orochimaru, already impatient, declared, "The negotiations have reached a breaking point. There's no other option. It has come to this. I must rely on my fists, then." 77 Storm of Chaos. No longer. Tsunade wiped her tears, her gaze growing increasingly frigid, as she charged towards Orochimaru and Kabuto within mere steps. With a stomp, her tremendous strength leveled the entire alleyway. "Come on, Orochimaru." Tsunade's cold gaze fixed upon her former friend, now only a target for her wrath. By the way, we have yet to engage in combat thus far. Indeed. Tsunade shed her cloak and lunged towards Orochimaru and Kabuto. I shall end the lives of you two scoundrels here. Sunder unleashed another punch. Her immense power stirring up clouds of dust, countless stones soaring through the air. Regardless of the circumstances, her might compelled Orochimaru and Kabuto to refrain from drawing near. Lord Orochimaru, this place is not suitable for battle. Let us relocate to a more appropriate arena. Very well. With that, the two departed, and Tsunade, noticing this, pursued them relentlessly. As one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade was determined. After the trio left, a rose-like vortex emerged in the space, and a girl clad in a red Uchiha cloak appeared, her forehead adorned with a fox mask. The destructive power is indeed formidable. Kain crouched down to examine a stone closely. Can such a solid rock truly be shattered with a single punch? Just as she prepared to rise, a voice called out from behind her. Kain! Naruto exclaimed with a hint of surprise, beckoning her from a distance. Hearing his call, the girl turned. Still possessing a beauty sculpted by an artist's hand, exquisite enough to captivate even women, yet her expression remained inscrutable. Her hollow gaze caused both Naruto and Jiraiya to furrow their brows in concern. What are you doing here? Jiraiya mused, glancing around at the scene of chaos. Kain, you must know where Tsunade is. We urgently need to find her. Naruto shouted towards her. Upon hearing this, Kain's lips curled into a delicate smile. She remained silent, merely gazing at Jiraiya, Naruto, and Shizune with an indifferent look. She made a choice steeped in the essence of the Hokage. Before her words could settle, Jiraiya stepped forward. Kain, I do not wish to harm you. Please, tell me what has transpired. His brow furrowed, knowing time was of the essence with Tsunade and Orochimaru. Ha! A fit of laughter interrupted Jiraiya's plea, as Kain erupted in maniacal laughter, her eyes widening as she scrutinized the three before her. Kill me? Do you truly believe you can slay me now? Don't be absurd, Uncle Jiraiya. Her expression was wild, the three tomo in her eyes swirling as a tempestuous wind surged forth, accompanied by her hand seals. Fire style. Perish in the whirling storm. A terrifying torrent of flames erupted from Kain, transforming into a colossal, spiraling inferno that rushed towards the trio. The surrounding matter melted instantly, the overwhelming heat causing Jiraiya to recoil in horror, while Shizune screamed in terror. Yet Naruto gritted his teeth, stepping boldly to the forefront, extending his arms as if to shield Jiraiya and Shizune from Kain's dreadful jutsu. Tears welled in Naruto's eyes as he stood resolutely before them. Naruto. Jiraiya's pupils dilated in shock, clenching his teeth until blood seeped from his palms. If not for Tsunade's drug-induced incapacitation, he would not need his student to protect him. However, the anticipated explosion never occurred. Just as the whirling storm was about to engulf Naruto, it abruptly vanished, staring in disbelief at the disappearing inferno. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized the truth. Kain had chosen to cancel her devastating fire technique. Kain, you truly do not utter such self-righteous words. You are still the Kain I remember. Naruto shouted at the retreating figure. No, I am no longer that person. You should pursue your dream of becoming Hokage. If you cannot save even your closest friend, how can you hope to become Hokage? Naruto declared with unwavering conviction. Kain turned away, tears glistening in her eyes. Her resolve palpable. Her figure gradually faded into a blur, vanishing from sight. Watching her depart, Naruto's expression grew complex, for he understood that Kain had indeed refrained from harming him by retracting her jutsu. Kain, even if we are worlds apart, you will always be my dearest friend. As Naruto stood dazed, Jiraiya's voice broke through. Naruto, we must go. We have located Tsunade. A thunderous explosion reverberated as Tsunade struck the ground, creating a deep crater. Orochimaru could not engage directly, relying solely on Kabuto to battle her. After consuming a soldier pill, Kabuto joined the fray, and countless explosions erupted as Tsunade and Kabuto fought evenly matched. However, Tsunade soon fell into Kabuto's tactical trap, just as Kabuto was about to deliver the final blow. A massive plume of smoke erupted beside her, and Jiraiya, Naruto, and Shizune appeared, thwarting his lethal strike. Long time no see, Jiraiya, Orochimaru remarked, eyeing the fellow Sannin. Your gaze remains as sinister as ever, Jiraiya retorted with a slight smirk. Tsunade elbowed Jiraiya aside, pursuing Kabuto with a powerful punch. Yet Kabuto was no easy opponent. He thrust a kunai into his own hand, blood gushing forth. rendering Tsunade incapacitated. After exchanging a few blows with Kabuto, Naruto was sent flying back to Orochimaru's side. Observing the situation with concern as he consumed a soldier pill, Jiraiya stood before them, cold sweat trickling down his brow. "Shizune, you take care of the bespectacled one. I will confront Orochimaru. However, before we engage, I need Tsunade to restore my body. It may take some time. I am currently at a loss," Shizune replied, frowning at Tsunade's numb expression. "What? Is that so?" Jiraiya exclaimed, taken aback. "Then it seems we have no choice but to fight them. Tsunade, utilize your healing jutsu to allow your body to rest." Naruto, dissatisfied with Jiraiya's lack of role assignment, protested, "What about me? What about me? You will protect Tsunade alongside that pig over there," Jiraiya ordered. "Hey, I want to fight too. I should be in the fray." Before Naruto could finish his protest, Jiraiya coldly rejected him. "No, that bespectacled brat has already stated it. You are not on the same level. Your opponent is a fellow Sannin. The man who killed the third Hokage. An eye for an eye. Only I can engage him. Moreover, that bespectacled man possesses strength comparable to Kakashi. In that case." Naruto began to summon shadow clones, but was halted by Jiraiya's command. "Do not use shadow clones. It is utterly pointless. It will not lure the enemy. It will merely waste chakra. Our opponents are formidable." "Then let us commence," Jiraiya declared, stepping forward as Kabuto also prepared to engage. Carving a mark on Orochimaru's arm with his blood, Jiraiya, too, was about to pierce his finger. Both men formed their hand seals. Summoning jutsu, they shouted in unison. A gigantic two-headed serpent materialized, with Orochimaru and Kabuto standing atop its heads, gazing down. Jiraiya faced the serpents without a shred of fear, for his summoning beast was. The next moment, both he and Naruto were left speechless, for beneath their feet, the figure of Gamabunta emerged, only slightly larger than Jiraiya's foot. Gamabunta looked at the two with a hearty laugh, greeting Jiraiya and Naruto. "Long time no see." Both Naruto and Jiraiya stood in shock, bewildered by the turn of events. Shizune, however, understood that Jiraiya, heavily affected by the drug, could not effectively gather chakra. Seeing Jiraiya and Naruto below, Orochimaru sneered. "It seems you remain as foolish as ever. Jiraiya, even if your abilities have waned, it should not come to this. It appears Tsunade has played some tricks on you." Naruto clenched his teeth, seething with anger at the disrespect shown to Jiraiya. "If that's the case, then allow me." With that declaration, Naruto activated the summoning technique. A puff of white smoke enveloped the area, revealing a toad dragon of a size comparable to Gamabunta. Orochimaru and Kabuto glanced down at the foolish master and disciple. Indulging in mockery, Orochimaru then sprang into action, the serpent head emerging from his leg. "I'll handle Jiraiya. The rest is yours," he shouted to Kabuto. "What a pity. For I too wish to engage with the legendary Jiraiya," Kabuto mused, watching as two enormous serpent heads charged towards him. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the gathering tension. "Is this truly the legendary Sannin? How laughable." The crowd turned to see a girl clad in a red Uchiha cloak, her fox mask resting upon her forehead. Observing the battlefield with disdain. One is drugged and unable to form chakra, another has lost a hand and cannot use jutsu, while the last is paralyzed by fear. Yet, she remained passive, brushing dust off her attire, casually sitting on a rock, her chin resting in her hands, like an indifferent spectator, silent and observant. "Damn, is that Sasuke's sister?" Orochimaru furrowed his brow. The battle raged on, with Jiraiya and Orochimaru in a stalemate, while Naruto and Shino continued to engage Kabuto. Meanwhile, Hanabi remained impassive, waiting for the conflict to conclude. As Naruto was repeatedly sent flying by Kabuto, Tsunade could no longer bear it. "Naruto, flee. You are no match for him." But Naruto disregarded her pleas, his gaze fixed on Kabuto, then drifting to Hanabi, who sat observing him from a distance. "I made a bet. I will collect that ill-fated accessory." Shadow clone technique. With that, a shadow clone materialized beside Naruto. "Enough. Stop protecting me, Naruto. Don't continue fighting." Kabuto looked coldly at Naruto. "I warned you that such bravado could lead to your demise." He lunged at Naruto with a kunai. "If you die, then all your dreams will vanish." Tsunade cried, tears streaming down her face. "It's all right," Naruto replied with a smile, allowing the kunai to pierce his palm. With all his strength, he seized Kabuto's hand, blood pouring forth, yet his expression remained resolute. "I will not die before becoming Hokage. You won't escape this time." As he spoke, Naruto's clone began to mold a Rasengan at his side. Using a shadow clone to irregularly manipulate chakra? Fascinating, Hanabi remarked. A slight smile gracing her lips as she encouraged Naruto. It needs 2 more rotations. I understand, Hanabi, Naruto shouted, and under her guidance, a compressed sphere of chakra glimmered with blue light. Rasengan. In that instant, the Rasengan erupted with tremendous destructive power. Kabuto retaliated, striking at Naruto's heart. Choosing to go down together, the Rasengan collided with Kabuto, sending him flying over 10 meters away. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were drawn to the spectacle of Naruto's move. Naruto has finally mastered that technique. That little brat has learned it. Kabuto, despite being gravely injured, was not fatally wounded. He collapsed to the ground, drained of chakra, unable to recover from his internal injuries. Naruto, however, coughed up blood and fell unconscious. Seeing Naruto on the ground, Tsunade rushed to his side to administer healing. Her frantic movements contrasted with Naruto's fading consciousness as tears flowed from her eyes. Hanabi, from a distance, observed the scene, her expression unchanged, for she knew Naruto would not perish. Sure enough, due to the chakra of the 9 tails, Naruto miraculously regained consciousness, gripping the necklace around Tsunade's neck. Granny Tsunade, I won this bet. He turned to Hanabi, raising his trembling hand in a peace sign, a smile breaking through. Hanabi, witnessing this, offered no words, merely standing up and departing from the scene. Hanabi, we are still friends, right? Naruto asked weakly before slipping into unconsciousness. Hanabi did not respond, her gaze shifting to Orochimaru, who was charging toward them, having spat out the Kusanagi sword. Tsunade kicked Orochimaru away as he approached. How is it possible? Why has your trembling ceased? Orochimaru shouted as he was sent flying. Because I am the 5th Hokage of Konoha, Tsunade declared, her forehead marking glowing as dark patterns enveloped her body. Even if you've overcome your fear of blood, you cannot fight in your condition. A smirk played at Tsunade's lips. Medical ninjutsu, creation rebirth, as she shouted. All her wounds healed instantly. In the next moment, she drew a symbol on her body with her own blood. Jiraiya, gritting his teeth, also drew a symbol on his hand with his blood. Orochimaru, moving swiftly, marked himself beside Kabuto. Summoning technique. The summoned beasts of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru appeared in succession. Oh, this seems intriguing, Hanabi mused, observing the 3 colossal summoned beasts. Orochimaru summoned Manda, standing atop its head. Jiraiya summoned Gamaken, also standing on the toad's back. Tsunade, cradling the unconscious Naruto, stood atop a slug. Manda and Orochimaru, Gamaken and Jiraiya, the slug and Tsunade, what nostalgic faces. Are you planning a reunion, Jiraiya? Manda remarked. Fool, I haven't summoned you in ages. Stop with the trivial jokes. I intend to settle our long-standing grudge today. I will defeat Orochimaru right here, Manda declared. Hey, Orochimaru, don't summon me over for trivial matters, Manda shouted, angered by Orochimaru's disregard. You better prepare 100 live sacrifices for me afterward. Tsunade instructed the slug to carry Naruto to Shino for treatment. A fierce battle was about to commence. Just as the trio prepared to act, a girl quietly approached the 3 summoned beasts, her steps steady and her expression calm. It's that Uchiha brat, Jiraiya exclaimed in shock. Hanabi, step back. It's dangerous here, Tsunade urged. Oh, Sasuke's sister, let me see your strength. Orochimaru bellowed, his eyes bloodshot. Yet, amidst the legendary Sannin, Hanabi walked steadily, surveying the 3 giant creatures beside her, a smirk playing on her lips. Even the legendary Sannin are no match. The Uchiha stand above the Sannin. As she spoke, her 3-tomo Sharingan began to spin, revealing the intricate pattern of the Manjiki Sharingan. What? The 3 exclaimed in astonishment. The most astonishing of all was Orochimaru, who had witnessed the terrifying kaleidoscope Sharingan, while the other 2 were equally taken aback. However, in the next moment, all 3 sensed something amiss, for Hwain merely cast a fleeting glance at the 3 summoned beasts. The dreadful illusion of the kaleidoscope Sharingan instantly ensnared the 3 creatures at their feet, their eyes transforming into the rose-patterned designs of Hwain. Hwain, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? Jiraiya exclaimed, his brow furrowed as he observed the frog, Fumita, falling under the control of the Sharingan. At that moment, the pattern in Hwain's eyes was undoubtedly that of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The very fact that Hwain could activate this left the 3 in a state of disbelief. Pondering the extent of darkness she must have endured to attain such power. I have but one objective, Hwain declared, leaping forward to draw the Kusanagi sword from her waist and thrusting it towards Orochimaru's chest. Crack! Orochimaru's heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. You bastard, Uchiha brat. He transformed his hand into a claw, sharp nails lunging towards Hwain's head. In the blink of an eye, they pierced her forehead, yet she remained ethereal, as if the attack had passed through her. Just as Orochimaru contemplated fleeing, he witnessed the pattern of Hwain's Sharingan begin to spin. Not good, but it was too late. Orochimaru's eyes were gradually overtaken by the tomo of the Sharingan, falling prey to the illusion of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. You dare to lay a hand on my brother, die? Hwain proclaimed, raising the Kusanagi sword to slash at Orochimaru's head. In a flash, Kabuto appeared, intercepting Hwain's strike and hastily retreating with Orochimaru. TSK. Is their escape skill that remarkable? Hwain frowned. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged concerned glances, sensing the chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from Hwain. Jiraiya, your disciple is truly a monster, Tsunade remarked with a chuckle, albeit tinged with unease. Kid, I don't know your intentions, but could you perhaps lift the illusion on the summoned beasts beneath us? Hwain merely cast a disinterested glance, and the two beasts instantly broke free from their control, her kaleidoscope Sharingan reverting to its three-tomo state. Without uttering a single word, Hwain began to walk away into the distance. Hwain, Jiraiya called out as he landed. The distant Hwain halted, seemingly prepared to listen to his next words. What has transpired to transform you into this? We are all deeply concerned for you. Yet, at that moment, Hwain merely turned her head slightly, her expression devoid of emotion, her eyes vacant as she addressed Jiraiya and Tsunade indifferently. Everyone? What everyone? That wretched village is utterly revolting. Tell Danzo that Uchiha Hwain's purpose is to annihilate him and that disgraceful beast, Uchiha Itachi, and then destroy Konoha. It won't be long. I shall personally slay her. Upon hearing this, Tsunade furrowed her brow, while Jiraiya's pupils constricted in shock. What did you just say? He demanded. Can't you hear me clearly? I said my goal is to obliterate Konoha. Hwain replied, laughing maniacally. A group of people who have a village but no home. When did you all begin to lose your sense of self? Her words struck Jiraiya and Tsunade profoundly, piercing their hearts. I have nothing to discuss with the ninjas of Konoha. I have stated before that the Uchiha stand above all. Go back and inform that old dog Danzo. Await my vengeance. It shall not be long. With that, Hwain's form was engulfed in a vortex, vanishing from sight, leaving Jiraiya and Tsunade in a state of melancholy. What has happened to this child that she has become like this? Tsunade questioned, her brow furrowed. I do not know, but it undoubtedly relates to Danzo. That bastard has not ceased his machinations for all these years. Tsunade clenched her fists, visibly displeased. Let us return. It seems Hwain will not be coming back to Konoha. What then? That child has already awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. If she matures, she will undoubtedly become a formidable enemy of Konoha, akin to Uchiha Itachi. Itachi is manageable. At least his intentions are not yet clear. But Hwain's objective is the destruction of Konoha. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, the agonizing decision slicing through his heart like a blade. Hwain and Naruto were among his most beloved disciples, yet each breath he took seemed to remind him that if Hwain were to become like Orochimaru, he would have to kill her with his own hands. Tsunade understood Jiraiya's turmoil all too well. Let us set aside this conversation for now. How about we share a drink? In Konoha, a vibrant atmosphere prevailed. Among the Genin participating in the second round, only Shikamaru advanced to Chunin, as Uchiha Hwain had vanished from the village. Ino and Choji looked on with envy as Shikamaru donned his Chunin vest. Other classes had begun their respective missions and training. And that day, Tsunade was surrounded by many as she assumed the role of the fifth Hokage. Wearing the Hokage hat, her proud figure appeared before all. The fifth Hokage has arrived. Lady Tsunade. Tsunade's appearance evoked nostalgic memories among the older ninjas of Konoha, recalling the village's former glory. As one of the legendary Sannin and the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, no one doubted Tsunade's qualifications for the title of Hokage. Now, apart from Jiraiya, she was the most suitable candidate for the role. That afternoon, Tsunade arrived at the Konoha hospital. I'm coming in, she announced as she entered Sasuke's ward. Who are you? Sakura inquired, somewhat puzzled. Behind Tsunade, Naruto jumped in excitement. Sakura, it's all fine now because I've brought someone incredible. He glanced at the still unconscious Sasuke. Sasuke will be all right. Naruto, Do you have any news about Hwine? Sakura's question immediately dimmed Naruto's expression. The failure to bring Hwine back weighed heavily on him, filling him with regret. Sakura, noticing his despondency, sighed softly but said nothing further, turning her gaze back to Tsunade. I heard from Teacher Guy. Please save Sasuke. Sakura's tone was gentle, careful not to offend Tsunade, fearing she might refuse treatment for Sasuke. Leave it to me, Tsunade replied with a smile, stepping closer to the unconscious Sasuke. Is he the brother of Uchiha Hwine? Tsunade mused, gazing at Sasuke's face, reflecting on the Uchiha's striking features. Under Tsunade's care, Sasuke gradually began to awaken. As he opened his bleary eyes, both Sakura and Naruto displayed expressions of joy. Sasuke, they exclaimed in unison, with Sakura throwing her arms around him, trembling from the tears streaming down her face. Sasuke, still somewhat numb, looked at Naruto and the embracing Sakura, seemingly lost in a daze. Hwine, is she all right? Huh? Sakura was taken aback, quickly realizing that Sasuke, having just awakened, might still be disoriented. Indeed, after uttering those words, Sasuke suddenly came to his senses. It's you, Sakura. Naruto watched the scene unfold, feeling a pang of discomfort. The girl he passionately pursued seemed to have no affection for him, while his best friend had betrayed Konoha. A sense of pain welled within him. As he felt Sakura drifting further away, her attention directed solely towards Sasuke, prompting him to subtly turn his gaze elsewhere. However, with this sudden turn, an inexplicable sense of emptiness enveloped her. Traditionally, Hanayo would be there behind her, offering meticulous encouragement and care, but now, she was gone. Naruto left the hospital in solitude. Throughout his life, whenever he faced troubles, he would confide in Hanayo, who could see through him effortlessly. He reminisced about Hanayo, who always walked beside him and understood him best. But now, she had departed from Konoha, becoming a rogue ninja, and he had failed to persuade her to return. The memory of that day echoed in Naruto's mind, where Hanayo had clutched his hand tightly, as her kunai pierced her own body. The pain she endured in silence left Naruto's heart twisted in anguish. Yet, it was not the time for despair. Thus, Naruto accompanied Tsunade to Kakashi's ward. How embarrassing to be brought down by two little thieves, Tsunade mockingly quipped at Kakashi. I thought you were a genius, she added, while Kakashi lowered his head apologetically. All right, Kakashi-sensei, that's enough. Next up is the browed one, Naruto exclaimed. However, the situation with Lee was far less optimistic. He needed surgery, and the risks were tremendous. If successful, he could continue as a ninja, but failure would mean death. After a night of intense contemplation, Lee and Guy resolved to proceed with the operation. Meanwhile, Sasuke learned of Hanayo's departure from Konoha through Kakashi, who informed him that she had become a rogue ninja. Naturally, he found this hard to believe. Such sudden events are often rooted in deeper causes. From the intel he had gathered, he knew that many ninjas perished during the defense of Konoha. Yet nearly 100 had died without participating in the battle. Reflecting on the circumstances, Sasuke recalled a terrifying disturbance from the forest during his battle with Gaara, where many ninjas lost their lives. Despite his investigations, he could not uncover what truly transpired that day. Coupled with Kakashi's revelation about Hanayo's defection, it struck him as exceedingly strange. However, Kakashi would not disclose the scandal of Hanayo being pursued by 100 Umbu operatives to Sasuke. Only the upper echelons of Konoha, he and Jiraiya, were privy to this information. Relieved to know that Hanayo was not dead, Sasuke found solace, but memories flooded back to him. He recalled Naruto's performance against Gaara and the summoning techniques he had never seen before, clenching his teeth in frustration. Sakura, seated beside him, peeled an apple, a task typically handled by Hanayo, leaving Sasuke feeling somewhat uneasy. Then, the voice of Itachi echoed in his mind. You are too weak. Why are you so weak? Because your hatred is insufficient. With these thoughts, Sakura finished cutting the apple into bite-sized pieces and offered it to him. Sasuke, with a cold glare, swatted the plate away. Startled by the noise, Naruto quickly rose. What is happening? What is going on? He squinted at Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke glared back with a frosty demeanor. Hey Naruto, what are you doing? Let us have a match. Sasuke's challenge left Sakura and Naruto stunned. What? Tsunade just healed you. What are you talking about? Enough. Fight me now. Sasuke shouted, his Sharingan activated, leaving both Sakura and Naruto speechless. Did you think this was saving me? I don't care about the 5th Hokage or her meddling. What? Naruto gritted his teeth, his anger rising. Haven't you always wanted to fight me? I'm giving you the chance right now, Naruto. Or are you afraid? Seeing the tension between them, Sakura stepped in to defuse the situation. Sasuke, what is wrong with you two? Naruto, say something. Typically, it would be Hanayo who stepped in during such moments. But Sakura now profoundly understood how uncontrollable they became in her absence. Yet, Naruto smirked slightly. Just what I wanted. I've been itching for a fight. Could you both not act like this? Sakura interjected, but Sasuke disregarded her completely. Come here. He gestured towards the rooftop and walked ahead alone. Naruto versus Sasuke, the first battle. The two targets of Hanayo's vengeance. Naruto followed Sasuke up to the rooftop, his heart racing with anticipation. As he observed Sasuke's cold gaze, he felt a thrill, even a sense of eagerness. Noticing Naruto's grin, Sasuke felt puzzled. What is so funny? Not laughter, just excitement. Naruto replied, his enthusiasm growing. I'm finally going to defeat you here. Sasuke clenched his teeth since the Chunin exams. He had harbored a sense of unease, and now that anxiety materialized. What? You, the underdog, dare to boast? I will not remain in your shadow forever. Naruto asserted firmly. Sasuke, looking at Naruto's determination, recalled Itachi's words after defeating him. I have no interest in you. With that memory, Sasuke's fury ignited. You bastard. Don't get too cocky, you talentless fool. Naruto remained unfazed. Haha, the normally composed you is so flustered. How unlike you. Are you scared to fight me? Enough chatter. Let us go. Sasuke was ready. First, put on your forehead protector. I'll wait for you. I don't need that. Sasuke replied, his demeanor growing increasingly arrogant. Stop wasting time, just put it on. You won't even scratch my forehead. Sasuke laughed confidently. No, this is a testament to our equal standing as Konoha ninjas. That is why I say you're too arrogant. I've always thought so. I've never felt inferior to you. At this, Sasuke teetered on the brink of rage. You're too annoying. That's because you've always been so weak. Hanayo was 100 times stronger than you. Hearing Hanayo's name sent Sasuke into a furious rage. Naruto, Sasuke, they both launched their fists at each other. At that moment, Hanayo, who was traveling, suddenly sneezed. What's wrong? Came the voice of Nin from within her mind. I don't know. Maybe someone is talking about me, Hanayo shrugged. Perhaps, but don't dwell on it. We still have days of travel ahead. Got it. Hanayo lightly tapped her forehead and continued to sense her surroundings. Nin. It seems there's a bounty ninja ahead. Do you want to engage? He's worth 1,500 and is a jonin from a Wagakure. Lead the way. Without further ado. Hanayo positioned her right hand behind her, reaching for her Kusanagi sword. In the next instant, a shadow leaped past her, and with a powerful kick, Hanayo unleashed incredible strength. It is evident that the village of Rock Shadow is under pursuit, rendering it oblivious to the stealthy approach of Hwang. By the time he perceives the delicate visage of the girl and the fox mask adorning her forehead, the Kusanagi sword has already sliced through his abdomen. A crimson arc, as if spun from a colossal thread, ensues, causing this jonin to stagger, accompanied by a wretched cry as he collapses to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. He remains unaware of the identity of this seemingly adorable and agile 11-year-old girl who has effortlessly felled him amidst the forest's embrace. Observing his feeble state, Hwang utters not a word. The Kusanagi sword has pierced his brow, depriving him of even a moment to breathe. Her decisiveness in taking life is chilling, and anyone witnessing her icy demeanor would undoubtedly be struck by the gravity of the moment. What could have transpired to render an 11-year-old girl so detached? Yet, it is too late. As Hwang drives the Kusanagi sword through his forehead, the curtain has fallen, just as she intends to claim the corpse for her floral domain. A male voice suddenly bellows from the distant woods, "Stop!" Hwang, with an indifferent glance towards the source of the voice, sees Kakuzu and Haiden emerging, clad in dark cloaks adorned with red clouds. This individual is our quarry, Kakuzu admonishes Hwang. Haiden, however, cuts straight to the point. Hey, are you not Uchiha Itachi's sister? Upon witnessing the two, Hwang remains silent, placing a hand upon the corpse, and in an instant, a vortex of distorted space engulfs it, concealing it within her floral domain. Hey, Haiden exclaims. You have mistaken the person. I have no such brother. As her words fade, Hwang vanishes from the scene. Kakuzu, she herself claims she is not. Haiden mutters. Is that enough to dismiss it? Are you foolish? Kakuzu retorts, casting a bemused glance at Haiden. To think my chosen prey has been snatched away, he frowns. By the way, Kakuzu, how are you so certain she is related to that guy? Noting Haiden's lack of comprehension, Kakuzu succinctly clarifies. It is said there has been significant conflict in Konoha recently, and Uchiha Hanayo is suspected to be missing. That girl possesses the Sharingan and has such exquisite features. Who else could be the surviving Uchiha girl? With Kakuzu's insight, Haiden soon comprehends. I see. I understand. That girl is the sole surviving Uchiha female. Hence, she must be Uchiha Hanayo. Indeed, Kakuzu observes Haiden with a look of incredulity. What now? It appears she has departed. We may need to personally intervene to recruit Uchiha Hanayo, Kakuzu states, turning to leave. You are right, Haiden nods, but by the time he regains his senses, Kakuzu has already walked away. Hey, Kakuzu, wait for me. Emerging from the exchange at the currency exchange, Hanayo chuckles softly. This should suffice for my expenses. She stretches languidly. Little shinobi, I shall purchase some necessities in the coming days. You need not report such matters to me. Decide for yourself. Hanayo replies with a slight shake of her head, recognizing little shinobi's obstinacy. This has been Hanayo's assessment of little shinobi throughout her life, so similar in appearance, yet equally proud. Though she cares deeply, she feigns indifference, which is utterly endearing. Unbeknownst to her, 3 days have elapsed. During this time, Hanayo has concealed all her essentials, ninja tools, and clothing within her floral domain. However, today marks the official commencement of her journey towards the Dragon's Cave. At full speed, it will take at least 20 days. So along the way, Hanayo intends to eliminate numerous bounty ninjas. For her, strength is not an overnight achievement. It is cultivated through relentless effort and gradual accumulation. Once she grows stronger, her first target will undoubtedly be that beast, Uchiha Itachi. For Hanayo, her parents, her clan, and all that belongs to the Uchiha have been annihilated by this man's hands. He even sent that enigmatic masked man to kill her, a transgression she cannot forgive. No matter how one might view Uchiha Itachi, it does not alter the fact that he murdered her parents and her entire clan, and that despicable and infuriating Danzo. At this thought, Hanayo grits her teeth, her fist clenched tightly, nails piercing her palm, blood trickling from her hand, embodying her fury in that moment. She vows to take Danzo's life with her own hands. Naruto, Sasuke, let me witness your ascent to Hokage and your heroic figure saving the ninja world. Days have passed once more. At the Valley of the End, the curse mark on Sasuke's face remains unyielding, with his hands in his pockets. He prepares to stride away into the distance. He has shed his childish demeanor, seeking power from Orochimaru. Sasuke, Naruto's figure surges forward, forcefully pinning Sasuke to the ground and sitting atop him. Immediately, he delivers a punch to Sasuke's face. This isn't the battle I sought. Even now, he reflects on Hanayo. Both Sasuke and Hanayo, this brother-sister duo, hold significant meaning for Naruto. With Hanayo gone, and now Sasuke preparing to leave, Naruto's heart feels as though it is being torn asunder. I care not for your thoughts. The unfeeling Sasuke hoists Naruto up, his expression icy, and with a single punch, he sends Naruto crashing into the waters of the Valley of the End. As he watches Naruto being flung away, Sasuke experiences a moment of realization regarding his enhanced strength. This is what that guy referred to as power. Moreover, the strength is gradually merging within him. Beneath the depths, Naruto gazes at the sunlight filtering through the water's surface, yet he faintly hears Hanayo's call. Keep going, Naruto. Let me see you become Hokage and your heroic figure saving the ninja world. Naruto, stand up. Bring my brother back. It feels as if she stands right before him, clad in the blue Uchiha cloak, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall, her exquisite profile. Hanayo, I am sorry, it is all my fault. It is because I lacked strength that we are in this predicament now. Had I faced your situation and his from the start, perhaps it would not have led to this. Whether it be water or tears, Naruto feels a crushing sensation in his heart. However, Hanayo has departed from him. He cannot afford to lose Sasuke as well. With gritted teeth, he clenches his fists. Boom. The water erupts as Naruto leaps from beneath its surface, charging towards Sasuke with swift determination. You need to snap out of it. Yet, to his astonishment, as Naruto leaps, Sasuke descends upon him, delivering a kick that sends him crashing back into the water. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke snatches Naruto's ninja tool pouch. Observing Naruto's landing, he coldly responds, I have long since awakened. I am done dreaming of a future spent peacefully with comrades. I have awakened from such foolish dreams. Hanayo awakened even earlier. Thus she left the village. Now I too must depart. I seek power. My dreams hold no future. only the past, existing solely in the memories of Huayin, myself, and all that belongs to our Uchiha clan. Sasuke closes his eyes, yet visions of Itachi walking ahead flood his mind as he perpetually chases after Itachi's silhouette, with Huayin stumbling behind, following the echoes of their memories. Even as she occasionally falls, she never cries out in pain, relentlessly pursuing her bond with him and Itachi, heedless of her own wounds. Naruto gazes intently at Sasuke, swiftly hurling shurikens in his direction. Sasuke evaded with a step, casting several shurikens laced with wire, binding Naruto to the stone pillar. Sasuke, are you serious? Naruto gritted his teeth. I have already stated that I do not desire a future with you. In my heart, there is only Hanabi. Since she has departed, what purpose remains for me in Konoha? With these words, Sasuke formed hand seals. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. He bellowed, and terrifying flames instantly enveloped Naruto. Observing Naruto amidst the inferno, Sasuke's expression remained indifferent. This was his choice, and he would not regret it. He would not forget what Konoha had done to Hanabi. Just as he pondered, a blazing fireball surged towards him from the flames. Sasuke! Naruto's fist collided with his face. Yet Sasuke acted as if unfazed, calmly turning his head. You bastard! Naruto shouted, throwing another punch. Still, Sasuke remained expressionless, impervious to pain. He allowed Naruto to strike. Blood spilling from Naruto's fists, yet Sasuke stood unscathed. Is this all you've got? At this level, I need not resort to that. What? Naruto's pupils constricted. Did you not notice? I have not utilized the Sharingan. Do not underestimate me. Again, Naruto lunged forward, but this time, Sasuke completely blocked the attack. Not enough, strength and longing alike. It is precisely your weakness that forced Hanabi to leave the village. It is also my weakness that prevented me from protecting her in Konoha. Sasuke declared as he sent Naruto flying with a punch, then pursued him relentlessly, unleashing a torrent of attacks. To attain such power is impossible. Gazing at Naruto, who had been kicked into the ground, Sasuke stated with a cold demeanor, Indeed, I require this power, and I require hatred, to personally slay that man before Hanabi. No matter the darkness ahead, I shall forge ahead. Regardless of what transpires, I must gain strength. Sasuke recalled that day behind the shrine, Hanabi's battered form, and her lifeless eyes, which ignited his fury. Blood welled in his palm, a manifestation of his anger and the haunting memories he feared. His sister, in her despair, had been powerless while he remained unscathed. What had he accomplished in those years? Sasuke was filled with loathing. He despised himself. Upon returning home after the night of the massacre, he felt an unprecedented loneliness. Yet Hanabi's presence taught him that without strength, he could not protect her, could not safeguard the vibrant flower fields for his sister. From that day forth, he became a seeker of vengeance. Watching Naruto surface from the water, he gritted his teeth. Glaring at Sasuke, have I ceased to be your comrade? Do all the moments we shared in Team 7 hold no significance? No, they are not meaningless. To me, you are my dearest friend, and the best friend acknowledged by my sister. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, looking at Sasuke with confusion. But why? He was abruptly interrupted by Sasuke. Precisely because of that. Precisely because of that. You possess value worthy of my defeat. Sasuke fixed his serious gaze upon Naruto. Though I am still somewhat unclear, I understand you truly wish to engage in a life-and-death battle with me. Sasuke. Both charged at each other. In Konoha, Sakura hurried to Kakashi as he exited the Hokage's office. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto, Sakura, you need not worry about anything. Hanabi, Naruto, and Sasuke are in my care. However, upon reaching the outskirts of Konoha, Kakashi summoned his ninja dogs. First, track the scents of Hanabi, Naruto, and Sasuke. Scatter in all directions. The ninja dog, Pakin, queried. We are to pursue Hanabi, Naruto, and Sasuke? What has transpired? I will explain later. Right now, it is urgent, Kakashi replied tersely. Once you accurately identify their scents. Summon me. Dismissed. With that proclamation, the dogs dispersed. Sakura witnessed the scene behind him. Kakashi sighed inwardly, given Sakura had seen the battle between Naruto and Sasuke. It was impossible to assure her not to worry. I was too naive, always believing they would coexist harmoniously. But now that Hanabi has vanished, the likelihood of Naruto and Sasuke turning against each other seems perilously high. I am truly a failed teacher, Kakashi berated himself silently. Suddenly, the forest echoed with the barking of dogs, signaling Pakin, and in that instant, Kakashi vanished. I must catch up. he continuously reminded himself. 82 is friends. I cannot afford to lose this hard-won bond. Naruto and Sasuke clashed once more. I just said it. You, too, have awaited this moment. Now that Hanabi, Kakashi, and Sakura are absent, no one will stop us. Listening to Sasuke's words, Naruto roared in fury, you scoundrel. But before he could react, Sasuke withdrew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and stepped forward. This time, it is the true decisive battle. I will defeat you. Sasuke sent Naruto flying with a punch, gathering an array of lightning in his hand. Chidori. Standing beneath the waterfall, Naruto gazed up at Sasuke, his expression turning anguished. Fool. I will also pummel you, even if I must drag you back. With that, he formed hand seals, summoning shadow clones, and generating a Rasengan. Sasuke moved. The tremendous current tearing through the water's surface, the sound of explosion and electricity echoing throughout the valley of the end. Naruto charged forward, wielding his Rasengan against Sasuke's Chidori. The clash of their techniques resulted in a massive explosion, sending both flying. In that moment, Naruto and Sasuke felt each other's intentions. Naruto's eyes trembled as he watched Sasuke, the cursed seal manifesting, and he realized he had found his answer. However, Sasuke called out to him, Do you know Naruto? Among elite ninjas, a single encounter can reveal the depths of one another's hearts, even without words. You remain too naive, Naruto. Have you truly come to understand my inner turmoil? Sasuke shouted angrily, forming hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. As countless fireballs rained down upon him, Naruto leapt, inadvertently falling into Sasuke's trap. Sasuke followed up with a leap, delivering a punch that sent Naruto hurtling through the air. What followed was a relentless barrage of attacks, culminating in Sasuke seizing Naruto by the collar, his Chidori fully charged. Yet at that moment, Naruto exhibited no fighting spirit, for he understood that both were unwilling to engage in conflict. Since the establishment of Team 7, though unspoken, Naruto felt they had already forged a bond of friendship. Witnessing Sasuke's Chidori, Naruto felt red chakra surging within him, for it was clear that Sasuke genuinely sought to defeat him. It is far too late now. Naruto. Sasuke's Chidori pierced through Naruto's chest, blood gushing forth from his mouth. Trembling, he gazed at Sasuke, allowing the Chidori to penetrate him. Though he barely managed to defend with his left hand, it was of no consequence. He could no longer form hand seals or utilize the jutsu he had just employed. Sasuke grasped Naruto's neck, preparing to deliver the final blow. It is over. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Naruto seized Sasuke's wrist with his other hand, a strength that brought pain to Sasuke as well. Staring at the crimson chakra radiating from Naruto, Sasuke's expression turned grave. This was an unknown territory for him, inciting a sense of unease. Where could such power possibly originate? Sasuke's heart roared with fury, but in the next instant, an ominous apparition of the nine-tailed fox loomed behind Naruto, instilling fear in Sasuke. Watching as Naruto's grievous wound gradually healed, it surpassed Sasuke's comprehension. At that moment, Naruto's eyes glowed crimson, tears streaming down his visage, as a chakra cloak of a tailed beast materialized behind him. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Sasuke and bellowed, Sasuke, I will never surrender you to that snake-like Orochimaru. Even if it means shattering every bone in your limbs, I will stop you. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted, leaving Sasuke in shock. For the first time, he felt the terrifying power emanating from Naruto, causing him to tremble. Gazing at Naruto, who was bursting with red chakra, Sasuke shouted gravely, What are you? You are truly something extraordinary. Is it friendship? That's why I cannot hand you over to Orochimaru. Even if it means breaking your limbs, I will stop you. Hey, why are we so close to Konoha, Shinin? Hanan remarked, observing the increasingly familiar surroundings with a furrowed brow. We must traverse the valley of the end up ahead. Stop complaining and keep moving, came the reply. Suddenly, a terrifying chakra emanated from the valley of the end, detectable even from dozens of kilometers away. With her sensing ability, Hanan immediately picked up on it. Is that Naruto's chakra? And my brothers? What is happening? Are they fighting? Her brow furrowed, even tighter. This fluctuation is emanating from the valley of the end, Shinin reminded. Let us go take a look, it's on our way. Hanan nodded, quickening her pace. As she drew nearer, the chakra's intensity became increasingly palpable. She was now certain it was her brother clashing with Naruto. Her expression was complex. One was her dearest friend, the other her brother, both paramount in her life. Sudden realization struck her, causing Hanan to stumble and fall from the tree, landing hard on the ground. A searing pain enveloped her body, but more than that, an overwhelming sense of helplessness and sorrow surged within her. This emotional turmoil eclipsed her physical pain, leaving her heart tempestuous, unable to find peace. Sasuke was slammed against the wall, and Naruto, seizing his collar, shouted furiously, "Snap out of it. If you refuse to wake up, I will truly pummel you into submission, incapacitating you and bringing you back, Sasuke." Listening to Naruto's words, Sasuke sank into an abyss of sorrow. "You're truly bothersome. What do you understand of my plight? Having no family or siblings. You have always been alone. How can you possibly comprehend my suffering? It is precisely because we once had a bond that it hurts so much. You cannot fathom the anguish of losing that." Naruto was sent flying by Sasuke's punch. Both standing atop the water's surface, Naruto deeply affected by Sasuke's outburst. Memories of Hanabi, who had always been by his side since childhood, flooded his mind. They had truly cared for one another, akin to siblings. No, she was more like a sister to him, nurturing him. Yet she was also Sasuke's sister, and perhaps his childhood love had been wholly devoted to one person. Thus, witnessing Sasuke, who had lost everything, left Naruto in profound silence. He could empathize with Sasuke's torment. Perhaps the experiences shared between him, Sasuke, and Hanabi were indeed a brotherly and sisterly bond. "Why, Naruto, why do you care for me to such an extent?" "Because the bond between you and your sister is a connection I painstakingly forged. I have already lost Hanabi. I cannot bear to see you slip away from me. That is why I must stop you." Seeing Naruto's unwavering determination, Sasuke retrieved the Konoha headband from his pocket and donned it upon his brow. "It is too late, Naruto. It is far too late. I can no longer turn back." The Tomo in Sasuke's Sharingan gradually transformed from 2 to 3. "Come now, Naruto. I must sever this connection myself." Sasuke assumed a combat stance. "Sever it? Then why wear the headband now?" Sasuke smirked slightly. "I acknowledge you. You are indeed as strong as my sister Hanabi described. You and I understand the essence of loneliness and suffering, and such pain can forge strength. Hanabi bears more suffering than we do. Hence, she possesses greater strength. That is why I must sever this bond. With such a declaration, I can attain even greater power. From this moment forth, I will face you on equal footing. Yet, you shall not inflict even a single hair on my forehead." Gazing at the resolute Sasuke, Naruto's expression grew complex. "It seems words are futile now, Sasuke. Let us set aside the pleasantries. Henceforth, it shall be a battle of life and death."